Chapter 661 The Way of Nothingness and Reality. I have ascended to heaven. Su Yin, floating in the universe, looked at the palm in front of him, and the 9 fox tails floating behind him with black flame patterns. He said with a melancholy look on his face, I don't know where Fox Mom and Dragon Dad are at the moment. I can't find anyone to share the joy of ascending to heaven. The Divine Beast tribe is famous for its difficulty in breeding and relatively slow cultivation speed. But because of this, the creatures of the Divine Beast tribe have stronger physiques and magical powers. And it can also be said that they have a guaranteed level of cultivation. But this guarantee definitely does not include the heavenly realm that Su Yin has cultivated to now. Most of the Divine Beasts and Strange Beasts can slowly reach the fusion stage or the refining stage after hundreds or thousands of years. All the cultivation levels above need to rely on talent to move forward. The realm of heaven and man is also called the body of half-immortal. Whether in the world of cultivation or in the world of immortals, it is not comparable to those who are in the nightmare town or the immortals who have transformed from corpses. In fact, it is very good. As long as there is no problem with the identity, you can use the cultivation as qualifications to submit interview resumes to major forces. Once the interview is successful, you will be protected by the forces at the level of the Holy Spirit. After working hard and practicing for hundreds of years, you can move from the earth to the sky area and completely get out of the large area that is like an abyss and a quagmire. No matter where the realm of heaven and man is, it is already a realm where you can stand out and change your own destiny. Such a beautiful thing. Su Yin would naturally want to share it with the 2 old people, Fox Mom and Dragon Dad. If it weren't for the careful cultivation of the 2 old people, Su Yin would not know where he would be squatting in the world of cultivation to urinate and play in the mud. Collect. Su Yin slowly raised his hand and pinched the 3-color river connected end to end in the sky. The river gradually shrank and gradually moved from a clear state to a fusion state. The central space of the 3-color river ring was shaking. Seeing this, Su Yin took out the brocade box that the beautiful Bash gave him as a bribe from his storage ring, and swallowed the blood-colored divine blood fairy spirit cleansing pill inside. A stream of blood-red silk threads began to spread from Su Yin's neck, and the fairy spirit energy that had condensed into substance burst out when it surged. Gather. Su Yin, holding the void, seemed to be holding a heavy burden in his hand, and the veins on his arm bulged. With the increase of grip strength and the influence of the fairy spirit, the fusion speed of the 3 rivers above the universe space gradually accelerated. After Su Yin successfully passed the tribulation, the magical power contained in his body was divided into 2. After perfecting the universe space, he combined the gift of the law and initially constructed a Taoist method based on the 3 lights divine water. Although the 3 lights divine water is called the water divine power, the essence of the 3 lights divine water is the power of the Zhou Tian stars. That is, the power of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight. They are just manifested in the form of water before the eyes of the world. Moreover, the 3 lights divine water originally belonged to the 3 magical powers of the sun, moon, and star. It does not mean that if you comprehend the 3 lights divine water, you can comprehend the sun, moon, and star. Su Yin was able to achieve great success in this way, gathering the 3 lights of the Zhou Tian stars in one breath for his own use, and relying on the water method. It is hard to say that there is no blessing from the 9-tailed fox bloodline. After all, the original 9-tailed fox was born from the fall of the chaotic star. Or, Long Dad had already estimated such a possibility a long time ago. So he stole the method of practicing the 3 lights divine water from the dragon clan and gave it to Su Yin, so that Su Yin could not comprehend the power of frost, and he should not hesitate to directly choose to practice the 3 lights divine water as the main magical power. The 3 lights divine water is a rare evil water here. Its lethality has always been widely praised in the dragon clan. No matter which of the 3 lights of the sun, moon, and star is comprehended, it is definitely a top-level water-based magical power with full lethality. Su Yin went a step further here, obtained the 3 lights, and began to merge the 3 lights of the divine water. Something that is impossible in the outside world is now happening in Su Yin's universe. At this moment, Su Yin may be the first creature in history to completely merge the 3 lights of the divine water into one. Tick. Under Su Yin's control, the 3-color river gradually merged into a gray-brown water mass, exuding malice. The water mass rolled and boiled like a fawn-bearing claw. But as the fairy spirit in Su Yin's body was injected, some clear water drops slowly dripped from the bottom of the gray-brown water mass. Drops of good water dripped from the gray-brown mixed mass into the universe to form crystals. Mermaid tears? Seeing this scene, Su Yan was slightly stunned, and immediately thought of the characteristics of the mermaids. He raised his hand, and took the secretion of the gray-brown water mass into his hand, and measured it carefully. After the fusion of the three light divine waters, the starlight divine water became the gray-brown source of chaos, and combined with the sunlight and moonlight to dissolve the foundation of flesh, blood, bones, and souls, and combined to produce the wonderful divine light that devours living beings and counteracts living beings. When living beings touch the wonderful divine light, their cultivation foundation, bones, flesh, tendons, and souls will be devoured and completely transformed into a group of nothingness and magnificent wonderful divine light. Such a fierce and evil water. Although it is the water method that Su Yan comprehended through the fusion of magical powers, he actually cannot understand why the heaven and earth gave it the name, wonderful divine light. Until Su Yan saw the clear drops secreted from the wonderful divine light, Su Yan slightly understood why the heaven and earth gave such a beautiful name to the fierce and evil things. If the gray-brown turbid spring is evil water, swallowing up the sky and the earth to create disasters and nothingness, then the clear spring secreted from its body is transformation and reality. Nothingness and reality are opposites from any perspective, but they can be perfectly integrated and presented in the gray-brown turbid flow. There is nothing wrong with calling it mysterious, just telling the truth. A small drop is quite precious. Su Yan glanced at the water drop in his hand, and collected the other water drops scattered in the universe. The gray-brown turbid flow is the way to destroy nothingness. When it devours the spirit of living beings and immortal spirits, it will grow towards the sun as the destruction and nothingness are saturated, giving birth to the way of reality. The effect of clear water is to turn the virtual into the real, which can remove all poisons, overcome all so-called incurable poisons, treat all wounds and diseases, and even revive the dead. I always feel that my emotions are a little subtle. Su Yan waved his hand lightly to dispel the boundary of the three lights divine water, and looked sideways at the Kunlun sacred mountain that reached into the sky. A strange expression suddenly appeared on his cheek. For some reason, after learning about the effects and functions of the clear water, the first picture that popped up in Su Yan's mind was not that he used the destruction of nothingness turbidity flow to plead for the people to kill the traitors and eliminate the evil, and release the clear water to save the suffering and the people from the water and fire, and eliminate the devils in the world. The first picture that popped up in Su Yan's little brain was in a dim dungeon, where the queen wielded the source of all plagues and the heavenly journey, and beat the heaven-defying walker, beating the heaven-defying walker, so that his whole body was festering and dying. The queen had a wild smile on her face. She raised her hand, and took the little fox squatting on the table. She pointed at the rebellious person, with a relieved expression and said, "Little fox, feed it." The little fox spurted out a bubble of clear water, and the guy who had been completely unrecognizable immediately revived with full blood. Then, the source of all plagues continued to wrap around his body, and the Queen Mother of the West took a whip and beat the prisoner fiercely. "It's really too weird." Su Yan shook his head, raised his hand, and took back the two black boxes floating in the void. The six-eyed lightning embryo and the mother phantom embryo curled up and fell asleep in the liquid of the black box. The 9 eyes of law that escaped from the universe were running towards the sky without light in a hurry. The one-eyed one in the lightless layer silently stared at Su Yan, and the crack in the void seemed to be its eye socket. I don't know if it was Su Yan's illusion, but he felt that the pupil of the one eye in the sky and the cracks around it seemed to bend downward, making the giant eye of law look like it was smiling. Su Yan was not wrong. Yu Chao was indeed very happy at the moment. No, it should be said that it was joy. Although the way of nothingness and existence that Su Yan realized came from the original natural laws, Su Yan's behavior was to make up for the shortcomings of the natural laws and improve the natural laws. The way of heaven is different from the great way here. It also gradually improves itself as the creatures grow. Whenever a new law or a branch law of the original law is born, it is equivalent to the way of heaven perfecting itself. Chapter 662 Brother Su. I advise you to undress quickly. The laws of heaven and earth are actually happy. It seems that the little fox should get a very powerful opportunity. Bai Zhe, who was sitting on the white jade platform, came to the edge of the white jade platform with the gods, and sat on the outer edge of the flower bed to watch Su Yan's tribulation with the naked eye. After Su Yan came out of the universe, the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth in the lightless layer showed a gentle smile to Su Yan. In this period, the only way to gain the favor of the laws of heaven and earth is to perfect the way of heaven. Those who contribute a lot to the perfection of the way of heaven naturally have infinite merits. Although the merit of opening the sky cannot be realized, it is no less than a life in some aspects. At the critical moment of life and death, the function of opening the sky is transformed into a short-term strong Tao fortune, forcibly reversing some unfavorable situations. Seeing the smile on the one-eyed man of the laws of heaven and earth, Bai Zhe immediately guessed that after Su Yin had transcended the tribulation, he had obviously realized something that was beneficial to heaven and earth, which made the one-eyed man, who had originally been free of thoughts, smile at Su Yin. Can he not comprehend the powerful Taoism? Didn't you see that the Queen Mother of the West was about to cheat, and asked the King of the East to open a back door for the little fox? The god who was sitting on the flower bed, with one leg raised and drinking wine, said excitedly, compared to what Taoism the little fox has obtained, I am more concerned about how to overcome the tribulation during the tribulation period. Just thinking about something else. Bai Zhe, who looked like a cloud, chuckled and said, if you want to open the hidden mode of the heavenly tribulation like the little fox, even if you don't talk about the follow-up of how to overcome the tribulation, it is actually very difficult to cause damage to the Eye of Law. In the past, when the Eye of Law was in the early days of the inner alchemy method, there was no armor or shield. It was just a few ordinary eyes falling down to check the person who was overcoming the tribulation and summon the heavenly tribulation that belonged to the person who was overcoming the tribulation. But since the inner alchemy method has been popular until now, the Eye of Law has been wearing armor and holding a shield when going out, and to fight against those who are extremely daring and go against the sky. Bai Zhe believed that with Su Yan's beating of the 9 Law Eyes and the return of Si Tian Jixing, the Law Eyes' protection of themselves would only be more comprehensive. The people of the gods should just forget about it. Right? Be careful of being crushed back and forth by the Law Eyes driving chariots and immortal boats, and being beaten by the law before you even pass the tribulation. That's true. The god chuckled and shook his head, looking sideways at the little auspicious cloud group lying on the flower bed with his hands in his pockets, and said, there were many eyes and ears at the banquet table just now, so some things were not said in front of them. With your spiritual annihilation power, are you so confident in Su Yin? When you return, although you have lost your former power, the netherworld will obviously mobilize the living beings to supply you. Aren't you worried that you will skin Su Yin after losing your mind? I just know everything in the world. But I am not like Yu Chao, who is limited to omniscience. I can't calculate everything. I have done everything I can. The little white ball looked at Su Yin and said, although it seems a little irresponsible to say this, I can only believe in the wisdom and strength of the little fox now. Besides, such a grand event should not be absent from the war maniac. Bai Zhe looked at the god beside him. The god didn't say anything, but the corner of his mouth was showing an unnatural upward trend, and he couldn't suppress it. The boring world dominated by one family has made the god unhappy for a long time. There is no way to innovate. The world is interesting only when it is completely in turmoil, under the raging fire of life and death and cruel war. The creatures can bloom the most beautiful and dazzling brilliance. In a moment, beauty appeared. It was as bright as flowers and as warm as crystal. Ah! It's done! Brother Su has done it completely. Compared with the discussion of the chaos of heaven and earth on the white jade platform, the immortals on the terrace halfway up the mountain, as well as Su Yan's predecessors and those friends, saw Su Yan complete the feat, and all cheered at the same time. When Ju Tong stepped directly onto the table, raised the wine pot and said loudly, I hereby declare that among my brothers, Brother Su is the most promising. He has the cultivation, the appearance, and can even carry girls in a van. He is truly a role model for our generation. As a brother, I am proud of him. Let's drink 2 big pots of wine. Although the other immortals were not as crazy as when Ju Tong, they were also toasting and cheering for Su Yan's bravery. Although the monsters, spirits, humans, ghosts, and even immortals and gods have nothing in common. As long as they practice the method of inner alchemy, they all have a point of empathy. It is the struggle of all living beings when facing thunder tribulation. There are countless people with extraordinary talents, but all living beings can never escape the haze of the power of the laws of heaven and earth, unless they enter the realm of gods and men. All inner alchemy practitioners have the curse of death, called thunder tribulation, hanging over their heads. When all living beings saw Su Yan fiercely resisting the heavenly tribulation and beating the Eye of Law to flee in panic, they immediately recalled their own cowardly and peaceful life during the tribulation, and felt the accumulated suffocation in their hearts slowly exhale. Unexpectedly, the heavenly tribulation also has such a miserable side. The venue of the 10,000 Immortals banquet was even more lively than the new year at this moment. Su Yan's feat could be said to have given all living beings living in the shadow of the thunder tribulation a sigh of relief. It was simply so cool. I left for a while. And you had so much fun? After being promoted to a celestial cultivator, Su Yan did not rush back to the banquet hall of the 10,000 Immortals banquet. After recovering the six-eyed lightning and the mother phantom embryo, he stayed on the spot to explore the power of the universe for a while, using the power of the universe to interfere with reality and open the space gap. When Su Yan walked out of the space gap, he saw that the DJ Ling Lun of the 10,000 Immortals banquet had changed the disc, and the music on the scene was even more exciting, and the Immortals all jumped on the table. When Juton also jumped onto the table and started to go crazy. His cheeks were redder than all the monkeys in the entire Lingshan mountain because of the diluted immortal wine. The immortal wine produced by Kunlun Lingshan should be the softest immortal wine Su Yan has ever seen and heard. It doesn't smell like wine, but has a floral scent. It is cool and sweet in the throat, warm in the stomach, and it is very easy to get drunk unconsciously. The after effect is extremely strong. Congratulations, Brother Su. You have successfully become a celestial being. Su Yan returned to his table. Jean Lin slowly stood up and raised a wine glass to Su Yan, without waiting for Su Yan's response. He drank it all into his stomach. The cold beauty smiled and congratulated Su Yan. Let's celebrate. I wish you all a rapid increase in cultivation and achieve the great path of supernatural powers as soon as possible. Su Yan picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. He looked at Jean Lin standing in front of him. And then, Su Yan felt something was wrong. Why did his good brother Jean seem to have become shorter? Because of the successful tribulation. Su Yan was too excited and excited. On the way back, he did not use the secret method of immortality to manifest the body of a young man, or maintain the body of a little fox as always. Sure enough, Brother Su is still so amazing. Jean Lin looked at the young man Su Yan in front of him, who was half a head taller than him, wearing an open-chested long gown, and sighed slightly. Even if I have no intention of having a private relationship, I will not stay on Brother Su's skin. Jean Lin spoke, stretched out his arm, stroked Su Yan's collar, and tidied up Su Yan's clothes that were stretched out because of the change in his body. After Jean Lin tidied Su Yan's clothes, Jean Lin put his arm on Su Yan's abdomen and used his fingers to pull the clothes on both sides, making the disheveled Su Yan's clothes neat. Then Jean Lin was silent for a while, loosened his arm and said, "Don't wear it. I feel that the whole fox has become more lustful after forcing the collar belt. The disheveled clothes at least look like a playboy. But forcing inappropriate clothes, I don't know why. Jean Lin always feels that this fox is deliberately selling its flesh." Su Yan took a deep breath and sucked all the 9 fox tails behind him back into his body. His body was also shrinking rapidly. In an instant, he showed the appearance of a young man and took out a collar belt from the storage ring and tied it. Hey! How did you change back? I haven't finished drawing the male human-shaped 9-tailed fox in my album. Brother Su, quickly undress and help me fulfill my wish before I die. Zhou Yu saw Su Yan revealing his youthful figure, with a look of surprise on his face, and directly picked up the charcoal pencil and sketchbook to draw Su Yan's youthful figure. Then, seeing Su Yan transformed back, Zhou Yu's face suddenly showed dissatisfaction. It was such a rare experience to be able to observe a male 9-tailed fox at such a close distance. Why is Brother Su so stingy? Chapter 663. One of you and Tiandao is crazy. Go away. What undressing? Those are all exclusive information for the lady. Facing his good brother Zhou Yu's lifelong request, Su Yan rolled his eyes unhappily, waved his hand, and drove away Brother Zhou, who was talking nonsense. It feels too weird. If you want to depict the figure of a 9-tailed fox, go find another fox. It's not that Su Yan is stingy and unwilling to help Zhou Yu perfect his dream masterpiece. It's just that 2 male beasts are facing each other. One male beast is disheveled, and the other male beast is staring at the former and painting crazily. Such a scene is so weird that Su Yan is reluctant. It's simple to say. Zhou Yu muttered a few words with a droopy face, expressing his protest against Su Yan's easy words. It's not that Zhou Yu didn't look for other foxes. Because of the relationship with Su Yan, he had already looked for other foxes when he was in Jiaoliao Mountain City. But the result was Qingqiu clan was completely unable to communicate. Although Su clan could communicate, they didn't like to listen to people. When the fox of Tushan clan learned of Zhou Yu's request, it directly reported to the police. The ancestor of Tushan clan directly took Zhou Yu to the mansion of the city lord of Jiaoliao Mountain City, and said bluntly, your little guy seems to be an estrus. I feel that he may attack our foxes. So I will send this little human guy back to you. The wonderful expression on Master Jin's face was something Zhou Yu had never seen since he was born. Zhou Yu was happy to get a personal restraining order. If he dared to sexually harass the nine-tailed fox again, he would be punished according to the crime of kicking the widow's door at night in the Xiaoyu law. And he would be castrated and sent to the palace to serve the Xiaoyu royal family for 50 years. Zhou Yu thought that he couldn't use it for the time being, but he couldn't lose his arms and legs. So he didn't dare to look for foxes again. Su Yin is probably the nine-tailed fox that Zhou Yu can legally contact at present. Come and drink. Nine-tailed fox immortal. Su Yin returned to the banquet hall and did not stay at his table for long. The immortals who came to the banquet and watched Su Yin's tribulation all took wine pots and took the initiative to greet and toast Su Yin, wanting to pull Su Yin to their table to eat and drink. Although Su Yin's current cultivation is not high, when he was undergoing the tribulation, the beautiful maids of Kunlun Lingshan had already told the immortals about Su Yin's origins. He has a very high status in the Kunlun Lingshan forces. He is simply the second generation of the nine-tailed fox god and the right-hand man of the queen. Moreover, he has a special relationship with Juyin, and he can even be brothers with the sister of the Nine Heavens mysterious woman on weekdays. Even the Eastern Emperor Dong Wanggong took good care of the younger Su Yin. One after another, the achievements that made the creatures dumbfounded were displayed in front of the immortals, almost blinding their eyes. Those beings can be said to be the foundation of the world. As long as you get to know any one of them, you can stay safe in the immortal world. The depth of Su Yan's connections made the immortals, who heard about it, want to make friends. After 3 rounds of drinking, Su Yin transformed into a little fox and squeezed out of the crowd. He breathed a sigh of relief, looked around, and then manifested into a young man again and ran to the front of the banquet hall. Ancestor! Su Yin ran to the front and came to the place where the predecessors of the cultivation world were sitting. He looked at the Black Dragon King and the ancestor of the Su family and called out with a bright smile, I have ascended to heaven and have become a celestial being. The Black Dragon King looked at Su Yin beside him and was about to raise his hand to praise Su Yin's achievements. But a foxtail quietly extended and wrapped around Su Yin's waist, pulling Su Yin into the air. Ah ha ha ha. An old ancestor of the Su family laughed softly, looked at Su Yin who fell into his arms, raised his hand, rubbed Su Yin's cheek, and said with a smile, Our little fox is really amazing. So young. Come and show me. See if there are other foxes with Su's bad habits of losing contact. After the return of the Queen Mother of the West, some foxes in the Qingqiu kingdom of the cultivation world have come to the fairyland according to the instructions of the nine-tailed fox ancestors. Join Kunlun Lingshan to maintain daily work. At the venue of the 10,000 Immortals banquet, there were also a large number of nine-tailed foxes shaking their tails to help. Of course, among these nine-tailed foxes, the majority are from the Qingqiu clan and the Tushan clan. When the nine-tailed foxes from the Yusu clan came to the fairyland, 1/5 of them lost contact. After coming to Kunlun Lingshan, more than half of them also lost contact. Only a few little foxes came to Kunlun Lingshan to report. The Yusu clan ancestor was very angry. But because he had to attend the banquet, he could not get away to catch the foxes. Su Yin showed up as a little fox, lying on the legs of the Yusu clan ancestor, playing with the ancestor for a while. And then Su Yin stepped on the legs of Tai Taoist, jumped over Jai Lexian and landed on the Lord of the Night. Making a whimper, the Lord of the Night nodded gently, raised his hand, and touched Su Yan's head to show his approval. Finally, Su Yin ran to the front of Wuxing Emperor, his blue eyes sparkling as he looked at him, and he said softly, Thank you for your reward, Your Majesty. In the fairyland, Su Yin relied heavily on the sacrificial knife and the red jade hairpin sword when he needed to fight. Without the help of the two, Su Yin would still be the same Su Yin, but with a bruised face or covered with wounds, which should be a more common state. The red jade hairpin sword was the sword of Wuxing Emperor. Later, Princess Wuxi stole it for Su Yin, and successfully asked for the right to use it from Wuxing Emperor at the fox tasting meeting. Heh. Looking at the little fox squatting on the table, Wuxing Emperor chuckled and said, Seeing you put on an expression full of desire for praise, I thought you wanted to get some words of praise from me. I didn't expect that you came to thank me on purpose. No need to thank me. I didn't help or interfere. You can tame Hongyu, which is your own ability. You don't need to thank anyone. Wuxing Emperor did not accept Su Yin's thanks. Or Su Yin didn't need to thank him. Hongyu hairpin sword helped Su Yin. But after Su Yin came to the fairyland, He has been using the connections he has established to support his mother's family. Both sides are mutually beneficial, so it would be awkward to say thank you. Although Wuxing Emperor did not accept the thanks, he did not ignore Su Yan. She smiled and combed Su Yan's hair. At the end, she gently slapped the little fox on the butt. Go and have fun. Su Yan landed on the ground and took human form. He said goodbye to the seniors at the table with a smile on his face and walked towards the mountain. If you don't return home when you are rich and powerful, it is like walking in the night in brocade clothes. After Su Yan was promoted to a celestial being, although he did not have the posture of a celestial being, he ran around to inform his relatives and friends of his promotion and receive praise from them. He did not miss a single one. Seeing this, the leader of the weapon sect couldn't help but curl his lips and complain to the Lord of Daylight beside him. The fox's experience is really enviable. When I was promoted to a celestial being and took over the position of the leader, I looked around and saw only big and 5-footed rough men and strong men. Unexpectedly, the younger generation now lives so freely. Huh? What kind of idiot are you? Faced with the complaints and envy of the leader of the weapons sect, a question mark appeared on the head of the Lord of Daylight, and he complained in his heart. The Lord of Night has a gloomy and irritable temperament, and his cold face makes people tremble. In public, the Emperor Wuxing is secretly known as the Holy Mother of nurturing 10,000 spirits. There is no need to explain anything. Although the Black Dragon King has no major events, it can only be said that he has a cold temperament and an indifferent expression. But his killing sins are no less than those of the previous ones. It can even be said that the establishment of the Xiaoyu dynasty was caused by her intervention. Of course, it is not to say that the Black Dragon King deliberately created the Xiaoyu dynasty. But Emperor Xiaoyu had visited the Black Dragon King to obtain the power of Nightmare from her, and transformed into an evil dragon to fight against the ancient remnants entrenched in the central province. The Black Dragon King was just testing something. And then Emperor Xiaoyu made a name for himself with his own ability. Even the Taoist Tai, whom Su Yan passed by, was a vicious woman involved in the method of Nightmare. She was able to treat the great evil Jilection in the cultivation world, and made him physically disgusted when he heard the name of Taoist Tai. Even the dumbest Jinwu would not believe that she was kind. The leader of the Qi sect actually envied Su Yan, jumping in the arms of those evil people. You might be crazy, or have some unknown masochism. The Lord of the Day felt that the leader of the Qi sect was crazy, and actually thought that the female beasts at the same table were female beasts. Perhaps because they were too familiar with each other. The Lord of Daylight had never regarded the Lord of Night, the Black Dragon King, the Emperor of No Life, the Taoist Tai, and others as women. The Lord of Day looked around, and after seeing his colleagues at the table, he felt a little speechless. He, who usually set fire to mountains, houses and cities, turned out to be the kindest and most benevolent leader besides the leader of the weapons sect. Senior Su, are you going up the mountain? Bash followed Su Yan with a smile on his face, and called out to Su Yan in front, Can I go with you? Are you coming with me too? Su Yan turned his head and looked at Bash with some surprise, and said, There are things you entrusted to you by the netherworld. I will naturally take care of the pills you collected. So don't worry. Bash shook his head gently and said, It's not entirely because of the worship. I just feel that the atmosphere at the 10,000 Immortals banquet is too hot. If I stay at the banquet, I guess a bunch of clinging men will start to get horny. Bash nodded in the direction of Yaoqi, indicating Su Yan to look at the edge of Yaoqi Forest just below the banquet hall. Ah? Su Yan looked down subconsciously, and saw that in the Yaoqi covered by the shade of the trees, some disheveled fairies had gathered. Their cheeks were flushed and they were kissing and doing things with their partners. Su Yan looked over and saw a few female fairies with smiles on their cheeks. They snorted and threw a coquettish glance at Su Yan, who was one of the most handsome girls. They stretched their necks to show their bodies and waved to Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned, and he turned his gaze away from Yaoqi and exclaimed, How dare you be so bold? Bash chuckled and said, The main point of the 10,000 Immortals banquet is to have fun, and the queen will not care. After all, when there was no fixed venue before, everyone was excited and ran to the steps, or directly messed around on the banquet floor, which made some people who just wanted to drink and have fun and experience the elegance of the Immortals distressed. So far, the queen has divided an area for them to play. Didn't you see? Some female beasts didn't even come to the banquet hall. As soon as they arrived, they ran towards Yaoqi and prepared to sing in broad daylight. Bash chuckled and pulled Su Yan's arm, and walked towards the white jade platform. By the way, Senior Su, I see that your body is still covered with blood. Those are the residues of the elixir. Senior needs to take some time to refine them. Otherwise, they may cause some diseases if they stay in the body. After all, the material of the God Blood pill is rough, and the efficacy is naturally very overbearing. Chapter 664. Su Yin. Have a lot of water. Please forgive me. The medicinal effect of the God Blood pill is extremely strong, and there may be some hidden dangers when the raw materials are mixed. I suggest that the young senior eliminate them as soon as possible. On the way to the White Jade Cheongtai, the snake walking in front pondered for a while, and then seriously suggested to Su Yin that he should refine the medicinal power of the God Blood pill as soon as possible. After all, the raw material of the God Blood pill is a living person from the Nightmare Town, and the quality of the God Blood pill that Su Yin took is extremely high. The snake can't guarantee how the person from the Nightmare Town has transformed himself. Because of her own strong cultivation, she doesn't need to worry about those trivial matters. But it's not necessarily the case for Su Yin. Is the divine blood pill so particular? Seeing that Bash said it as if it were true, Su Yan's face also had a trace of doubt. Why is Bash's words different from what Senior Lu Wu said? But Su Yin, out of trust in the alchemist, said, "What is the solution? There are two ways to solve it. One is to meditate, and let the strong cultivators assist in refining it. The other is quick. The young senior only needs to show his true body, and remove the collar." Bash is willing to make up for his negligence, and suck the blood from the neck for the young senior. Bash looked back, and said seriously to deceive Su Yin, "It feels like I am at a disadvantage anyway?" Su Yin said with a face full of complaints. "Compared with the female beasts in the demon clan, who mate or reproduce as soon as they open their mouths." Bash's words are very euphemistic in a sense, even a little roundabout. But Su Yin had seen all kinds of tricks in his aunt's brothel and Chunri Fruit Street, and the sound of Bash's calculations in his heart had already reached Su Yin's ears. Bash's calculations were simple to say, and she was completely attracted by Su Yin's youthful appearance. If she didn't hold such a handsome male in her arms and play with him properly, she would be sorry for herself, and even more sorry for the gift of the Lord of Heaven. If she didn't know how to grasp such a handsome man, it would be against the nature of female animals. "Young senior, are you really not going to try it? Maybe you can experience a surprise?" As Bash walked, half of her body had turned into a snake and began to wrap around Su Yin. Her eyes were as charming as silk, and her pink tongue had stretched to Su Yin's cheek, like a pure white land of snow on the mountains, melting on Su Yin's shoulders. The senior's weight is a bit difficult to bear. Su Yin turned his head to look at the snake and complained, "As for the senior's hospitality, I appreciate it. It's too polite. From any male's perspective, the beautiful snake is definitely a beauty. But the ant has always taught Su Yin not to eat grass near the nest. Even if he really can't control it, it's not shameful to run to the next street to spend some spiritual stones. The snake may become a colleague in the future. There will be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the future. Su Yin doesn't want to have a colleague who covets his beauty and wants to be entangled with him at any time in his work and life. Although the ant is full of dirty words, she is obviously very experienced in making trouble. And she has a set of reasons. Walking up the mountain, no matter how the snake seduces Su Yin with sweet words, Su Yin's face is calm, and he doesn't show any strange expression at all. It was not until the two of them were about to reach the White Jade platform that the beautiful snake got off Su Yin reluctantly. Under the gentle words of the young senior, "I didn't expect that there was a ruthless and cold heart. Although he didn't humiliate me verbally, he hurt me physically and mentally." The beautiful Bahen made a slightly sad gesture and complained that Su Yan's words were gentle and elegant, but his heart was as cold as ice. "I am not yet an adult in the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and I can't understand what the senior said at present." Su Yin looked at the pretentious Bahen and said with a smile, "We have arrived at the White Jade Cheongtai. I believe that the senior Bahen has also been here. Let's go directly to the Queen Mother of the West to explain our intentions. Sex is good, but trouble is not wanted." Su Yin is also principled when being a little fox, unless the opponent has no martial ethics at all and beats him down completely. There are no large number of banquet tables and musicians on the huge White Jade Cheongtai. There is only a round table located not far from the door of the Cheongtai. The Queen Mother of the West, the King of the East, and the Zune people sat around a table. Gu Lu stood behind his parents with an indifferent look on his face, watching the atmosphere in the netherworld, which seemed a little quiet. "Come here, little fox." The Queen Mother of the West greeted Su Yin while looking at Ruanu, who was playing with the White Jade wine cup and didn't say much. and blinked her eyes, as if she was hinting something. Ruinu was slightly stunned when she saw this, and suddenly understood, and 3 black lines appeared on her cheeks. When Su Yin was promoted to a celestial being, the Queen Mother of the West spent a lot of time and effort on the King of the East to get some benefits for the little fox that should not exist in the world at this moment. Su Yin, who was undergoing the tribulation, naturally couldn't know what happened on the white jade platform. But the Queen Mother of the West was not a creature who did good things silently without seeking rewards. Speaking directly to the little fox seemed to show how utilitarian she was. Some things still needed others to point them out to show her silent care and pampering for the little foxes. Facing such a holy and beautiful queen, why doesn't the little fox hurry up and go to the queen's arms to repay her kindness? Queen! Su Yin showed the form of a little fox, jumped onto the legs of Queen Mother of the West, showed a happy expression, took out the clear water from the storage ring, held it in front of Queen Mother of the West and said, "I have comprehended the magical power of Taoism." The healing power of Taoism? Queen Mother of the West looked at the little fox holding the water drop, with a slightly surprised look on her cheek, and said, "How could the Taoism you comprehended be healing? After the 3 lights of fierce water are completely fused, it turns out to be a pill? This is not a simple healing Taoism, but a healing holy medicine that can remove all poisons, overcome all so-called incurable poisons, and can also treat all wounds and diseases, and even flesh bones, and revive the dead." When Su Yin said this, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the people in the netherworld and said happily to Queen Mother of the West. Honey, who was absent-minded at first, narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing what Su Yin said, looked at Su Yan's figure with his back to him, and said oh softly. However, due to the presence of the 2 heavenly emperors and Zhu, Han Yi did not dare to say anything at this moment, although Su Yan's words seemed to show off his magical powers to his elders. His glance was obviously telling his side something. As long as I, Su Yin, am not dead, the clear spring in my hand can protect one side, and my existence will become the most powerful support for the rebels. If you have the guts, just jump up and stab me to death while I am sitting in the arms of the Queen Mother of the West. Although Huni did not see the loyal minister Netherworld, the plan of Netherworld was in line with his intention. After the great melee begins, except for the 5 emperors, other forces will inevitably be reshuffled, and the human race and ordinary monsters will emerge in the melee with extraordinary fertility rates. Ordinary monsters cannot compare with the human race in terms of cultivation speed. After the great melee, it doesn't matter who the winner is, the human race will definitely become the only protagonist here, and Huni can obtain unprecedented resources and status from this incident. Therefore, when he saw Su Yin openly challenging the authority of the Netherworld, he couldn't help but have a funny thought in his heart. You can save 10,000, 1 million, 10 million. Can you save billions of lives? The winner can only be us. Even the human tribe will become the loser, let alone you. The Daosheng family is a Taoist tradition that is based on the concept. Even if the Daosheng family is destroyed now, as long as the concept of the Daosheng family can be passed on, the Daosheng family will be immortal. These are advantages that blood-related forces cannot match. Clear water. Ruinu glanced at Han Yi, who was smiling slyly, and then looked at Su Yin and slowly said, "Such a mysterious power. Little fox, you must thank the queen well." Su Yin saw that the senior Ruinu spoke, and a trace of doubt appeared on his cheek. Ruinu told Su Yin about the extreme tug-of-war between the Queen Mother of the West and the King of the East, with the expectant eyes of the Queen Mother of the West and the 3 black lines on her forehead. Is there such a thing? Su Yin looked doubtful, looked at the Queen Mother who was proud and puffed up her chest, and then looked at the King of the East. In just a moment, the figure and appearance of the King of the East, who was in the form of a tall woman, suddenly became indistinguishable between men and women. Moi. Su Yin thought about it, jumped up from the legs of the Queen Mother of the West, and gently touched the Queen Mother of the West's cheek with his little fox mouth. My Queen Mother is the best in the world. The best in the world what? Okay. Chapter 665 The Secret Palace of the Queen Mother of the West. Well, knowing the goodness of the Queen Mother is good. The Queen Mother of the West enjoyed the little fox's boasting very much. A smug expression gradually appeared on her cheeks. She held the little fox's cheeks with both hands and stroked down along the fur, making Su Yan's natural smile show his teeth, but not his eyes. Oh, my Queen Mother. The beautiful Boss Snake who followed me said that she wanted to worship in Kunlun Mountain. I think Boss Snake's appearance is very good, so I brought her to you for you to appreciate. Su Yan, who was jumping in the Queen Mother's arms, did not forget Boss Snake's previous instructions. Taking advantage of the Queen Mother's current good mood, he also told Boss Snake's request. With the Queen Mother of the West's ears and eyes, it is impossible for her not to know what happened in the banquet hall. Even if everyone knows it, it is extremely important to know who speaks first and who speaks first. Everything must have a sequence. Su Yan came to speak, which is one of the formal procedures for worshipping in Kunlun Lingshan. If Bash went directly to Queen Mother of the West to talk about worshipping, it would seem very unreasonable and not take the matter seriously. Strictly speaking, it was Bash who wanted to worship in Kunlun Lingshan, and it was her who asked Queen Mother of the West to accept her. Not because Queen Mother of the West liked Bash. The dignified Lord of the West would not lack monks to do things for her. Therefore, Bash who wanted to worship in Kunlun Lingshan respected the rules set by Queen Mother of the West very much, and did not run to the White Jade Cheongtai, but found Su Yan, the mountain guardian beast of Kunlun Lingshan, as an introducer, and made a request, and informed Queen Mother of the West through Su Yan. I didn't expect you to join me. Queen Mother of the West looked at Bash and smiled, saying, as a frequent guest at the banquet of 10,000 immortals, you know the rules. Of course. After getting Queen Mother of the West's approval, Bash smiled and walked forward. He came to Queen Mother of the West and slowly turned around, revealing his white back in a backless black dress, and slightly raised his body. Paw. Queen Mother of the West looked up and down, with a satisfied expression on her cheek. She slapped Bash on the buttocks and said, Big Snake's figure is as perfect as ever. He. After Bash laughed twice, she said, Thank you for your compliments. I will try my best to keep it. Queen Mother of the West is the most obsessed with appearance in the fairy world. If you want to worship Queen Mother of the West, it is difficult to see her without a unique appearance, a graceful figure, or rare magical powers. That slap should be regarded as the Queen Mother of the West's direct affirmation of the graceful figure of the snake. And it is also the part of the snake that the Queen Mother of the West is most satisfied with. The snake bowed gracefully to the Queen Mother of the West, and then looked at the sacred beings at the same table, bowing one by one. But when he saw Tu Bo and Hun Yi, the snake ignored them completely. In the circle of gods and men, although the strength of the snake is not as good as that of the Gusha gods, it is also a mainstay. Originally, the life was free and easy, but unfortunately, the long tentacles of the netherworld threatened the living environment of the snake. If the snake does not find a backer, the next life may be frugal. She even considered to surrender to the King of the East, but the King of the East did not accept land beasts, and the snake was not a water snake, so she did not go. Later, when she learned that the Queen Mother of the West had returned, the snake came here by herself. After all, when recruiting talents, Queen Mother of the West never looked at their origins, but only their appearance and stature. Whether it was a fierce beast, an evil god, or a thug, they were all the talents that Queen Mother of the West needed. In front of the god of plague and execution, it was like joking to talk about one's own cruelty. The Queen Mother was called an evil god at the beginning, but after eliminating all the gossipers, she became a lucky god. Open your mouth, little fox. Feed me. After Queen Mother of the West fed Su Yan, she had no intention of staying on the White Jade platform. She said goodbye with Su Yan in her arms, with a smile on her face, and walked to the platform, halfway up the mountain. After Su Yan became an immortal, he had already circled the banquet hall to show his achievements, which could be simply described as Su Yan pretending to be cool in front of his elders. After Su Yan had a good time, Queen Mother of the West came to the banquet hall with Su Yan in her arms, raised the little fox, and signaled everyone to come and see their most promising little fox. Queen Mother of the West was just like showing off her baby. When she was talking to fellow Taoists, she picked up Su Yan and shook him, fearing that other Taoists would not notice him. Such a promising and handsome fox is the pride of our Kunlun Lingshan. Queen Mother is not bragging about her own cub. Most of the fellow Taoists present cannot beat him in terms of appearance. After Su Yan walked around the field alone, Queen Mother of the West took Su Yan around again. Little fox, do you remember what happened before? After walking around the field, Queen Mother of the West looked sideways at the little fox lying on her shoulder, with a satisfied look on her face, and slowly pushed open a space door. Su Yan was slightly stunned, tilting his fox head and looking at Queen Mother with a question mark. That's what you said before the banquet started when you came to the Cheongtai. Queen Mother of the West kindly reminded. It's the dance you said before that has no skills at all, and is all built up by beauty. Su Yan poked his head out with an exclamation mark. looked at the queen in astonishment and said, "Are you serious? The queen is trustworthy." Queen Mother of the West raised her hand and gently pinched the tip of the little fox's nose, smiling and said, "This is a very good quality. Little fox should learn from it." Queen Mother of the West led Su Yin into the space gate. After coming out of the dark void, Su Yin came to Queen Mother of the West's secret palace outside the West Heaven. Although this place has not been visited for tens of thousands of years, the formation inside has been operating continuously. The hall of the palace is spotless, and the white light illuminates the surroundings of the temple. Queen Mother of the West smiled and threw the little fox on her shoulder onto her white jade throne, saying, "Your Highness is wearing a gorgeous dress and cannot participate. Our little darling will come in a little while. You prepare here. Your Highness will change into a new outfit in the back room." After Queen Mother of the West said this, she walked to the back room and took off the jade hair ornament on her head, humming a beautiful melody. Under the halo of the god of plague and punishment, the god of fortune who holds the elixir of immortality, Queen Mother of the West is actually one of the top singers in the music circle, with a mysterious voice. This time, I'm really going to suffer, performing such a wanton dance in front of the Queen Mother. It would be strange if the ancestors of Qingqiu and Yusu didn't break my legs. Su Yin was tangled, lying on the throne of Queen Mother of the West with his little fox hands in his pockets, preparing himself mentally, performing in front of Queen Mother of the West. If any rumors leaked out, his fox legs would be broken. But if he didn't perform, Su Yin was really worried that the queen would use him as a bath ball, or would pluck his little bell as a punishment. After all, the queen just said that honesty is a good virtue. How about I just be a bath ball? Chapter 666, The Queen's Instructions. Little fox, are you ready? The Queen Mother of the West, wearing a plain dress with a long pleated skirt in a dark blue butterfly color, returned to the main hall of the secret palace wearing cloth shoes of the same color as the long skirt. She lay on the armrest of the throne with a smile on her face, looked at Su Yin, who was looking down as if thinking about something, and asked, "Queen Mother." Seeing the Queen Mother of the West coming back, Su Yan's cheeks showed a slight embarrassment, and said, "There is no such thing as preparation in terms of clothes. But I feel that I am not ready in my heart now." After all, the Queen Mother has also watched the photo session and knows what the so-called dance is. Letting me perform such a show in front of the Queen Mother is suspected of blasphemy, no matter from any angle and identity. Little fox, you must act with conscience. After hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West frowned, turned over and sat on the throne with her legs crossed, raised her hand and put it on Su Yan's head, looked forward and said, "Start." Didn't I also blaspheme when I was at Zhu Yin's house? It's different. There's a huge difference. When I was at Senior Zhu Yin's house, I wanted to do something bad in my heart. All I could think about was making a quick buck and running away. Naturally, I didn't need to consider morality and integrity when doing things. Su Yin lay on the throne, looking at the queen helplessly, and said, "Senior Zhu Yin is still a senior, and the queen is still an elder. It's really difficult for me to blaspheme you." Su Yin had no choreography foundation, so it was naturally impossible for him to choreograph a beautiful dance. The dance he performed at Zhu Yin's house was all about showing off the beauty of the nine-tailed fox. Su Yin naturally didn't care about it at Zhu Yin's house. After all, Su Yin didn't know that Zhu Yin had a very good relationship with the queen and Ying Long. If Su Yin was given another chance, he would definitely tie his collar tightly. The person involved, Su, is now full of regret and tears. Queen Mother of the West looked at the little fox with a sidelong glance, and said with a slight hum on her cheek, "You do have some truth in what you said, but the Queen Mother feels that you, the little fox, have no conscience and are talking nonsense." Queen Mother of the West said, and took up the little fox lying on its back with its belly exposed, and flew to the hall. During this process, Su Yan's figure also showed his charming young figure and landed on the ground. "Queen Mother, be careful." Queen Mother of the West slightly rotated in the air, and her figure fell straight towards the hall. When her head was about to hit the stone slab, Su Yin subconsciously stretched out his hand, hugged Queen Mother of the West's waist, and fell to the ground in a half-squatting posture, allowing Queen Mother of the West to sit elegantly on her legs that were as stable as a balance board, and gently supported Queen Mother of the West's waist with the inside of her arm. Is this considered an act of usurpation? Queen Mother of the West, who was sitting on Su Yan's legs, naturally put her arm on Su Yan's shoulders and looked at Su Yin sideways. Su Yin thought about it and shook his head, saying, "Although the queen's strength means that she would not be injured even if she fell from the outer world to the mortal world. Our existence is to ensure that the queen travels in the most elegant manner. If we see that the queen may show an indecent posture, we must take action. It may not be appropriate to use the Queen Mother of the West as a metaphor. But what happened at this moment is like the gang leader is about to go out, comes to the busy market, and is about to eat a free meal at the tea house. But he trips over the threshold and falls to the ground. If the younger brother next to him could help him, he would naturally help the boss, who was about to fall. In this way, not only could he eat a free meal in the tea house, but he could also use the high threshold as an excuse to rob his boss. If he didn't help the gang leader, let alone use the excuse to start robbing, it's hard to say whether they have the face to eat a free meal in the tea house. Anyone with a little face would pretend nothing happened and leave. Otherwise, it would be enough to make the neighbors laugh for several years. And even every time they bully men and women, other neighbors would dig up this old news to laugh at them. Isn't this an act of usurpation? Queen Mother of the West smiled at Su Yan and continued. Then your majesty, change your words now. Well, your majesty's dancing posture is really unbearable. I want to let the little fox teach you. Is it feasible? Speaking of which, little fox, you are so thin-skinned. Have you not tasted the taste of women yet? Queen Mother of the West sat on Su Yan's lap, looked at Su Yan's extremely handsome profile, and asked with a hint of curiosity, with Su Yan's family background and appearance, it is absolutely impossible that there are no women around him. But the majesty looks at Su Yan. How can he behave like a young man? He doesn't know how to eat the beautiful snake when it is placed in front of his mouth. And holding hands with his own mother can be described as an act of usurpation. The demon tribe with such a personality is either born with a well-behaved personality, or has never touched a woman, and has a thin skin, and has not seen any big scenes. The little fox's personality is not like a well-behaved one. There are many stories about his funny stories in the past. The majesty suspects that her own little fox cub has not seen the world yet. After being asked so directly by the queen, Su Yan's eyes were a little vague, and he said, I have tasted some. I understand. The Queen Mother of the West nodded gently, stood up from the little fox's thigh, and showed a look of enlightenment on her face. She patted Su Yan on the shoulder and said, Don't be embarrassed. I will arrange it for you after I go back, so that you don't have anything to talk about when you go out in the future. What do you prefer? Tell me, and I can arrange it for you. When the queen talked about matters of the two sexes, there was no taboo or shyness at all. Birth, aging, illness, death, reproduction and enjoyment are very normal things in the queen's concept. Su Yan, because his thinking logic is different from that of ordinary monsters, seemed to be submissive when the queen started to teach. You must master the skill of asking the mountain to find the cave, so as not to be laughed at by the mountain spirits and monsters. The Queen Mother of the West leaned beside Su Yan and began to teach Su Yan about the experience of both sexes. She really treated Su Yan as a little fox who had never seen a female beast, and taught Su Yan how to seize the opportunity. While talking, the Queen Mother of the West noticed from the corner of her eye that at some point, two of the 9 tails behind Su Yan moved quietly in front of him, overlapping each other, as if covering something. Okay. The Queen Mother will not continue to talk too much. There are still some things to experience. I promise to arrange them clearly for you. Now, let's continue what we started with. The Queen Mother of the West smiled and said, My Queen Mother, I can't fall asleep because of my uncoordinated dancing posture. But I just like the dance of our little fox. Can you break down the movements one by one and teach the Queen Mother how to dance? Queen Mother of the West smiled, and her fingertips touched Su Yan's side face, followed the curve of her cheek, and fell to Su Yan's neck and chest. One move at a time. Slowly and slowly. Let the queen watch it carefully. Okay? Slowly. The queen is old, and her eyesight is not so good. Queen, is there a toilet? I want to go to the toilet first. Su Yan slightly tilted his cheek and whispered a small request. The queen had said this. Su Yan could believe that the queen was definitely not as simple as learning to dance. He wanted to take advantage of the time now to deal with some things, so as to avoid some embarrassing things later. This thing really doesn't exist. The queen looked at Su Yan with a strange look on her face. Do celestial beings need to go to the toilet? Chapter 667 A Delicious Little Fox. Oh, I see. There is no toilet or other building in the temple. But seeing Su Yan's insistence, Queen Mother of the West had no choice but to point to the back room of the temple and let Su Yan go inside to solve the problem. By then, the formation in the temple could be decomposed. Queen Mother of the West sat cross-legged on the floor of the main hall, and noticed the faint spiritual power fluctuations in the back room. She subconsciously glanced at the back room, and seemed to see something. A look of realization suddenly appeared on her cheeks. Then, she raised her hands to cover her face, and laughed softly. Our little fox is really moral. He actually knows that the red tassel spear cannot be pointed at living beings. After a while, Su-Yin tried to hold back the expression on his cheeks, walked out of the back room, and trotted to the front of Queen Mother of the West. Su-Yin saw the smile on Queen Mother's cheek, and guessed that Queen Mother should know what happened in the back room just now. After all, with her strength, it is completely impossible and unrealistic to hide something under her nose. What style of music do you want? You can try to control them through your mind. The Queen Mother of the West clapped her hands, and a crack appeared on the roof of the palace, extending a stone staircase. A row of female puppets holding musical instruments slowly walked out from the roof of the palace, sitting on the edge of the palace, posing as if they were ready to play the instruments. The Queen Mother of the West pulled out a chair from the void, sat in the center of the hall, facing the white jade throne, looked at the little fox with expectation and said, Your Highness knows that our little fox's dance needs cylinders to assist in some links. You're welcome. Just put your hand on your shoulder later. Looking at the expectant face of the Queen Mother, Su-Yan's mouth twitched slightly. The position where the Queen Mother of the West was sitting at the moment was the best position for appreciation. Sitting here, he could really learn the dance moves in full view. Su-Yan shook his head gently, but he didn't care too much about the Queen Mother of the West seat, because he was not prepared to replicate the coquettish poses when he was at Ju-Yin's house. In that case, let's start the music. Su-Yan's mind connected to the music puppet and came to the Queen Mother of the West. He took a step diagonally with his left foot, and took a half step back with his right foot. His legs were crossed. Su-Yin tiptoed gently, opened his arms, and leaned back. Although Su-Yin had not systematically learned dancing skills, he had never seen Shan Huan say nice things. So how could he not have seen it scold people? Different from the dance that was mainly light and graceful, Su-Yan's current movements mainly showed the strength of the body and the smoothness of the lines. It was also the dance that men propose to women during the harvest season in the flower area. Because it is an agricultural area, men in the flower area are proud of their strong physique, and women there also prefer men with strong physiques. A man as strong as an ox is good for themselves or for the family income. Oh, little fox, you're great. Seeing Su-Yin standing on tiptoe, one foot in front of the other, with his arms open, his clothes sliding down to the sides, revealing the lines on his shoulders, and tilting his head back to further reveal the muscle lines on his abdomen, the Queen Mother of the West showed an excited expression on her cheeks. Su-Yin, who was brewing emotions and waiting for the rhythm to reach the point, had a frown on his face, but didn't say anything. As the sound of the war drums faded, Su-Yin slowly kicked his legs behind him, and his open arms were retracted like a rock spreading its wings. As the muscles of his arms exerted force, the muscle lines of his shoulders and shoulder blades began to gradually bulge. It seemed like a fierce movement, but Su-Yan's rock spread its wings gently, and at the same time, his feet slid like ice skates, turning gracefully and agilely in half a circle, so that his side and back faced the Queen Mother of the West. Su-Yan's figure gradually leaned back, revealing the lines of his side and back. Whether the dance was graceful or not was another matter, but the Queen Mother of the West loved her baby little fox more and more. The little fox really understood the Queen Mother's heart, and such a dance full of masculine power was really wonderful. Su-Yin danced lightly, occasionally showing some of the power of a male beast. When the music ended, Su-Yan's figure returned to the original position and bowed to the Queen Mother. So, do it again? The Queen Mother of the West pondered for a moment, and said to Su-Yin with a smile on her face. Su-Yin didn't feel anything about it, but what happened next made Su-Yin slightly stunned. The sound of music gradually rose, and Su-Yin again posed his body backward to show his abdomen. The Queen Mother of the West, who was originally sitting on the chair, stood up, slid to Su-Yin's side, and spun around. Her pleated skirt looked like a flower in full bloom from the sky. The Queen Mother of the West came in front of Su-Yin, with one foot in front and one foot behind. But she did not open her arms like Su-Yin, but slightly bent her legs, and her arms were tightly attached to both sides of her body, slightly pressing down her loose long skirt. If Su-Yin was highlighting the sense of power of the female beast, then the Queen Mother of the West compiled another set of dances based on Su-Yin's dance. As the Queen Mother of the West slightly pressed down the tight long skirt, The front and back of the female beast were highlighted and radiant. Su Yan's body followed the rhythm and drew a circle. The queen tightened her skirt and loosened her arms. Her long sleeves danced gracefully. Her long legs kicked forward, and the pleated skirt danced. Su Yan and the Queen Mother of the West completed the first staggered passing at the first climax of the rhythm. The two danced alone. But when the rhythm reached the climax, they would form a staggered, just like two butterflies courting, showing their postures and testing each other's attitudes, and followed the music played by the music puppets to the final climax. Su Yan thought that the final action would be that he would gently wrap his arms around the queen's waist, stagger each other, and then the two would politely salute each other, forming the end of the dance. Pop, the Queen Mother of the West, who was absorbed in the dance, hugged Su Yan in her arms and tapped her chin with her fingers. Su Yan looked at the Queen Mother of the West with a surprised face. Queen Mother of the West smiled, opened her mouth, kissed Su Yan on the mouth, and slowly lowered Su Yan to the ground of the hall with her body, pressed her arms on Su Yan's biceps, and slowly crouched down. After a long time, Queen Mother of the West slowly sat beside Su Yan with her legs sideways, raised her left hand, gently wiped her lips with her thumb, looked at Su Yan, whose eyes were completely dazed, and said, delicious little fox. It's really pleasant to communicate with a little fox who is good at music and dance. Dance or music also have certain intentions. It is wonderful if everyone can understand the intention without words and explanation. The queen saw that the intention of Su Yan's dance should be the expression of male showing his body to female and courting. According to Su Yan's intention in dance, the queen choreographed a response dance, and it conformed to the rules. There are different large families in the demon clan, but female beasts with fertility have the initiative when reproducing. Therefore, at the last stage of the dance, it was beyond Su Yan's expectation that the Queen Mother of the West directly hooked Su Yan, pressed him to the ground and kissed him, gradually covering Su Yan's body. What is expressed here is the harmony of life, and the meaning of new life from pupa to butterfly. Su Yan sat down slowly, covered his head, and looked at the Queen Mother of the West, sorted out his thoughts and said, Queen, you just said that you don't know how to dance. You believe it. How can you be so naive? Queen Mother of the West stepped forward and pressed Su Yan, raised her hand, and pinched Su Yan's cheek, teasing, Queen, now I am teaching you, little fox, to pay attention to your own safety when you are outside. Only at home can the queen teach you like this. If it were other violent female beasts in estrus, you would suffer. Chapter 668. Wild flowers are not as beautiful as the flowers you cultivate yourself. Right now, Su Yan, who was dancing gracefully, slid forward suddenly after receiving instructions from the Queen Mother, half squatting, and caught the Queen Mother of the West who had jumped into the air, letting her land on the ground and sit down gracefully, raising his hand to stroke her tail. Little fox, what do you think of this dance? Sitting sideways on Su Yan's lap, the Queen Mother of the West leaned on the little fox's tail and started talking about the newly choreographed dance. When the final scene falls, should it express the majesty of the Western Emperor of Heaven? Or should it show the charming and varied side? It's really hard to choose. I feel that the final scene should have both. Su Yan thought for a while and said, different creatures have different looks of the Queen Mother, just like the different looks of the Eastern King in the eyes of different creatures. The majestic and solemn Queen Mother, the charming and varied Queen Mother, are also Queen Mothers, so there is no need to stick to the ending. All creatures have emotions and thoughts, and have completely different faces. They are not completely ruthless, and always maintain the same face. At present, Su Yan can only meet two truly ruthless and fair beings. One is Wu Shengdi, who excludes personality emotions, and the other is Yu Chao, among other supreme beings. Whether it is Jin, Eastern King Father, or Queen Mother of the West, there are abundant emotions visible to the human eye. What does the little fox like? Queen Mother of the West showed a teasing look on her face, gently lifted Su Yan's face and turned it to face her, and said, is it the queen in the temple, or the queen on the expedition? The queen is the queen. What's the difference? Su Yan answered with a smile. Because of Queen Mother of the West's previous behavior, Su Yan's restraint in his heart was slightly relieved when facing Queen Mother of the West, and he would not answer in a rigid and formulaic way as before. Now Su Yan's little words came out one after another, like answering and flirting. The little fox has such a sweet mouth. Queen Mother of the West smiled, and kissed Su Yan's face with her cheek slightly tilted, step by step approaching his lips. The fairy power contained in her mouth was injected into Su Yan's body through kissing. Queen Mother likes little foxes with sweet mouths, interesting words, and who know how to sing and dance. I hope our little fox can continue to work hard and become more liked by the Queen Mother, and more unable to stop. Queen Mother. Do you think this is training? Training? What are you talking about? Little fox. Queen Mother just hopes that the little fox will become better and show a unique beauty from any angle. Queen Mother of the West gently leaned her cheek on Su Yan's shoulder, approached Su Yan's ear and whispered, "The beauty here. No matter how beautiful it is here. And the little fox is cultivated by the Queen Mother herself. Little fox must mature quickly. Queen Mother is a little impatient. There is beauty in everything in the world, but the degree of beauty is different. Su Yan naturally has beauty, but Su Yan's beauty is only on the outside. However, the little fox still has a lot of room for improvement and potential. Queen Mother, she has a feeling in her heart that the little fox can let her see a different kind of beauty. This feeling was very unreasonable. But Queen Mother, she was willing to believe in her feelings. After all, she was idle now, so she might as well find something to do. Since the birth of Queen Mother, she had seen most of the beauties in the world. In the long years, among all the beauties, only a few were worthy of her heart. However, none of them fully blossomed, and they all died in the storm here. The little fox should be one of the possible creatures that Queen Mother, she saw after her return. After a while, Queen Mother, she brought Su Yan back to the Bayou Cheongtai once in banquet. Huh? Where did you go? Sitting on the chair, Zhu Yin saw Queen Mother, she leading Su Yan, who was already exhausted, back. Suddenly, he smelled a hint of gossip and asked with interest, "Since the time you two disappeared, 3 hours have passed. You two didn't have anything to talk about, right?" Zhu Yin looked at Queen Mother, she with a teasing face, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Talk? What do you want to talk about?" The Queen Mother of the West sneered, sat back on her seat and said, "Do you think I have the time? My queen, I'm going to experience the little fox. Experience all the projects you cheated from my little fox, plus rewards, and even experience the scenery you have never seen." The Queen Mother of the West did not forget that Su Yan had transformed into a musician in Zhongshan to offer music and dance to Zhu Yin. The Queen Mother gently comforted the little fox while asking about the past. Then, she also experienced the full set of services Su Yan provided to Zhu Yin. "You are really petty. Look at how tired our little fox is." Zhu Yin was slightly stunned when she heard this. And then she began to add fuel to the fire with a smile on her face. She raised her hand, grasped her female features through the red gauze and gold ornaments, and said, "So, does it include this?" Zhu Yin pinched herself and looked at the Queen Mother of the West with an ambiguous smile. Ka Guluan, who was behind Zhu Yin, was shocked because of his emotional fluctuations. He even crushed the wine pot he was drinking from. The fragments and the wine fell into Guluan's mouth. Su Yan glanced at Senior Zhu Yin, then looked at the puzzled Queen Mother of the West, and shook his head frantically to indicate that there was none. What a pity. When Queen Mother of the West saw Su Yan shaking her head, she immediately showed a trace of regret on her cheek and said, "The Queen also wanted to ask the little fox to record some photos for me, so that the Queen can see what Zhu Yin looks like when she is horny." Su Yan quietly slid down from the Queen Mother's shoulder, crawled towards Senior Ruan, and wanted to stay away from the dispute. Although Su Yan knew that Queen Mother of the West and Zhu Yin were just playing around and talking nonsense. Guluan, the child of Su Yin, might not think so. The little fox felt that if he didn't run away, his little belle might be threatened again. Su Yan followed the hem of Ruan's skirt, and under the gaze of the Nine Heavens mysterious lady, he nestled on the legs of Senior Ruan, curled up like a fox cake, and began to rest with his eyes closed. After surviving the heavenly tribulation, Su Yan did not even take a break, but returned to show off. Later, Queen Mother of the West took him to show off again, and then went to Queen Mother of the West's secret temple to rehearse the dance. What's wrong? Could it be that the Queen Mother of the West really made you uncomfortable? Looking at Su Yan, who fell asleep as soon as he got home, Ruan said with a surprised expression, "How can I have so much luck with women?" Su Yan opened his eyes and looked at Senior Ruan, complaining, "The Queen just took me to the palace where she practiced singing, and asked me to perform the Sisi dance with the Queen as the center of the circle. After that, the Queen choreographed a duet dance based on my dance. The Queen and I practiced dancing in the palace, discussing music and dance skills. Well, there were some embarrassing scenes during the period, but I ran to the back room to solve it secretly to ensure that there would be no impolite behavior during the dance practice." Su Yan explained with a complaint. "Of course, As for the Queen Mother of the West teaching him the perverse theory, Su Yin did not speak out, because the Queen Mother said that the matter was a little secret of the two people's interest and was not allowed to be spread. Puff. Ru Nu couldn't help laughing when she heard that and said, "Why do I feel like you are feeling wronged? There are countless people in the fairy world who want to dance with the Queen, and only a few who have a good relationship with her can have such treatment." Chapter 669 The Final Power of Bai Zai. Su Yin, lying on Ru Nu's legs, gradually fell asleep and met the fat Queen Mother Su. The two looked at each other. After a brief silence, Queen Mother Su turned her snow-white fox body, as if she felt embarrassed, and turned sideways, not looking at the expression on Su Yan's face. In just a few days, Su Yan's intake of immortal spirit energy was excessive, even to the point of a lethal amount. Various immortal wines and immortal food, especially the God Blood Pill, contained a huge amount of immortal spirit energy, which supported Su Yan's understanding of Taoism. After Queen Mother Su vomited, there was still a lot of energy left, accumulating in Su Yan's body. If Queen Mother Su hadn't helped, it would be Su Yan who had turned into a ball spewing immortal spirit energy. I must not have woken up yet. In the dream world, Su Yan saw the fairy sister fat as a ball, and his eyes suddenly widened. Then, Su Yan turned around and fell to the ground, muttered something, and continued to sleep. Empress Dowager Su jumped and slid her limbs as if she was ready to turn over. But because she was too full, she could not sit up straight to meditate and speed up digestion. When Empress Dowager Su saw Su Yin pretending to be dead, she immediately lost the desire to struggle. Her limbs drooped. She closed her eyes and began to digest the fairy spirit in her body, with a helpless look on her face. I have been dignified and elegant all my life, but I didn't expect that I would appear in such an embarrassing posture one day. Fortunately, I am in the dream space now, and no outsiders can see it. Looks like he's really exhausted. He fell asleep right away. After seeing Su Yin fall asleep completely, Ron handed Su Yin back to Queen Mother of the West, got up from her seat, walked to the Ruomu tree at the edge of the white jade platform, and found two gods and Bai Zai who were toasting and watching the sunset. "Come with me, Lingluan. I think you might need to talk to me." Ron leaned against the tree, looked at Shang Yun Tuanzi and said. Bai Zai looked a little confused and looked at Ron and said, "Are you free now?" As he spoke, Bai Zai gently pursed his lips, indicating Ron to look at Jiao Tianxian Nu, who was about to leave after eating and drinking. Ru Nu sighed and said, "There is nothing worth talking about. My elder sister has her own ideas, which cannot be influenced by a few words. At the beginning, Jiao Tianxian Nu may have become a helper because of Yu Chao's coercion. But in such a long time, Jiao Tianxian Nu gradually knew what Yu Chao was planning and gradually agreed with it. As long as the plan is successful, the Great Tao can prolong its life, and all human beings can benefit from it, including all Xian Nu's brothers and sisters, who can also gain immeasurable benefits from it. Jiao Tianxian Nu has chosen her position, which cannot be influenced by a few words from others. After the 10,000 Immortals banquet is over, the Netherworld should start to close the net. Jiao Tianxian Nu's coming this time can be interpreted as being invited to the banquet, or as coming to say lo. The possibility and inevitability of all things have formed a balance of power. The Netherworld can naturally carry out its own tasks and offer good advice for the longevity of the Great Tao. Has it turned into a dispute over positions? Didn't she tell you to go home? Bai Zai said in a deep voice. Of course I did. And he even promised me some conditions. But I didn't agree to them. Ru Nu said slowly. He promised me safety, and that he could take Su Yin to live in Tian. Can Su Yin be exempted? Bai Zai's face showed surprise. He had never expected that Zuin would offer such a condition for Ron to follow her back. Don't think about it. The little fox can go back with me or stay with the Queen Mother of the West. But all the Bai Zai inheritance in his body will be squeezed out. Ron interrupted Bai Zai's delusion and complained. What are you thinking? You actually think that my elder sister will give up the Bai Zai power in Su Yan's body? Once I agree, my elder sister will definitely squeeze out the Bai Zai inheritance power contained in Su Yan's body, like twisting a sweat towel. It's not impossible. After defeating my body, it's not too embarrassing and shameful to lead the little fox to escape. After all, we have to face those too. Fleeing is a wise move. Bai Zai laughed and teased, controlling his spiritual power to control his body to float up, and followed Ron to the terrace of the Wanxian banquet to find Lingluan. Lingluan, come here. The passionate drum sound surrounded his ears, And the drunken immortal began to brag about his strength and magical powers. The unlucky guy who boasted too much had to cut off 2 tails of meat to share with his fellow Taoists to taste, and see if it was really so magical. Ruinu stood at the edge of the banquet hall and waved to Lingluan, who was sitting behind the zither and playing accompaniment. Is there anything? Lord Su knew. As soon as he saw Ruinu, Lingluan didn't care about the music he was playing, and immediately ran to Ruinu, looking at Ruinu with expectation, waiting for the master to speak. It's nothing serious. Ruinu took Lingluan's left arm and sat aside, saying, It's about the inheritance of Bai Zai. I want to discuss it again. Learning that it was about the inheritance of Bai Zai, Lingluan's expectation on his cheeks faded slightly, and he sighed softly. If it's because of the power of inheritance, there's no need to say more. When I left Heiyuan, I had already placed the power of inheritance on Su Yin because I was worried about accidents. When leaving Heiyuan to ask for help, Lingluan threw a zither to Su Yin before leaving. The inheritance of Bai Zai is hidden in the zither. After all, Dong Wangdong had announced a long time ago that he would not care about worldly affairs. Lingluan himself was not sure whether he and Yu Er's hen could ask Dong Wangdong to come out of the mountains to save people. If an accident occurs halfway, then the inheritance of Bai Zai is very likely to fall into the hands of the netherworld. Although she is unwilling to hand over the inheritance to Bai Zai, she is even more unwilling to let the inheritance of Bai Zai fall into the hands of the people in the netherworld. Ruan and Bai Zai were stunned when they heard this. They had never expected that things would go around in circles and return to the starting point. Don't you know? Seeing Ruan and Bai Zai's strange expressions, Lingluan said with a look of disbelief. As far as I know, the little fox is more moral and polite. If there is nothing wrong, Su Yin should not rummage through other people's deposited things. Bai Zai's cheeks showed some black lines, and he started to complain. When he talked to Su Yin before, he had already told him everything about himself and Lingluan, and expressed his worries, worrying that because of the power of inheritance, Senior Ruan and Senior Lingluan would fall out. I hope that Senior Bai Zai and Senior Ruan can persuade me. If Senior Lingluan is still unwilling, forget it. I will go to Senior Lingluan in person and win it back from him through the music competition. So, now, the little fox only needs the power of Bai Zai and me to gather it. Senior Ruinu said with a face full of tears and laughter. I didn't expect that I would become a drag and a troublemaker. Then I will go now. Wake up the little fox in the arms of Queen Mother of the West, and tell her about the inheritance. Everyone can have fun. Ruinu rubbed her head, turned and walked towards the Bayou Cheongtai, ready to carry Su Yin back to his home. Seeing Ruinu leaving, Bai Zai looked at Lingluan and said, By the way, I originally wanted to talk to you alone. Now is the right time. What? Lingluan looked at Bai Zai and asked. You won't go against Ruinu's will, right? Bai Zai restrained the smile on his cheeks and looked at Lingluan and asked. Chapter 670, The Queen, arranged for the little fox. You won't go against Ruan's will, will you? After watching Ruan leave, the little ball-like Bai Zai looked at Lingluan, who was sitting next to him, and asked. Lingluan did not look at Bai Zai, and there was no change in the expression on his cheek. He said lightly, What are you questioning? Or are you doubting me about something? Just asking casually. Bai Zai retracted his gaze from Lingluan and shook his head gently. Living beings are complex and multifaceted. But Bai Zai did not doubt Lingluan's position. She has always followed Ruan to practice and improve her music. Lingluan has no need to attack the ancestor of the human race, the goddess of music, and her mentor. Lingluan's position has always been on Ruan's side. But the problem lies here. Lingluan's position is highly overlapped with that of the Nine Heavens' mysterious woman. Therefore, Bai Zai asked Lingluan whether it is possible to go against Ruan's will and make a choice that he believes will inevitably benefit Ruan. Lingluan did not answer Bai Zai's question directly, but the subtext was self-evident. If Ruan's side was always in an advantageous position, she would definitely obey Ruan's will. But if there was something threatening Ruan, she would definitely make a rational choice that was beneficial to the ancestor and mentor. If the defeat was a fact, it was not worth persisting at all, and it was not necessary to even risk her life. Ruan was originally an outsider, and she joined the game only because of some inseparable emotions. Ruan, who was heading to Bayou Cheongtai, did not know about the conversation and intrigue between Bai Zai and Lingluan after she left, and even felt very happy when she returned to the banquet. That's fine. The queen can trust your talents and experience. When selecting, remember to filter out those who are crazy. After all, our little fox is still inexperienced, so don't scare it. When Renu returned to Cheongtai, she happened to meet Jiao Tianxian Nu, who was leading the netherworld and the underworld, and the Queen Mother of the West, who was talking. Renu didn't pay attention to what the Queen Mother of the West said, but just looked at her elder sister Jiao Tianxian Nu without communicating. Renu stood there, watching the back of Jiao Tianxian Nu gradually moving away, sighed softly, turned around and walked towards the half-empty dining table, looked at Shi Wangmu who was stroking Su Yin and said, "Your Majesty, can you borrow the little fox? We have found the last corner of Bai Zai's inheritance." Now? Shi Wangmu looked at the sleeping fox cake on her legs, and then looked at Ruanu who asked for Su Yin, and said after a little hesitation, "You may not have come at the right time. I just arranged some things for the little fox, which are related to the little fox's life and dignity. In my opinion, the inheritance is not urgent for 1 or 2 days." "Ah?" Ruanu showed a puzzled expression on her cheek. She had been away from the table for less than an instant's stick of time. What happened to Baiyu Cheongtai? How could it be related to the little fox's life, dignity and face? Ruanu cast a puzzled look at the beautiful Bash, facing the inquiring gaze of the ancestor of the human race, because the matter was not something that needed to be kept secret. Bash said with a smile on his face, "The queen learned that the fox fairy was tired recently and had been separated from her mother at a young age. So she deliberately arranged for me to go to the 10,000 Immortals banquet and Kunlun Mountain to find some female beasts, who are good wives and mothers, to make up for the emptiness in the fox fairy's heart and relieve her physical fatigue at one time." Ruanu pondered Bash's euphemistic words, and an exclamation mark suddenly appeared on her little head. "You said this with great literary talent. You rewarded the female beast of the demon race to practice dual cultivation with the little fox. And you can say it so elegantly. You must have read a lot of books." Ruanu's face was full of complaints. She almost believed Bash's nonsense, and thought that the queen was looking for a wet nurse for Su Yin. In that case, Shiba will take his leave for the time being, and look for a suitable fairy for the fox fairy. Bash smiled, bowed to the Holy Spirit on the table, and said goodbye, and went to find Zuru and Xiaonyang. The queen promised a reward, and naturally, she would not delay it for Su Yin. After returning from the secret temple, she immediately arranged it for the little fox. As for what she said to the little fox in the temple, it is the ultimate prize. When Su Yin is able to bloom with brilliant beauty, the Queen Mother of the West will certainly hug Su Yin in her arms and reward him well, so that the little fox can watch the only scene in this world. Su Yin is not good enough now, so he will eat some simple food to fill his stomach and work hard towards his goal. Although the Queen Mother of the West's reason is justified, Ruanu glanced at the snake and said something to the Queen Mother of the West, and successfully borrowed the sleeping Su Yin. "Wake up!" Ruanu took Su Yin back home, raised her hand and began to shake the sleeping Su Yin. The snow-white fox strips were grasped by the white hands around the waist, and swayed left and right in the air, as Ruanu shook. Su Yin, who was sleeping in the subconscious dream, opened his eyes. His face was confused, and his figure slowly disappeared from the dream world and returned to his body. "Ah?" Su Yin didn't even open his eyes, but he realized that his figure was being shaken. What happened? Su Yin, who fell into a deep sleep, basically recovered from the loss of his mind. He looked at the senior Ruanu who was shaking him, and asked what happened to wake him up so roughly. "The inheritance of Bai Zai in Ling Luan's hand has been obtained," Ruan said with a little helplessness. "After many twists and turns, we finally circled back to the starting point. Ling Luan has already deposited the inheritance with you. Open the storage ring and take out the musical instrument that Ling Luan left with you." Su Yan's eyes widened slightly, and he quickly used his divine consciousness to search for the storage ring and took out the zither at the bottom of the storage ring. This zither was left by Ling Luan to Su Yin for safekeeping before he left, saying that it was a piece of equipment for the next music battle. As a deposit for others, Su Yin hid it in the storage ring and kept it properly. By the way, seeing Su Yin taking the zither, Ruan's cheeks slightly showed some subtlety, and said, "Something happened when you fell asleep just now." "Huh?" Su Yin took out the zither, looked at Senior Ron with a suspicious look on his face. As Senior Ron introduced it, the expression on Su Yan's cheeks changed several times, and his face was full of dementia. "You don't have to worry too much. From what I see from Bash's personality and behavior, she doesn't seem to know how to share." Ron spoke to comfort Su Yin. Senior Ron was indeed right. Bash didn't look for a beauty for Su Yin at all, but went directly to the mansion that the Queen Mother had given her. After slightly fixing her makeup in the mansion, she summoned her avatar and began to put on different makeup for them. The original body and the avatar smiled at each other, went out hand in hand and walked to Su Yan's mansion, ready to soak in the hot spring pool of the Fox Fairy's home, waiting for the Fox Fairy to come home and give the Queen Mother of the West some surprises. How can you enjoy the exclusive pleasure of happiness alone when you are alone? Bash chose to have them all. Chapter 671 Bash, Fox Fairy, and the Nine Nether Su New Emperor? Bash held his avatar and pushed open the door of Su Yan's house. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the two people sitting in the pavilion of the mansion in silence, as if they were talking about something. Bash's cheeks showed a little surprise. Ruinu sat on a jade chair. Su Yan squatted on a white jade round table, holding a black box in his hand. This combination made Bash feel surprised. It was agreed that he would assist the Fox Fairy in cultivation and show the world to the Fox Fairy. How come there is an outsider in the house now? As a god, Bash knew that those holy spirits who brought the calendar and the emperor's name were very arrogant and disdained to sleep with a little fox. Therefore, Bash felt very strange about Ruinu's appearance. We have some cultivation matters here. Let's talk about your matter later. Ruinu looked at Bash and spoke slowly, raised her hand and pointed to the hot spring pool in the house, indicating that she should wait for a while. Although Bash didn't know how impressive it was, she naturally didn't say anything when she saw that the great Emperor Joyo Su-nu said so and promised that she could taste the Fox Fairy later. She bowed respectfully to the two and led the incarnations behind her to Su Yan's house. Xiao Ba will not disturb you too. I will prepare some refreshments for you too. After saying that, Bash took his leave and walked towards the hot spring pool. The incarnations began to busy themselves with preparing tea and refreshments for the two. Absorbing the fourth inheritance, combined with your current cultivation, should be enough to take out the power of Bai Zai's inheritance in my body. Ron rested her elbows on the table, supported her face, set up a layer of soundproof prohibition, and looked at Su Yan, who was holding the black box and looking at her with a smile on her face, and said, "The task entrusted to you by Bai Zai has been completed for the most part." Looking at the black box and Senior Ruan in his hand, Su Yan's smile on his cheek slightly restrained. Sighing, after such a long period of tossing, I have lived up to the trust of the senior, and collected all the power of Bai Zai without any danger. Now I am only one step away from the task entrusted to me by Senior Bai Zai. Ron seemed to know what Su Yan wanted to say, and suddenly interrupted Su Yan and sighed, "It's possible." Huh? Su Yan tilted his head and looked at Senior Ron, and ignored the sudden digression. Like I said before, a cute little fellow like a little fox. Even if the inheritance cause and effect is lost, the senior is very happy to treat the little fox to peaches. Ruinu teased the little fox in an ambiguous tone. Ruinu knew Su Yan's melancholy, so she deliberately talked about some interesting things in bed and changed the topic. Senior Ruinu was a little conservative in her words and clothes on weekdays, but Senior Ruinu in the room was not the usual appearance. When the little fox heard the agreed phrase between the two, she immediately looked embarrassed, just like the Lord of the Night's preference for feet. Senior Ruinu was very confident about her buttocks. Although she had never given birth, she firmly believed that she was a natural birth type. She also liked the little fox lying behind her very much, whether there is inheritance or not. As long as you are free, the senior welcomes the little fox to come. Ruinu pointed to the room with a smile on her face and said, "Now, you should think of some way to deal with that snake beauty." The Basnake tribe. Among the demon tribes, their greed and gluttony are comparable to the Tao Tai. Su Yan looked at Ron on the left and the hot spring pool on the right, with a tangled look on his face, saying, "I am a little reluctant. After all, I will be a colleague with the beautiful Basnake in the future, if something really happens." Paw. Ron slapped the little fox on the butt, rolled her eyes and said, "As a male beast of the demon tribe, why do you have to look back and forth before doing things? Facing a female beast that is already pouting, just slap it. That's an opportunity to improve your cultivation. It seems that you will have time to stay in the mountains day and night in the future. Look at the coquettish look of the big snake. If you don't treat it, how can you live up to your identity as a male beast?" Su Yan's worries were completely unnecessary worries in Ron's eyes. It seemed that he really stayed on Kunlun Mountain every day, choosing women for the queen all the time, based on Ruinu's understanding of Su Yan. After the chaos in the fairy world is completely settled, how could Su Yan stay in Kunlun Mountain every day? By then, he will definitely go around the fairy world to eat and play. Maybe he will only come back once every few hundred years. Go. 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 Show that coquettish snake some color. Ruinu smiled and pushed Su Yan, telling him to go and take advantage of the opportunity to improve his cultivation for free from the boss snake. Okay. Su Yan landed on the ground and took on the form of a young man who was widely praised and praised. A helpless smile appeared on his handsome face. He turned around and looked at Ron, who was sitting on the chair, and said, "See you later." As for the gathering time, Senior Ron should know. Seeing Su Yan in his youthful form, Ron's eyes flashed with admiration. And then she rolled her eyes and said, "How should I know when to see you again? You can find me after you're done. Have you forgotten the dual cultivation method I taught you? Don't look it up in the book later." Su Yan waved his hand to indicate that he was not stupid enough to do that. While the incarnation of the snake sitting in front of Su Yan's house saw Su Yan coming in the form of a young man, and they all showed a trace of surprise on their cheeks. They kept paying attention to Su Yan, who was walking into the house with a greedy look on their faces. The python was not attracted by the appearance of the little fox, nor did it like Su Yan's young man's body, but it could not stop drooling over Su Yan's youthful body. "Do you think the main body will call us in to drink soup later?" asked an incarnation. Another incarnation laughed and said, "Is this the first day you met our main body? Do you really want us to drink soup in the house? Will you knock us out of the house to serve tea and water to the Su new emperor? Go to bed. I can't stand obscene words. Anyway, we are just here to make up the numbers. If we really want to drink the soup, we can only bring in some foreign enemies." The last incarnation complained. The python sat in the hot spring pool, with long black hair tied behind her head, and 2 strands of black hair on her forehead like embellishments, making the python's ruddy skin even whiter. The black bath towel gently brushed across her skin, and the water drops fell on the surface of the pool with a sound. The beautiful Bash seemed to have noticed something, and turned her head to look at the door. The crystal door slowly revealed the body of a male beast. The Bash looked at the door with a smile on her face, and shouted, "Is it you, the young senior? Sorry to have kept you waiting." Senior Su Yan, wrapped in a bath towel, came to the hot spring pool and looked at the Bash and said, "No, I am here to teach you, Senior, on the orders of the Queen." The Bash looked at Su Yan's young face and showed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what the 9-tailed fox in front of him ate. Why did his little face look so charming? And he couldn't move his feet when he saw him. "Come here, Senior. I will teach you how to practice." Chapter 672 Ing Long Treasure House. Young Senior. The bat snake's belly is not good. The bat snake lay on the edge of the hot spring pool. Her cherry lips kissed and her face was as red as peach blossoms. She supported herself on the edge of the pool with her arms, and tried to move Su Yan's arm that was pinching her belly with one hand. The bat snake tribe can swallow the sky and the earth like a glutton, but the swallowed things do not disappear out of thin air, but enter the special space in the bat snake's abdomen to be refined into energy for the bat snake to use for cultivation, or to perform some Taoist magic. Therefore, for the beauty-loving bat snake, after swallowing too much food on weekdays, no matter how hard you hide it, there will still be some fat on the belly. If it is placed on weekdays, it is not very conspicuous at all, but it can't be resisted. The bad fox senior doesn't like to support his waist, but just pinches the meat. Young senior, you are really bad. As time went by, the two returned to the dormitory from the hot spring pool and slowly entered the state of dual cultivation. Bash leaned on Su Yan's sole chest, raised her head, and leaned up to kiss the young senior. Su Yan kissed Bash on the lips, rolled his eyes silently, and complained in his heart, "You said it as if I was taking advantage of you. I almost didn't show my original form when I was tired." With Bash's the souls of the two really entered the state of dual cultivation. Empress, sitting outside the door of Su Yan's mansion, Ruinu, who was about to leave, seemed to notice something, turned around, looked at a corner of the void and asked, "Haven't you discussed your affairs yet?" Queen Mother of the West walked out of the void, looked at Ruinu in front of Su Yan's mansion, and asked with a smile on her face. Ruinu borrowed Su Yan from the Queen Mother of the West. She didn't say how much trouble it was. She just said, it would take time for the snake to choose a beauty now. Instead of letting the little fox sleep there, it would be better to wake him up and practice quickly to improve his strength. The Queen Mother of the West thought what Ruinu said made sense, so she handed the sleeping little fox to Ruinu. We have already discussed it. The little fox now has 4 copies of Baize's inheritance. When the little fox is free later, I will pass the final inheritance to him. Ruinu finished her own story, and then looked at the Queen Mother of the West with a little curiosity and asked, "But Queen, why did you come here? It may not be convenient inside. Just came to take a look. Queen Mother of the West smiled and said, that little snake is very cunning. Queen Mother asked her to find some suitable immortals. But unexpectedly, the little snake only wanted the little fox. I don't know if the inexperienced little fox can withstand such a big force. Although the snake was secretly doing things, Queen Mother of the West did not feel unhappy. It would be better for Su Yin if the snake was willing to fall into the trap. If it was just an ordinary matter between men and women, why would the Queen Mother deliberately order the snake to find an immortal? Just call out to the terrace halfway up the mountain. With Su Yan's connections and appearance, the immortals can line up from the terrace to the white jade platform. After all, for the immortals, it is not a big deal if it is just a matter of the physical body. But if it requires dual cultivation, not everyone is willing to be honest with each other's souls. The soul is very private. Bash's cultivation is high enough. And it is voluntary. So Su Yan can also get great benefits from it. Little Fox lacks experience? Hearing what Queen Mother she said, Ruan showed a surprised expression on her face, and said with a smile, Your Majesty, you don't need to worry so much. Reproduction comes from the instinct of living things. The little fox can handle it by itself. Let's go take a look together. Queen Mother she looked at Ruan and invited her. Ruan showed a strange expression on her face, took Queen Mother she's arm, whispered a few words, and walked out with her. After hearing this, Queen Mother of the West showed a slightly thoughtful expression on her face, and looked at Ruan Nu with a strange face. I was wondering before, why your elder sister and Hun Yi looked at Su Yin from time to time, and Queen Mother thought it was because of Bai Zai's inheritance. I didn't expect that Jiao Tianxian Nu and Hun Yi looked at you because of you. A girl. How did you two get together? Queen Mother really can't think of a reason. It can only be said to be a coincidence. Right? Ruan Nu's face showed a trace of helplessness, and said, since the incident in the Wilderness Palace, as the Emperor of Jiao Su Nu, I also felt powerless and helpless, and was immersed in a life of drunkenness and dreams all day long. The little fox is really too delicate, and I can't help but feel proud of it. In addition, Bai Zai's inheritance, and because of the mistake after drinking, I swallowed it into my stomach to refine it, which means I can treat the little fox to a good meal. Queen Mother of the West asked curiously, with the difference in your cultivation, can the little fox absorb the inheritance? When Su Yan and Ruan Nu met, their cultivation was still very weak, and it was difficult to detect when they fell to the ground. But now they have been promoted to celestial beings, and they can barely show up and report their names in the fairy world. Although the method of dual cultivation is mysterious, it also needs to abide by some rules. When the difference in cultivation between the two parties is too large, the weaker party cannot benefit from the stronger party. Oh! Before Ruan could explain, Queen Mother of the West had a look of sudden enlightenment on her face. She smiled strangely and patted Ruan on her buttocks, saying, You are so good. The Queen almost got fooled by you. It would have been okay to just say that you were attracted by her beauty. Why are you beating around the bush? Ha ha ha. Ruan leaned against Queen Mother of the West and chuckled, but didn't say anything else. After all, the little fox is so cute, as if there is some kind of charm. There is nothing wrong with pampering and loving it. Right? The next day came, and Su Yin showed the form of a young man that he often showed to others, and walked out of the mansion. Originally, Su Yin was going to the banquet hall to find Senior Ruan to ask her for the last inheritance of Bai Zai. But when Su Yin left, he felt that there seemed to be something wrong with what he did. So he was not in a hurry to ask for the inheritance. He was ready to greet Senior Ruan Nu, and then go to the source of 10,000 waters, to find the 4 Sea Dragon Kings to open Yinglong's treasure house. Although the 10,000 Immortals banquet is called a banquet, the banquet venue did not say when it would end. Only the opening ceremony. According to Senior Chongming, the Immortals who came now were having a lively time. At the end of the banquet, there were still some relatively quiet Immortals. That is, those who were not so crazy. Su Yin was now full and ready to call the 4 Sea Dragon Kings to return to the ancestral land together, dig out the wealth left by Yinglong Patriarch to the younger generation, and to explore the mystery of Yinglong Patriarch's death. Is Yinglong dead or not? If not, where did she go? What has she been planning for tens of thousands of years? Seeing that the Dragon Clan was gradually declining, why didn't they come out to help? Su Yin went to Yinglong's treasure house this time. In addition to wanting to obtain the treasures of the ancestors, he was also ready to explore the reason why Yinglong had hidden himself all these years. Senior, from a distance, Su Yin stood on the steps going down the mountain, and saw Ruan Nu in the venue. She was at the venue with the Queen Mother of the West, talking with a group of female immortals. Everyone was talking and laughing. Chapter 673 The Source of 10,000 Waters. Hum. 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 Ling Luan on the stage was humming, playing a relatively slow melody on the pipa in his hand. The musicians around him looked at the unfamiliar music score in front of them and played a slow melody. Of course, the slow melody here is compared to the heavy bass drums before. The music score compiled by Su Yin, no matter how slow it is very heavy for traditional classical music. Empress. Senior. When Su Yin saw the Queen Mother of the West and Ruan Nu, a smile suddenly appeared on his cheeks. He jumped down the steps down the mountain, stepped over several drunken immortals lying on the edge of the banquet hall, and came to the side of the Queen and the Senior. Little Fox Fairy. When the several female fairies who were originally talking with the Queen and Ruan Nu saw Su Yin coming, their cheeks suddenly showed an interested expression, and they stretched out their hands around Su Yin, touching here and pinching there. Fortunately, Su Yin is in human form now. If he were to transform into a little fox, his double-breasted buttons would have to be pinched open. My Queen, is the little fox fairy married? Do you think we are suitable for Gaoyang Mountain? A female fairy looked at Su Yan's face for a while, then looked at Queen Mother Shi and asked if the little guy was married. With a clean background, high position and power, and a promising future at a young age. The female fairy thought about it and asked Queen Mother Shi if she wanted a wife. Why do I feel that the nine-tailed fox tribe in Kunlun Lingshan is getting more and more extreme? After watching for a long time, I feel like I have fallen into it. Another female fairy said to Queen Mother Shi. When Dutian Beiqing was fully fired, the nine-tailed fox tribes squatting in the cultivation world were passively promoted to a more handsome and stronger direction of wood magic because of Queen Mother Shi's relationship. By Su Yan's generation, the little foxes were so beautiful before they were even released that Princess Wuxi no longer wanted to show her royal sister body, fearing that after she went out shopping, the sweepers hired by the Xiaoyu dynasty might all be unemployed. This description is not an exaggeration. Beauty is one aspect, and the Xiaoyu dynasty is very serious about the worship of fox fairies. Princess Wuxi dared to step on the ground with her feet, and the dust where she landed might even be swept away by the people and taken home as a family heirloom to be passed down from generation to generation. This is the general direction of the evolution of the nine-tailed fox. And Su Yin, who shoulders the destiny of the fox and dragon clans, is naturally one of the best in appearance among his clan. Therefore, after observing Su Yan's bone structure, the female fairy who had a good relationship with the nine-tailed fox said bluntly that when Su Yin grows up, he will be a handsome man who can charm female fairies without even speaking. Ha ha ha. Watching the fairies praising Su Yin, Queen Mother Shi was as happy as eating honey. She said happily, "It is not convenient for the Queen to interfere in the marriage of our little fox. If you want to find a suitable husband, after the feast of 10,000 fairies is over, you can talk to the little fox privately to see if the little fox is willing. Junior Su Yin, meet the elders." Su Yin stood aside honestly and was introduced to the fairies by Queen Mother Shi. After greeting the fairies, who had just arrived at the feast of 10,000 fairies, Su Yin looked at Queen Mother Shi and said, "My Queen, I may have some things to do later and need to leave Kunlun Mountain for a while. I came to say hello. Are you going to the Dragon Paradise?" The Queen Mother of the West looked at Su Yin, then looked at Zhu Yin lying on the bench, and said, "The journey from Kunlun Mountain to the source of all waters is long and difficult. Are you traveling alone? The source of all waters is near the South Sky, which belongs to the Guishu area of the original Fairyland water source. The journey is not far for all the immortals present, but there are many obstacles on the road. The area of the South Sky near the Central Sky belongs to the headquarters of the Corpse Reincarnation Immortal Alliance. The danger inside can be imagined. Although the Queen Mother of the West has been sleeping for a long time, she has communicated with various immortals for a long time at the banquet, and basically has some important information in the Fairyland. The Queen Mother knows more news than Su Yin. I am not traveling alone. I invited Senior Ruan Nu and several dragon ancestors in my family. We want to go to our former homeland." Su Yin said. "Homeland? The little fox fairy has the blood of a real dragon?" Although the female fairy could see that Su Yan's body was covered with a layer of magic, she did not deliberately break his cover because she was not hostile. Therefore, most of the immortals only knew that Su Yin came from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. But they did not know that Su Yin contained the blood of the dragon clan. The female fairies watched Su Yin and Ruan Nu leave. The Gaoyang Mountain female fairy was amazed and said, "Containing the blood of a real dragon. Isn't the little fox fairy just a show-off? And is he good at both literature and martial arts? Although the dragon clan survives in the world with the power of the 4 seasons. In the primitive fairy world, the most profound impression of the holy spirits on the dragon clan is the dragon clan's physique, especially the female giant dragon, which can easily move more than 10 miles or hundreds of miles without any magic power. The palm wind landing is enough to change the course of mountains and rivers. Ha ha ha. The little fox didn't agree to your marriage, so don't think so far, Queen Mother of the West said with a chuckle. Su Yan, who left the Queen Mother of the West, didn't know that the female fairies were talking about their family tree and bloodline. Su Yan led Senior Ruanu to the table of his own family. Emperor Wusheng, Taoist Tai, and Immortal Zhao had already left the banquet hall and didn't know where they went. As soon as Su Yan approached, he saw the Lord of the Day and the leader of the weapons sect arm in arm. The Lord of the Day had a young man's body, and his cheeks were red. He said to the leader of the weapons sect incoherently, "Your one is not good. I talked to other old birds in the fairy world the day before yesterday. They told me personally that there is a demon clan brothel in the area south of the central sky. All the beasts inside are female beasts that have just reproduced and lived." Hiccup. The intelligence network of the Lord of the Day. Do you think it's a joke? The leader of the weapons sect noticed a trace of chill, looking at the Lord of Night behind the Lord of Day, and a plump holy spirit with the sun, moon and stars, swallowed his saliva, waved his hands and said, "I am married, and I am not interested in what Brother by Day said. Don't you like Big Sister too? You and me, and that kid Su Yan." The Lord of Day wanted to say something, but the Lord of Night, whose face was completely black, raised his hand, grabbed the Lord of Day's ear, lifted him up, and turned to hand him over to the Holy Spirit with the sun, moon and stars beside him. Shiha put his hands under the armpits of the Lord of Daylight, looked at the drunken little golden crow with a smile, and asked, "Introduced by the old birds? Does that mean our little golden crow is a frequent visitor? You have 1 stick of incense to tell your mother something now. Whether you tell it clearly or not will determine whether your bud is in full bloom or not." Cold sweat oozed from the cheeks of the Lord of Daylight, looking at Shiha, the mother of the golden crow in front of him. But his mouth was very hard, and he had no intention of betraying his fellow Taoists. The Lord of Daylight didn't say anything, and Shiha didn't say anything either, just holding little golden crow under his armpit and leaving for the time being. Golden crow ancestor is in trouble, Su Yan muttered as he watched the golden crow go away. Shiha can be said to be a professional at beating cubs. The deeds of her and the golden crows have become proverbs in the fairy world. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. To put it more elegantly, Shiha chased the cubs from the Fusong tree to Ruomu. It is not surprising that the sun rises in the west and sets in the east one day. It must be because Shiha saw the golden crows being unruly at the banquet of the 10,000 immortals hosted by the Queen Mother of the West, and chased them back home. Ruomu was planted on the Kunlun mountain. The golden crows never missed the banquet of the 10,000 immortals hosted by the Queen Mother of the West. Chapter 674 Dragon Dad and Fox Mom's Home. Gaga Gaga. The unruly and freedom-loving Lord of Daylight was held in Shiha's hand and revealed his true form. The original form should have been the golden crow that covered the sky and the sun. But after falling into Shiha's hand, the golden crow's shape was not much bigger than a raven. The Lord of Daylight screamed in pain and sent a message for help to his fellow Taoists at the same table. The Lord of Night looked indifferent, watching the Lord of Daylight being dragged away, without any mercy at all, and even wanted to laugh faintly. Since the Lord of Daylight recognized the golden crows on Ruomu, he became more and more dissolute, and his taste for visiting brothels became heavier. Moreover, the Lord of Night always felt that he seemed to be secretly scolding her. Although the Lord of Night was very sure that the relationship between her and Su Yan had always been very secret, and had not been known to all the Taoists in the cultivation world, she still felt that the Lord of Daylight was making indirect accusations. Therefore, the Lord of the Night specially sought out Shiha, the god of the sun and moon, to give the Lord of the Day, who was full of nonsense, a taste of maternal love. "Fight me. Even if you beat my ass to pieces, I will never betray you. Just start fighting." Seeing that no one was helping him, the Lord of the Day turned his head to look at Shiha, the god of the sun and moon, and shouted with a stern face and stiff neck. Shiha's personality is more aggressive. Although she has restrained herself a little after becoming a mother, her nature is still the same. Seeing Su Yan's face full of astonishment, Ruinu beside him pondered for a while, and explained to Su Yan, "I hope that Senior Lord of the Day is fine. although Senior Ruinu said it tactfully. Su Yan felt that Senior Ruinu should be saying that she was a sadistic person. After watching the Lord of Daylight, who liked his elder sister, being carried away by his elder sister, Su Yan looked at the Black Dragon King who was sitting at the banquet with an indifferent look on his face. Is it convenient for you now, ancestor? I am going to go to my hometown to take a look at the paradise of the Dragon Clan in the past. When Su Yan brought back the remains of the Dragon God of the South China Sea, he had already discussed the itinerary with the Dragon Kings. Now that the opening ceremony of the 10,000 Immortals banquet in Kunlun Lingshan has been held, Su Yan is naturally free. In other words, Su Yan wants to enter the Yinglong treasure house before the netherworld starts to act. While the situation in the fairy world is still stable, do everything you can do now, so as to avoid the various immortals and gods breaking the space of the fairy world into pieces after the curtain of the great battle between heaven and earth is completely opened. At that time, it will be difficult to find the entrance to the Yinglong treasure house. Of course, when the Black Dragon King saw Su Yan speaking, he slowly stood up from his seat and said, "But before that, we still need to find the other 3 dragons." Due to his personality, the Black Dragon King had no interest in socializing at all. He was as cold as ice. The 3 Dragon Kings and Master Jean wandered around and went to hang out with other Taoist friends from the immortal family. The Black Dragon King explained to Su Yan, then closed his eyes and sent a message to the 4 Seas Dragon Kings, calling them back. Have the red lines on your body disappeared? After sending a message to the other Dragon Kings, the Black Dragon King looked at Su Yan, who had transformed into a fox, jumped onto the table, and was pouring tea with his power of controlling objects. He asked about the red lines on Su Yan's body earlier. The medicinal power of the God Blood Pill was extremely powerful. It first fed Su Yan, and then filled the Empress Dowager Su. The sacrificial knife also suffered from indigestion. Even so, there was still a lot of medicinal power accumulated in Su Yan's body. The external manifestation of the medicinal power was like a rash, causing red lines to appear on the lower part of Su Yan's neck. It can be considered as gone, right? Su Yan's face was a little strange, and a phrase suddenly popped up in his mind. Original soup turns into original food. All the previous indigestion was helped by the beautiful bash, and the God Blood Pill has now completely turned into cultivation and additional qualifications. Your parents are also there. Do you want to stop by and see them later? The Black Dragon King usually doesn't talk much. After the polite words, the atmosphere seemed a little heavy. The Black Dragon King looked at Su Yan, who was staring at him, thought about it, and asked Su Yan about another matter. Huh? My parents are in Dragon Paradise? Su Yan, who was looking at his grandmother's cold face, showed a trace of surprise on his cheeks after hearing the words, and said, "Is the news true?" Since Dragon Dad and Fox Mom parted in the cultivation world, Su Yan has never seen the 2 elders again. The last time he learned about their disappearance was from other people. Dragon Dad and Fox Mom came to the fairyland 1 step earlier than him. And then, there was nothing else. Dragon Dad and Fox Mom lost contact very thoroughly. And Su Yan had no news. Unexpectedly, he could learn the current information about his parents from the mouth of the Black Dragon King. I happened to meet them some time ago, and I learned that they are currently settling down not far from Dragon Paradise. The Black Dragon King said lightly. What are you talking about? You look so surprised? The West Sea Dragon King, holding a paper and a pen in his hand, flew from Kunlun Mountain with a spring breeze on his face, smiled and asked Su Yan, who was full of doubts. What are you doing? Su Yan did not answer the question of the Dragon King of the West Sea. Instead, he asked the Dragon King of the West Sea with a strange look on his face what he was doing. He was holding a portrait of a beautiful girl in his hand. You look at other girls in the fairy world. Aren't you afraid that the Dragon Mother of the West Sea in the cultivation world will cause trouble to you? How is it? My child's human form is beautiful, right? The Dragon King of the West Sea said with a bright smile on his face. I just heard from Chongming and Luwu that the Queen Mother of the West still feels that Kunlun Lingshan lacks some vitality. I want to get a migration certificate for Xiaoyu and her mother Yilong, and buy some real estate in Kunlun Lingshan. It just so happens that you have a good relationship with the Queen Mother. You can take the portrait of Xiaoyu to the Queen Mother and see if there is any discount. Kunlun Lingshan is a place for appearance testing. As long as the creatures have beauty, they can get some preferential treatment. From Su Yan's point of view, the portrait of the little colored dragon in human form is indeed beautiful. If it is handed to the Queen Mother for appreciation, she may be given a house. Moreover, Su Yan felt that Xiao Xian and the Empress should have a lot of common topics. After all, the evil dragon from the West Sea, who had no sense of good and evil, was already famous for his lust and face control before he was born. It would be strange if two face control people collided with each other without any topics. Not long after, the Azure Dragon King and the Red Dragon King also returned to the banquet table. The Dragon King of the East Sea showed a gentle smile, and his long black hair fell in front of him, like a gentleman. But the Red Dragon King looked a little embarrassed. His originally smooth and neat hair was messy, and the hair accessories were also placed at the back of his head, with an unhappy expression on his face. Red Dragon King, what did you do? Seeing the Red Dragon King looking like he was being violated, Su Yin couldn't help but ask cautiously. She? The Red Dragon King snorted and didn't want to say anything. But the Green Dragon King next door smiled and said, My little sister just had a fight with Master Jean. I was thinking about fixing my hair, but seeing that my elder sister was urging me, I didn't care about so many things and came back. Fought with Master Jean? Su Yin looked at the Red Dragon King with a question mark on his face. To be precise, my younger sister chased Master Jean and hit him on the head with an iron rod. The Green Dragon King explained with a smile. Let's talk about those things after my younger sister calms down. Big sister called us back so anxiously. It should be to go back to our hometown to take a look. Right? Yes. But before that, take a little detour to take the little fox to his home. The Black Dragon King raised his hand and stroked it, and a space door spewing cold air appeared in front of everyone. A stream of frosty air permeated from the other end of the space door. When the cold air touched the dining table, layers of frost appeared on the tableware and the tabletop. Su Yin subconsciously took a step back and looked at the unique ice blue space door in front of him. With a strange face, do father and mother really live opposite? Why do I feel a little different? Dragon father and fox mother. Although they are not hedonists, they never treat themselves badly. The area opposite the space door is obviously a bitter and cold place with extremely strange and inexplicable temperatures. It is difficult for Su Yin to imagine what kind of amazing secret treasure can make Dragon Father and Fox Mother choose to settle in a bitter and cold place. Fox Mom really likes to go to brothels to listen to music. The temperature on the other side is so abnormal that it's hard to say whether there are any living creatures there. Chapter 675 The Most Wanted Order of the Corpse Reincarnation Immortal Alliance. Su Yin walked out of the space gate, and a gust of cold wind and snow hit Su Yin's cheek directly. The heart-wrenching frost rushed into his pores, causing Su Yin, who was about to break through to the immortal realm, to shiver all over. Is this really the central heaven? Su Yin subconsciously raised his fox hand to block the wind and snow in front of his eyes, and looked at Senior Ruin Nu, who was following him with an incredible look on his face. Even a half-immortal like me feels the cold. If there are no half-immortals, I'm afraid it might be a problem to survive here? In the world of cultivation or the world of immortals, the consensus and cognition of the creatures on the bad temperature is not about the celestial phenomena, but about the abnormality of the spiritual energy and the earth veins here. The celestial phenomena are just the concrete manifestation of the abnormality of the spiritual energy and the immortal spirit. The immortal spirit and spiritual energy here all contain a biting coldness. Apart from this, there is no spiritual energy or immortal spirit energy lingering here. Some weak cultivators, if they come here and just need to absorb the spiritual energy and circulate it around their body, they will inevitably turn into an ice sculpture and stay here forever. Except in the universe, Su Yin has never seen such pure spiritual energy. This is indeed the central sky. Ruin Nu walked out of the space gate, raised her hand, looked at the snowflakes falling in her hand, and said, and this is also a corner of the Corpse Reincarnation Immortal Alliance. I remember that there seems to be a very large city in this direction. The Black Dragon King walked out of the space gate, glanced at the sky with wind and snow, and his mind moved slightly. In an instant, the wind and snow between heaven and earth subsided, and the frost and fog shrouded here also quickly sank to the ground. A world of ice and snow that seemed to exist only in a painting appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was currently standing on a plain of solid ice, and a huge city covered by solid ice appeared in front of everyone. The aliens who were fleeing outside did not dodge the sudden cold wave. Some immortals had already run half a foot into the space gap. But because of the cold wave, the fleeing corpse immortals and the space gap were completely frozen in place, as if forever. Save me. I am willing to pay 100,000 immortal crystals in exchange for the fire essence on your body. Perhaps because the wind and snow subsided, some corpse immortals hiding in the cave turned blue and purple, and even ice cracks appeared on their bodies. Waves of cold power seeped out from the cracks on the surface of the body. It stretched out its hand to Su Yin and his party stiffly. And its facial flesh and blood had been completely frozen. It has been keeping the fear when it saw the cold wave sweeping. Even though the cold wave has gradually receded, it has also been frozen by the cold air. As soon as Su Yin made a move, the Black Dragon King raised his foot and stepped on Su Yin's tail, causing the little fox, who had just taken a step, to freeze in place. Its hind legs subconsciously kicked out to kick away the object that was stepping on its tail. It's dead now, but it has its cultivation to support its soul temperature, so it can drive its body to move through its mind. The Black Dragon King looked at the ice corpse and spoke slowly. If you rashly touch the ice corpse without preparation, the hypothermia and cold poison it has will be transmitted to you. The corpse reincarnation fairy in front of him must be saved. No matter Su Yin or the Black Dragon King, they all want to find out what happened in the corpse reincarnation fairy alliance city in front of them. But Su Yin cannot touch the ice corpse. With his cultivation and affinity, it is difficult for him to resist the frost poison in front of him. The Black Dragon King picked up Su Yin, put him on his shoulder, and walked towards the dead corpse reincarnation fairy. He raised his palm, and the ice blue light seemed to arouse the horrible memories of the ice corpse. He tried to turn around and run away, and never dared to ask for any fire spirit again. Paw! The Black Dragon King did not give him a chance to escape. The Black Dragon claws flashing with starlight grabbed the head of the ice corpse, who was trying to escape, and crushed his head directly. The ice crystals of different colors inside were scattered all over the ground. The Black Dragon King retracted his arm, and a group of azure souls that had been attacked by the cold poison floated quietly on the palm of the Black Dragon King. As the Black Dragon King's 5 fingers closed, the soul of the ice corpse at his palm was completely frozen, and a light shone from the frozen soul to the forehead and projected into the void. What kind of projector is this? Su Yin looked at the picture displayed on the void, his face full of complaints. He wanted to complain, but didn't know how to start. The memory of the Bingshire projected was fast-forwarding, broadcasting everything from childhood to adulthood, and fast-forwarding to the day when the cold waves swept around. Bingshire was sitting in the inn he managed, looking at the wanted order spread by the big man in the city, with a strange look on his cheek. Why did our boss change again? And he also wanted a fox in the refining period? Bingshire didn't understand the boss's operation at all, but still followed the instructions of the big man in the city and posted the wanted order on the doorpost of his inn, so that the Taoist friends, who came and went in the Corpse Immortal Alliance, could notice the wanted order. After a few days of relatively stable time, the central sky, which should have been spring-like all year round, suddenly set off a cold current. After a roar of a dragon, the azure blue light instantly covered the world here. As soon as the ice corpse noticed the abnormal cold current and was about to run out of the inn to observe, he was hit back by the azure divine light and completely lost all consciousness. When he woke up again, he was already infected with cold poison and lying on the ice field. Obviously, your father is a liar. Seeing this, the Dragon King of the West Sea started to complain about Su Yin. When they met Dragon Dad told the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas very clearly that he lived here. As a result, when everyone came here, they were shocked to realize that Ao Renlin did not live in the Central Heaven. He was just here to kill people. Just when everyone thought the scene ended here, an arm suddenly appeared in the ice corpse's memory projection. The white and slender arm aimed at the ice corpse's shopkeeper's cheek and slapped him, causing him to flip over and fall face down on the snow. This is Su Qing. This is Su Qing. The fox mother's voice appeared in the ice corpse's memory, but her figure did not appear. She just raised her hand and waved to the ice corpse's eyes, as if to say lo, and said, I don't know if you can see the message that I stayed here, but since the mother-in-law asked where our home is, she should come to our door. Right? Well, we have moved now, and I don't know what the little fox has been doing recently. There is no end to killing him. There are enemies everywhere, and we can't kill them all, even if his father and I work overtime. We can't kill them all, because Fox Mom didn't know who would get the news. She didn't reveal any important news, but from the memory of the ice corpse and Fox Mom's simple words, everyone clearly learned a few pieces of news. The management of the Corpse Reincarnation Immortal Alliance has changed, and a special customized wanted order has been issued for Su Yin. Long Dad and Fox Mom did live here, and after learning that the Corpse Reincarnation Immortal wanted Su Yin, Long Dad and Fox Mom directly slaughtered a quarter of the Corpse Reincarnation Immortal Alliance to prevent the spread of information. Su Yin looked at the ice corpse memory projection, and then looked at the frozen city in the distance. with a series of question marks hanging on his head, and complained, "What's wrong with me?" The Corpse Reincarnation Immortal Alliance issued a wanted order for him, and Su Yan was very confused about it. The only big figures of the Corpse Reincarnation Immortal that he had met were the Red Cloud Ancestor and the Taoist Seeing. Apart from that, he had no intersection with the Corpse Reincarnation Immortal Alliance. And Long Dad's destruction of the city happened before the 10,000 Immortals banquet. At that time, Su Yan had not yet met Jiao Tianxian Nu and Han Yi. Su Yan really couldn't understand why he was wanted by the Corpse Reincarnation Immortal Alliance. "Let's go!" The Black Dragon King crushed the ice crystal with his bare hands and opened another space door in the void. Since Dragon Dad and Fox Mom were no longer here, there was no need to stay here. Little unlucky guy. Senior Ruinu raised her hand and poked the sulking little fox's cheek. "Why are you involved in everything?" "I don't know," Su Yan said helplessly. Chapter 676 Dragon Paradise. "The reason you are wanted by the Corpse Reincarnation Alliance. Could it be because of what my elder sister said before?" Ruinu thought for a moment, looked at Su Yan who was lying on her shoulder, and said a conclusion. When Jiao Tianxian Nu came to Kunlun Lingshan before, she said when she saw Su Yan that Su Yan's nature of flirting with women brought him some killing disasters. That is what people commonly call peach blossom disasters. After Jiao Tianxian Nu said this, she looked at Ruinu and persuaded her to go home, as long as Ruinu could follow her back to the outer world. In exchange, she could allow Su Yan to follow her home and could come forward to settle the disaster in Su Yan's life. Jiao Tianxian Nu didn't like to joke around. Su Yan did have 2 peach blossom disasters in his life, and they were approaching. Ruinu didn't agree to follow Xian Nu back, so Jiao Tianxian Nu naturally wouldn't care about Su Yan's mess. Now the top leaders of the Corpse Reincarnation Immortal Alliance have been replaced, and then a wanted order for Su Yan to be captured alive was immediately issued. It was really hard for Ruinu not to suspect that the wanted order of the Corpse Reincarnation Immortal Alliance was Su Yan's peach blossom calamity. "I don't know." Su Yan shook his head honestly. Although he was not shrewd in dealing with people, he did not deliberately offend anyone on weekdays, and he was too lazy to argue with other Taoist friends about some unimportant things. Logically speaking, Su Yan had very few enemies in the cultivation world or the immortal world, and the enemies in his memory were either beaten to death on the spot or recruited by the immortals after being beaten to death. Therefore, Su Yan really couldn't figure out which immortals he had offended, and it was limited to female immortals. "I really can't figure it out, so I don't want to think about it anymore." Su Yan sighed slowly and said, "Anyway, the people of Nightmare Town and I are destined to clash, and I'm used to it. Anyway, the people of Nightmare Town are all free. They were originally some aliens whose lifespans were about to end. They used the Nightmare Town method and various evil methods to prolong their lives. Normal cultivators can't understand those crazy guys at all. When you can understand them, you have basically stepped half a foot into the Nightmare Town sect." At the spatial coordinates given by Fox Mom and Dragon Dad, Dragon Dad and Fox Mom were not found, and everyone had no intention of staying in the ice and snow plain. The Black Dragon King raised his hand to open a spatial portal to the Dragon Paradise. When the 4 Seas Dragon Kings came to the Fairyland for the first time, they did not search for resources everywhere like other leaders. The Dragon Kings took up the old map without saying a word and began to measure, and went straight to the source of the Dragon Paradise, the source of all waters, to see who occupied their homeland, quietly record them, and when the 4 Seas return to the origin array is completely opened, kill them all. But it was a pity that the 4 Sea Dragon Kings did not find the expected enemies. Although I knew before that the Dragon Paradise, known as the source of all water, had been drained, I never thought it would be done so ruthlessly. Su Yan came out of the space gate, stood on Ruinu's shoulder, looked at the surrounding scenery, and a strange look appeared on his cheek. The Dragon Paradise is known as the source of all water, which is the end and starting point of all water sources in the original Fairyland. But at this moment, there is no water on the entire land of the source of all water. Countless gullies and abysses are located on the ground. The soil layer on the ground has long been weathered into dust and scattered everywhere, revealing the rock layer deep underground to the outside world. Su Yan glanced at the crisscrossing gullies, and roughly knew that these gullies should be the waterways of the past. The source of all waters has become the desert Gobi today, not only because the source of purification has been taken away, but also because of the disasters that occurred in other water sources. The clear spring that should have flowed from Kunlun Mountain to this place has turned into a black abyss, destroying all the creatures along the river. When the black abyss weakened and calmed down, the waterways along the way had already died completely. Wave after wave of evil tides came from all directions of the fairy world to the source of all waters, completely destroying the place where all waters gathered without the source of purification. The land here is completely dead, and even the thoughts of the dead creatures cannot be attached to this place. Alas! Su Yin fell from Ruinu's shoulder, sighed deeply, and transformed into a young man. He took out a red crystal from his storage ring and said, "Let's go directly to our ancestors' homeland." Although Su Yin was not born in the dragon paradise, he should have a place here. He was attached to the dragon system and returned to the source of all waters. He was one of the princes in the source of waters. Now his home is gone and has become a ruin, and he has not received any compensation for the demolition. How could Su Yin not sigh in this situation? "Why don't you move? Is there something wrong with the map?" Seeing that Su Yin took out the map and said he was going to Yinglong's treasure house, but did not move for a long time, the Black Dragon King looked at Su Yin with a strange expression on his face and asked, "No, there is no problem. I just encountered some difficulties temporarily." Su Yin showed a strange expression, looked at the crystal in his hand, looked at the others, and said, "Wait for me here for a while. I'll be back soon." After Su Yin said that, he went straight into his own universe without paying attention to other people's reactions. The crystal cursor in Su Yin's hand was made by Senior Zhu Yin for Su Yin. It records in detail how to go to Yinglong treasure house and how to open the door. But as a thing made by Alizi, it naturally contains some mysteries. The crystal cursor can only be used by Su Yin. So before using the cursor, you need to verify your identity. The first ray of fire in this world. Zhu. Su Yin looked at the text displayed on the cursor, hiding in the universe with shame, and recited aloud, "Your mind is so broad, and the warmth and tenderness contained in it are just like a mother." Fox Clan Su Yin hereby authenticates the broadness and whiteness of Senior Zhu, which is my lifelong pursuit. Su Yin suppressed his shame and authenticated in the universe. From Zhu Yin's face to Zhu Yin's chest and beautiful legs, he praised them all, and finally went through the entire real name authentication process. After Su Yin authenticated everything, the crystal opened like a bud, projecting a three-dimensional map of the source of all waters, showing Su Yin's location and the distance between the location of Yinglong treasure house. Don't let go, otherwise there will be a surprise. In the lower right corner of the three-dimensional map, there is a line of small font specially marked by Zhu Yin, reminding the little fox not to let go of the map after authenticating the identity. As for any surprises, Zhu Yin did not write it. After Su Yin glanced at the font, he tightly grasped the three-dimensional map in his hand, not daring to let go, for fear of another voice authentication. "Let's go!" Su Yin, blushing, walked out of the universe and looked at Senior Ruinu and the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Chapter 677, the three-dimensional anti-theft method of the ancestors. The depth of the gullies here is a bit outrageous. Su Yin walked in front and led the way, leading the predecessors to the location of the Yinglong treasure house. Along the way, everyone did not encounter any form of life. Su Yin followed the cursor's instructions and came to a tianking and descended to the bottom. But according to Su Yin's own estimation of the distance, he was now dozens of kilometers away from the ground. Moreover, judging from the marks on the three-dimensional map, this dozens of miles of drop is only 1/5 of the distance. After arriving at the door of the Yinglong treasure house, it was only 1/3 of the tianking. The bottom of the tianking was a passage connecting all parts of the fairyland. It was like a maze. After entering, if there was no space power, there was no possibility of escaping from it. Su Yin didn't know what was along the way, so he didn't open the space door directly. After all, the last time he went to Zhu Yin's treasure house, Zhu Yin didn't use any space power and walked honestly. God knows what kind of formation was set up in Yinglong's treasure house. Su Yin didn't want to experience the cross-time and space being of his ancestors. Pop. Falling more than 400 miles underground, the rock layer that originally showed a dead posture regained some vitality. Occasionally, some spiritual plants could be seen growing on the rock wall. Some creatures with degenerated eyes sensed the abnormal breath and hurriedly escaped from the holes in the rock wall. "We're here." Su Yin stopped falling and looked at the ordinary rock wall in front of him. He compared it with the position marked on the three-dimensional map and confirmed that he was now standing in front of the door of Yinglong's treasure house. Su Yin tried to check the rock wall, using his divine thoughts and universe coverage to explore, but he didn't find any abnormalities. Senior Ruan, Su Yin and the Dragon Kings all stepped forward to try, but the rock wall in front of them was still a rock wall, even if the blood of the real dragon was splashed on it. It did not cause any waves. In this regard, Su Yan could only look at Ruan, hoping that Senior Ruan, who knew Yinglong, could give an answer. Yinglong's small treasury. Ruan looked at the rock wall in front of her with a thoughtful expression and said, "If I remember correctly, Yinglong once said very proudly that her treasury was not simply built in the original fairyland, but built in a corner of the future of the long river of time. In other words, you can simply understand that Yinglong's treasury is indeed in front of you. But the Yinglong treasury we see now is the appearance before it was built. The long river of time is divided into past, present, and future. Yinglong's treasury is built in the future, and the rock wall that everyone sees should be called present. Yinglong's treasury is indeed in front of you, but it is located in the future, and everyone in the present time cannot touch the future scene. Is the ancestors' anti-theft method so outrageous?" Su Yan looked at the three-dimensional map, and then looked at the ordinary rock wall in front of him, and a group of black lines appeared on his cheeks. Just when Su Yan was about to give up and go home to ask Senior Zhu Yin for the method of opening the door, Su Yan noticed the small words on the lower right corner of the map. He looked helpless and said, "I'll be back soon." After that, Su Yan went back into the universe and let go of the crystal in his hand. As soon as the cursor crystal left his hand, the originally projected three-dimensional map disappeared instantly, and the oval crystal also changed into a fiery red round crystal. Senior Zhu Yin knows how to play. Su Yan opened his mouth and complained, looking at the fiery red crystal floating in front of him, raised his hand and held it, and the words of voice identity verification appeared in front of Su Yan. Su Yan's eyes focused slightly, and after seeing the ancient text in front of him clearly, he took a breath of cold air, and his pupils suddenly had a big earthquake, and he said in surprise, "Such a thing. Can a little fox like me read it?" The ancient demon text that appeared in front of Su Yan, if it was changed to the language of the cultivation world, was only a few hundred words, but the content of the text was a yellow text, starting with the word I to describe what he wanted to do to Zhu Yin's delicate body. In the text, "I was extremely brave, knocking Zhu Yin directly to the ground and filling her up. Senior Zhu Yin has a really bad personality," Su Yan complained, turned around, took out a crystal from the storage ring, took a picture of the words displayed by the fiery red crystal with the crystal, and then recited in front of the crystal with an expressionless face. After Su Yan molested Zhu Yin, the fiery red crystal in his hand gradually melted, forming a doornail with a ring, which fell on the palm of Su Yan's hand. Now I can imagine that Senior Zhu Yin leaned on the shoulder of Yinglong Patriarch, pointed at the little fox with the recording just now, and said with a teasing face, "Oh, your little fox is so lustful and bold," Su Yan complained, picked up the crystal in front of him, and put it in the storage ring to ensure that he could remain innocent in front of the ancestor. After getting the door nail in the ring, although there was no instruction manual on it, Su Yan could roughly know what the door nail and the ring were used for. Su Yan got out of the universe space and returned to the unusually dark Tinking. What happened? Seeing Su Yan come back with a red face again, the Black Dragon King felt a little strange and asked, "It shouldn't be a big problem." Su Yan shook his head gently and pressed the door nail in his hand against the rock wall in front of him. The spikes at the bottom of the door nail firmly pierced the rock wall to stabilize his body. Su Yan pulled up the ring on the door nail and gently hit the rock wall. Ding when the door nail sounded for the first time. There was no movement on the rock wall in front of Su Yan. Ding when the ring hit the rock wall for the second time. The color of the rock wall in front of him gradually became damp and revealed moisture, as if it had been soaked in water. A lot of moss instantly covered the rock wall, emitting a damp smell. When the ring hit the rock wall for the third time, the rock wall in front of him exploded into black ashes and disappeared, and a solid door formed by azure tide appeared in front of everyone. Solid water flow? When Su Yan saw the gate, a question mark suddenly appeared on his cheek. The gate in front of him, which was hundreds of meters high, was not made of any precious material in the fairy world. It was just ordinary flowing water that could be seen everywhere, but it was in a solid state. The moment Yinglong's treasure house appeared, the crystal that Zhu Yin gave to Su Yan was completely shattered. Only Yinglong can open Yinglong's treasure house. But because of the special location of Yinglong's treasure house, her Taoist friends, who have a very good personal relationship with her, have had similar doorbells. When things are urgent, you can ring the doorbell in front of the rock wall and let the space in front jump to the future where Yinglong's treasure house already exists. As for the door of Yinglong's treasure house in front of him, Zhu Yin can only use violence to open it. In this room, only Yinglong can control the opening and closing of the door of his treasure house. Zhu Yin guided Su Yan to come here just to see if this door will open. If the door can be opened, it means that Ying Long, who is hidden in the long river of time, is willing to communicate. If the door cannot be opened, it means that Ying Long is currently unwilling to communicate, or has encountered something, and can't even take care of the guests in front of the treasure house. It is useless for Zhu Yin to come here. If Ying Long wants to communicate with him, he will not hide all the time. But Su Yin is different. There is a very obscure Ying Long aura on him, which means that Su Yin has come into contact with Ying Long in the past 100 years. Ao Renlin, who was in the south sky and was killing corpses, suddenly froze. He looked sideways in the direction of the Dragon Clan paradise, frowned, and said, "What on earth is calling me to go?" Ao Renlin, who was killing a lot, suddenly felt a throbbing feeling in his heart. He felt that if he didn't go to a certain place immediately, something he would never want to see would happen. This feeling was very abrupt and for no reason, as if someone was telling him something in his mind, and it was not his own intuition. Chapter 678 Ying Long Patriarch Starry Sky Top. Go. Go quickly. A series of calls sounded from the bottom of his heart, causing Ao Renlin, who was hunting the corpse immortal, to pause. He raised his hand to cover his throbbing chest, and a cold breath leaked from the mouth of the ferocious dragon head. What happened? Su Qing, who was sitting on Long Dad's shoulder, noticed that her husband seemed to be a little abnormal, and asked, "I feel something is calling me." Long Dad, who manifested the body of Ying Long, left the ground, and the body that covered the moon and stars was entrenched in the sky. The light blue dragon head looked at the frozen area below and said, "It's a very abrupt and unprovoked call, as if someone attached to my heart, knocking the words in my heart word by word, and echoing in my mind." Long Dad slowly manifested a human form, looked sideways in the direction of the dragon paradise, and explained to Fox Mom. Fox Mom, who was taller than Long Dad, heard this and leaned on Long Dad's shoulder with a smile on her face. She gently raised her hand and touched Long Dad's cheek, saying teasingly, "The voice that calls on the tip of my heart. My husband shouldn't tell me that it's a female voice? Otherwise, the jealousy in my wife's heart will be tossed back and forth." Facing Fox Mom's playful teasing, Long Dad said calmly, "It's not clear whether it's male or female at the moment, but I think I should go and investigate the reason and see who invited me to go like this. Then let's solve the problem here. I don't know who the little fox offended, and it can attract so many corpse reincarnation immortals and Nightmare Town people to chase and kill." Fox Mom said with a sigh on her face, "It should have nothing to do with us. Right?" Long Dad and Fox Mom came to the fairyland and have been killing people very low-key. They killed all the Nightmare Town people or corpse reincarnation immortals they met on the way and made them into feed, and fed them to Long Dad's Ying Long body refined by the Nightmare Town method. The body of Ying Long is like a spiritual treasure to Longba. He feeds it a lot to make it stronger. The resources obtained through hunting and robbing are used for the cultivation of Fox Mom and his soul. And he is preparing to build a body, from killing one by one, to killing nests, and now directly killing cities and countries. If the undead witches were not in the way, Longba should be able to evolve the body of Ying Long to a higher level. It may be so that Su Yin was wanted by the Corpse Immortal Alliance. When facing a more brutal and unreasonable existence than themselves, the Corpse Immortals may try to tie Su Yin up and force Longba to come out and reason. When Longba was rushing to kill the Corpse Immortals, Su Yin had already walked around the door of Ying Long's treasure house for several times. Can flowing water appear in a solid form after being pressurized? Su Yin studied the azure door in front of him, and touched the door with curiosity. The material of the door was just a very ordinary stream of water, but after processing, it appeared in the shape of a transparent glass brick, like a room-temperature ice cube. "Stop!" Seeing Su Yin pushing the door of Ying Long's treasury, Ron shouted to Su Yin with a look of shock. Ron had never been to Ying Long's treasury, but she had heard Queen Mother Shi and Bai Zhe complain that every time she returned to Ying Long's home as a guest, she could see Ying Long throwing all the treasures into the treasury in a disorderly manner. Every time the Ying Long treasure house opens, a spectacular treasure avalanche can be seen. "Ah!" Su Yin raised his hand and lightly touched the door of the Ying Long treasure house. The door of the Ying Long treasure house seemed to be unable to hold back, and the entire door frame embedded in the rock wall was shaking. Boom boom. The door that should have opened inwards, at this moment, slammed outwards with great force. The ores, fairy crystals, and spirit stones at a height of hundreds of meters inside the door slammed directly towards the creatures in front of the door, like an avalanche and a tsunami. Ruinu grabbed Su Yin and dodged, leaping above the azure door, and looked at the treasure mudslide below with other dragon kings in amazement. Amid the rumbling sounds, precious ores and fairy crystals of various sizes that dazzled everyone gushed out from the inside of the azure door. Su Yin even saw fairy crystals the size of a house, carved into the shape of a fairy boat, ejected from the door, directly crossed the platform in front of the door, and fell into the Tianking. Su Yin, who was stunned, turned around and looked at the 4 sea dragon kings and said, "Do we need to go forward to rescue? Those things belong to the dragon clan anyway. How precious can the things placed in front of the door be?" The West Sea Dragon King chuckled and looked at Su Yin and said, "The most important thing we should do now is naturally." As the West Sea Dragon King said this, his body fell suddenly and fell to the edge of the highest point of the door. He looked at the direction and manifested a white dragon body and dived in. Bang! The West Sea Dragon King, who was about to sneak away, seemed to hit something invisible, and his long dragon body was almost shrunk into a ball of dry persimmons. The West Sea Dragon King, who was dizzy, fell into the torrent of treasures, and was pushed by a large amount of rare treasures, and fell directly into the abyss outside the platform. "There is a ban at the door." The Dragon King of the West Sea covered his cheek, walked out of the space gap, and said with a black face, "The ancestor is immoral. He even guards against his own bloodline descendants." Ha ha ha. The Red Dragon King laughed when he saw the Dragon King of the West Sea hitting the wall and said, "Is it abnormal to guard against it? Whose young dragon has never dreamed of decorating his dragon nest with gold and jade when he was born? The fastest way to achieve the dream is naturally to borrow from the old dragon's house." The Dragon Clan are all fans of maximalism. Their homes are not really gold and jade, and may be very simple, but the decorations placed in layers in the house must be very expensive. Just like Master Jean, there is no fish in the bathing pool in the courtyard. The bottom is covered with various gems, and even some self-luminous gems are mixed in it, making the bathing pool exude a taste of luxury and wealth inside and outside. Yinglong arranged a ban in front of the treasure house, which is also within the scope of understanding. After a while, the crazy wave surging out of the door gradually subsided. The gate of Yinglong Treasury was officially opened, but there was still a layer of restriction in front of the gate, and no one could enter. Could it be? Su Yin touched the restriction in front of the gate, and suddenly a thought came to his mind, and he recalled the pond scenery in the homes of Master Jean and the Black Dragon King. Call the trickle. Su Yin stepped back a few steps, raised his hand, and pinched the seal, silently chanting the method of calling water in his heart, turning all the spiritual energy around into water vapor and condensing it in front of the gate of Yinglong Treasury, and pouring the vigorous water onto the platform in front of the gate, forming a water ball. The treasures that had fallen to the ground, under the buoyancy of the spiritual spring and Su Yin's control, slowly floated up until the water flooded the gate of Yinglong's treasure house. The azure light on the gate was reflected in the ocean, and the bright surfaces of countless mineral treasures floating in the water reflected the light, making an artificial galaxy appear on the dark terrace. The ancestor Yinglong is awesome. The starry sky is top. Su Yin, who was pinching the seal, looked at the galaxy where the treasures gathered, and couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart, "It turns out that aesthetics can also be inherited. No wonder Long Long has a gem pond at home." Boom boom. As the gem galaxy appeared, a suction force broke out inside the Yinglong treasure house, sucking the treasures that were originally spewed out and everyone present into it. "You go! Call me when you come out." Seeing that the Yinglong treasure house was officially opened, Ruanu did not follow Su Yin and the 4 sea dragon kings into the treasure house. After Ron escorted Su Yin to the destination, she did not follow him in out of courtesy and to avoid suspicion. She turned around and returned to the banquet hall of the 10,000 Immortals banquet, and asked the little fox to call her when they came out, and then she would escort them back. "Is the door of Yinglong's treasure house open?" Seeing Ron walking out of the void, Zhu Yin asked about the results of the exploration with interest. Although there were some waves, it was considered to have passed. Ron didn't know some of the inside tricks, but she just simply explained what happened, as Zhu Yin cared about the little fox. "Oh!" Zhu Yin nodded lightly and sighed in his heart. It turns out that he is not dead and has not lost contact. Chapter 679, The Healing Little Mole Girl. Well, haha. As the Yinglong treasury opened, Su Yin and the 4 sea dragon kings were all dragged by the traction force and directly entered the Yinglong treasury. Su Yin, who was buried alive by the treasures of the treasury, jumped out of the treasure pile like a dragon, landed on the peak of the treasure hill, and looked at the scenery of the Yinglong treasury. Su Yin was completely unable to describe the richness of the Yinglong treasury in words. The size of the Jin treasury was so large that it had even formed an independent small world with an ecosystem unique to the Jin treasury. According to Jin, the scale of the Yinglong treasury was even more exaggerated than her small treasury. Su Yin looked around and saw rows of items, like shelves built against the fairy crystal wall, with sets of women's clothing displayed on them. And tens of thousands of various types of clothing hung under the shelves. Each set of clothing was matched with accessories and matching pieces on the shelves. Su Yin looked at the clothes covering one wall, and then looked at the other wall with a dull face. The same shelf, but on it were belly bands and matching underwear, as well as some very fabric-saving inner clothes, among which there were some magic tools, spiritual tools, and special robes. No, I can't look at it anymore. If I keep looking, the Fox Cub's horizons will be opened again. Su Yin sat on the treasure pile with a painful face, looking at the square space that should be the cloakroom, and muttered softly, having seen the extravagance of Fox Mom and Dragon Dad's wedding banquet, the killing of a holy spirit to cheer up at the Jin banquet, and the Queen Mother of the West's 10,000 immortals coming to the banquet. Su Yan's requirements for his own wedding banquet have been constantly rising. Now, seeing the cloakroom of Yinglong's treasure house, Su Yan felt that the blood in his body was about to awaken. The Dragon Clan's maximalist style, and the behavior of male foxes building nests and courting when they meet someone they like. If his horizons continue to rise like this, it will be very difficult for him to build nests and court according to the fox tradition. Hua la la. Su Yin slid down from the treasure pile by the wall and landed on a floor that looked like it was inlaid with gold and jade. The pattern on the floor was extremely complex with lush flowers and leaves. But the floor in the middle of the cloakroom was unusually clean. There was no treasure, only a lamp that looked like an upside-down tree, and a set of tableware placed under the lamp. Su Yin, who was in the form of a young man, came to the table and could barely touch the cushion of the chair when he stood on tiptoe. Without using his cultivation, it was difficult to jump onto the chair. From the size of the chair, one could already estimate the size of Yinglong in human form. The daily necessities here were very large, like those used by giants 7 or 8 meters tall. Su Yin, who was in the form of a young man, should be able to hit Yinglong's knees when he jumped normally. It seems that female dragons are generally 2 to 3 times larger than males. I wonder which one is bigger, the real body of Yinglong Patriarch or the 1,000-mile-long body of Senior Jin. Su Yin did not touch the things in the cloakroom. After a simple glance, he walked towards the exit without a door frame or door 2 miles away, ready to walk around and find some local natives to ask for directions. Su Yan's storage ring has limited space, and his universe space is constructed by the 3 lights divine water. Even if he deliberately opens up a space for storage, the characteristics of the universe space will inevitably reduce the power of the magic weapon and spiritual tool itself. With limited storage space, Su Yin was going to find some of the most valuable elixirs to take away, and the Yinglong treasure house was not a one-time thing. So he only needed to ask Senior Zhu Yin for the doorbell. And when he came next time, he could bring more storage tools. I don't know how the Yinglong Patriarch and Senior Zhu Yin accumulated such a treasure house. Walking on the jade-plated golden-laid jade road with gold bars and gold wires embedded in the jade, Su Yin looked at the strange lamps on the top of the corridor, as well as the cabinets on both sides and the ornaments placed on them, and said with emotion, "If the ancestor is still alive, after I propose successfully in the future, I will personally deliver the invitation to the ancestor, even if I have to go through fire and water." If the proposal to Princess Wuxi was successful, Su Yin couldn't imagine what the Yinglong Patriarch would need to put in the red envelope for himself, and how thick it would be. Su Yin was thinking in his heart while scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, looking for the 4 sea dragon kings or the natives in the ecosystem of Yinglong treasure house. Although the treasures around were very tempting, Su Yin had no concept or knowledge of Yinglong treasure house. He had no idea where the most precious treasures in Yinglong treasure house were placed, nor did he know what was most helpful to him. At present, he could only wander aimlessly and walk through the rooms one by one. While looking for treasures, he also looked for the exit. As his divine sense reached, Su Yin suddenly noticed a strange movement in the treasure pile, but because it was covered with a layer of powerful magic weapons, his divine sense was seriously disturbed and could not penetrate into it at all. Is it a native or a fairy weapon spirit? Su Yan's mind moved, and he walked quickly to the place where he noticed the abnormality. When he arrived in the room, when Su Yin looked through his naked eyes, he saw 3 different shaped weapon spirits standing in front of the display stand in front of the treasure pile. whispering to each other. Huh? There are other creatures. Just as Su Yan was surprised when he saw the immortal weapon spirit. The 3 weapon spirits were also particularly surprised to see Su Yan. Little guy. You came at the right time. Hurry up and take our main body to other rooms. Half an hour ago, a strange thing suddenly fell into the room. The weapon spirit in the form of a female fairy pointed at the 3 swords on the display stand and signaled Su Yan to move with their main bodies. Because not long ago, it seemed that something dirty fell into this room and was gnawing on the magic weapon. The 3 weapon spirits now didn't care about Su Yan's origins. They just wanted to quickly get away from the dirty things that fell into the room. Gulyalu. A slightly familiar call came from the pile of treasures. This room should be used to place collections. Weapons are inserted on the display stand. And the end areas of the weapons are all sunk into the mineral fairy crystals used as embellishments. Are those moles? Hearing the familiar call, Su Yan's mind suddenly remembered that when he fell from the surface before, he saw some mole-like creatures during the descent. Those moles live in caves on the rock walls. And there are a large number of them. They are a kind of Earth-type monster. Pop. A mole's head came out from the treasure pile. And its shiny black buttocks were arched out. And a series of chewing sounds came out of its mouth, which was very healing. Gulyalu. The little mole turned its head back, revealing its pink pig nose. Its eyes seemed to be so small that they disappeared. And it looked confused and silly. But this monster that looked like a mole had a white scar on its forehead. A long white snake with red pupils stuck out of the wound like a tentacle. The mole's original double-breasted buttons also disappeared. One by one, the little snakes-like tentacles were holding treasures in the treasure pile and swallowing them into their mouths to chew. Ah. When Su Yan saw the things on the mole, a woman's appearance suddenly appeared in his mind. Su Yan laughed twice and looked at the mole. Dragon King of the West Sea. Xiatong Holy Mother is not dead. After Su Yan laughed twice, his mind moved. Before the mole, he grabbed the 3 magic weapons on the display stand and put them in his arms. He turned around and ran out of the door, shouting in his mouth, Ancestor, come and save me. The thing in front of him is definitely the Holy Mother Xiatong. The Holy Mother Xiatong Wanling was the first celestial being to die in front of Su Yan, and was also the mother of Senior Lao Tao. Su Yan had a very deep memory of her, and it was absolutely impossible for him to mistake the face of the snake. That thing was definitely the Holy Mother Xiatong. As a fellow demon, even if she showed her original form, Su Yan could still tell what she looked like. Chapter 680. Why does it need to be embellished if it is invincible? Gulyalu? The little mole squatting on the treasure pile saw Su Yan turn away, and a strange look appeared on his confused face, as if he was a little confused, and he did not do anything further. It is the Holy Mother of Xiatong Wanling. But it is not the Holy Mother of Xiatong in a narrow sense. The identity of the little mole is a creature that belongs to the great unity of the Taoism of the Holy Mother of Xiatong Heaven and Earth Xiatong. It is just a part of the Holy Mother of Xiatong. Just like a cell. Hiss. The white snake-like tentacles between the eyebrows of the little mole looked at the place where Su Yan left, and a red glow appeared on his red face. He slowly opened his mouth and spit out his snake tongue, and a dangerous breath emanated from his whole body. We finally found you. Su Yan. Why did it escape? It's just a Jindan stage demon beast. Su Yan, holding 3 immortal weapons in his arms, was flashing in the Yinglong treasure house in the mist, looking for the Dragon King. The female fairy-like spirit leading the 3 immortal weapons was a little surprised and asked Su Yan. That strange thing was a threat to these immortal weapons that could not move on their own. But was it a mere Jindan stage demon beast that scared a half-demon race so much that he ran out of the door in a panic? Jindan stage demon beast? Su Yan, who was escaping, had a strange look on his cheeks and said, It's a coincidence. According to seniority, I should call her Grandma. The Xiatong Wanling Holy Mother is a dragon blood creature. According to seniority, Su Yan should really call her Grandma. Although Su Yan was not familiar with the Xiatong Holy Mother, he knew the Xiatong Holy Mother's child, Fox Mom, and Aunt's former classmate Bai Tao, who studied at the Wanyao Academy. Before his death, Bai Tao told Su Yan some stories about the Holy Mother Xiatong, and Su Yan knew a lot about the Holy Mother Xiatong. Bai Tao's mother was not terrible. She was just a creature driven crazy by the pressure of reality, but combined with the identity of a member of the Nightmare Town and a crazy creature, she was extremely terrible. The Holy Mother Xiatong, who was driven crazy, killed the Western State Nightmare Town sect inside and outside in just a few years, and even killed Bai Tao's father, forcing Bai Tao to use the method of the Nightmare Town to devour part of his father's flesh and blood, allowing him to awaken the innate magical powers belonging to the Tao Ai clan. If it weren't for the imprisonment of the Nightmare Town death trap, and the West Sea Dragon King watching from the side, the name of the Holy Mother Xiantong should be like the Holy Mother of Yuhua Wanling Shifang, and no one dared to mention her name, hoping that such an unlucky Taoist name would be forever annihilated in the long river of history. Su Yin always thought that the Holy Mother Xiantong was dead. But now the Holy Mother Xiantong is not dead. The only possibility, which is also the worst assumption made by my aunt's classmate Senior Bai Tao, is that after the death of the Holy Mother Xiantong, she may have turned into an immortal evil witch in the netherworld by chance. The immortal witch Xingtian, who also came from the world of cultivation, has relied on his spiritual treasures and his giant race talents to fight the Holy Spirit one-on-one in just a few years, and has imprisoned Senior Ruinu, who was unable to take action. In a small world, the Holy Mother Xiantong, who has turned into an immortal evil witch, is definitely not something that a half-immortal like me can contend with. The Holy Mother Xiantong was already a half-immortal when she died, after 3 or 4 years of accumulation and the escape from the sky contained in the nightmare suppression method. Su Yin dared not imagine how powerful the cruel and ruthless Holy Mother Xiantong had become. I can be called a genius, but the creatures that have been transformed by the Nightmare Town and can survive are definitely not inferior to any genius in terms of talent. It is obvious that the affairs of grandparents are not something that a grandchild like me can get involved in. Su Yin has an accurate understanding of his own position. He plans to find the 4 Sea Dragon Kings to plot and kill Xiantong Holy Mother before she comes to kill him, or directly plunder the most valuable things in Yinglong's treasure house. In short, I know that guy, and I'm holding her treasure. No one in the fairy world should know how terrible she is better than me. Su Yin paused slightly, looked at the 3 weapon spirits beside him, and said, I am a member of the Black Dragon clan, a direct descendant of the 4 dragon gods. The world is changing drastically. We came to the ancestral treasure house to find magic weapons, hoping to change the world and change our fate. Can the seniors give me some pointers? Magic weapons? Weapons. The 3 weapon spirits looked at each other, shook their heads and said, although we are decorations placed on the first floor, as far as we know, the dragon ancestor did not collect any magic weapons because he did not like killing. What we have here are just some collections with historical witness value. Some extremely powerful magic weapons require more precious materials. For example, Bai Zai's forehead horn, if used to make magic weapons, has the miraculous effect of knowing everything in the world. When seeing the enemy, you can know where the enemy came from and what the environment of his ancestors is. If you use the forehead horn to make elixirs, you can even become an immortal directly. It is rumored that when Huangbi achieved the position of Holy Spirit, he visited Bai Zai and took a large horn fork, which he used to make elixirs, and ascended to the position of Holy Spirit within 100 days. Yinglong was born before heaven and earth. He can be called invincible since his birth, even when the rules of time and space in his body were analyzed when he was building the world. His true power is not something that can be measured by the Holy Spirit. It is an invincible body. So why bother to increase the killing and hunting of those unique beasts in the world to embellish his own glory? In Yinglong's treasure house, in the memories of the 3 spirits, there seems to be nothing that can be called a powerful magic weapon that can turn the tide and change the world. There are only some things that witness history, such as the magic weapon that Huang enlightened the human race, and the first musical instrument between heaven and earth created by Fuxi and other collections. After Su Yin asked this, the 3 weapon spirits really couldn't imagine what could challenge the Holy Spirit. There were a few in the past, but those great weapons had long been lent out by Dragon Ancestor and lent to the young Taoist friends for their own destiny. Are there no treasures in Yinglong's treasure house? Su Yin looked at the magnificent surroundings. A question mark appeared on his head, and said to the 3 weapon spirit seniors, we don't know what you mean by treasure, but we can take you to other levels to look for it. But before that we need to verify your identity. The weapon spirit in the form of the eldest fairy opened her mouth, looked at Su Yin and said, drop your blood into my mouth. Let me analyze where you are from. If you are from the Dragon Clan more than 10 generations ago, we can't lead you. The original intention of building the underground palace was to place the small gifts given by Taoist friends to Dragon Ancestor. Some of the formations inside were originally arranged based on the Dragon Clan, and creatures without dragon blood could not enter the interior. Is there another layer in Yinglong's treasure house? Su Yin looked at the 3 spirit elders, gradually revealing a look of surprise. I was wondering, why have I not seen the ancestors after wandering around here? It turns out that Juzi, was thrown to the gate of the underground palace because of my bloodline. Su Yin thought with a black line on his face, raised his hand and pinched a hole on his finger, and put it into the mouth of the female fairy spirit to drip blood to verify his Jiuzi identity. The spirit stretched out its tongue to lick the blood, put it in its mouth to taste it slightly, and said, Jiuzi, the direct descendant of the 7th generation black dragon in the true dragon family tree? Why do I feel a little foxy? Is it because of the influence of the mother's bloodline? Well, I haven't produced any offspring yet. No wonder I am not taken seriously and thrown directly to the inner side of the entrance hall of the underground palace. Okay, senior, stop talking. Chapter 681 Heaven and Earth are one. Happiness will last forever. Okay, stop talking, senior. Seeing the female fairy spirit tasting her blood and analyzing the information contained in the blood, Su Yan didn't really care at first. Until later, the spirit read out her family tree, and almost said whether she wet the bed. Su Yan almost couldn't hold it. A few drops of blood can analyze such information. If I draw a tube of blood for the spirit, she might be able to tell me her likes and dislikes, and the name of her child. Su Yan hurriedly interrupted the female fairy spirit's words, stopped her from continuing, and said, Are all spirits so terrifying? Just a drop of blood can know so much information. Not all spirits are like this. I should be considered to have the right skills to have such ability. The female fairy raised her finger and pointed at Su Yan's arms. Among the 3 fairy weapons placed in her arms, the 2 long swords were not the female fairy spirit's body. Its body was a small knife. The blade of the short dagger, which looks like a one-piece dagger, is covered with wire grooves. Some blades can be disassembled from each wire groove. The head area of the dagger handle can also be unscrewed to take out something similar to tweezers. I used to work with Emperor Yin, so I know a little more, said the female fairy spirit. The name of Emperor Yin may be unfamiliar, but Emperor Yin's common name is Shinong, who once competed with Emperor Huang and Qiyu for the orthodox name of the human race in the primitive fairy world. The female fairy spirit belongs to the type of medical equipment, so she can easily analyze Su Yan's situation. There may not be any amazing weapons in Yinglong's treasure house that can turn mountains and rivers against the current, but the weapons that Yinglong can place on the display stand are all collections that have witnessed history and the great situation of the world. The dagger-like weapons are the supplies that Emperor Yin once studied for medical use, and can be called the ancestor of all medical equipment used by the human race here. Yindi was once a member of the Wilderness Palace. It was not too strange that Yinglong shook out some rare treasures from Yindi's storage treasures. The Moon Rabbit clan leader is ecstatic, Su Yan muttered in his heart, and let the female fairy spirit lead the way to other floors of Yinglong's treasure house. If she knew some special rooms and dormitories, she must tell him. In fact, Yinglong's treasure house does divert visiting guests, as Su Yan guessed, when there is no one to control it. Children usually sit in the courtyard on the first floor of the underground palace and play with their friends. When the real dragon comes to Yinglong's treasure house, it usually wants to discuss something with Yinglong's ancestor. Generally, it is teleported to the 4th or 5th floor of the 9-story underground palace to see Yinglong directly. The 4 sea dragon kings are currently on the 5th floor, groping in the Yinglong treasure house that is like a maze. Gagaga. Su Yan had just run away when the black hair on the body of the little flying squirrel, which had been eating and drinking in the weapons display rack, turned white in an instant. Layers of fine snake scales grew on its back, which looked like a lotus, forming a lotus platform. The white lotus platform slowly expanded, and a black hole bloomed inside. The Xiantong Holy Mother, with silver hair and red eyes full of indifference, slowly emerged from the blooming lotus seat. Have you seen Su Yan? Who is alone? Xiantong Holy Mother looked at the flying squirrel at her feet and said lightly, Yes, it's rare to see him alone. The white between the flying squirrel's eyebrows smiled and said, And our previous guess was correct. The ancestors did leave some things in the original site of the dragon's home. This place contains at least more than 1% of the mineral deposits in the fairyland. The ancestors of the dragon clan are very rich. It is a double blessing for us. The little snake between the eyebrows was full of joy and told the Holy Mother Xiantong the information she had obtained. In this way, you will be blessed with infinite happiness. Xiantong Wanling Holy Mother nodded gently, glanced at the mole at her feet, took a step forward, and suddenly turned into an infinite amount of white viscous liquid, swarming out of the weapon collection room frantically, submerging everything it touched into her body. The unity of heaven and earth. The Taoism of the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling is the heaven and earth Xiantong Tao, which is composed of her own resentment towards the unpredictable world and human hearts, and the devouring and containing method of the Taotai tribe. She contains everything in her body, and assimilates all dead and living things to form infinite happiness. The Taoism of the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling is so special that when the cultivation world was close to the fairyland, Yu Chao sent the Holy Spirit to pry open her tomb, making the tomb that could isolate exploration and spiritual energy completely scrapped. After the Holy Mother of Xiantong came into contact with the spiritual energy, it didn't take much time to reactivate. She wandered in the void in the form of an undead evil witch, devouring the small worlds and lost worlds she encountered, so as to fill the emptiness and hatred in her heart. She completely submerged the world, allowing all living beings to completely merge with herself, without any spiritual barriers or verbal obstacles between them, and finally hatching true infinite happiness with her own flesh and blood. This is the meaning of the reactivation of the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling. The meaning of infinite happiness is that endless auspiciousness and blessings are all piled together. At this moment, the Holy Mother Xiantong can no longer be defined by the term living being in a broad or narrow sense. The only phrase that can define her is existence. The Holy Mother Xiantong issued a bounty for Su Yin, because Su Yin had a sacrificial knife in his hand. The sacrificial knife was part of the Holy Mother Xuantong's existence, and she should have been able to control the sacrificial knife to return to her body. But she became too unfamiliar, and there was a blood contract with Su Yin, so the sacrificial knife never responded to the call of the Holy Mother Xiantong Wanling. The Holy Mother Xiantong Wanling did not give up. The sacrificial knife was a part of her own existence. Without the sacrificial knife, the Holy Mother Xiantong was equivalent to the lack of her own existence, and it was impossible to achieve true perfection. No matter how she devoured, she could not fill that lack. Su Yan's existence was of vital importance to her, no matter where she went. The Holy Mother Xiantong could not let Su Yan go. To borrow the words of the Nine Heavens' mysterious woman, the little fox had a lot of peach blossom luck, and there was such a foolish woman. The peach blossom luck mentioned by the Nine Heavens' mysterious woman must be put in double quotation marks. Boom boom. The white turbid liquid gushed out from the weapons collection room and swarmed in all directions from the passage, flooding the cloakroom of the Yinglong Patriarch and the exit of the Yinglong Treasury. After coming into contact with the white turbid liquid, the rare treasures and mineral crystals slowly dissolved and completely merged into the body of the Xiantong Wanling Mother, and each item completely disappeared in the Yinglong Treasury, until the white turbid liquid swallowed up the first layer. The Xiantong Wanling Mother did not find Su Yin, but because the first layer of the underground palace was completely empty, the Xiantong Mother did not spend much time to find the entrance to the second layer of the Yinglong Treasury. Quick! 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 Come quickly! Danger! Chapter 682 Blessings of the Heavenly Venerable. Boom boom. The Holy Mother Xiantong was perched above the void. An endless turbid white liquid gushed out from behind her, completely submerging the first floor of the Yinglong treasure house, and seeping from the void to the second floor. The formations and treasures along the way were all assimilated by the Taoism of the Holy Mother Xiantong, fused with it, and gradually transformed into a white turbid river, integrating everything into her body. As the Holy Mother Xiantong perched above the void around her was distorted because of the existence of the Holy Mother Xiantong, and she was infinitely close to the level of the Daoyuo Tian Xian, who could live as long as the heaven and earth. In the absence of her own existence, the Holy Mother Xiantong was already close to the level of a godman. If she could find the long-lost sacrificial knife and devour most of the treasures in the Yinglong treasure house. Theoretically speaking, the Holy Mother Xiantong might directly turn into a Holy Spirit, and she was a relatively powerful one among the Holy Spirits. Found it. The white turbid river was moving at an incredibly fast speed, with a momentum like a tsunami and a landslide. In just a moment, it entered the second level through the assimilation formation and sensed the sacrificial knife. The Xiantong Holy Mother, who was perched above the void, slowly opened her eyes, revealing red pupils full of indifference. Her body turned into a ball of white turbid liquid, blending into the river and moving towards Su Yan's position. Why is there white slime everywhere? Su Yan ran from the underground palace into the void, and was shocked to find that the white slime inside the void was even larger. He had to drill into his universe, but a white world that was far larger than his universe forcibly connected with his universe, allowing the slime to be infused into it. Seeing this, Su Yan could only withdraw from the universe and look at the figure that appeared in the underground palace. We haven't seen each other for a while. Looking at Su Yan coming out of the universe, the Holy Mother Xiantong slowly walked out of the white turbid river, without any moisture on her body. She looked at Su Yan calmly and said, Lo. About. Less than 4 years? Su Yan looked at the Holy Mother Xiantong in front of him, sighed and said, I never thought that there would be a possibility of meeting again. If I am not mistaken, the wanted order from the Corpse Reincarnation Immortal Alliance should also be related to you. Right? And you have really changed a lot. There are some differences between the Holy Mother Xiantong Wanling in front of him, and the Holy Mother Xiantong in Su Yan's memory. The Holy Mother Xiantong in the past was surrounded by fierceness. And although she murmured Wanling Xiantong in her mouth, the Wanling Xiantong that the Holy Mother Xiantong murmured at that time was more like a slogan existing on her lips, or her expectation. But the Xiantong Wanling Holy Mother in front of him shed her fierce and violent aura. Although her face was expressionless and her figure was not very tall, she exuded a majestic and wonderful aura. Her white plain clothes and graceful and plump body were completely free of ambiguity and charm, showing her maternal glory and great love. I crawled out of my mother's arms, and after experiencing resurrection from the dead, my ideas have changed a little. The Xiantong Wanling Holy Mother looked at Su Yan, sighed and said, my previous experiences and obsessions were because I was full of hatred for this place. I hate being born. My father is obviously a member of the Dragon Clan. Why didn't I inherit the Dragon Clan's magical powers from my father? And all I have is the water element that is not very powerful at a low level. I hate my shyness and timidity. I can hardly afford to eat. But I am unwilling to ask the Dragon Mother for help because of my inferiority complex and stubbornness. If I ask, the Dragon Mother will not ignore my people. I also hate the Land God for being heartless. But because of my personality, I chose the worst ending, causing my child to lose everything before he was born because of his mother's stupidity. Xiantong Wanling Xingmu shook her head, chuckled and looked at Su Yan, who was considered a friend, and said, the next part is an embarrassing experience of being a member of the Nightmare Town. You were born into a wealthy family, and you should not understand what the lowest level of the demon race can do for survival and a glimmer of hope. Under such circumstances and persecution, I, who used to be stubborn, completely crazy, I feel that the whole world is full of malice towards me. Why is there no one who can really read my mind? The Xiantong Holy Mother looked at Su Yan and stretched out her hand, saying, communication at the level of words, communication between divine thoughts, or the most intimate spiritual and physical fusion during dual cultivation cannot really achieve mutual understanding. After going through all kinds of things, I am willing to become a bridge of mutual trust and love between living beings, so that living beings with the same experience as me, living beings who are not good at speaking, and living beings who are born without empathy can truly understand each other. The Xiantong Holy Mother of all spirits looked at Su Yan, slowly stretched out her arms, and sincerely invited Su Yan to build a new and different wonderful world between living beings. Mutual understanding, mutual respect and friendship. All spirits are one. All living beings are all selves, and they completely occupy the world with the power of all living beings. When the reincarnation of all living beings is about to come, they will breathe the almighty all selves, and stand together forever in the center of the world, nameless at the beginning of heaven and earth, named the mother of all things. Mysterious and mysterious. All is one. One is all. From then on, there is no hypothesis that one gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. Come to my arms. You, as well as the concerns and thoughts in your heart, are all entrusted to me. In the world of infinite happiness, everyone will be together, and there is no need to experience the pain of separation in reincarnation, and no longer need to spend a lot of time thinking about each other's thoughts. Seeing that Su Yan was silent and did not answer, Xiantong Wanling Xingmu did not take action directly, but opened her mouth to persuade him again. After experiencing death and resurrection, and seeing the loving mother in charge of reincarnation, Xiantong Xingmu's philosophy has quietly changed. Unlike the Xiantong Xingmu who used to be inconsistent, cynical, and just venting her resentment, her experience and self-abasement in the first half of her life were not the injustice of the world. Everything is treated fairly here. Those with outstanding abilities swim upstream, and even flowers that have not been born with intelligence know to face the sun so that they can absorb enough nutrients to grow. But the outstanding ones are already at the top. And what sentient beings see when they burn themselves may not be the sun. Xiantong Wanling Holy Mother is willing to collect the wishes of all living beings, integrate the entanglements for all, and save all living beings from suffering. It is indeed a beautiful vision, and I cannot refute the Holy Mother's ambition with words. Su Yan looked at Xiantong Holy Mother and said, if there really is a world of infinite happiness, I would naturally be willing to go inside to enjoy the happiness. After all, Struggle may not necessarily lead to success, but it must be very comfortable not to struggle. Xiantong Holy Mother had a slightly indifferent look. After hearing Su Yan's words, she slowly smiled and looked at Su Yan and slowly opened her arms. Then come, those who recite my name. I also want to be as warm and kind to everyone as my own mother. Su Yan looked at Xiantong Holy Mother and shook his head, saying, but I do think of such a world. But there is a big premise in what I just said. Go in. But I must be the last one. Chapter 683 You Old Liar. Enter the boundless world of happiness and life. Okay. But the premise of everything is that I must be the last one to enter. Faced with the invitation of the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling, Su Yan slowly opened his mouth to say his agreement. With a look of regret on his face, and ready to fight to the end. The boundless world of happiness and life is indeed wonderful. There is no suspicion and doubt. Party B no longer needs to think hard about what Party A needs. There is no longer a situation where struggle forces involution. With mutual understanding, the Holy Mother of Xiantong is willing to become a bridge of communication and nurture all living beings. Everything in the world is integrated into one. So naturally there will be no such thing as abusing oneself. But the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling, why can she think that she can definitely create such a wonderful world? And why did she promise to herself that she would entrust everything to her and give up all her choices? If she fails, how should she deal with it? Put yourself in my shoes. If you fail, how will you solve the problem I entrusted to you? Su Yan slowly asked Xiantong Wanling Xingmu. If you can answer, I will be very willing to go to the wonderful world. Suspicious? Xiantong Wanling Xingmu looked at Su Yan, chuckled and said, I can't make any verbal guarantees. Because before the wish is realized, no matter how magnificent and wonderful it is always a dream. The promise I can make is to let you witness my strength with your own eyes, and make the only answer to believe in me based on my strength. Xiantong Wanling Xingmu's arms, which were originally open, spread out to both sides, and the white turbid river dissipated immediately. Xiantong Wanling Xingmu smiled, made a gesture to hug Su Yan, and walked towards Su Yan slowly step by step and said, come into my arms. Ka ka ka. Su Yan's face was solemn, although it can be seen that Xiantong Wanling Xingmu suppressed her strength. The power of Taoism she currently displayed still had a terrible oppressive feeling that was so strong that it made people unable to breathe. White flowers grew at the ends of the hair, and green vines swept around Su Yan's body. Su Yan, wearing an immortal armor, holding a knife in his left hand and a sword in his right hand, summoned the phantom of the 10-direction Holy Mother of nurturing all souls, and raised his hand to hatch the six-eyed lightning and the phantom of the loving mother. Su Yan glanced at the sacrificial knife, and the sword soul in the sacrificial knife was silent and did not give any answer. Dong. After the phantom of the loving mother was summoned, the 9 eyes all over her body looked at the Holy Mother Xiantong, determined the target, and pulled out the reincarnation drumstick from her body, and hit it heavily on the reincarnation drum that symbolized the reincarnation of immortals and gods. A burst of Sanskrit began to echo in the area surrounded by the white turbid river. The Holy Mother Xiantong ignored the phantom of the loving mother, and her eyes were still on Su Yan. The waves of calling sound symbolizing the great road of reincarnation did not play any role on the Holy Mother Xiantong at all. The drums of reincarnation beat one after another, but still could not cause any damage to the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling. Only some white slime fell to the ground. The six-eyed lightning looked at the Holy Mother of Xiantong and fell into silence, completely giving up the idea of attacking. With its deduction ability, all possible outcomes deduced were that it was eroded by the assimilation road when it approached the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling and fell instantly. Everything here is turning to Xiantong. Turbid flow. Su Yan held the sacrificial knife and tapped the ground, slightly stirring the ground to cause a ball of turbid liquid. A ball of 3 light holy water finally merged into the spring water symbolizing disaster and nothingness. Puff. The tip of the knife flicked lightly, and the wonderful light materialized by the way of nothingness splashed on the cheeks and body of the Holy Mother Xiantong. The spring water entrusted by the wonderful light, in the moment of contact with the skin of the Holy Mother Xiantong, began to devour and strengthen itself to annihilate the Holy Mother Xiantong. But on the cheek of the Holy Mother Xiantong Wanling, a layer of white slime slowly emerged, wrapping the wonderful light entangled on her body and began to homogenize, and balls of white slime fell from her body to the ground. Su Yan was shocked when he saw this. What was the situation of the Holy Mother Xiantong Wanling? The turbid world. Although he was amazed at the absurdity of the Holy Mother Xiantong, Su Yan still saw the mystery of the light of all wonders, and directly expanded his universe. allowing the universe to unfold a gourd-like shape here. A large amount of gray-brown turbidity gushed out from the inside, directly submerging the Holy Mother Xiantong Wanling in the void. Infinite happiness. The Holy Mother Xiantong, who made a hugging gesture, slightly raised her fingers, and the upper bodies of the creatures gradually emerged on the white turbid river that originally surrounded the high wall to separate the independent space. They opened their eyes, raised their hands, and opened their mouths, accompanied by a gravitational force. The gray-brown river that submerged here separated the road for the Holy Mother Xiantong to pass. Seeing that the power of Taoism could not work, Su Yin put down the sacrificial knife in his hand, controlled the immortal armor wrapped around his arm to loosen slightly, wrapped with Bai Zai's power, and punched out with a swing of his arm. The immortal armor spanned a distance of 2 miles, and hit the cheek of the Xiantong Holy Mother. A burst of light burst out from the contact point, and the Xiantong Holy Mother's forward movement stopped slightly. A red fist mark appeared on her fair and rosy cheek, and a drop of slightly transparent white blood flowed from the wound. The eyes of the Xiantong Holy Mother turned slightly, and looked at the location of the wound on her cheek. The white blood began to flow back, and the wound caused by Bai Zai's power healed instantly. It turns out that she is not invincible. Seeing that Bai Zai's power worked, Su Yin breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although Xiantong Wanling Holy Mother did not show any power, and did not intend to take the initiative to attack him, she only showed her Taoism to him. And Su Yin could also feel a sense of oppression. It was like standing in front of a high curved wall. Although the wall did not move, it exerted an overwhelming pressure on him. Now, it's time to start boxing. Su Yin glanced behind him. The six-eyed lightning that had stopped moving was quietly leaving with 3 immortal weapons. I hope I can hold on until the six-eyed lightning and the 3 weapon spirits come to find the 4 sea dragon kings. Although the Xiantong Wanling Holy Mother did not have the crazy energy before, the Taoism and cultivation she showed became more terrifying. 200 feet. Su Yin had retreated to the Baiju River at this moment, keeping a little distance. He was about 200 feet away from Xiantong Holy Mother. In other words, in a short period of time, Xiantong Holy Mother had approached Su Yin from a distance of 1,000 meters to only more than 600 meters. No! Get out of the way! The Empress Dowager, who had been watching the battle and trying to find the flaws of Xiantong Wanling Xingmu on behalf of Su Yin, suddenly felt a sense of crisis in her heart after seeing the various performances of Xiantong Xingmu, and warned Su Yin. The method of offset you use can't cause any harm to Xiantong at all. That woman is lying. The strongest point of Bai Zai's power is that Bai Zai uses his innate magical powers to thoroughly understand the things in front of him, and then he can produce a similar fusion effect. However, Su Yin does not have Bai Zai's innate magical powers, and the effect he can produce is just to use a huge amount of mana to offset. When hitting Xiantong Xingmu, can Su Yin's mana really offset it every time? You know, when a cultivator is not deliberately controlling the mana barrier naturally distributed on his body, the barrier tolerance of each part is not the same. According to this inference, it can be concluded that Xiantong Xingmu is either deliberately injured, or she has never given up the control of mana, just waiting for Su Yin to relax, and then open her mouth and bite directly. No matter what the result is, it shows that Holy Mother Xiantong is secretly preparing something. Chapter 684. The little fox saw her grandmother. Be careful. As soon as she noticed the abnormality of the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling, the moment when Empress Dowager Su warned Su Yin, she also expanded her universe at the same time, and the green vines entangled together and shot out from the universe space. Boom boom. Just as Empress Dowager Su expected. When the distance between the two reached 200 feet, the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling, who was originally moving slowly, took a step and rushed directly to Su Yin along the water stains on the ground. But Empress Dowager Su opened her universe in time and blocked the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling. The green vine torrent hit the Holy Mother of Xiantong directly, like a tentacle with a suction cup, clamping the waist of the Holy Mother of Xiantong and smashing her to the ground. Gulyalu. The moment the tentacles touched the Holy Mother Xiantong, the white slime began to spread rapidly, pointing directly at Su Yin, who was the vessel of the Empress Dowager Su's soul. But at this moment, the body of the Holy Mother Xiantong also underwent some changes. The Holy Mother Xiantong fell to the ground, and her body showed pieces of fine snake scales. The fine scales were undergoing unexpected and strange breakthroughs. 2 bulges bulged on the forehead of the Holy Mother Xiantong, and after a burst of white blood splashed, a pair of dragon horns actually grew. The body of the Holy Mother Xiantong expanded rapidly, and her body evolved directly into a dragon. and quickly transformed into a white dragon. Who? The uncontrollably alienated Holy Mother Xiantong showed a trace of emotion in her eyes. And then she started to disintegrate. Although the name of the Xiantong Holy Mother of Empress Dowager Su's Taoism is not clear, her ability is probably to create uncontrollable mutations, which may be evolution or degeneration. When Xiantong Holy Mother was affected by Taoism, the body of the white snake instantly turned into a dragon, and the blood and muscle tissue in her body were evolving towards the white dragon. If she were a friend of Empress Dowager Su, such a transformation would naturally be very wonderful, even if the Taoism was burning her lifespan and potential when it evolved. But as an enemy of Empress Dowager Su, such a mutation is actually very scary. In short, such an evolution is equivalent to destroying the foundation of one's cultivation and denying all the magical powers and Taoism that one has cultivated when he was a white snake. Then when she loses control, Empress Dowager Su can brazenly kill her. Therefore, Xiantong Holy Mother forcibly stopped the uncontrollable mutation through the method of self-destruction. In the universe of Empress Dowager Su, due to the erosion of white slime, the emerald green world inside was covered with a large area of white matter, and the plant monsters living in the dream world of the universe suddenly screamed. Empress Dowager Su's scalp numbed, and she quickly began to control the rules of the universe and space, and began to resist the slime. Dong. After the self-destruction of the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling, an embryo bulged out of the high wall of the white turbid river. The regrown Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling fell from the embryo, looked at Su Yan's back and smiled, and said, "I've got you." The front is 200 feet away from Su Yan, but Su Yan is only 20 feet away from the white turbid wall. 20 feet is just in the area where the influence of the Taoist magic of the Holy Mother of Xiantong is the strongest. The ground of gold and jade suddenly softened, and gradually covered with a layer of turbid white. Tentacles transformed from slime directly bound Su Yan, making Su Yan, who was originally trapped in the white slime and unable to move, completely fixed in place and unable to move. Xiantong Wanling Xingmu. Su Yan looked at Xiantong Xingmu, who came in front of him, and his thoughts in his heart suddenly sank. Ka ka ka. Undead armor worn on Su Yan. Under the effect of the way of assimilation, the vines that should have withered are gradually becoming fuller, and buds grow on the green ones, gradually detaching from Su Yan's body to reveal the appearance of Su Yan's youth. Come to me! Under the control of Xiantong Wanling Xingmu, Su Yan's body gradually degenerated into the appearance of a young man. Xiantong Xingmu gently hugged his head and rested it on her chest. Su Yan's head began to merge into Xiantong Xingmu's body. Damn it! The Queen Mother, who was trying to prevent the spread of assimilation, saw that Xiantong Wanling Xingmu used her ability to assimilate the little fox to avoid complications. In the case of no choice, she could only do two things at the same time, trying to prevent the spread of the way of assimilation, while using Taoism to allow Su Yan to maintain his own body. How can there be such a monster in the world? I hope that the six-eyed man can move faster. If this continues, who can withstand the invasion of the Xiantong Wanling Mother? Although Xiantong Wanling Mother's cultivation has not reached the realm of gods and men, Xiantong is a seed player selected by the Netherworld for the heaven and earth battle. Her strength can no longer be measured by common sense. The process of selecting immortal witches in the Netherworld is extremely harsh and crazy. Not every disciple of the Nightmare Town can become an immortal, which if he reaches the cultivation level. If a disciple of the Nightmare Town does not show special characteristics, he will not live to the realm of heaven and man at all. Under the blessing of the Netherworld, every immortal which has a characteristic similar to that of an immortal body. Although Empress Dowager Su is a reserve, she cannot withstand Xiantong Mother even if she is in the same realm, because she does not have the blessing of the Netherworld. Go to sleep. After you wake up, you will go to the wonderful world of infinite happiness and life. Xiantong Wanling Mother smiled and stroked Su Yan's cheek and said. Su Yan's body gradually sank into the mucus. His azure pupils gradually lost focus. His eyelids drooped, and the scenery in front of him gradually lost its light. The Xiantong Wanling Mother, who was assimilating Su Yan, suddenly turned her head and looked at the first floor of Yinglong Treasure House. Hua la la. Su Yan, who had lost consciousness, was reluctant to close his eyelids because he was unwilling to close his eyes, revealing his disintegrated and unfocused azure pupils. His figure fell from the only light in the sky to the river in the abyss. Plop. Su Yan's figure fell into the river, and his figure flowed down the lightless river, falling from a cliff into a pool. Are you late? Before Su Yan fell into the pool, there was already a person floating here. The woman looked sideways at Su Yan, who was floating down the river to her side, raised her hand and held it in her hand, and took a look. There's still a breath left. Under the woman's gaze, Su Yan gradually took on the form of a little fox. The woman held Su Yan's abdomen with one hand, letting his cheek face down, and pressed one hand on Su Yan's back and began to push back, causing Su Yan to spit out some white sticky matter. Zzz. The white slime fell onto the water pool. It was like an invincible white slime. Once it touched the water pool, it suddenly exploded and split into red-eyed white snakes that quickly swam towards the shore. As the white slime was spit out, Su Yan's body gradually began to recover, and he took a deep breath. What a loss. If I had known that before I died, I should have scolded the Xiantong mother and destroyed my storage ring by the way. I hope the storage ring will be swallowed up too. Su Yan, who had regained consciousness, was still conscious at the moment when he leaned on the chest of the Xiantong mother. He finally said what he had not had time to say before. Chapter 685 The Power of Grandma. Do you have a lot of things hidden in your storage ring that cannot be seen by others? When the woman saw Su Yan just revived, she blurted out that she regretted not destroying the storage ring before she died. Such a scene made the woman curious. What exactly was hidden in the storage ring of this little fox? So much so that when he was on the verge of death, he didn't care about how he died, but cared about the storage ring. Where is this? Su Yan regained his focus and woke up. When he saw the surrounding environment, he immediately noticed something unusual. He died because he was assimilated by the Xiantong Wanling Xingmu. After his death, he would fall into a place of infinite blessings and wonders, and his flesh, blood, and soul would become hawks, dogs, or cattle and horses. There should be no chance to reincarnate, and there was no cold air in the underworld in front of him. It didn't look like the legendary underworld city. Although Su Yan had never been to the Nether City, he had seen Tu Bo, the gatekeeper of the Nether City, who was filled with the cold air of the Netherworld. So he naturally knew what the Netherworld was like. This is the source of time. The woman looked at Su Yan and chuckled and said, I am Ying Long. I am very interested in your storage ring. Can you tell the ancestor what is hidden in it? It makes you think about it when you are on the verge of death. Ying Long? Su Yan looked at the woman who was holding him up, and silently recited the word Ying Long. And then his eyes widened. Ying Donging the Ancient Dragon? How could it be Ying Long? Why not? Ying Long asked back. As soon as the woman opened her mouth, she completely stumped Su Yan. Indeed. Why couldn't she be Ying Long? After all, Jiao Tianxian knew once said bluntly that she herself didn't think she could really kill Ying Long. I have a way to prove myself. But after I prove myself, can you tell me honestly what's in your storage ring? Ying Long seemed to be very curious about the storage ring of his younger generation, and he proposed a great idea to Su Yan. Su Yan looked around, and there was no life form around him at all. Moreover, although he looked like a physical body, Su Yan knew that he was actually in a state of spirit. Although the woman in front of him looked weird, Su Yan still asked, How do you prove it? Do you agree to my conditions? Agree, Su Yan said seriously, suppressing the twitching of his eyes. Look! Ying Long began to grow fine yellow dragon scales on Su Yan's arm, and at the same time, Su Yan suddenly said in his heart, the woman in front of him is indeed too milky. Hey! Little fox. You dare to disrespect the ancestor. Kick you out of the family tree immediately. A wordless word, from the deepest part of Su Yan's spirit and blood, warned Su Yan. The wordless words were just a thought, but the verbal translation was, believe it or not, I'll kick you out of the family tree. A wordless thought popped up, and immediately scared Su Yan so much that he jumped up. Ying Long seemed to be worried that Su Yan would feel that it was not enough, so he kicked Su Yan out of the family tree directly. The dragon luck that originally blessed Su Yan, as well as the power of luck that Ying Long gave him, suddenly disappeared from him. Su Yan could also feel that he was really expelled from the Four Seas Dragon clan. After Ying Long kicked Su Yan out of the family tree, he pulled Su Yan's name back. The dragon luck that had just left the body fell back on Su Yan, and a fortune from Ying Long also fell on Su Yan. Seeing that Su Yan did not reply, Ying Long thought about it, and quickly kicked Su Yan out and pulled him back, kicking and pulling again. After 3 times in a row, Su Yan hurriedly said, I believe it. Ancestor, please take back your magic power quickly. What kind of ancestor are you? Are you afraid that the correction fluid has become a spirit? You are the ancestor of Ying Long. This is the end of time. So why am I here? Although Su Yan has a lot of questions in his mind, he is currently more concerned about why he is here, because there is a third person involved in their love. Ying Long smiled, lifted Su Yan up and said, Well, I actually had a part in your birth. Facing the coquettish ancestor, Su Yin could not organize any words, and could only type a question mark. Now, can you tell me about the storage ring? Ing Long explained casually, looking at Su Yin and asking. There is nothing in it. There are some crystals and letters. And some women's clothes. Su Yin sighed slowly. It's just that I didn't expect that I would be killed on the spot by my own people in the treasure house of Ing Long's ancestor when I came to the dragon homeland. It's helpless to say it. If it is said that he died in it because of uneven distribution of benefits, fighting, and inferior skills, there is nothing to say. I didn't even have time to enter the depths of Ing Long's treasure house. I was killed on the second floor by Xiantong Holy Mother after taking a look at Ing Long's ancestor's collection. Master Ancestor, do you have any way to return to the living? Su Yin looked at Ing Long and asked. Ing Long glanced at the sky and said, You should not die now. When I noticed Xiantong sneaked into my treasure house, I had already warned your father and asked him to come to rescue you. Now your father is fighting with Xiantong. If your father can win, you can naturally return to the world. You don't have to worry too much. There is no reason why your father can't win. When Su Yin was defeated, Xiantong Holy Mother began to assimilate Su Yin. Although Empress Dowager Su had tried her best to protect Su Yan's body and mind, Empress Dowager Su, who was attacked from all sides, could not do it perfectly. It was Ing Long who intervened and took Su Yan's soul directly to the beginning of time to prevent Su Yan's soul from being eroded by the way of assimilation and causing irreversible distortion. Sometimes, man's plans are not as good as God's. If Father Long had not been delayed by the enemy and blocked in the void by the netherworld, he should have been able to rush to Ing Long's treasure house before Su Yin was defeated. Ing Long slowly put Su Yin on the shore and leaned his back on the rock. Then, he rested his head on the rock, letting his body float in the pool and said, You don't have to worry too much. Rest here for a while and wait for the battle above to end. Your soul can return to your body. Master Ancestor. Su Yin saw Ing Long, who seemed to be in a state of thinking, and said carefully, Can I ask you some questions? Nothing is unspeakable. Ing Long looked at Su Yin and said, It's you, little guy, who has concealed a lot of things from the ancestor. I won't go into details. Are the clothes in the storage ring worn by yourself? Or stolen for fetish purposes? Or are they spoils of war? Su Yin immediately became submissive after being complained by Ing Long. Because Ing Long was right. Those women's clothes were spoils of war. Every time after finishing with Senior Ruan, who was extremely open in bed and understood male sex, would hug Su Yan's cheek with a smile on her face and gently say to Su Yin, Little fox, do you want to take a piece of clothing from the senior as a souvenir? Which one do you want? Don't say no. Underwear. Or the silk stockings that I found in your storage ring, but tore open by me? Tell the senior. And the senior will take it out and give it to you in front of the little fox. Chapter 686 Super Double Seniority. I am on good terms with the 4 dragon gods. The women's clothes in the storage ring were bought by the younger generation to deceive the girl, although the truth was guessed by the grandmother. Su Yin denied that the clothes were spoils of war. As long as the grandmother had not seen the clothes, it would be impossible to detect the breath and smell of the women on them. Ing Long, lying in the dark and dim pond, secretly glanced at Su Yin, as if he guessed something, but did not speak to expose the little fox in front of him, and chuckled. Although the answer is not satisfactory to the ancestor is still willing to answer your question. Although Ing Long met Su Yin for the first time, his attitude was very subtle, and he took special care of Su Yin, including the Ing Long luck hidden in Su Yin, which showed that Ing Long had interfered with Su Yan's existence. Then Su Yin organized his words in his mind, and chose a more tactful and gentle way of speaking, saying, I have no intention of blaming the ancestor. I am just very curious. Since the ancestor has not met with any accident, why doesn't he return to the dragon clan in the fairyland to accept the offerings of the younger generations of the clan? The dragon clan has been talking about the mysterious ancestor Ing Long every day, and even hopes to become you. Although the saying that an old man in the family is like a treasure is not applicable to all families. For the dragon clan, if Ing Long, the spirit of creation, stays in the clan, then the slightly declining dragon clan will undoubtedly rise immediately. Why don't I go home? Ha ha ha. Ing Long faced Su Yan's question, and stood up in the pool again. He laughed, and his smile revealed some helplessness. It's not that I don't want to go home, but I was plotted by God and fell into a time paradox. I naturally know what Shao Si and the others have experienced, but as a controller of time and space, I feel endless panic. That day I saw God's will. It looked at me and slowly said, time has not yet begun to turn. And all living things currently exist only in concepts. To explain it in normal words, this place has not actually been born yet. You, me, him and all existence are just a background painting to fill in the history of the new world. We actually have no actual existence at all. When Yinglong said this, he looked sideways at Su Yin and slowly stretched out his hand. Gently touched the little fox's chin and said, including the conversation between us now, according to the theory of God's will, it is just a setting, because our fate is predetermined, and it will not start to turn until the world is completely born. I believe its words. The existence of God's will is the world itself. It is God's will in this place. Facing God's will personally denying my existence and telling me the inevitable fate. The ancestor is completely confused. I have been searching in the long river of time and in various spaces, trying to refute God's will. However, the evidence I found shows that we are indeed just a setting in the background. Because since God's will told me the truth, I finally saw another scene at the end of time. There. It is not the time of reincarnation, but the new world after the second round of the World War. Yinglong looked at Su Yin and chuckled. All the evidence that the ancestor has painstakingly found is reinforcing the truth that God has told me. Until I am completely silent. After Yinglong finished telling the truth about not going home, he looked at Su Yin with a smile on his face, wanting to see what expression Su Yin would show after learning the truth. At this moment, Su Yin did not panic or show any fear. He just listened quietly until Yinglong looked at him, as if asking for his opinion. Then Su Yin said, in my heart, the death of a living being should be divided into the time when the soul is extinguished and the time when all living beings completely forget my existence. If I can survive until the battle between heaven and earth, then I will naturally exist. If I can't survive, as long as I can leave my bloodline, or the living people still remember me and have true feelings for me, then I will be real. My feelings for everyone and everyone's feelings for me are not false. What I have done has also left real traces here. How can it not exist? I know that the ancestor. All the creatures of our dragon clan also recognize the ancestor. So our worship and feelings for you are also real. Su Yin answered Yinglong with a serious face. There was a hint of comfort in his words. Although the answer was not perfect, it could barely refute the theory of creation setting that Yinglong said about the will of heaven. Existence or non-existence? What is existence? What is non-existence? Things that everyone agrees on from the bottom of their hearts. Even if they do not exist, they still exist. Of course, Su Yin answered this way on the surface. But he was actually muttering in his heart. What nonsense is the will of heaven? Who would set up a time traveler when creating the world? How come there is no time traveler? You can't make up a story. Right? What are you doing? If I were not a time traveler, but a native, I might really believe your lies. You said that the way is selfless. Why do you talk nonsense and come to deceive people? Ha ha ha. Yinglong looked at Su Yin's expression, listened to his words of comforting himself, and suddenly laughed loudly, raised his hand, and patted Su Yin on the head, saying, I am not to the point where I need children to comfort me. The theory used by God's will to besiege me can be called a paradox by me. Naturally, there is an answer that I agree with in it. And you are the answer I got. Yinglong smiled brightly, and spoke the answer loudly. Su Yin was stunned when he heard this, and his heart tightened. He looked at Yinglong in a trance, as if he had guessed something. Since the theory given by God is a theory of chaos, and I am the controller of time and space. As I believe more and more that God tells me the truth of the setting, the reality presented in front of me is more inclined to God's theory. I can't prove it myself, so I will introduce variables and observers to anchor my beginning until I touch the essence and truth of the event. Yinglong said slowly, you are a variable, and your world is what I introduce to my observer. Therefore, I will say that there is a third party in the love that belongs to your parents. In a sense, you should be my child. Su Yin, who had a calm face before, as if he had experienced a storm, was steady and cautious in his words. After learning the truth about his existence, the expression on his cheeks finally didn't hold up, and his face was full of dementia. Abba. Although I had a vague guess that my time travel was related to you after what you said before. But if you, the ancestor, said so, I am worried that Dragon Dad, Fox Mom, the 4 Seas Dragon Kings, and the entire Dragon Clan will explode. I am almost the youngest in the Dragon Clan, and in an instant, my seniority is on par with the 4 great dragon gods. Chapter 687 The Full Picture of Tianzi. Su Yan's birth can be said to be an experiment for Yinglong to refute Tianzi's words and verify the truth. Tianzi understands Yinglong's character and knows the way of time and space that Yinglong masters. When it is impossible to eliminate Yinglong's existence, it sets a paradox involving time and space for Yinglong, causing Yinglong to lose his way. This is a trap set for Yinglong. It is aimed at Yinglong's character of being picky, causing her to lose herself in the river of time and space. She can only wake up after the battle between heaven and earth ends, and the river of time in the new world is set right. It is precisely because Yinglong's character likes to be picky that she will tell Su Yan the truth about his birth. Yinglong is willing to take this responsibility. Su Yan's existence is not only evidence and answers, but also helps him to refute Tianzi and obtain a strong answer. It is also one of the foreshadowings he buried here, and has been helping the Dragon Clan grow stronger. Therefore, in the love story of Fox Mom and Dragon Dad, there has always been a third party. And the third party even secretly plays the role of Guanyin, the goddess of childbirth. It was also an explanation to Su Yan, and he didn't throw it away after using it without mercy. ABA. Su Yan opened and closed his mouth. And after closing it, he seemed to be thinking about something. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words became hesitant and couldn't come out. When it didn't concern him, Su Yan could think and analyze calmly, and even comfort Yinglong. But now the matter involved himself. And suddenly there was a mother who suddenly appeared. And this mother was an extremely powerful existence among the spirits of creation. No matter how Su Yan analyzed calmly, even if he lit a hookah at this moment, he really couldn't speak. Poochie. Seeing Su Yan's stupid face, Yinglong chuckled and said teasingly, "Now, you know why the ancestor is so obsessed with your storage ring, right? I am just worried that the little fox will go astray. After all, I also need to take some responsibility in this." Su Yan was dumbfounded for a long time before squatting and rubbing his forehead. What the ancestor said is too explosive, so I don't know what to say. There is no need to say anything. I am just stating some things that happened. Yinglong said, "Your family has. Although my protection cannot make you become a saint immediately, it is enough to protect your family from danger and never lack money." Then, ancestor, after Su Yan learned about his life experience, he smiled bitterly and said to Yinglong, "According to your words, can I interpret it as that when the great chaos of heaven and earth breaks out completely, you will not return to the Dragon Clan, but let your father who inherited your fate go to war as an agent?" From what happened before and what the ancestor said, Su Yan suddenly thought of something and asked the ancestor directly, "I don't know what you know about this, but the ancestor can tell you clearly that the great chaos of heaven and earth is not as simple as people think." Yinglong said lightly, "The chaos of heaven and earth is to reduce the consumption of spiritual power of the heaven and earth beasts. In this way, the lifespan of the world is prolonged, and the reincarnation that has always existed between heaven and earth is delayed." This is actually not wrong, but it only said the first half. Before this place was born, it was Hongming. In the Hongming era, the laws began to grow and gradually evolved into chaos. As the number of living beings increased, the energy of chaos could not bear it and evolved into the Taichu immortal realm. There is a threshold for energy here. After the energy is completely exhausted, the laws of the world will be unbalanced. The reincarnation called the infinite calamity will sweep here and replay the Hongming era to reshape the laws of heaven and earth. Then, let me ask you, when you know that there is a critical point for energy here, and you can't change the infinite calamity, how can you prolong your life here? Su Yan's eyes, after a slight twitch, he slowly spoke out his possible guess, raising the upper limit of the threshold. "Yes." Yinglong nodded very affirmatively and said, "The chaos of heaven and earth is to give way, so that those who are greedy for the energy of heaven and earth, but have insufficient potential will disappear. And the limited energy here will be invested in creatures with low energy consumption and high benefits. At the same time, it is also a test for all creatures. If you can fight out of the chaos of heaven and earth, you can get the blessing of the power of heaven and earth and master a wider sky. The chaos of heaven and earth is just a prologue. The real purpose of Tiany's personal participation is that it is selecting soldiers. The original intention of the chaos of heaven and earth is to give way, eliminate those who rely on survival to advance, or those who have little potential, but consume a lot of energy to save money. As long as the death of creatures here reaches more than 99%, the energy here can be forced to return to the chaotic era. The monks cultivated in the chaotic era, and the secret methods of spiritual treasures are not comparable to Tai Chu. Tiany needs monks like the mother of Yuhua, and the mother of Xiatong to go to war on his behalf. relying on devouring creatures to make the energy threshold here reach a new height. Yinglong didn't know about this before. Like Bai Zhe and the others. She only knew that Tianyi planned to start a war that affected the world in order to prolong the life of this world and delay the arrival of the infinite calamity. But the specific reason is unclear. In the long years, Yinglong, who was trapped in the space-time theory, found Su Yan's existence by chance. So he gradually knew the whole picture of Tianyi's plan. Whether it was a coincidence or Tianyi secretly used Yinglong's power to explore other worlds. Yinglong had no way to give an answer. But Yinglong was very sure that Tianyi, who was almost omniscient and omnipotent in this world, could not leave this world. So it needed some people who disturbed the world to go to war for it. The spirit of creation could not go to war. This world without the spirit of creation would lose its guardian when it was born. The 5 emperors of heaven were the order of this world. And it was unlikely to leave this world. Therefore, it was not incomprehensible that Tianyi made the decision to select soldiers. Our destiny here is emotions. And it is currently fearing the arrival of reincarnation. Yinglong smiled and slowly said, maybe it is furious. This is why I will always stay at the starting point of time. After missing the initial time and my 4 children died. It doesn't matter whether I go back or not. The great Tao evolved into the way of heaven, which embodied the Xianqiao clan and the Hongming Guardian, who are the ones who fight against the chaos of heaven and earth. With the protection of your father and the secret method left by my children, it is enough to protect the Dragon Clan. Although there may be casualties, the fire will never go out. After saying these words, Yinglong gently lifted Su Yan to his eyes and said with a smile, if you can't accept the choice I gave, you can also try to change the fate of the clan. You have inherited part of my luck. And you can even be regarded as the 5th child who has no blood relationship with me. Under the condition that I am not born. You and your father are equal to me in terms of luck. Chapter 688, When the Curtain Falls. We will meet again. It's really hard to say. Su Yan sighed slowly. His original doubts and puzzles were answered as the ancestor gradually told him the secrets of the past. At the same time, Su Yan gradually understood the significance of the existence of the creator spirits. Logically speaking, after the creator spirits completed the construction of the world, their strength was not much different from that of the Hongming Guardians. And the strength of the 5 heavenly emperors might be slightly higher than that of the Hongming Guardians. But they should be in the same realm. Why are there different names and divisions of the times? Because there is a difference in positions here. The creator spirits belong to the guardians of the world. When the world begins to reincarnate, they shoulder the strongest rule power here to ensure the safe birth here. The creator spirits belong to the great Tao creatures. And they defend the existence of the world together with the great Tao, which is the cornerstone here. The 5 heavenly emperors are the roles that control the order and balance the yin and yang after the birth of the world. They also shoulder the function of guiding and perfecting the rules of the heavenly Tao, affecting the growth of all spirits. According to what Yinglong said, Yu Chao and Hongming Guardian can draw a conclusion. The significance of their existence is to execute the plan. Yu Chao personally arranged the great battle between heaven and earth. And Hongming Guardian was used to counter the creation of the spirit of creation and the 5 emperors. Moreover, the Hongming Guardians are also likely to exist as generals in the plan. And the undead, which is a powerful creature selected by Yu Chao himself. In the case that the spirit of creation cannot be lost and the 5 emperors are needed to maintain order, the will of heaven will redispatch the resources of the world and create Hongming Guardian to go to the battlefield to devour other cosmic resources to increase the threshold. A will of heaven who has gained emotions and can also dispatch the resources of the world is really terrible. Su Yan slowly sighed. Su Yan did not understand the dimensional war, but he understood the horror of this world very well. To use the adjectives of science fiction novels in his previous life, the existence of the first level of the Holy Spirit is the existence of distorting the concept itself. And the universe space can interfere with the laws of the world once it is unfolded. If the Queen Mother of the West wanted, she only needed to modify the details of the way of plague punishment, so that the incurable plague could be spread through words or light. And it would only take about a day to destroy the world of cultivation. The source of all plagues is an abstract concept. And the Queen Mother of the West can change its effect, such as cutting off the immortal body of the Holy Spirit, cutting off its endless lifespan, and inflicting suffering and misfortune on its destiny to make it miserable. The same is true for other worlds. It only requires the will of heaven to involve and delay the will of the enemy. The Queen Mother of the West will go to the hostile world to open up the universe, hijack the opponent's heaven, and spread the targeted source of all plagues, which the enemy cannot defend at all. The Queen Mother of the West herself is the concept of death. But there are different forms of expression. But the final outcome is the appearance of death. For beings like the Queen Mother of the West, the will of heaven chooses to let them sit in the native land of the Taichu immortal realm to maintain order, and send the Hongming guardians to conquer other worlds. Therefore, I would say that it is actually meaningless to go back or not. Englong said. Returning to the Taichu immortal realm will only cause Yu Chao to be watched and targeted. Whether you can profit from the chaos depends on your own efforts and talents. The Creator Spirit and the 5 heavenly emperors were under surveillance by the Chaos Clan and the Hongming guardians, so it was difficult for them to take action. The will of heaven had been deliberately balancing the situation. The Holy Spirit and the living beings could not rely on their backgrounds to survive. Unless a certain living being was so brave that he could directly get into the crotch of the heavenly emperor, he could avoid the selection battle that swept through all the living beings in the world. The battle above is coming to an end. Is there anything else you want to ask? Englong took the initiative to ask Su Yin to see if he had anything to ask him. As for the cultivation method, elixir, and spiritual treasure, Englong did not speak directly, because the cultivation method was not very useful after reaching the immortal level. The foundation of cultivation could not be modified after it was completely stable. Any changes would only lead to the collapse of his cultivation foundation and the universe. Go to the Queen Mother of the West for the elixir. The elixir refined by that guy is the top stream in the Taichu immortal realm. Go to the 10 intestines of Noah for the spiritual treasure. Their method of refining is much better than his own. There is nothing more to ask. Su Yin shook his head gently and said, I didn't expect that just asking the ancestor why he didn't go home would involve so many secrets. Some things that I was embarrassed to ask before, I gradually figured out from the ancestor story. Just the ancestor. Our conversation here should not be leaked. Right? Although Englong only told Su Yin about the inside and outside of the battle between heaven and earth. Such intelligence description was enough for Su Yin. As long as you understand the core of the event, you can look at the whole thing from the core position and understand the interests. The battle between heaven and earth set off by the will of heaven is the framework of the whole thing. Just like the national policy. On this framework, things gradually evolved one by one, such as the Jedi Tianong event, which was actually intended to break the order of the Emperor of Heaven, and the spread of the method of Nightmare Town, which was intended to screen and select some low potential but strong talented creatures in advance. No matter what happens, the ultimate goal is to promote the chaos between heaven and earth. Form a rolling trend to crush everything in Taichu. Select talents that Tianyi thinks are useful, and use them to improve the threshold of the world. As long as you don't take the initiative to tell others, the remarks here today will not be spread. Englong smiled and said, This is a corner of the starting point of reincarnation. In the gap before Tianyi wakes up. And no one can monitor here. The only premise is that you don't talk nonsense outside. Since nothing is wrong. Take the key I gave you to my treasure house. Take out the wealth inside, and arm the children to kill a piece of the sky. When Englong said this, Su Yin could clearly see the pain on Englong's cheeks. Although her words were generous, she still cared about her own small treasury. When she said giving it away, the pain and reluctance on her cheeks were very real. Ngonging de Ain Ji Long is a famous collector in the fairy world. He wants to pile up everything in his treasure house. And he also spends a lot of effort to sort those things out one by one. It can be seen how much Englong likes his treasure house. In order to prevent theft, he even placed the treasure house in the time vault to ensure that it will never be stolen. Master Ancestor, do we have a chance to meet again? As the battle in Englong's treasure house ended, Su Yan's figure began to float upwards gradually, preparing to return. Before leaving, Su Yan asked Englong, Of course we will meet again. But that time should be when the battle between heaven and earth ends. Englong smiled, and his expression seemed to hide some different deep meaning. And he spoke in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Chapter 689 I immediately recalled my childhood. Then I'll see you later. Ancestor. Su Yan's figure gradually floated upwards, and his soul was summoned by his body, and was returning on the way back. This was the moment before Tianyi awakened. Englong could stay here, but it didn't mean Su Yan could. Su Yan's existence still stayed in Englong's treasure house. But because of Englong's summons, his soul was freed from the constraints of time and space, and came here temporarily to take refuge. Now that the battle in Englong's treasure house has subsided, the assimilation path substance on Su Yan's body surface has been cleared by Long Dad. After his body has been reactivated, he naturally began to call his soul to let him go back quickly to avoid being occupied by wandering ghosts. We'll see you later. Englong smiled and waved goodbye to Su Yan, then lay back in the lightless pool, slowly closed his eyes, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. In the dark night, A black and red single eye slowly opened, glanced at the lightless pool in front of him, and then slowly closed again. No abnormal situation. In the Yinglong treasure house. Wow! Su Yan, lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, took a long breath of air, absorbed the spiritual power and immortal spirit in his body, and activated the organs in his body that had almost stopped functioning. I almost died suddenly. When Su Yan pretended to be dead and started to complain, he did not forget to look at the scenery around him. He saw the dragon father and fox mother squatting in front of him at a glance. Both of them showed obvious worry on their cheeks. They were relieved until they saw Su Yan pretending to be dead and speaking again. Not far in front of Su Yan, Xiantong Wanling Xingmu, who had previously oppressed Su Yan to the point of suffocation, twisted her body into an abnormal arc at this moment, and layers of blue ice covered her body's surface, completely sealing her, including the white turbid river between the void. All of them were completely covered with ice and snow, as if dead. The innate magical power of the dragon race is the ability to control water. But above the power of water control, there is the power of the 4 seasons. For example, the North Sea dragon race can obtain the power of winter. Among the users of the power of winter, the gifted can deduce the power of winter to freeze, a kind of time like Taoist power. The creatures imprisoned by freezing will completely lose time and stay forever at the moment of being frozen. Xiantong Wanling Xingmu is indeed extremely difficult to deal with, and she has obtained the power of the netherworld to bless immortality. But she encountered the dragon hero cultivated by Yinglong, and after several rounds of fighting, she was sealed by Long Dad and Fox Mom. I think, after this experience, the little fox should not like big breasts in the future. Right? The haze in her heart dissipated, and Fox Mom sat directly on the ground covered with azure ice. After looking at Su Yan, she complained to Long Dad with a little ease. Although the figure of Xiantong Wanling Xingmu was distorted, there was a passage dug by manpower on the ice layer that sealed her, and the tunnel led directly to the front of Xiantong Xingmu. There is a sunken area in front of the alienated body of the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling. Su Yan's face is firmly in front of the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling, and half of his body can also be measured from it. When we came, your head and half of your body had been fused. Father Long looked at Su Yan, who was looking around, and said, "We only dug you out bit by bit in front of the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling after defeating the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling. Besides, the scene was very strange." Fox Mother leaned directly on Urza's shoulder and said mysteriously, "Do you want to imagine how strange it was when we faced the Xiantong Wanling Mother? At that time, your upper body was almost melted in. The Xiantong Mother hung your legs between her legs. Her arm directly hit your little bell, and she pulled out a knife that was almost 10 feet long, and chopped with your father on the spot. Your feet were swinging back and forth, and a stream of turbid water, like a fire, flowed out. If your mother and father had not had some skills, it could be said that the original soup was turned into original food and was poured out by Urza. The Xiantong Mother, who had already merged with half of Su Yan, could naturally control Su Yan's body. She pulled out the sacrificial knife hidden in Su Yan's body and chopped with Long Dad. At the same time, she controlled Su Yan to splash light of all wonders on Long Dad and Fox Mother, and controlled the way of assimilation to erode the two. Such a scene made Fox Mom fall into deep thought, recalling how Su Yan, who had just been born and had not yet opened his eyes, had urinated a huge amount of urine directly on the bed. Su Yan looked at his mother with a frown on his face and said, "Don't talk about things I don't even remember. From the moment I have memories, I haven't wet the bed." "Hey, you're anxious." Fox Mom poked her son's increasingly handsome cheek and sighed. Who can imagine that under such a handsome skin, there are some unknown shameful things hidden? Fake. Su Yan struggled to get up from the ground, looked at the Xiantong Holy Mother frozen in the ice, and the sacrificial knife, looked at Long Dad and said, "Father, my weapon is still in the hands of the Xiantong Holy Mother. Can you help me take it out?" Among Su Yan's combat power, the sacrificial knife and the red jade hairpin sword definitely occupy a place. One can provide a training ground and swallow fairy crystal spirit stones, and directly transfer them to himself by fusion. And the other can use the Taoist method of the 10 Directions Holy Mother to nurture all spirits to scare all kinds of immortals. The sacrificial knife must be recovered. Su Yan did not believe that Xiantong Wanling Xingmu, who was frozen and sealed and whose thinking was completely stagnant, could break the seal and continue to run over to compete with him for the right to use the sacrificial knife. Yes. Seeing Su Yan speak, Long Dad did not refuse and took a few steps forward and raised his hand to melt the ice in front of him. He walked to the front of Xiantong Wanling Xingmu, slowly thawed the sacrificial knife in his hand, and prepared to take it out and give it to Su Yin. However, just after the sacrificial knife was completely thawed, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Hiss! The blade of the sacrificial knife suddenly became active, turning into a white snake and making a hissing sound. The white snake body coiled on the iceberg and opened its mouth fiercely, swallowing the ice layer and Xiantong Wanling Xingmu into its stomach. After doing all this, the white snake turned into a sacrificial knife again and fell to the ground. Evil beast! Seeing this scene, Long Dad's face sank, and he scolded directly. The ice layer covering the Holy Mother Xiantong. Because of the need to release the sacrificial knife, there is a window of contact between the hand of the Holy Mother Xiantong Wanling and the outside world. Such a tiny opening will definitely not cause the collapse of the seal. But no one knows how much trouble that window can cause. Since I have offended her, I must do it thoroughly, and never leave any trouble for myself. Huh? Facing the sudden rise of the sacrificial knife, Su Yin also felt a little strange. He still maintained a close relationship with its blood contract and could control it. But the sacrificial knife refused to hand over the Holy Mother Xiantong. He didn't give up, and didn't say the reason. He looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, lying straight on the ground pretending to be dead. Chapter 690. Thank you for the treasure level reward from Grandma. Is it because of it that you were hunted down by that crazy bitch Xiantong? Dad Long watched Su Yin pick up the sacrificial knife, and slowly asked why Su Yin was hunted down by the Holy Mother Xiantong. The existence of the Holy Mother Xiantong Wanling was not unfamiliar to Dad Long and Mom Fox. When that guy was in the cultivation world, he was active in the western and southern states. It was not a problem to say that he lived next door. However, Dad Long did not pay attention to her because he knew the grudge between her and the Dragon King of the West Sea, fearing that the Dragon King of the West Sea would come to block the door. But what Dad Long did not expect was that the Holy Mother Xiantong was so lucky. After offending the Dragon King of the West Sea, she was able to get such a great fortune in the fairy world. The situation is a bit complicated. Su Yin looked at the sacrificial knife in his hand, and slowly told Long Dad and Fox Mom about the time when Xiantong Holy Mother and Bai Tao, and how after the Dragon King of the West Sea killed the mother and son in the western state, Xiantong Holy Mother became an immortal witch and resurrected by chance. Long Dad and Fox Mom did not speak, but listened. After the story was finished, Long Dad said lightly, Xiantong Holy Mother's evaluation of herself is not wrong. The Dragon Clan is a force formed by blood ties. If she is not stubborn, she only needs to ask for help from the elders. The clan can guarantee that she will not be rich and powerful, but she will be able to have food and clothing. Inferiority and introversion lead to resentment and arrogance. As a person who knows everything, Long Dad was disliked by his parents when he was born. After he had the initial ability to act, he was thrown into the clan and left. Long Dad grew up eating food from hundreds of families when he was weak. Later, he was valued by the Black Dragon King because of his talent and was trained intensively. Of course, although Xiantong Wanling Xingmu could not get the special care of the Dragon Clan because of her birth, she was taken care of by the 9 sons, especially her father's line, which was completely in line with the internal regulations of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan never believed in the management of creatures from outside the 4 seas. It was all managed by the 9 sons and dragon blood creatures. The interests involved were very huge. The Dragon Clan could not let outsiders go. They couldn't even eat enough. So how could they allow outsiders to share? It was also because the branches of the Dragon Clan were so large that the Dragon Clan would supervise some things. When encountering other things, they needed to report to the clan themselves, especially in terms of childbirth subsidies. The Dragon Clan has always been very generous. Whether it is a real dragon, a 9-son, or a collateral line. If you dare to give birth to a Dragon Clan, you really dare to give subsidies according to your bloodline. In the clan, encouraging childbirth is the highest decision made by the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas. This also involves the 4 seas return to the ruins formation. Childbirth is something that the Dragon Kings of all generations have grasped. The Holy Mother Xiantong borrowed spirit stones from foreign tribes to protect her pregnancy, which was simply nonsense in the eyes of Dragon Dad. She was too conceited, and made the Dragon Clan oppress orphans and widows. Speaking of the birth subsidy, Fox Mom suddenly looked at Dragon Dad and pointed at herself, and asked curiously, I am a formal marriage. Have our subsidies been paid out? Spirit stones and exercises are paid out for one birth. Dragon Dad looked at Fox Mom, and then at Su Yin. with a smile on his face, and said, I have already paid in advance. And the 3 lights divine water that the little fox is using now comes from this. The subsidy for the second child is half a lifetime of worry-free. The dragon clan pays the spiritual stones for the child's success according to the bloodline, and compensates the parents for all the resources consumed during childbirth, plus 400 years of salary of the original position. Do you want it, madam? When Fox Mom was pregnant with Su Yin, she was already at the entry level of earthly immortals. It took more than 100 years for Su Yin to grow from an embryo to an egg, and then some time for Su Yin to hatch from the egg. Fox Mom's gestation time is already very long, and ordinary creatures can't be pregnant for such a long time. This shows that the Dragon Clan is generous in encouraging childbirth. The first child is basically free from worries about food and clothing. The second child is basically rich and powerful. And the third, fourth, and fifth children are almost a separate page in the family tree, listed as heroes. How do you know the birth method of the tribe so well? Have you been secretly planning for a long time? Fox Mom said teasingly. On weekdays, the expressionless Dragon Dad smiled and hugged his wife, saying, when we were down and out, we did consider reproducing to make the dragons give up hunting our family. So I would study the dragon's reproduction method in my spare time. Give birth as soon as you say it? Do you really think it won't damage your foundation and cause you to suffer from illness? You make it sound so simple. You can use the method of sensory reversal to transfer all the difficulties you have suffered to me. I can also feed back all the energy I have cultivated to my wife. Dragon Dad said. Is everything settled? Just as Dragon Dad and Fox Mom were talking and flirting as if no one was around, the 6-eyed lightning and the 4 sea dragon kings, who went to the waste area of the underground palace to get help, finally arrived at the 2nd floor of Yinglong's treasure house. When the 4 sea dragon kings arrived, they saw Su Yin sitting on the ice studying the sacrificial knife. Dragon Dad and Fox Mom went to the side and hugged and kissed each other, saying something quietly. Things have come to an end for now. Su Yin looked at the 4 seas dragon kings who had come over and said with a smile, things have indeed come to an end. Xiantong Wanling Xingmu has been sealed. Su Yin was attacked by Xiantong Wanling Xingmu's assimilation method, which forced Yinglong, who had been hiding in the time gap, to take action. Su Yin met Yinglong's ancestor and got the key to Yinglong's treasure house. Of course, Su Yin was not going to tell what happened in the time gap and the related conversations. The ancestor told him not to leak it out, and there was naturally her reason. After the battle between heaven and earth ended, she should tell the story about what happened because of the ancestor. If he spoke about the seniority and the fortune of Dragon Dad, Su Yin was afraid of being beaten. Where did the old woman Xiantong go? The West Sea Dragon King looked around and did not see the defeated Xiantong Wanling Xingmu. He thought that the old woman had run away, so he asked Su Yin about her whereabouts. Of course, the Dragon King of the West Sea did not want to pursue. He just wanted to avoid it for now. It is not to say that there is no solution, but to use the capital of the Dragon Clan's revival to solve the problem of the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling is tantamount to killing 1,000 enemies and losing 1,200 of oneself. After weighing the pros and cons, the Dragon King of the West Sea will never do such a wasteful thing. There should be no Holy Mother of Xiantong. Right? Su Yin looked at the sacrificial knife in his hand and sighed. After Su Yin's research, the sacrificial knife just swallowed the Xiantong Wanling Mother. Not like it was protecting its master, but like it was protecting food. It was stealing the power of the Xiantong Mother. The sacrificial knife belonged to the former Xiantong Mother, not the Xiantong Mother after enlightenment, because the sacrificial knife has always been with Su Yin. The external incarnations in the heart sword have not changed with the Xiantong Mother. They are still the former Xiantong Mother. The Xiantong who is full of morality, greedy and cruel, and cynical. The heart sword seems to hate the Xiantong Mother, jealous of her being able to completely let go of the past, and wants to assimilate the Xiantong Wanling Mother after letting go of the past. Su Yin doesn't know what to say about this. Should I say that she is worthy of being the Xiantong Mother? His own heart sword is so crazy and jealous. Let's not talk about the Xiantong Wanling Mother Goddess. Let's go to the Yinglong treasury. I realized something when I was on the verge of death. Now I should be confident that I can open all the doors in the Yinglong treasury. Su Yin retracted the sacrificial knife and said with a smile on his face. Chapter 691. Zhu Yin hooked her fingers at the Queen Mother of the West. Let's go open the treasure house. Su Yin smiled and called his parents and the 4 sea dragon kings, ready to open the treasures left in the treasure house by the ancestor Yinglong. Fairy crystals, minerals, elixirs, According to what the ancestor Yinglong said, you can take as much as you want, but those collections with historical significance will be distributed according to demand. Don't pack everything for the ancestor. She still plans to come back to live at home in the future. Well, when taking things, it's best not to mess up the layout of the treasure house. The items inside are all arranged by the ancestor himself, and each item has different value to the ancestor. For some more precious items, Yinglong has written a detailed list and put it in the key, so everyone can take them as they see fit. Our little fox is really good at attracting fortune and has a promising future. Walking in the underground palace of Yinglong Treasury, the fox mother smiled and hugged Su Yin, who had transformed into a little fox, to praise her son's good fortune. When traveling with the 4 sea dragon kings, the fox mother and dragon father also learned from the dragon kings about some of the things Su Yin did during their absence. Su Yan's experience was just like a legend. The fox mother would like to call him invincible. He first captured the 9 Nether Su new emperor, and then took the opportunity to make friends with another war maniac god. He ran to the home of the creator spirit and rubbed against Zhu Yin's legs. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the Queen Mother of the West and the King of the East, he sat on the top of Kunlun Lingshan Mountain to prove his immortal status. In just a few years, he has met so many people who he never wanted to see, and he can even jump to the table to eat. In a sense, Su Yin is not an ordinary person with ability, although it cannot be said that there are handsome, sweet-mouthed and capable people everywhere. With their status and position, they can get any handsome creatures by grabbing Yu Chao and shaking him. But why did Su Yin do this? And he has not been imprisoned or trained. Doesn't it also show that Su Yan's own ability is very good? Fox Mom was very pleased with this. Once upon a time, she told Su Yin that if he felt that the world was difficult and he felt confused about life, he might as well sell his physical strength to those bad women to make a living. Unexpectedly, Su Yin implemented it so thoroughly. It's just that the seniors think highly of me, and there is nothing to praise. The little fox lying on Fox Mom's shoulder said with emotion. Su Yin was also confused about his luck after coming to the fairyland and the strength of his circle of friends. Originally thought that Bai Zhe had a big face, but until he met Yinglong's ancestor, he knew that the reason why he could jump around in Zhongshan was actually because of Yinglong. Zhu Yin would not give Bai Zhe face. The reason why she could get such care from Zhu Yin was that she wanted to see the emotional value generated by the collision between her, Yinglong and Queen Mother of the West. Without Zhu Yin's guidance and timely action, Su Yin would not even know the existence of Yinglong's treasure house, let alone meet Yinglong and buy it in the ancestral treasure house for free. Although it is a bit socially dead, it is worth it. Su Yin looked around Yinglong's treasure house and recalled the 3-dimensional map and message that Zhu Yin gave him. Presumably, those obscene words have now returned to Zhu Yin's hands. Even further, Zhu Yin has pulled the queen aside, while enjoying his hot dance, playing those obscene words. Queen Mother of the West was full of surprise, looking at Su Yin, who was full of contrast in the photo, while Zhu Yin looked at Queen Mother of the West with interest, saying some weird words, while Queen Mother of the West refuted Zhu Yin's complaints with a righteous face. Although the process may be a little different, Su Yin felt that this scene would definitely happen. In fact, Su Yin was really right. This scene was happening on Kunlun Mountain, sitting on the white jade platform and drinking. Zhu Yin, after receiving the photo sent back by the map, signaled Gu Lu, who had been guarding beside him, to leave, and admired it alone. Su Yin, who had an elegant image, stood in front of the camera with embarrassment and shyness and read the textbook he prepared for him. The first paragraph of text was not out of the ordinary. It just praised the beauty and charm of Zhu Yin's body. The second paragraph is full of obscene words. When the two paragraphs are combined, those who are not aware of the situation will only think that Su Yin is obsessed with Zhu Yin and has evil thoughts about Zhu Yin's graceful body in private. Zhu Yin finished reading it while lying on the bench, with a slight regret on her cheek. The words are obscene and blasphemous enough, but Su Yan's expression is really wrong. When reciting such obscene text, he did not show any charming feelings. I don't know if I am not charming enough, or if the foxes of Queen Mother of the West are really so affectionate. The photo is for the show effect, but the effect is very poor. That's fine. Let's see what the queen says. Zhu Yin smiled and sent a message to the Queen Mother of the West, who was chatting and laughing with fellow Taoists at the Once-In banquet, saying, "Come here. My crystal recording has recorded some interesting things. I think you should be interested in watching it 3 times. 30 times? What is it?" After hearing this, The Queen Mother of the West loosened her arm from the fairy's hips, slightly restrained the smile on her cheeks, opened a space door, and looked at the Ju-in sitting on the seat. "It's about your little fox," Ju-in said to the Queen Mother of the West. "Our little fox? Didn't Su-yen enter the Yinglong treasury with the elders of the Dragon Clan? How can there be news coming to us?" Although the Queen Mother of the West had never been to the Yinglong treasury, she had heard a little about the Yinglong treasury. That thing was not in any quarter of this place, but was built on time. In other words, Su-yen was not in this place. How could there be any information coming back? "Just come." Ju-in smiled wickedly, tossed the crystal in his hand and said, "Don't you really want to take a look? The things recorded inside are extraordinary." "Okay. Let me see what you are doing." Queen Mother of the West walked out of the void and sat directly on the bench, lying between the chest and abdomen of Ju-in, who was sleeping on his side. Smiling, as if teasing someone, rubbing Ju-in's chest and said, "Let me see if it's yours or the crystal that records it." "Who knows?" Ju-in smiled, not caring too much about Queen Mother of the West's little moves, and said, "If you are ready, I will start." "What are Father and Queen talking about?" Gu Lu, who was driven to the intersection by Ju-in, looked at the door of Baiyu Cheongtai with curiosity, wanting to find out what his father and Queen Mother of the West were doing mysteriously. Could it be related to that fox again? Gu Lu secretly pondered what was happening. It shouldn't be. Didn't that little thing leave the banquet venue? How could it be possible to seduce and attack my father across half of fairyland? Chapter 692 Netherworld Soul Guiding Banner. Su-yen in the crystal image was embarrassed, and his eyes moved downwards very deliberately, as if he was looking at something. After a while, he spoke. "Senior Ju-in is so beautiful. When I think of the senior wearing a red gauze dress, and the wonderful body and mind under the gauze dress, my lipstick can't help but melt. Especially that day in front of the Ju-in treasure house, when Senior Ju-in stepped on my tail barefoot. My thoughts and my heart were completely messed up. For a moment, I even wanted to turn over, lock the senior with a biological lock. That's it." Su-yen read the manuscript expressionlessly, causing the Queen Mother of the West, who was watching the photo, to chuckle, lean back, pinch the black gold-threaded bellyband inside Ju-yen's gauze dress and laugh. "You are not very charming when you say such obscene words." Our little fox's cheeks are full of embarrassment, not to mention that the whole lipstick is squeezed out. There is no charming on the cheeks before. Ha ha ha. "You are not charming." Queen Mother of the West came to Ju-in and said with a chuckle, "It's just like this in the photo. When you really come to me, your fox is weak all the time, and you hold your tail and hesitate." Facing the flirting behavior and actions of the Queen Mother of the West, Ju-in didn't take it to heart at all, but happily discussed with the Queen Mother, because for Ju-in, others can provide emotional value for himself. In fact, he can also provide himself with emotional value for his own entertainment, as long as his emotions can be high. Ju-in doesn't care about his failure in planning and being ridiculed for his lack of charm. Ju-in never needs others' praise to highlight the greatness of his existence. That's just because you scared the little fox. When the little fox is alone with me, it can run to the back room to stay alone for an instant stick in an hour. Queen Mother of the West smiled and said, "What about my charm? When you two are flirting, pay a little attention to others?" Dong Wagong, whose body has transformed into a boy and a girl, slowly put down the wine glass, with a speechless expression on his face, and complained to Queen Mother of the West and Ju-in. One of them has an obsession with freshness and emotional value that ordinary creatures cannot understand, and the other has an obsession with beauty and enjoyment. Basically, nothing good happens when the two of them get together. If there were no guests at the banquet, the unruly words of the two of them would probably be more serious. "Ah?" The drunk Ruinu seemed to sense something, opened her eyes and looked, as if she was calling her Dong Wangong. Ruinu looked and found nothing, so she continued to lie on the chair, pillowed on the velvet pillow, and fell into a deep sleep. That's right. Seeing Dong Wangong speak, the Queen Mother of the West, who was already lying on Ju-yen's chest, slowly sat up, looked around the white jade platform, and said, "It seems that only she came up just now. And those guys seemed to just leave after leaving the gifts. When you were wandering in the mountains, several human holy spirits came, said a few words to Ruinu, left quietly after leaving the gifts." Ju-in said to the Queen Mother of the West as if he remembered something, "It seems a little deserted. It seems that most of the holy spirits are still wavering." The Queen Mother of the West smiled. The scale of the banquet of 10,000 immortals has always been very large. and there will be no shortage of holy spirits visiting the Queen Mother of the West. But the number of holy spirits that have come to Kunlun Mountain is somewhat unexpected. Some ignorant people are just that. Juyin smiled and said, they think they can rise in the chaos, and want to use this to obtain resources and power far beyond their own strength. Let them dance. It is also interesting to see the scene of the gods and demons in the sky showing regret and crying bitterly. It is actually a relatively rare thing for the Queen Mother of the West and the Duke of the East to appear in public at the same time. The Duke of the East is not very interested in the banquet of 10,000 immortals, which is like the Queen Mother's selection of concubines. In the past, he was invited and only came to sit, and would not attend the whole process like this time. This has already explained some things. But the holy spirits, who are used to being spoiled by the netherworld, and some holy spirits, who hide their own little thoughts, did not come to the banquet. Or they came, and gave gifts to the Queen Mother of the West and left. So, I am meddling in other people's business? Queen Mother of the West sneered and said, Your Majesty just thinks Yu Chao is annoying, and wants to make things difficult for him. Those guys can come or not. And they look short-lived. Huh? Dong Wandong took a sip from the wine glass, and did not intend to express his opinion on this. Queen Mother of the West's banquet of 10,000 immortals was not about forcing the holy spirits in the sky to take sides. It was a general trend, and the immortal emperors of the Taichu immortal realm could not stop it. After all, Yu Chao and the 9 Hongming guardians were watching. But Queen Mother of the West wanted to lend a hand and discuss Yu Chao's group, and there was no problem. It can be said that as long as you show enough respect to Queen Mother of the West at the banquet of 10,000 immortals, she can give the corresponding creature a ticket. When you encounter something, you can hide in Kunlun Mountain and Queen Mother of the West will protect you. But this is a cause and effect relationship. If you use the life-saving talisman given by Queen Mother of the West, you will naturally do things for her. In the circle of holy spirits, everyone knew that when the queen returned, she hit Yu Chao's crotch with bricks and stones. There was obviously some hatred inside. The holy spirits thought that this was forced to stand in line. When faced with a situation where they could not afford to offend both sides, they could naturally hide if they could, so as to prevent the fighting between the gods and demons in the chaotic period from affecting them. However, the holy spirits, who had not experienced the incident personally, actually reversed the cause and effect relationship. It was Yu Chao who went to the Queen Mother of the West and told the queen some things. The queen was not satisfied with the bargaining chips, so she hit Yu Chao with bricks and stones. Yu Chao and the queen had already agreed on some things in secret. It was just that the Queen Mother of the West felt a little dissatisfied with the bargaining chips and price offered by Yu Chao. Xiantong Holy Mother failed? The 9 Heavens mysterious woman, who had already returned home, stood on the altar suspended between heaven and earth. Her ordinary clothes were replaced with black armor, and the high-collared cloak of Shun Qinghong covered half of the 9 Heavens mysterious woman's face. Holding a bundle of scrolls in her hands, the Lady of the 9 Heavens looked at Huni with a puzzled expression. Defeated? The immortal witch mark has disappeared, Huni said with a strange look. The mark was originally shining brightly, as if it was promoted. The light was so strong that I thought Xiantong was going to transform into a holy spirit, and then shattered. Someone took action and blocked the peach blossom calamity for the coquettish fox. Heh. After hearing this, Jiao Tianxian Nu closed her eyes and thought for a while, then laughed and said, It's time and fate. Since the destiny thinks that he should not die, let him go. Jiao Tianxian Nu's calculation of the secrets of heaven is not the ability to determine fate by speaking. The way of fate has always been in a chaotic state. Sometimes, it may be because of insignificant things that affect fate and cause the ending to change. Su Yin has 3 death tribulations in his life. Xiantong Xingmu corresponds to the first tribulation. In fate, they are all dead. As long as Su Yin falls, the remaining 2 tribulations will also dissipate. Since he has survived the first tribulation, there are 2 more tribulations that will come to him in the near future. There is also a peach blossom tribulation in the 2 tribulations. Holy spirits all over the sky, immortals and gods listened to the order. Jiao Tianxian Nu came to the altar and raised her hand. The black scroll in her hand was like a long dragon, rising into the sky around Jiao Tianxian Nu's figure. And the content with names written in rows and columns was revealed in front of Jiao Tianxian Nu. Holding a long sword, the 9 Heavens mysterious lady slowly floated to the sky above the altar, with a solemn expression on her face, and ordered the beings whose names were written on the scroll, saying, In the name of heaven, destroy the Jedi Tiantong. As the 9 Heavens mysterious lady I will call back all the witches who are in a state of confusion. Gather them, and announce the return of the sages to the Taichu immortal realm, and use the power of all living beings to save the gradually sinking and degenerating Taichu immortal realm. Chapter 693 Alas! Dead? Alas! I am resurrected again. Chapter 693 Alas! Dead? Alas! I am resurrected again. Here it comes. At this moment, it is finally here. Uni looked at the nine heavens mysterious lady floating in the sky, offering the soul-guiding banner and beating the war drum. And a fanaticism and excitement appeared on his cheeks, saying, "The human race will prosper." The spiritual treasure offered by the nine heavens mysterious lady was the soul-guiding banner made by Yu Chao himself. The names of the living beings are registered on the soul-guiding banner. After death, they will not enter the reincarnation road of the loving mother, even if their souls are scattered. They can use a wisp of spirit in the soul-guiding banner to resurrect in the world as a witch, the name of which means sacrifice. The existence of the immortal witches is for the chaos of heaven and earth. They burn themselves to lay the foundation for the infinite world that is about to be born, and put an end to the suffering of reincarnation of living beings. Uni was extremely excited and crazy when he saw the nine heavens mysterious lady offering the soul-guiding banner. From the moment the nine heavens mysterious lady gave the order, it meant that the era of the complete prosperity of the human race had arrived. Although the death toll of the human race was an astronomical figure, the sacrifices made by the sacrifice people. No, it should be said that the sacrifices made by the devotees were laying the foundation for the prosperity of the human race. The more deaths in the human race, the more luck they could win. How could Uni not be excited? What he cared about was not the survival rate of the human race, but the prosperity of the human race. As long as he could seize the luck of the protagonist between heaven and earth, even if only 100 people of the human race died, nothing could come back after 10,000 years of development. From then on, the existence of the human race would only become stronger and stronger, and the world would be dominated by humans. Ha ha ha. Go back and kill the old man of the Xia family, and the woman of the Feng family, and my luck as the emperor of the human race will be accomplished. Uni couldn't help but let out a loud laugh when he thought of this. One by one, the holy spirits walked out of the void, and the regional gods with different shapes and different auras, as well as a god dressed in white, with long hair and holding a red longbow, came to the altar. When Tu Bo saw the figure holding the longbow, he couldn't help but smile on his rough face that was full of violence in the past. Gusha God is here too. Gusha God, who looked like a man and a woman, was elegant and bookish. He slowly looked sideways, and looked at Tu Bo, who was talking to him with a cold gaze like ice, and said, "Does my coming here surprise you?" Ha ha. Tu Bo smiled, but did not directly answer Gusha God's question. Gusha God's status is like the white fox, the ancestor of the nine-tailed fox gods. He is invincible under the Holy Spirit. Although he can't kill the Holy Spirit like the white fox, it's not a big problem to exchange one for one. It's like this without the blessing of the netherworld. If he gets the blessing of the netherworld, Gusha God's strength should be comparable to the white fox, who was once the #1 god. Seeing Gusha God walk out, the other holy spirits and gods were all surprised. Gusha God is well known in the fairy world for his kindness and noble character. His noble character is admirable. He is a lucky god who can truly sacrifice himself to protect the lives and land of a place. How can people not be curious to see the existence of Gusha God on the altar of the netherworld? But Gusha God did not mean to explain, but looked at Tu Bo with a cold look. You should keep the things of helping the tyrant and bullying the weak in your family tree. Don't tell me. Tu Bo imprisoned more than 300 million souls, all of which were the people protected by Gusha God. Tu Bo took advantage of Gusha God's absence to instruct the immortals of the Corpse Reincarnation Alliance to raid Gusha God's territory, and then imprison the souls in the Netherworld city, in order to force Gusha God to participate in the Netherworld's plan. If Gusha God does not surrender, more than 300 million souls are used to feed the creatures of the Styx, which is also a good choice. Ka ka ka. In the lost world away from the Netherworld altar, the immortals who received the order of the Netherworld soul-guiding banner slowly opened their eyes, loosened the shackles on their upper bodies that anchored the position of the lost world, looked in the direction of the immortal world, and gradually turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. As the anchor of the Jedi Tian Tong, they have been consuming themselves for tens of thousands of years. Now that their mission is over, they should naturally end their lives and resurrect from the soul-guiding banner as the immortal, which promised by the nine heavens mysterious woman. Ah! A creature with a cow-shaped upper body and a dragon's tail suddenly leaped into the void. Its cultivation level soared from the realm of heavenly beings to the realm of true immortals. Countless light ropes emerged from its back and penetrated into the lost world, dragging the lost world towards its destination, the Taichu immortal realm, an immortal which was awakened by the nine heavens' mysterious woman, and the seals and shackles on his body were broken, revealing his former peak power, dragging the lost world back to the immortal realm, allowing the immortal realm to return to its original state. Is the time up? Sitting in the Xiaoyu dynasty, Bai Zhe looked at the white hair that began to grow on his arm, and looked at the void with a slightly worried look on his cheek, saying, I don't know how the little fox is preparing. I just hope that the puppets sent out are not too late. Otherwise, with my current strength, ordinary true immortals may find it difficult to resist. Senior Bai Zhe, what's wrong with you? Sitting in the Wanshur Palace, Princess Wuxi, who was handling official documents, noticed the abnormality of Bai Zhe, frowned and hurriedly asked Bai Zhe how to show his true body. I'm afraid I don't have much time left. Bai Zhe sighed slightly and said, I can already feel the summons from the netherworld. Compared to what's happening here, I would like to ask the princess to issue an evacuation order to clear all the demon suppression divisions. The evil dragon sealed inside should be about to break the seal and come out. After saying this, Bai Zhe turned and ran outside. His figure gradually showed white hair. Before he took a few steps, his figure had already shown the appearance of Bai Zhe's beast. The white tiger head had 2 horns, and 2 bundles of long hair of different colors surrounded Bai Zhe like a guard. With a swing of his fluffy tail, Bai Zhe's figure jumped into the void and disappeared completely. Give the order. Clear the area of 10 miles around the demon suppression division. Princess Wuxi gave the order slowly, looking at the place where Bai Zhe disappeared, with a solemn look on her face, and said, Are we close to the fairyland? This is earlier than expected, and I don't know how my great-aunt and the others are doing over there. Roar! Soon after Princess Wuxi gave the order, a dragon roar suddenly came from the underground of the demon suppression division, and a large amount of ice splashed out from the underground. A 9-headed black dragon broke free from its restraints and crawled out from the underground. The end of the evil dragon's tail was also gradually splitting apart, and it swung its tail like a palm leaf fan and wandered into the void, without even looking at the human home it had built. Hey, father and mother, why can't you two sleep well? The third prince came to the front of the Wanshur Palace, watching the remains of Emperor Xiaoyu and the object fused with the Empress Dowager Yusu, breaking the seal again and leaving. He couldn't help but smile bitterly on his cheek, feeling very helpless about this. If you two are not dead, come out and help. If you are really gone, then sleep well and don't come out for no reason to trouble your descendants. Hey. Chapter 694 Fortune Pot. Tap, tap, tap. Bai Zhe, who had manifested his original form, and the 9-headed evil dragon felt the call of the netherworld soul-guiding banner, passively accepted the gift of the netherworld, thereby gaining strength and completely escaping from the current predicament, breaking through the void and leaving. Princess Wuxi looked at the departure of the 9-headed black dragon and Bai Zhe, and was silent for a while. She looked at the slowly closing void crack, shook her head and sighed. It seems that when the court is in session later, the minister should fight. Since the news of returning to the fairy world spread among the high-level cultivation world, there has actually been some depression in the Xiaoyu dynasty. Under such strong pressure, differences are inevitable in the court. More than 2 years have passed, and the differences in the court have split into a fight between the civil and military groups. The two groups openly and secretly target and kill each other. If it weren't for Princess Wuxi and the 3rd and 8th princes, the two groups might even start a fight to the death. The civil officials all thought that waiting like this was not a solution at all, and they had to take the initiative to attack. The thousands of soldiers sent there before could not cause any trouble. The vanguard should be sent to lay a stake, and then all the forbidden methods of Xiaoyu should be unsealed and publicly disseminated and distributed to all cultivators, so as to severely disrupt the grassroots of the corner of the fairy world and take the opportunity to establish the signboard of the Xiaoyu dynasty. However, the military officer group did not think so. The leader of the military officer group, Tai Bao, even publicly called Taifu a bitch. The lives of you civil officials are lives, but the lives of us military officers who fight for our lives on the front line are not lives. The military officer group unanimously believed that the civil officials were lowly, and offered advice to the regent Princess Wuxi and the 3rd prince, believing that the civil officials were a group of dirty people. At present, the most important thing for the Xiaoyu dynasty to do is to declare war on the cultivation world, kill billions of cultivators, plunder all the spiritual stones, and then combine them with a method of integrating the nightmare town in the central province. Imitate the Four Seas Dragon clan to throw away all their wealth, and then combine billions of flesh and blood and wronged souls, as well as the fairy crystal sent back by His Majesty, to smelt several blood demons that surpass the immortal gods, and severely beat back the bandits who invaded the Xia Yu dynasty. The civil official group and the military official group have been arguing endlessly, hoping that the princess will adopt their own methods. The civil official group thinks that the military official is crazy, and the military official thinks that the civil official group is dirty and traitorous. Now that the matter of Bai Zhe and the nine-headed evil dragon has come out, I am afraid that the Wanshur Palace will fight later. The real Xia Yu barbarians have already followed the Wuxing Emperor to the fairyland, learned the most crazy taboo method, used the most powerful magic weapon refined by the Feng family, formed a legion to fight against the Nightmare Town, and killed the Corpse Reincarnation Immortal Alliance. Don't pay attention to the minister's crazy talk. We just need to stabilize the task entrusted by His Majesty. Third Master Xiao walked to the door of Wanshur Palace, looked at Princess Wuxi, and said slowly, "The interests of the ministers have long been tied to the Xia Yu dynasty. Although they think from the bottom of their hearts that they are for the Xia Yu dynasty, they can't see the overall situation. Both are wrong." "That's right." Princess Wuxi looked at the third prince, smiled, and said with a melancholy face, "Although the artificial veins have spread all over the world, there is still a huge gap in the undead group filled in. In this way, the refined holy sword." The third prince pondered for a moment and said, "The difference in numbers is expected, but the transformation of the undead nation is not an easy task. It requires the method of nightmare to completely corrode the soul and cause the body to deform and twist. Your Majesty, you should be mentally prepared. I hope Xia Yu can survive smoothly. It's rare for me to have a little fox that I like, and I have built such a magnificent palace, but I haven't used it for a day. I always feel that there is some suspicion of wasting resources." Princess Wuxi looked at her grandfather and blinked as if hinting at something. "Can I take care of your business?" the third prince said with a look of laughter. "From a rational point of view, I won't give it to you, but such an important matter should be discussed with my family anyway," Princess Wuxi said with a smile. Although Princess Wuxi is wild and difficult to tame, she has a very high vision because of her background, and no cultivator has ever caught her eye. The pressure of survival has increased sharply recently. Even Princess Wuxi, who believes in the theory of immortality of the strong, can't help feeling anxious and irritable, faced with a change of mood. Princess Wuxi thought about it, and felt that the best way to calm the anxiety and turmoil caused by the outbreak of blood was to catch Su Yan directly to have fun. In this way, it can be regarded as understanding an important event in life, so as not to know the taste of male beasts after death. Therefore, Princess Wuxi secretly built a palace in the cultivation world that conforms to the wedding customs of the Fox clan, which is specially used to do some happy things. At present, everything is ready except for Su Yan, the male beast, to move in. As long as he moves in, the princess will take care of it for him, and even ask her female official to record it on the side. Write a 20,000-word princess's husband and send it out for her to watch. Su Yan, who is still in Yinglong's treasure house, doesn't know that Jiao Tianxian Nu came to Kunlun Lishan to visit the Queen Mother of the West, and then went back to remove the Jedi Tiantong. Su Yan is now staring at something with a face full of surprise. "Can I see this thing?" Su Yan, who had transformed into a little fox, looked at the thing in front of him with surprise. It looked like a teapot, with a pink and purple glaze all over, combined with the handle and the spout. It looked very much like the shape of a uterus. The introduction of the item in front of him was clearly written on the metal nameplate of the display stand. This pot was the treasure used by Nuwa to enlighten the human race, and it contained endless life force. Although this pot could not kill the Holy Spirit directly, it could open the lid of the pot, capture the human creatures, and refine them into life force. When Su Yan saw the good fortune pot, he had already had an intention in his heart. But when he came to the pot, Su Yan had a hesitation in his heart. Was his behavior considered as a direct attack on the birth crystal nest of the ancestors of the human race? Although Senior Rui Nu was born by the Queen Hua, not a creature enlightened by the fortune pot in front of him, Su Yan now doubted that the fortune pot might be a treasure refined by the Queen Hua using herself as a reference. I'm sorry. Please don't blame me. I, the little fox, didn't recognize the great man. If I have offended you, I will go to Senior Hua to apologize in person when the battle between heaven and earth is completely settled." Su Yan, who was standing in the void, stood up, put his two little fox hands together, bowed to the fortune pot, and carefully reached out to touch the handle of the fortune pot. The fortune pot did not feel cold when he touched it. It was as if he was touching his skin. A warm feeling came over him. Su Yin could even feel that the fortune pot was alive. Clang, clang, clang. Su Yin tried to shake the fortune pot, and was surprised to find that there seemed to be some liquid inside. Could it be that there were some materials left to enlighten the human race? Su Yin took out a teacup, and shook the body of the fortune pot with a happy face, wanting to pour out a few drops to see. The mouth of the pot tilted slightly, and a stream of purple-black blood dripped out of the mouth of the pot. The blood touched the teacup, and the ordinary white jade teacup screamed in front of Su Yin, and then exploded. The drop of blood fell on the golden-laid jade floor, and the golden-laid jade floor was instantly activated into a spirit, screaming and dying. Su Yin looked at the blood that was still falling, and the large number of spirits that suddenly became spirits and died, with a face full of question marks. Chapter 695 Pain. Ah! The liquid dripping from the fortune pot. Objects that touched it turned into monsters directly, and then screamed and died suddenly. Su Yin was stunned, looked at the pot body in his hand that looked like a uterus, and then looked at the dripping dirty blood. Can you take it back? Su Yin looked at the fortune pot in his hand, but the fortune pot was silent as if it was a dead object. Seeing this, Su Yin put the fortune pot back on the display stand and tentatively bowed. Click. The lid of the fortune pot opened automatically, and a targeted attraction burst out, sucking the dirty blood back. You should have a spirit, right? Su Yin looked at the fortune pot with a suspicious face, but the fortune pot did not respond to Su Yin's meaning at all, and remained silent. Forget it. Su Yin saw that the fortune pot was silent, and he did not feel dissatisfied. He just picked it up again, and slowly floated out of the hall. The fortune pot. Obviously, there are some very powerful magical powers. As for the specific effects, facing the fortune pot that remained completely silent, Su Yin felt that he might need Senior Ruinu to enlighten it. But getting the fortune pot is definitely a good thing for Su Yin. He has not forgotten the incident of giving Han Yi a slap in the face at the banquet of 10,000 immortals. Han Yi is the leader of the Daosheng family. The Daosheng family is a demon sect that has completely transformed into the Chaos Demon God. Their disciples are hated by people in the fairy world. The degree of evil and insidiousness is far higher than that of the Daoyu family. Su Yin felt that even if the fortune pot could not restrain Han Yi of the Daosheng family, it could still cause mental damage to him. The fortune pot can be said to be Han Yi's birthplace. Now that his birthplace is in his own pocket, it is a very strange thing that Han Yi can still remain calm and peaceful. Su Yin walked out of the house, and came to the hall at the bottom of the Yinglong treasure house. Holding a pot, he squatted under the crystal chandelier, and looked at the doors. There are many treasures in Yinglong's treasure house, but most of them are souvenirs that witness history. They are all treasures for very selected users. There is no such thing as universality. They are all very targeted treasures. After everyone came to the bottom floor of Yinglong's treasure house, they began to explore inside. Su Yin casually entered a corridor around the hall. The walls inside recorded the history of the birth of the human race, until the magnificent small house at the end of the corridor. Su Yin saw the fortune pot. Su Yin stood still in the hall for a while, refocused on a corridor, and continued to explore inside. The murals on the walls on both sides of the corridor painted a holy spirit that Su Yin was very familiar with. It was Dong Wangong. Dong Wangong and Shi Wangmu were both on the murals, but Dong Wangong showed the appearance of a male Taoist. Dong Wangong, with an indifferent face, showed the sun behind him, holding a black long sword and staring at a chaos. Shi Wangmu looked at the demons in the sky with a smile on her face, and gradually showed a fierce look with horns and leopard spots all over her body. Obviously, the murals recorded the history of the rise of the Queen Mother of the West and the King of the East. They killed and hacked their way through the world and completely changed their reputations as evil gods into auspicious gods. In the end, the Queen Mother of the West and the King of the East became emperors. Su Yan's cheeks twitched slightly, and he looked into the magnificent little house. As expected, there was no treasure inside, only a jingguan with animal heads. There were no earth-shattering or powerful treasures that witnessed the history of the Queen Mother of the West and the King of the East. There was only a tower hundreds of meters high, built with the remains and broken bodies of the defeated. The beings piled inside were at the lowest level of the gods and men, and Su Yin did not dare to count the number of holy spirits inside. I seem to understand why Senior Zhu Yin described the treasure house of the ancestor as a garbage dump. Su Yin looked at the corpses of the demon gods in front of him that had obviously been shrunk and neatly stacked. His eyes twitched slightly, and he opened the universe space to collect them all. The Queen Mother of the West had no weapons, and the King of the East had only a black long sword in his hand. Obviously, Yinglong could not get anything from the Queen Mother of the West and the King of the East if he wanted to record the historical moments of the two becoming emperors. Only the corpses of the demon gods could be used as witnesses of history. In fact, Su Yin was wrong here. When the Queen Mother of the West and the King of the East faced Yinglong's request, both of them knew Yinglong's collecting habit and knew him, so they actually gave him witnesses. However, those two items were not spiritual things. Yinglong placed them on the top of the Jingguan to suppress the corpses of demons, so Su Yin naturally ignored them. One was the medicine gourd used by the Queen Mother of the West, which once contained the immortal medicine, and the other was the ironware used by the King of the East. Although they were not very precious, they were all Yinglong's hard work. If she saw her descendants devouring her treasure house so greedily, the ancestor might faint directly. Therefore, Yinglong was too lazy to look at it at all, and gave the key directly to Su Yin, allowing them to take whatever they wanted. As the saying goes, a short pain is worse than a long pain. After giving the key to Su Yin, Yinglong was able to avoid seeing scenes that suffocated him. Su Yin held the fortune pot with a melancholy look on his face, walked out of the corridor, and returned to the hall, ready to continue to choose an empty corridor, continue to run inside to search for treasures, and touch the depth of the ancestors' treasure house. It has to be said that the relics, mausoleums, and inheritance sites are not as reliable as the treasure house of his ancestors. There are no traps, no routines, and no unknown objects chasing him to chop. At present, Su Yin can only feel the love and kindness of the ancestor to his descendants. Su Yin simply loves the ancestor to death. And in his heart he said, Yinglong Mother is reliable and steady. Love it. Tap tap tap. Just when Su Yin relaxed his thoughts and tried to use his luck to choose an empty corridor, a sound of footsteps interrupted Su Yin's meditation, and the figure of Long Dad walked out slowly from the corridor. Ragged clothes, and there was a purple mark on his cheek that could not be erased. Seeing this scene, Su Yin was slightly stunned, and looked at his father with a puzzled face. In Su Yin's memory, Long Dad always had a stern and elegant face, a noble air, and was calm and composed at all times. When he was in the cultivation world, he always said that his cultivation was enough. Even when he came to the fairy world and saw him kill Xiatong Wanling Xingmu, he asked Long Dad about his cultivation, and he just said it was enough. It doesn't look like it's enough now. Right? Long Dad looked at Su Yin, was silent for a while, and explained, the pill became a spirit, and it took a lot of effort to subdue it, and fell into my stomach. As soon as Long Dad finished speaking, a small-scale landslide occurred in the corridor that was no longer supported by Long Dad's divine thoughts. Father. When the ancestor came to me in a dream, she repeatedly told me not to damage the treasure house. She loved this place very much. Everything here was arranged and painted by her personally. You messed up the ancestor's treasure house, like this. Long Dad's face changed slightly, and then he turned and walked back to the corridor to perform the method of controlling objects with divine thoughts, repairing the collapsed area, and using the freezing power to stick all the scattered neural bricks and stones back. I can imagine the picture. The ancestor's face was suffocated, and she screamed like a girl, collapsed and heartbroken. Su Yin complained. Chapter 696: The Evolution of the Sacrificial Knife. Learning from Su Yin that the ancestor had an indescribable love for his treasure house, Long Dad's face could not help but change a little. And then he immediately turned back to the passage to repair the damage. Dragon creatures are very individual, and they also have arrogance that ordinary creatures can hardly imagine. Just like Long Dad, who is indifferent to most things, because he is confident that he can handle most things in the world. Although the process may be a little bumpy, there is nothing he can't handle. Long Dad has absolute confidence in his knowledge, strength and talent. But facing the ancestor of the Dragon Clan, even if Long Dad is very reluctant in his heart, he has to admit that with the personality of the Dragon Clan, if he really makes the ancestor angry, the ancestor is really possible, in front of all the dragon creatures, to take off his pants and slap his butt hard with a slap. Long Dad is not afraid of pain or death, but he absolutely cannot accept such a lesson. Therefore, even though he was reluctant, Long Dad still began to repair the landslide in the corridor. A cup of tea passed. Long Dad walked out of the corridor again, The dark purple color on his cheeks had faded, and the messy collar was slightly tidied up, returning to the elegance of the initial time. His demeanor was like that of a knowledgeable nobleman, and his calmness and composure never left him. The thing in his arms is a bit disgusting. Long Dad looked at Su Yin, who was holding the creation pot, and complained. The shape and structure of the creation pot are made in imitation of the uterus, with purple glaze in the powder, and there are some embellishments like blue veins on it. Seeing that Su Yin was holding something like an organ in his arms, Long Dad, who was suspected of having misophobia, had a look of disgust on his face that was difficult to hide. Is it okay? Su Yin glanced at the fortune pot. He did think about throwing it into the universe, but the fortune pot didn't pay any attention to Su Yin at all. Su Yin didn't dare to drop blood on it rashly. Queen Nua didn't die, but was trapped in a deep sleep by Yocho's calculation. Father, what is it like when a pill becomes a spirit? Su Yin looked at Long Dad with a little curiosity and asked. Long Dad just said that there was a pill that had been cultivated into a spirit at the end of the corridor he chose, and the pill looked quite strong. It could even pull Long Dad's clothes and leave scars on his cheek. Long Dad heard this and said lightly, a 5-colored stone has been cultivated into a fairy god. I ate it, and its identity can only be a pill. That's all. 6. Su Yin silently typed a 6 in his heart, and had nothing to say about his father's understated answer. Su Yin really thought that there were elixirs that had become spirits, and beat up Long Dad severely. Unexpectedly, the meaning of elixirs in Long Dad's mouth could be so broad. Weakened to me, beneficial to me, edible equals elixirs? In my father's eyes, there must be elixirs everywhere, and he was chewing them randomly. Su Yin complained. Is there no corridor ready to go? Long Dad looked at Su Yin and asked. Su Yin shook his head and said, not yet, because I feel that there is nothing I need here for the time being. I am going to return to the upper level and devour some immortal crystals for cultivation. Yinglong's treasure house is very safe, and that's why Su Yin can let go of his mind and combine spirituality and luck to guide himself to find the right treasure. But unfortunately, only 4 corridors have the treasure Su Yin needs, and one of them is empty. The creatures painted on the murals inside are pictures of Emperor Dijuan leading the creatures to cultivate the land of chaos and guiding the descendants to expand the territory and establish tribes. The historical items that witnessed the Emperor guiding the creatures to cultivate and make a living are not in the house. Maybe the missing item here is one of the powerful weapons that Yinglong lent to the little Taoist friends, as the female fairy spirit said? Su Yin has entered 3 corridors so far, except for the room that witnessed the history of Emperor Dijuan, which is empty. The other 2 rooms contain the creation pot, and the bodies of the demons killed by the Queen Mother of the West and the King of the East when they testified to the Emperor of Heaven. Su Yin has not entered the final corridor yet, because the creature on the mural in the corridor is the ancestor himself. Su Yin felt that he might be beaten if he went in, so he chose not to go in for the time being. Go! Dad Long nodded gently. The rule of the bottom floor of Yinglong Treasure House is to take as needed. Dad Long has already obtained the items he needs. There is nothing missing for the time being, so he does not plan to take risks in the corridor again, so as not to collapse the treasure house. Watching Su Yin leave, Dad Long slowly sat down and closed his eyes to enter the state of meditation. The 5-color stone spirit pill. It is a great opportunity for Dad Long. After swallowing it, Dad Long felt that the gaps and disharmony in the Yinglong body he had refined were gradually disappearing, and the blood contained in the Yinglong body was more pure. Dad Long is now more of a body cultivator or a weapon refiner than an inner alchemy cultivator. Su Yin, who returned to the upper floor, randomly found a larger room and walked in. The shining fairy crystals dazzled Su Yin's fox eyes, and he could not use them up at all. It's really a rich life. Su Yin retracted his gaze and smiled, saying, no need to worry about cultivation resources anymore. Now it's time to shape the body of an immortal. Step into the realm of immortals, and integrate what I have learned before. The transition from the realm of heaven to the realm of human immortals is about reshaping the spiritual body. Just like the promotion from the spirit to the earthly immortal. As long as you have enough immortal crystals, you can be promoted steadily. As long as you are promoted to the realm of human immortals, you can start studying the Taoism and the universe to interfere with the world. Su Yin already has the Taoism and can control the immortal spirit between heaven and earth, with a slight interference in the world. It is a foregone conclusion that he will be promoted to Xian Miaoshang Xian. I don't know. How terrifying will the thunder tribulation of the Lord of Heaven be when I am promoted to Xian Miaoshang Xian? Su Yin summoned the sacrificial knife and inserted it into the ground. A white sticky substance gushed out from the ground and spread around, as if the Holy Mother Xian Tong was living a third life in front of him. But Su Yan knew that the Holy Mother Xian Tong was sealed in the eternal ice crystal, and could not escape. After the sacrificial knife devoured the Holy Mother Xian Tong out of jealousy, some special evolutions occurred inside it, and its ability was enhanced, just like the powerful spirit gathering array in the past. It originally only devoured the vitality of the surroundings, enhanced the spirit gathering effect, and may cause irreversible pollution to the surroundings. But after the evolution of the sacrificial knife, when it used the powerful spirit gathering array again, it now knows how to take the initiative to attack and kill prey to provide energy for the owner. And the objects attacked by the white slime will also be activated to continue to assimilate the surrounding objects to provide energy for the owner. Su Yan leaned on the sacrificial knife and slowly entered the state of cultivation. He began to transform his physique from a spirit body to a fairy body with the intention of ascending to immortality and achieving the status of an immortal. When he was halfway through the cultivation, Su Yan seemed to notice the changes around him and opened his eyes, looking at the fairy sister who pulled him into the subconscious dream space, and said, "Why are you calling me so anxiously? What happened?" Chapter 697. Fairy Sister and Su Yan both got angry. Fairy Sister: "What happened? Why are you calling me here so anxiously?" Su Yan, who had transformed into a little fox, jumped up and down with a happy expression on his face, jumping around Empress Dowager Su, expressing his happiness and gratitude. If he hadn't had Fairy Sister's help, he would not have been able to fight against Xiatong Wanling Xingmu. The power of Xiatong Wanling Xingmu was beyond Su Yan's ability to contend with. Even if she didn't use any Taoist magic when facing him, she could still give him a sense of oppression that he was doomed to die. If Empress Dowager Su didn't show up, he wouldn't even have been able to get through Xiatong Wanling Xingmu's hands. Therefore, when he saw Empress Dowager Su again, Su Yan directly expressed his gratitude to her. "That's enough. You're so small. You can't bear my true form." Seeing Su Yan jumping around her, according to the normal social etiquette of foxes, Queen Mother Su should reveal her true form and rub against the little fox jumping around her. But Su Yan's body is too young, and Queen Mother Su's true form can crush Su Yan. Empress Dowager Su grabbed Su Yan and lifted the little fox in front of her. She said with a serious face, "I called you here so anxiously because I want to tell you two things. The first thing is, I can feel that my body has disappeared. If I am not mistaken, it should be merged with my husband. My soul escaped, and the body left in the seal should be swallowed by the evil dragon that turned into an undead witch." Empress Dowager Su said seriously, "My husband has broken out of the seal. This means that the netherworld should be able to interfere with the cultivation world. Otherwise the evil dragon would not be able to break the seal of the Black Dragon King. You must be careful. Bai Zhe may be coming to the fairyland." "Is Senior Bai Zhe coming?" Su Yan showed a trace of surprise on his cheeks, feeling a little panic. Su Yan has seen Bai Zhe's puppet incarnation and has learned about Bai Zhe's power. His existence is likely to be more powerful than Xiatong Wanling Xingmu. Bai Zhe's essential existence is a holy spirit. Even if he loses his cultivation and mind, what he once realized is still there. Su Yan was not being modest. He faced Senior Bai Zhe, who was controlled by the netherworld. He had revealed all his cards. Bai Zhe only needed one punch to make him lie in the arms of the loving mother of reincarnation and roll around. The information given by Empress Dowager Su was indeed extremely important to Su Yan. He had to return to Kunlun Mountain immediately to find Senior Ron to prepare for the battle. "It seems that we must return immediately. Otherwise there will be no time to make full preparations." Su Yan's face was a little solemn, and he said, "What is the second thing you mentioned? Fairy Sister? Is it also related to the netherworld?" "It should be." "Is it?" There was a slight strange expression on the face of Empress Dowager Su. She took Su Yan to the southern state of the dream world. When they came to a canyon, she slowly said, "I don't know how to say it, because no matter how you look at it, it is too weird. Please forgive me for not being able to describe it to you in words." Because of the posture, the little fox held in the arms of the Empress Dowager Yusu, with its front legs resting on the chest of the Empress Dowager Yusu, facing the Empress Dowager Yusu, and could not see the scenery behind very well. After the Empress Dowager Yusu held Su Yan's, but with one hand, and turned him to face forward, the little fox's azure eyes suddenly shrank and shook wildly. "Xiantong Wanling Xingmu?" A white back sat on the edge of the canyon, with a white dress floating in the breeze, and her face calmly looked at the sparkling lake not far in front of her, thinking. Hearing the fox scream that Su Yan burst out. Xiatong Wanling Xingmu turned slightly, looked at Su Yan, smiled, and nodded to greet her old friend. You Su Yan stared at the Xiatong Wanling mother in front of him with his eyes wide open, and raised his hand tremblingly to point at Xiatong mother. Why are you still here? Because the main body has fallen into a deep sleep. The scattered incarnations of the way of assimilation like me are naturally everywhere. Xiatong smiled and explained to Su Yan, you don't need to worry about anything now. Before the main body comes out of the seal, we are all safe and harmless. The words of the incarnation of the way of assimilation did not mean to deceive Su Yan. The wish of the mother of Xiatong is to make all things in the world one. The incarnation of the way of assimilation has extremely strong strength. But because it has lost the container of the blessings of infinite realm controlled by the main body, the creatures assimilated by the incarnation of the way of assimilation cannot be sent to the blessings of infinite realm. If they remain in a state of aggregation for a long time, the way of assimilation may cause irreversible effects on the souls of the creatures. Under such circumstances, the incarnation of the way of assimilation will definitely not attack Su Yan. Such behavior violates the ambition of the mother of Xiatong Wanling. In a sense, we can help you within our capabilities, because the main body likes you very much and wants to personally invite you to the blessings and infinite realm to reunite with Bai Tao. The incarnation of the way of assimilation smiled and explained. Isn't it the spirit of Senior Tao? Su Yan looked incredulous and took a breath. The incarnation of the way of assimilation shook his head and said, after Bai Tao arranged the tomb of the main body, his soul had completely dispersed. But he still exists. The main body resurrected Bai Tao through its own memory. The memory of living beings. And the impressions of other living beings on Bai Tao. But this resurrection is not complete. Bai Tao is still missing a memory. The main body needs your memory to complete the missing memory of Bai Tao, so that Bai Tao can be truly resurrected. Bai Tao is dead, but the Holy Mother of Xiatong can resurrect a Bai Tao in the sociological sense. Bai Tao is pieced together by everyone's emotions, memories, and evaluations of Bai Tao. He has the same memory as Bai Tao, the same strength, and the same personality. So, he is Bai Tao. You say, is it hard to judge? Empress Dowager Yusu said helplessly. When I was cleaning the universe, I found more than 3 million Xiatong Holy Mothers. We were fighting for our lives a second ago. And now they say they can do their best to save your life and do a lot for you. I asked her, anything is fine? How about twisting the little fox's lipstick? She answered me, as long as it is necessary. It is not impossible to put it in your mouth and apply it. You don't know how numb my scalp was just now. Empress Dowager Yusu started to complain about her experience just now. Originally, it was thought that the Holy Mother Xiatong had been defeated, and the white slime would also lose its activity. Empress Dowager Yusu was about to sweep all the slime out of her universe. But the slime that had lost the Holy Mother Xuantong's body turned into external incarnations with independent consciousness. More than 3 million Holy Mother Xiatong made Empress Dowager Yusu's scalp numb. At this moment, she finally understood why the white slime was so difficult to remove. Every bit and every drop of white slime was actually the incarnation of the Holy Mother Xiatong. As many living beings as she accommodated in the blessings and infinite realm, there would be as many external incarnations of the Holy Mother Xiatong. Outrageous. It's really outrageous. Su Yan looked at Xiatong, who looked like a quiet girl, with a dull face, and couldn't help muttering. More than 3 million Holy Mother Xiatong made Su Yan and Empress Dowager Yusu's fur numb. Chapter 698 Preparing to Return. It's too outrageous. How could there be such a terrifying thing in this place? At this moment, Su Yan, who had manifested the form of a little fox, was furred up like a chestnut, and looked at the incarnation of the way of assimilation in front of him with a dull expression. Su Yan, who was driving the sacrificial knife, knew very well that the Holy Mother of Xiatong Wanling was powerful. From the very beginning, she showed a stronger swallowing and refining power than Tao Tai. After the Holy Mother of Xiatong was reborn again, the way of swallowing greed was transformed into the way of assimilation, and she saved the world with great compassion. The way of assimilation. Su Yan didn't know why he was so powerful. Until now, after he saw the incarnation of the way of assimilation understand the essence of the white slime, Su Yan finally understood why his way of nothingness and the light of all wonders were ineffective against the Holy Mother of Xiatong. It's not that the way of nothingness is ineffective, but that the light of all wonders cannot swallow and erase the existence of the Holy Mother of Xiatong Wanling. The essence of the white slime is the living beings. It is the huge power of existence condensed by the Xiantong Wanling Mother assimilated the existence of all living beings. Every bit and every drop of white slime is the Xiantong Mother. As long as this concept of the existence of all living beings cannot be broken, then the Xiantong Wanling Mother and the living beings engulfed by it will not be destroyed. I said, how can the strength of the Xiantong Wanling Mother be so terrifying? With my Taoism, I can't even cause any harm to her. Su Yin wanted to understand the tyrannical power of the Xiantong Mother, and immediately couldn't help but complain, I'm afraid you are not specially set by Master Yu Chao. At this point, Su Yin was slightly stunned. He felt that there seemed to be some rationality in his random brain hole. The Xiantong Wanling Mother Taoism seemed to be very consistent with the plan of the will of heaven. Master Yu Chao, the incarnation of the Xiantong Mother, spoke, muttering a sentence in his mouth silently, without saying anything, but slowly turned his head to admire the scenery of the lake. The main body can live a second life, and there is indeed some relationship between it and Yu Chao. But the Holy Mother Xiantong has never seen the high-level officials of the Netherworld. She has been wandering in the void, assimilating and perceiving the new life, until her cultivation gradually stagnated. She entered the fairy world and took up the position of the high-level official of the Corpse Reincarnation Immortal Alliance to issue a bounty and find Su Yin. Although the Holy Mother Xiantong has a causal relationship with the Netherworld, the two have never met or talked formally. The Holy Mother Xiantong Wanling should be described as a chess piece that is independent of the Netherworld and belongs to Yu Chao's private control. The incarnation of the way of assimilation probably knows some of these things, but it did not speak out, and did not care too much about those things. What the incarnation of the infinite Xiantong really cares about is to build a boundless world of happiness and life, and to build a perfect world where everything in the world is the same without barriers. What if this goal can be achieved and used? That's about it. You can think about the rest yourself. After Empress Dowager Su brought Su Yin to meet the residents, who were temporarily staying in the dream world, she returned to the land of the corresponding central state in the cultivation world. She was speechless and said, then, do me another favor. After Empress Dowager Su said that, she showed her nine-tailed fox body in front of Su Yin, revealing her snow-white hair and fluffy 9 tails. However, at this moment, the 9-tailed fox tail was stuck with a lot of white sticky substance, and the hair that should have been fluffy and soft collapsed in a large area, destroying the unique beauty of the 9-tailed fox. The slime on the tail has been inactivated. Please help me clean it off. I am so angry after cleaning it that I want to bite it off directly, said Empress Dowager Su slowly. The white slime is a Taoist creation, and needs to be removed by Taoism or the power of the universe. The universe of Empress Dowager Su is still snow white. The more than 3 million Xiantong Holy Mothers are not all of them. It's just that Empress Dowager Su accidentally awakened more than 3 million when she cleaned the universe. Now Empress Dowager Su is very angry when she sees the white slime attached to her fur. But she doesn't want to shave off her fur and the slime together. So she could only ask Su Yin, who has the Taoist method of water washing, to help wash it off. Su Yin looked at the fairy sister, then at the fairy sister's 9 fox tails, and said with a tangled face, it's not good for us to do this. You can't touch the fox tail. You are a little kid. The Queen Mother Su raised her front limbs and tapped Su Yin's head with her nails. I am already the mother of 3 children, the patriarch of the Su family, and everyone who sees me must respectfully call me senior. Don't think too much. In the Fox clan, the fox's tail is indeed not something that can be touched casually, but the age difference between the Queen Mother Su and Su Yin is already as big as the sky. The Queen Mother Su doesn't care much about those little things. She is currently angry and doesn't care about the details and just wants to clean up the sticky layer. Being crawled on by a Su Yin is better than having countless female beasts lying on her tail. Time slowly passed. Su Yin sat cross-legged in the underground palace, and a large amount of white slime began to assimilate the surroundings, assimilating all the spiritual stones and crystals that were touched, and large amounts of strange energy directly merged into Su Yin's body. The white slime, like a mother feeding her child, transformed all the objects it hunted into special substances and fed them to Su Yin. The energy assimilated, screened, and refined by the white slime entered Su Yin's body in an unusual and strange way, and could be used directly without even refining. A large amount of white slime attached to Su Yin, allowing him to gain stronger evolutionary power and quickly transform into a fairy body. The white slime gradually covered Su Yin and gradually wrapped around the owner. The slime that should have been like a silk thread turned directly into an ocean and spread to the underground palace, greedily absorbing nutrients for himself and Su Yan to share. Su Yan's cultivation was gradually increasing, and in a blink of an eye, he had completed the transformation into a fairy body. Humph! Dad Long, who was practicing on the bottom floor, snorted coldly when he saw the white slime reappear, and told the white slime, "Notify the little fox that the ancestors have come out of the room. Let him prepare a little. We are going to go to the corridor of the ancestor. The Yinglong treasure house has been explored almost completely, and there are countless treasures in the treasure house at the bottom floor. But the ancestor Yinglong repeatedly told Su Yan in his dream to take them as needed. The meaning of this is very clear. That is, you should take it easy. The treasures here are all the favorites of the ancestor. It's okay to give it to the younger generation. Just choose some that you think are useful and satisfactory. Don't be like a bandit entering the village, packing up all the useful and useless ones for me. As for the wealth and immortal tools on the upper floor of the underground palace, you can do it yourself. I won't be bothered if I don't see them." Now, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings and Dragon Dad have almost finished their search. Fox Mom, the daughter-in-law of the Dragon Clan, also ran to the room at the end of the corridor and selected some treasures. The amount of wealth on the upper floor is extremely astonishing. It is not something that a group of people can carry away. They need to go home to ask for help. Therefore, after the Dragon Kings and Dragon Dad discussed, they prepared to go to the corridor of Yinglong Ancestor, present tributes and worship to the ancestor, and then go home for the time being. "Are you ready to go home?" Su Yan slowly opened his eyes, and the raging white slime ocean disappeared, leaving only some white slime threads crawling. "Okay. Go back and inform Senior Ruin Nu and the Queen that the guys from the Netherworld have quietly entered the village to carry out their plans without martial ethics." Chapter 699 The Dragon Ancestor of Yinglong de Yingshi. Grandfather, Father, Mother. Su Yan just entered the bottom floor of the underground palace and saw the 4 Sea Dragon Kings and parents standing in the hall, waiting for him. Su Yan smiled and threw himself into the arms of Fox Mom and hugged her waist. "How old are you? You still need your mother to hold you. Aren't you afraid of your friends laughing at you?" Facing Su Yan's coquettish action, Fox Mom smiled and raised her hand to touch Su Yan's head and teased him. Although Su Yan's reputation rose rapidly, he held down the Eye of Law and beat him up with his own strength, and swept the phantom of the loving mother of reincarnation in front of all the immortals, thus proving the realm of heaven and man. However, Su Yan was in his early 20s. If he were in the tribe of divine beasts and exotic beasts, he would at most be regarded as a cub that could jump a little after crawling out of the cradle. Seeing that her child was so capable, Fox Mom wanted to kiss him twice, inheriting the beauty of his mother's blood, and inheriting his father's talent and magical powers. "This kid is born for nothing. Mother, what did you get in there?" Su Yan followed Fox's mother since he was a child, eating, drinking, playing and teasing good families in the southern state where demons gathered. They haven't seen each other for several years, now that no one is messing around. Su Yan jumped directly into Fox's mother's arms and greeted her. After greeting, Su Yan was a little curious about what was in the corridor chosen by Fox's mother. Fox's mother thought about it, smiled and said, "There is a very large swimming pool inside." And mother picked up a stick that is very suitable for spanking the little fox's butt. In the corridor where Fox's mother went, the mural recorded a great battle in the northern world. Gonglong challenged the Black Emperor to compete for the throne of the northern world. The final result was naturally Gonglong's death, and that battle has been countless years since now, and no living creature remembers the battle for the throne when the world was created. The 5 heavenly emperors were fought for, not picked up for nothing by divine authority. Yu Chaoshi had to be courteous to the heavenly emperors in the past. Otherwise there would be no need to promote the Hongming Guardians, fearing that the heavenly emperor would stab them in the back. No need. Su Yan silently stepped back after hearing this, slightly worried that Fox Mom would get excited and really take out the treasure she had just obtained and beat the fox cub in the street. Su Yan looked at the 4 Seas Dragon Kings, and the West Sea Dragon King waved his hand and said, "Don't gossip. Children know too much about adults' affairs. It's easy to see a drama." The Black Dragon King looked at Su Yan and said lightly, "It's just some records of magic and magical powers exchanged with your mother. Maybe it was because of luck. Or maybe it was the ancestor of Yinglong who was controlling it from behind." The things that the Black Dragon King obtained came from the White Fox, the ancestor of the Nine-tailed Fox Godman. This thing is completely useless to the 4 Seas Dragon Kings. And the magic weapon that Fox Mom obtained is a water magic weapon, which is useless to her and Dragon Dad. So the Black Dragon King and Fox Mom made an exchange. The things that the Dragon King of the West Sea obtained actually originated from a chaos that Rui Nu had caused before. Her frontal combat power was not very strong, but her Taoism involved fertility and the method of yin and yang harmony. Rui Nu's creation caused a birth disaster in the southern world. It was true that she got pregnant while walking, and she got pregnant directly without mating. The image recorded on the mural was that Yinglong looked at Rui Nu with curiosity. Rui Nu's scalp tingled, and she wanted to close her leisure time research on creation. And the Taoist friends of the Wilderness Palace looked at Rui Nu with strange faces. This scene was recorded by Yinglong, who then took the creation and put it in the treasure house to witness the chaotic history that Rui Nu had caused. This item is definitely a great treasure for the Dragon Clan. Although the treasure is damaged, it is not difficult to greatly increase the fertility rate of the Dragon Clan. Su Yan saw that the West Sea Dragon King and the Black Dragon King did not say much about the treasures obtained in the corridor. So he did not continue to look at the Red Dragon King and the Blue Dragon King like a curious baby. After all, Su Yan and the two Dragon Kings were just nodding acquaintances, and there was no deep friendship. It would be too abrupt to ask these things rashly. Why don't you continue to ask? Seeing that Su Yan retracted her gaze and had no intention of continuing to ask, the Red Dragon King immediately became unhappy. Originally, she was going to see Su Yan ask, and take the opportunity to show off that she had obtained the magic weapon that the ancestor of Yinglong had used to kill the demon god Qiyu. As a result, everyone asked about what happened to this Nwoji Juzi. But when it came to me, I stopped asking, replying to the ancestor, because I feel that asking like this seems a bit abrupt. After all, the treasures in the ancestor's treasure house must be able to be used as trump cards. It is better not to ask about things that can be used as trump cards, so as not to leak the ancestor's information. Su Yan said, "It is normal for information to be leaked. This does not mean that there are ghosts in the group, but that there is no shortage of people who can steal information in various magical powers. Just like the omnipresent Ji Lixin. You may not know how he steals information. If you want to avoid information leakage as much as possible, the best way is to know it in your heart, and don't spread it everywhere." TSK. As the youngest and most hot-tempered Red Dragon King among the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, he has a very strong desire to express himself. Seeing the reason given by Su Yan and the apology, she can't pretend. "Let's go!" After offering tribute and worship, we should also start preparing things. When the Black Dragon King saw that everyone was present, as the eldest sister of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, she slowly spoke and prepared to go to the corridor that recorded Yinglong's life. After entering the exhibition room to offer tribute and worship, she took away some items that the dragons could use. Entering the corridor that records Yinglong's life, the murals inside recorded the birth of Yinglong. That is, the story of his birth. Yinglong came out of the void with the infinite power of time and space to support the world. Juyin walked out of the darkness to illuminate the world, blowing the wind that symbolized the beginning of time. A group of creation spirits walked out and stretched across the void. A group of uncertain things gradually manifested their shapes to create the world and the way of heaven. Since then, after experiencing reincarnation, the world has returned to its original form. Su Yan's face was full of emotion, browsing the murals recording the youth of Yinglong's ancestor, the birth of the 4 great dragon gods, the 10-headed phoenix, the 5-element unicorn tribe, and the birth of the human race triggered a struggle for hegemony. Yu Chao asked Yinglong to assist Huangdi so that the human race, who had just stepped onto the stage, could gain the power to resist. Although Yinglong was named Yingdong Yingda Yingshi, the dragon of the time, the creatures generally called him the god of war. Yinglong was almost invincible. When the mural reached the Wilderness Palace, it was broken and did not continue to write about Yinglong's life. The group also came to the door of the exhibition room. The Black Dragon King pushed open the door, then froze, and said with a shocked face, "Yinglong ancestor? You? Is it really you?" Chapter 700. This place has long been alienated. Ancestor Yinglong? Is it really you? Everyone came to the end of the corridor, originally just thinking of offering tribute to worship the ancestor. And by the way, looking at the exhibition room of Yinglong ancestor to see if there is anything useful, and take it with you when you leave. But what everyone did not expect was that, after the door of the Yinglong history exhibition room was opened, a woman with the same appearance and temperament as the one in the mural sat in front of the tea table, looking leisurely, flipping through the book in her hand and writing something with the pen in her hand. The woman in front of her was undoubtedly the dragon ancestor Yingdong Yingda Yingshi in the dragon legend. Pa. The Yinglong inside saw the person coming, slowly closed the book in his hand, looked sideways at the people in front of him, smiled, and said, "You finally came to me? My lovely children." The woman sitting in front of the tea table in the exhibition room, surrounded by a large number of books, was indeed Yinglong. But the Yinglong in front of him seemed not to recognize Su Yin, and looked straight at Long Dad and the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. "Come and sit down. I have been waiting for you here for tens of thousands of years. Ancestor, you?" The Black Dragon King repeatedly confirmed the person in front of him, regardless of the fluctuations of his mind and the instinctive reaction of his blood. It was very clear that the woman in front of him was Yinglong. But what shocked the Black Dragon King was not that Yinglong was a female. Most of the powerful beings born in the world at the beginning showed female bodies and walked in the world. There are only a few males here, and the second batch of creatures born are mostly males. The two are basically in a dynamic balance, which has derived the current fairyland. These things are not secrets. As long as the creatures who have studied the history of Hongming and chaos in depth, they can know these things at the beginning of the world. What really shocked the Black Dragon King was that the ancestor of the dragon, who had already fallen, actually appeared in front of him with a body of both spirit and form, rather than remaining in the world by means of residual soul or image. Yinglong ancestor, she did not fall. Since she did not fall, why didn't she come back? So that the dragon creatures were suppressed and treated unfairly by the heavens? "Come and sit down." Yinglong stood up from the chair slowly like an ordinary person, walked to the front of the shelf, took out a jade teakin from it, and returned to the table with a kettle and tea sets, and began to make tea for the visitors. "I know what you are surprised about, but I have indeed fallen." Yinglong smiled and said to the people sitting around the tea table, "But only the most important existence has fallen. In the long river of time, Yinglong can exist independently in every minute, every second, and every frame. Every moment can have an independent corresponding existence. When I fell in time Wation, my time was completely cut off, and I was no longer able to change anything. Yinglong mastered the way of time and space. The footprints she left in the long river of history could jump out of the time limit and become an independent existence. For every second of time here, there are 24 existences of Yinglong. But after Yinglong fell in time Wation, Yinglong will no longer appear in the long river of time in the future. She also lost her most powerful magical power, and could not reverse the ending of her own fall. "I believe you're lying." Su Yin rolled his eyes, and complained about Yinglong in front of him in his heart. Yinglong's true body is in the long river of time. If Su Yin remembers correctly, her fallen body should be the body at the time of reincarnation and destruction, not the Yinglong at the origin of time. The ancestor of the dragon has not fallen at all, but has been self-enclosed in the long river of time to think about problems. Of course, although Su Yin knew these things, he could not say it because of the agreement with the ancestor of Yinglong. "I have fallen in time, and I can no longer spy on the time after falling. I have also lost my magical powers, and cannot interfere with the vicissitudes of life here." Yinglong spoke slowly. And by the way, he watched the tea set on the table that had not been used for thousands of years, and said, "The reason for this is that the existence behind the scenes that promotes the chaos here is the will of heaven. The will of heaven is difficult to violate and cannot be stopped, and you can only go with the flow. My purpose here is to wait for your arrival and teach you how to go with the flow." The Dragon Kings were silent when they heard this, and they did not expect the development of things to be so serious. According to the current intelligence, the existence that wants to disrupt the order of all living beings should be Yuchao, and the living beings in the netherworld corresponding to the way of heaven, intending to reduce those groups with low-cost performance, so as to delay the restart of reincarnation. Therefore, the human race was born in the world. Although they do not have the innate magical powers of the demon race, they do not have the strong flesh of the demon race and the ability to accommodate several times, dozens of times, or hundreds of times the spiritual power of heaven and earth or the spirit of immortals. But they practice fast, very fast. So the heavenly Tao obtains a tool group with high cost effectiveness, and can help itself improve the power of the heavenly Tao law. And it is easy to manage without worrying that they will go against the heavenly Tao and become too big to be removed. Like the 5 heavenly emperors, each of whom is under the heavenly Tao's lungs. Everyone thought that it was the heavenly Tao who was making trouble, but they didn't expect that it was the great Tao here who was giving orders. It is not impossible to fight against the heavenly Tao, but it is simply a joke to intend to resist the will of the great Tao. All living beings are just parasites. Parasites that are beneficial to the great Tao. One day, when the parasites are useless, they can be killed with just one pill. So, I am waiting for you here to teach you how to go with the flow. so that you can survive the chaos of heaven and earth. Long said, the main target of the will of heaven is not you. The creatures who have reproduced for generations, and no longer have great supernatural powers. Its main target is the divine beasts that are born and raised by nature, as well as the second and third generations of creatures born by them. The great supernatural powers have died one after another. At this time, the goal of the will of heaven has been achieved, and the world has returned to the chaotic era. When he said this, Long seemed to think of something, and suddenly chuckled, saying, at the beginning of the birth of the world, there were countless cultivation methods, such as physical cultivation, sword cultivation, and corpse transformation, and the method of enlightenment and immortality, and the method of infinite merit and perfection. But the will of heaven deliberately guided, so that the countless cultivation methods here are only the inner alchemy method. Do you know why? Faced with the question from Long's ancestor, all the creatures here were stunned, and even the Black Dragon King, who had the most profound knowledge, shook his head gently and could not answer. The method of Nightingale uses the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper one's body and soul and escape into the great way of supernatural power, overpowering countless cultivation methods to become the mainstream and the only one in the world. Is it natural that it has always existed? There is a problem here. The problem is that Nightingale is too perfect. So perfect that the power of human immortals can interfere with the space here. Such a perfect cultivation method. Long looked at everyone and said, in fact, it is the power of God's will to spread to all living beings through the mouths of living beings. It has been planning and alienating this place. Chapter 701 Long's method of going with the flow. How can there be perfection here? In the early stage of the inner alchemy method, you can obtain a very strong method of saving your life. There are already 4 internal methods of saving your life. When you comprehend the method of supernatural power, you can build a universe that belongs to you, and use the power of the universe to forcibly interfere with the world and disrupt the order. After becoming an immortal, you could also use the universe as a basis to drive the twisted power. Long smiled and continued, to put it simply, the inner alchemy method is to integrate the method of physical cultivation to save your life, the method of realizing supernatural power, and the optimal solution of the method of proving the Tao with merit and virtue, and create the supreme secret method passed down by the will of heaven. In this way, all living beings can use the power of heaven to fight against the chaos demon god through the universe. Su Yan's eyes suddenly widened when he heard this, and he took a breath of cold air when he looked at Long, who was talking in front of him. Combining what Long said in front of him with what Long said in the long river of time, Su Yan can easily draw a conclusion. The will of heaven seems to have been laid out a long time ago, and can even be traced back to the chaotic era. At the beginning, Yu Chao urged the chaos demon gods to reproduce. But the descendants of the chaos demon gods seemed to have some problems, and were not valued by Yu Chao. At that time, the external alchemy method was the most mainstream method of cultivation here. Until Nuwa enlightened the human race, the internal alchemy method began to become the mainstream here. The human race can hunt the descendants of the chaos demon god and the demon gods for alchemy, and the internal and external methods are combined to improve rapidly. Yu Chao also selected the tribe as the main force to invade other worlds. Then the chaos between heaven and earth broke out, and Yu Chao deliberately cleared the field for the human race to grow and develop. Internal alchemy method. If combined with the plan of heaven's will, it is actually very easy to see that this is a very suitable ability to invade the heaven of other worlds. The will of heaven pulls the will of the other party, and the guardians of Hongming come out to clamp the heaven of the other party. And the immortals can drive straight in and start plundering the opposite world. Of course, if you just think about these, it is not enough to make Su Yan stunned. What really shocked Su Yan was that according to Long, the will of heaven deliberately erased other cultivation methods. Why did it deliberately leave the external alchemy method and the corpse transformation method? The answer is actually very simple. That is, to prepare to transform all the losers in the battle between heaven and earth into resources, and invest them in the winners. The external alchemy method can become stronger by taking elixirs until it becomes a holy spirit. The corpse transformation method is more impermanent and terrifying. If the creatures are not talented enough, they will change their bodies. If they are forced to have no way out, they can still survive with a trace of true spirit and resurrect again. From the day it was born, this place has become a hotbed of war under the deliberate guidance of heaven, and all creatures are preparing for the dimensional war. Whenever the world develops to a critical point, Yu Chao will come to select spokespersons to guide the world to develop in the direction of heaven's expectation. Everything is preparing for the invasion. If I am not mistaken, the first unlucky one should be the world of the previous life. Right? Su Yan, lying in the arms of the fox mother, muttered secretly in his heart. Since God's will is omniscient and omnipotent, it is impossible that it did not discover me. My existence was exposed. And naturally the world of my previous life was also exposed. The world in my previous life was where I lived for at least 10 or 20 years. The days were boring, and I could see the end at a glance. But it was my hometown anyway. Even if I felt bored, I could not hope that it would die. I just hope that Yinglong's mother can help and completely cover up her existence. While Su Yan was silent and thinking about random things, Yinglong's ancestor also began to teach the method of following the trend. Since he already knew the origin of the inner alchemy method and the true power of the inner alchemy method, Yinglong taught the power of the 4 C's Dragon King and Dragon Dad, which is the essence of the inner alchemy method, through the universe to invade the heavenly way to borrow power and suppress the invading enemy. But what Yinglong prepared for the Dragon Clan is far more than just the unsealing of the inner alchemy method. This inner alchemy method is the complete book. At this moment, only I know it. It was supposed to appear after the second round of the battle between heaven and earth. But I am here to teach you in advance. No need to worry about anything. Anyone who cares about the tribe or Taoist friends can teach it. This is an opportunity, and it is in line with the rules set by the will of heaven. Yu Chao will not go crazy in front of you. Yinglong took out the jade slip, and the jade slip rippled and split into 9 parts. The contents recorded inside were the same. The 4C Dragon Kings, Dragon Father, and Fox Mother each received a jade slip. But Su Yan received 3 jade slips. Obviously, Yinglong noticed that there were Queen Mother Su and Xiantong Holy Mother, and he also distributed the complete inner alchemy method jade slips to them. Su Yan looked strange and silently accepted the jade slip handed over by Yinglong's ancestor. But he didn't dare to give the jade slip to the Xiantong Holy Mother. Xiantong Wanling Holy Mother was already awesome enough. She could transform into many people to fight. If he gave the jade slip to Xiantong Holy Mother, she might have pressed him down, then sealed herself with cement, and sank into the White River. I have prepared more for you than this. After Yinglong filled everyone's cups with tea, he raised his finger and pointed at Long Dad and said, "He is the successor of my luck. When the battle between heaven and earth begins, you might as well trust him. He should have more cards than my belly band. And the wealth and immortal weapons in the upper layer of Yinglong's treasure house are all prepared by me for you. I hope you can make good use of them to stand out from the battle between heaven and earth, instead of ending up here because of mutual suspicion and distrust." Long Dad, who was praised by Yinglong's ancestor, didn't say anything, but just drank a sip of tea silently. Obviously, when his inner voice sounded and followed it to Yinglong's treasure house, he had already vaguely guessed something. He should have a great luck given by a great man. Otherwise, when he was in the cultivation world, he would not have been able to escape from the pursuit of the Dragon Clan. Nor would he have been able to forcefully slap the 4 C's Dragon King in the face and marry the beautiful fox home. It is impossible to deny his efforts and talents here. But it is absolutely not right to deny the help of luck to himself. I did hide some things, but those are just the final means. In terms of madness, I am far inferior to the ancestors and predecessors. Dad Long put down the teacup and looked at the 4 C's Dragon King and said, "If the Dragon Clan is in danger, I naturally cannot turn a blind eye. Whether there is the influence of the ancestor Yinglong's luck here, it is my responsibility." Dad Long was not being modest in this. He did have some life-saving trump cards hidden in him. But the 4 C's Dragon Kings are not simple. Although they seem to have nothing to do in the fairy world, they just improve their strength. But there are records of the history of the fairy world in the deep sea city of the Dragon Clan. Since the day they were born, the Dragon Kings knew about the existence of the fairy world and inherited the blood feud of their ancestors. They have been preparing to take back their homes. Even the enlightenment of Long Dad's nightmare method was taught by the Black Dragon King. Later, in order to gain the support of the Dragon King, Long Dad handed over the nightmare isolation method he had learned. The 4 C's Dragon Kings in front of him might be the flesh and blood aggregates of the sky demon gods covered with dragon scales. Once unsealed, who can know the power that can be unleashed? Long Dad did not think that the Dragon Clan needed him to go back to help in the early stage of the melee. He knew the character of the Black Dragon King too well, and the great influence of the Black Dragon King on the cultivation world behind the scenes. The Xiaoyu dynasty and the 10 Directions Holy Mother of nurturing all spirits were directly caused by the influence of his nightmare method. Long Dad could not see through the Black Dragon King, who was both his teacher and mother. Chapter 702 Update of the Murals in Yinglong Corridor. With the inner alchemy method I taught them, and Ao Renlin waiting for an opportunity in secret. I dare not say that the Dragon Clan can directly kill the Dragon Clan in the outer world. But not everyone can step on the Dragon Clan in the source of all waters. Yinglong showed a complicated expression, shook his head gently, and spoke out the heritage he had preserved for the Dragon Clan. Ancestor, are you really not considering coming out of the mountain? After a long silence, the Black Dragon King slowly asked a question that he absolutely should not ask. After Yinglong Ancestor's narration, everyone actually knew the mastermind behind the chaos of heaven and earth, and also knew that Yinglong Ancestor would not come out of the mountain, because if Yinglong forcibly intervened in the chaos of heaven and earth, it was very likely that the supreme existence lying on the top of this place would be summoned. But the Black Dragon King was a little unwilling. If Yinglong Ancestor could come out in person, she would not need to take action, and only needed to come out from the dark. The casualties of the old, weak, women and children of the Dragon Clan would definitely be reduced to a harmless level. As long as the ancestor of Yinglong comes forward, he will sit in the base camp like the Queen Mother of the West and protect the old, weak, women and children. Ha ha ha. Yinglong was not angry when he heard this. He chuckled twice and looked at the Black Dragon King with great satisfaction, saying, I like your feelings of protecting your compatriots in your heart very much. However, there are some things that are not up to me. The phrase God's will is hard to go against is no joke. I just watch honestly, and it is the best ending. Although I am the spirit of creation, in a sense, we are not as good as the 5 heavenly emperors. There are some things that God can turn a blind eye to. And there are also some things that God will be angry about. The existence of the spirit of creation is to carry the power of the great Tao during reincarnation, and evolve into an existence with strength infinitely close to the will of heaven. In this way, it can protect the newborn world when it is reincarnated in the world. The merit of creating the world is not just talk, but it is done by the spirits of creation themselves. Heaven's will is very tolerant of the creator spirit. Sometimes, even if the creator spirit does something wrong, just like Yinglong tries to question heaven's will in the outer world, heaven's will only trap it to death through some paradoxes, without any harm. Even the luck that the dragon race deserves is not lacking. But such tolerance is not infinite. Heaven's will is high in tolerance for the creator spirit. But it does not mean that it will not do some extraordinary things, such as using the way of luck to reduce the luck of the dragon race, so that the dragon race that should have walked out of the chaos of heaven and earth alive, all died in it. Yinglong has already overstepped her bounds once. If she cannot learn a lesson, she should pay the price next time. But the 5 heavenly emperors are not like that. It should be said that the actions of the Queen Mother of the West and the King of the East are not actually overstepping their bounds. There is a limit to what they do, and they just protect the old, weak, sick and disabled of their own forces. There are more than billions of creatures in the Taichu immortal realm. There are millions of people who survive the chaos of heaven and earth. It is not a big deal for the will of heaven. Moreover, the Queen Mother of the West and the King of the East can also cultivate the strongest. Compared with the two, there are some things that the will of heaven chooses to ignore. The value of the 5 creatures who have obtained immortal power, or the creatures that have been carefully cultivated by Duntian Beiqing, is definitely worth tens of millions of survivors. My best attitude is not to show up. If there is a threat to the survival of the tribe, I will not turn a blind eye and watch. Yinglong opened his mouth to set an example. Thank you for the gift of Yinglong Ancestor. On behalf of the Dragon Clan, we pay the highest respect to the Ancestor. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings stood up from their seats and saluted Yinglong Ancestor in front of the tea table. It is absolutely a great thing for the Dragon Clan to obtain resources from Yinglong Ancestor and Yinglong's personal guarantee. The group of people present had never seen Yinglong Ancestor before. Apart from the factor of blood, there is no affection to speak of. Moreover, Yinglong Dragon God bloodline has long been extinct, and the true dragon bloodline has developed to the 8th or 9th generation. It is really hard to say whether it can be related to Yinglong Ancestor, but Yinglong Ancestor still lent a hand, so the 4 Sea Dragon Kings naturally could not complain. I have said what I should say. You should go back and prepare. I can sense that the laws between heaven and earth have been tilted. Yu Chao and the people in the netherworld should start to set up the venue. Everyone sat in the exhibition room, listening to the sermon of Yinglong's ancestor. Time passed slowly until Yinglong spoke to remind everyone. The group woke up slowly and looked at Yinglong, bowing respectfully. During this period, Yinglong seemed to really not know Su Yan at all. It was not until he knew that the door of the treasure house was opened by Su Yan, and it was from the Yazi tribe, that he showed surprise. Well, I have never seen such a civilized and reasonable Yazi. Although Yinglong was shocked in his heart, why there was such a deviation. thinking that it might be other beings or the original body that were making trouble inside. Yinglong in front of him did not say anything, pretending to know nothing. "I'll see you off, ancestor." Yinglong stood up from the tea table and inserted the key to the door of Yinglong's treasure house into everyone's body, which opened a door to the outside world so that they didn't have to bother with the teleportation array at the door. "Goodbye, ancestor." Su Yan, who had transformed into a little fox and had watery blue eyes, lay on the fox mother's shoulder and waved goodbye to Yinglong, who was watching him and his group leave. "Goodbye." Yinglong said goodbye with a smile, looking at the space door that was slowly closing, and muttered in his heart, although it has been confirmed through the identification method that the little thing is the offspring of Ao Renlin and Su Qin, the ancestor still feels that there is a possibility of holding the wrong child. Yazi and others are all street hooligans and bullies, and they are well known as purgers who kill people and exterminate their families at will. How can a family give birth to a child without any evil spirit and just want to be hugged and act cute? Yinglong's ancestor had a group of black lines on his forehead, and he wanted to say something several times but stopped. He wanted to ask the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, "Did you really not hold the wrong cub and register it with the wrong household? How can the Dragon Clan give birth to such a gentle, respectful and frugal person?" The Dragon Clan started with Yinglong. Yinglong originally belonged to the truth in his fist, and had the name of the god of war. The 4 dragon gods were also famous for being fierce and aggressive. Yinglong's kindness should all be inherited by the 10-headed phoenix and the 5-element unicorn. It was precisely because he knew the true nature of the dragon race that when the Black Dragon King asked him to come out of the mountains to take care of the elderly, the weak, women and children, Yinglong was so pleased and praised the Black Dragon King. He felt from the bottom of his heart that the Black Dragon King was so kind. How could there be such a kind black dragon in the world? Forget it. Since the child was not taken by mistake, it's not appropriate for the ancestor to point fingers at the younger generation's family affairs. Yinglong shook his head and slowly disappeared into the exhibition room, while the mural outside the corridor, which was originally broken, was added to another one. It was a mural of Yinglong's preaching and inheritance. In the mural, Yinglong showed a majestic look on his face, saying something to a group of people. And then, there was a group of black lines on his forehead. Then, the next mural showed that everyone left, and Yinglong was left in the exhibition room with a question mark on his forehead. And a frame similar to a comic daydream appeared. The creature in the frame was Su Yan, and it was a very cute little fox with a face full of expectation. He stood up and showed himself his pink meat pads, and annotated on the side that this thing was from the Jiuzi clan. There were a lot of Yinglong's psychological activities and complaints inside. Why is the meat pad pink? Shouldn't it be black in theory? Chapter 703 Son. Have you found a confidant? Are you really just sending me out? Su Yan looked at the dark scenery around him, and immediately knew that he should still be in the abyss cenote of the source of all waters. The rock wall in front of him should be the location of the gate of Yinglong's treasure house. Su Yan was immediately amused and helpless when he saw Yinglong ancestor said he would send me out. He originally thought that he would be sent directly to Kunlun Mountain, but he didn't expect that Yinglong ancestor was so honest that he really just sent me out. Finally, "It's out!" Su Yan just complained here, and the Dragon King of the West Sea beside him breathed a sigh of relief, stretched his waist, raised his hand, and put it on his neck to rub it, complaining, "I didn't expect to see you here." Cough, cough, cough. The pressure is not small. I didn't dare to breathe during the whole process, for fear that cough, cough, cough would see something and know the bad things I did before. Although the Dragon King of the West Sea complained, he was under great pressure when he met Yinglong ancestor. He felt like a child who had done something wrong under the eyes of an adult, but he didn't dare to complain by name, for fear that if he had something in mind, Yinglong would act out his feelings. If you don't do bad things on weekdays, you won't be afraid of the ancestor coming to your door. The Black Dragon King scolded lightly. Yes, yes, yes. The West Sea Dragon King waved his hand and looked at Dragon Dad and said, "What are your plans next?" Although the relationship between Dragon Dad and the Dragon King cannot be said to be at the level of disloyalty, they basically have no contact on weekdays and are busy with their own things. And there has been no major intersection. But after the explanation of Yinglong's ancestor, Dragon Dad and the 4 Seas Dragon Kings should be considered as a group, instead of being busy with their own things as before. After all, the legendary avenue is behind the scenes, and the overall situation it lays out obviously carries an intuitive sense of suffocation and oppression. There is no special plan. We originally planned to go to Kunlun Mountain to visit Queen Mother She after we dealt with the matter of the elixir, Long Dad slowly spoke and said what he originally planned to continue, of course, because the opening of the treasure house temporarily disrupted the plan. We should prepare to go to Kunlun Mountain now. Right? On the first day of Queen Mother She's return. She announced her return to the world. Although Long Dad and Fox Mom were running around, they also saw the phantom above this place. Witnessed the scene of Queen Mother She's thundering anger turning into heaven's punishment to punish the betrayer. And also saw Su Yan in Queen Mother She's arms. Originally, Long Dad and Fox Mom had no plan to visit Queen Mother She in Kunlun Mountain. But thinking of Su Yan and Fox Mom, who had not been home for a long time, they were also planning to go to Kunlun Mountain to visit Queen Mother after dealing with the things at hand, and go home to find the little fox. Now that the little fox has seen it, Fox Mom has not yet completed the matter of returning to her mother's home. In other words, we have the same destination. How about going together directly? The Red Dragon King looked at Long Dad and said with a smile. Dad Long glanced at the Red Dragon King and nodded. But his attitude was very cold, as if he didn't want to be approached by strangers. In Dad Long's mind, the Red Dragon King was a talkative and gossipy old woman. If there was nothing special, Dad Long didn't want to pay much attention to her. The Black Dragon King was Dad Long's closest friend. And the Green Dragon King was also a well-educated and amiable young man. And they could make close friends. Although the white scales of the White Dragon King reveal his holiness, his whiteness cannot cover his black heart. There are some big projects that lack great virtue and make a lot of money, but cannot be taken on. It is right to find the Dragon King of the West Sea to cooperate in development. But this guy is also very talkative. Especially likes to show off his wife. Every 3 or 5 sentences must include a sentence about the beauty of his wife. And he is very narcissistic and insidious. If his wife can be captured, the Dragon King of the West Sea will definitely be furious. Let's go! The Black Dragon King slowly raised his hand, opened a space door, and came to the foot of Kunlun Lingshan. Although it has been a month since he went out, the 10,000 Immortals banquet is still being held on Kunlun Lingshan. The banquet is very lively, and rounds of Immortals come to Kunlun Lingshan and start to let themselves go. Senior? Su Yan raised his hand with a smile on his face, greeted Senior Turtle who was guarding the mountain gate, and introduced his parents to him. Turtle. Seeing the short dragon dad, whose bloody and resentful aura was almost overwhelming, and the extremely beautiful Fox Mom, Senior Turtle's eyes widened, and he secretly called out in his heart, Turtle. The evil spirit and resentment on Dragon Dad were comparable to those of the Earth Lord in the Netherworld, and his strength was even more unfathomable. Just one look at him made his soul run away. Although Fox Mom's cultivation had just reached the realm of true immortal, her beauty was definitely better than 99.9% of the immortal world. No wonder Su Xiaozi was so handsome. His parents were already very handsome, so their offspring were naturally powerful. The starting point of the love between Dragon Dad and Fox Mom was actually very simple and rough. It was that the cold Ao Renlin went out to do business. When he saw Fox Mom's side profile smile, he immediately felt that he had to have a cub with Fox Mom. There was such an unusually beautiful existence here. It's okay to say that it was love at first sight. And it doesn't matter if you say that Dragon Dad was attracted by her beauty. Dragon Dad identified Fox Mom at first sight and chased her without hesitation, even quarreling with the Dragon Clan. It can be seen that the beauty of Fox Mom, coupled with the improvement of her current cultivation, has improved her temperament and body in an indescribable way. Walking in from the main gate of Kunlun Lingshan, you can see Yaoqi, one of the most beautiful scenery in Taichu Immortal Realm. When climbing the mountain, however, there is a pool party in Yaoqi now, and the tipsy fairy couples and the beauty hunters are making trouble around, which makes Fox Mom look at Long Dad and the little fox on her shoulder with a face full of grumbles. Is this brother one? Although Su Yan's eyes deliberately avoided Yaoqi, he accidentally saw a familiar figure. Su Yan was stunned and looked back quickly. As a result, he was not wrong. When Jutong, who had just broken through the fusion stage, was wearing a single piece of clothing and playing with several immortals and Xianxian fairies in Yaoqi. Outrageous. Su Yan felt that his 3 views were shattered. When did Brother Wen's hooking skills become so superb that he could hook up several immortals to play in the water with him? That's right. Fox Mom seemed to notice Su Yan's gaze. Seeing Su Yan staring at Yaoqi with a dull look, Fox Mom's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Su Yan and asked, Son, you shouldn't have found some confidence, right? Ah? Su Yan, who was called back to his senses by Fox Mom's voice, said with some embarrassment on his face. Yes, I have. But it's not convenient for me to tell my mother. If you have it, then you have it. If you don't have it, then you don't have it. What do you mean it's inconvenient to tell mother? Fox mother showed dissatisfaction. And Su Yan's neck flesh said, if you don't have it, I will ask the ancestors to find some. After all, you are the most beautiful child in our Su family. In case of troubled times, it's good to leave a seed for the Su family. You don't want to be a child when you go to the Netherworld City after death. Right? Count one on our side. At this time, the Red Dragon King suddenly spoke. Smiling, we also need seeds like the little fox in our dragon clan. If such an interesting Juicy is extinct, it will be a great loss. Mother. Seeing that the elders were all making a fuss and started talking about breeding in a few words, Su Yan was embarrassed and said to his mother, my child's trivial matters really don't need mother to worry about. It's already chaotic enough here. If mother intervenes, I'm afraid my body won't be able to bear it. Fox mother always said that she hoped Su Yan could find some bad women to be his confidants. The bad woman knows how to love people, but she is not clingy. She is also very rich. Su Yan can wipe her mouth and run away at any time. Although Su Yan did not take it seriously, the confidants around him were not idle. From the senior Ruin Nu, who was full of dirty talk to the mermaids, who sent messages to the mermaids to summon hundreds of female mermaids. The natural black mermaid Nanwu. It is not that Su Yan does not have the love of female beasts, but that there are so many that his body can hardly bear it. In addition, the beautiful Bash has been holding the order of the Queen Mother of the West and has been flirting all day long, trying to please the Queen Mother of the West by relying on her son to continue the bloodline of the famous White Fox too. If the Mother and the Dragon Kings choose another girl from the Fox clan and the Dragon clan, Su Yan may not be able to serve so many ancestors even if he lies on the bed all day. Really? Really? Mother. Chapter 704 Killing the Love Rival. The little fox's ability to lie is really getting stronger. On the way up the mountain, Fox Mom saw Su Yan trying hard to prove that he had many confidants, and that he had gradually caused some confusion. Seeing this, Fox Mom couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Of course, it was not because Fox Mom doubted Su Yan's appearance and ability, but because Fox Mom knew too well the constitution of the Fox clan and Su Yan's personality. Su Yan was usually very honest and didn't lie, but this wicked thing liked to deliberately hide some details in the truth when deceiving foxes, which led to completely opposite conclusions about one thing. In addition, Fox Mom didn't forget that when Su Yan was 14 years old, he ran to the demon sex kiln with those little demon fox friends and went home crying in the middle of the night. He couldn't be coaxed for 2 days, and he was seriously injured. In addition, due to the physical constitution of the Fox clan, they are not the gods of bed. With 2 walnut-sized kidneys, the little fox probably has the will but not the ability. The physical evolution brought by cultivation is only an improvement on the original foundation. Unless one can reach the perfect state of a true immortal, one can change one's fate. The same is true for the Fox Mother herself. When she was entangled with the Dragon Father, a light touch was already very charming, making the Dragon Father forget the word look back forever in his mind. He threw himself on the Fox Mother wholeheartedly, loving his wife more than himself. The little fox. It is impossible that he inherited his appearance and his father's magical talent, and also inherited the unparalleled big kidneys that the Dragon clan deliberately evolved. Right? Fox Mom muttered in her heart. Is it possible to give birth this well? Young Senior? The beautiful Bash walking in the banquet hall saw Su Yan's figure appear, and her eyes lit up. She hurried to Fox Mom's side and looked at Su Yan and said, Young Senior, you are finally back. When she said this, Bash's cheeks showed a trace of embarrassment, and she stammered, since I received the gift and watering from the Young Senior, Shiba has been thinking about the Young Senior's unparalleled valor day and night. I don't know when the Senior is free. Shiba is willing to come to your house and sleep with you. Fox Mom, Dragon Dad, and the 4 Seas Dragon Kings all had a question mark on their heads for a few days. Dragon Dad and Fox Mom may not know Bash, but the 4 Seas Dragon Kings saw Bash join the company not long ago. Su Yan had not been on the Kunlun Mountain for the past month or so it was not difficult for the 4 Seas Dragon Kings to come to a jaw-dropping conclusion. Within 2 days of Bash's employment, Su Yan had already managed to get Bash, who had cultivated to the level of a god. Bash looked at Su Yan with a spring in her eyes, but she kept looking at Fox Mom, Dragon Dad, and the 4 Seas Dragon Kings, as if she was thinking about something. Fox Mom and Dragon Dad stood shoulder to shoulder, arm in arm. Fox Mom's face was very similar to Su Yin. So it was not difficult for Bash to conclude that the Holy Spirit and true immortal in front of her were Su Yin's parents. Or relatives with unusually close blood. This was also an unexpected surprise. After all, Bash had been wandering around the banquet venue, waiting for Su Yin to appear and express his feelings to him. Of course, this was not a confession, but a means for the beautiful Bash to please Su Yin. You know, male beasts are always good at face no matter how old they are. Holding Su Yin's thighs tightly was almost like sitting on the shoes of the Queen Mother of the West. Bash had just joined the company, and although his cultivation was not weak, he was not really that powerful next to the Queen Mother of the West. Bash said here today that the young senior had knocked him down with his heavenly body, and he had left him with an endless aftertaste. And he even shamelessly asked for more. This is the top of the male beast, the son of the power to pull up the mountains and rivers. I, the heaven-swallowing snake, have personally experienced it. Invincible. Then I'll give it to you. Fox Mother's face was sluggish, and she glanced at Su Yin, who was also stunned on her shoulder. Fox Mother raised her hand and picked up Su Yin and handed him to Bash's arms, wanting to see what the enchanting female beast in front of her was doing. Bash took it respectfully, as if holding some rare treasure, and ran to the mansion community area on the mountain with Su Yin, as if he was very eager. He even exuded the fragrance secreted by the female beasts when the demon race reproduced. The little fox didn't seem to lie. Father Long looked at Su Yin and Bash, who were going away, and then looked at his wife and said with a slight hesitation, "We may have grandchildren to hold." Although Father Long didn't know how to fall in love, he could feel that Bash seemed to feel some pressure when he saw how excited she was. So he expressed his feelings to Su Yin in public. "It's so scary." Mother Fox thought for a while, and after complaining, she said, "Let's go to the venue to find our fox ancestors, and pay respects to the Queen Mother of the West later. And then we can talk about other things." I never thought that the little fox would learn so well after leaving home and make a living by his face. Mother Fox sighed, and her eyes were full of satisfaction. "Is it that the Queen Mother secretly arranged some shameful challenge for you again?" Su Yin, who gradually came to his senses, looked at Bash, who was holding him home, and asked Bash why he was making such a big scene with a helpless look on his face. No! The Queen and the others were playing cards up there, and Bash just had a taste and wanted to savor it again. So he has been looking for the young senior. Bash thought for a moment and continued. If the senior has no objection, Bash is willing to contribute his own little strength to the reproduction of the Fox clan. It is said that the people in the Netherworld have now unlocked the Jedi Tiantong, and all the lost worlds are currently returning to the fairyland, and chaos is coming to the world. The immortals came in batches. Although a banquet was being held on Kunlun Mountain, some of the later immortals just got drunk and spread the news at the banquet, and talked about the behavior of the Netherworld. Sure enough, after hearing this, Su Yin had a complex expression on his cheeks. There was joy at seeing the princess, helplessness at seeing Senior by Zay, and even more emotion that the sentient beings here would become sacrifices for the chaos that was about to come. Young Senior, you know everything? Bash looked at Su Yin with a strange expression. You know, the immortals who told this information were all watching the Nine Heavens mysterious lady holding a ceremony at the Netherworld sacrifice field, and they were not prepared to participate in the turmoil, and came here to seek shelter. They had first-hand information in their hands, and it was not spread in the fairy world yet. Did the young senior have spies hiding in the sacrificial field? I only know a little. By the way, do you know where Senior Ruinu is? I have something to find her. Su Yin turned around and looked at Bash and said. However, Bash's face changed and he shook his head, although Xiaoba knows where the senior is. You can't be so partial to one over the other. Xiaoba arrived first, and you should first make Xiaoba stammer and shout with a blushing face. I want to give birth to a child for the senior. Don't worry, Senior. It's definitely a first-hand source. Xiaoba's mind has been on cultivation, although occasionally some male and female desires will arise. Xiaoba will kill the former lover right in front of you. As he said, Bash took out a neat brocade box from the words, which contained some nighttime items for girls. In front of Su Yin, Bash produced a ball of green flames and burned them all. What a first-hand source. What a little lover. Su Yin was dumbfounded. Chapter 705. It feels like going home. Senior. The basher turned ruthless and burned all the former little lovers in front of Su Yin, and pointed out to Su Yin which one was the root that damaged his body. Then controlled the power of the universe to revive him, and then killed him. Such manipulation made Su Yin dumbfounded. He never thought that the basher could make such a fuss. The female beasts of the demon race were fierce when fighting for reproduction. And they were not in vain. Fierce beasts like the Basher were born extraordinary, and were destined to be extraordinary at birth. In the past, they naturally didn't care whether they were male beasts or not. I don't know how many male beasts wanted to give birth to blood in the belly of the Basher. Moreover, the Basher was not a dull person. She didn't believe the sweet words of the male beasts at all. She devoted herself to cultivation and firmly believed that as long as she was strong enough, she could taste any kind of proud son of heaven. It was not impossible to even bring her lovers to attack together. Until he met Su Yan. He was very handsome, talented, and had a family background that was beyond description. He had a wide range of social contacts. From the south to the northwest and east. Bash used to feel that since he was born extraordinary, the male beasts he had mates with were also extraordinary. But Su Yan was more than extraordinary. He had a perfect life as a fox since he was born. He walked around the fairyland naked, and no creature dared to express his opinion. Excellent female beasts can attract all living beings. And the same is true for excellent male beasts. Bash also wanted to experience that the mother is honored by her son, and see that her child's life is perfect. Senior. Bash looked at Su Yan affectionately, and the words "please be ravaged" appeared on his cheeks. Take me to find Senior Ruinu. I really have important things to do now. Later, when I finish my business, I will take a bath with you. Seeing that Bash even beat up the little lover, and whipped the corpse back and forth, as if to vent his anger, Su Yan felt helpless and funny, but also had a curiosity, looking forward to Bash's tricks later. But Su Yan really wanted to find Ruinu for something. Not because of something between men and women. First, he was going to take back the inheritance of Bai Zhe to strengthen his own strength and deal with the next change. Second, he wanted to ask Ruinu to come forward and take care of the returning world of cultivation. According to the old map of the fairy world, the world of cultivation is located on the territory of the southern world after its return. Third, he wanted to go to the world of cultivation to pick up Princess Wuxi and her aunt to Kunlun Lingshan. With Princess Wuxi's beauty and personality, Su Yan felt that Queen Mother of the West might also fall. After all, Queen Mother of the West and Princess Wuxi have a very good relationship. Both of them are the king of flirting, and their methods of teasing foxes are not low. Both of them are also face control, and their vision is very high. If Su Yan didn't know that Queen Mother of the West didn't have any split souls, or the residual soul was reincarnated to experience the mortal world again, Su Yan really doubted that such a beautiful face could really exist in the world of cultivation? Okay. Since the senior said there is something important to do, Bash showed a look of regret, turned around and left the mansion complex, and walked towards the white jade platform. Ruinu is currently playing cards with Dong Wangdong, Shi Wanmu, and Juyin. Shi Wangmu is doing two things at the same time. While playing cards, she also started to refine the immortal pill to improve the strength of the little guys under her. Senior Fox? As soon as Su Yan arrived in front of the white jade platform, the little demon fox, who had pretended to be Su Yan to cheat for food and drink, suddenly looked at Su Yan in the arms of the snake with a radiant look and greeted him. Why did you come here? Su Yan was also surprised to see the little demon fox. Wasn't this guy eating and drinking with his friends at the banquet? Why did he run to the white jade platform? Humph! Gu Lu, who was sitting on the back of the tree, snorted and said, she is a handyman of Kunlun Lingshan, cleaning fallen leaves and pruning branches for the white jade platform. Now, there is a gambling going on in the white jade platform, and no one can enter. I am guarding here on my father's orders. If you have anything to do, just squat here and wait. Gu Lu, who was sitting in the shade of the tree, glanced at Su Yan with the corner of his eye, showing an evil smile on his face, and a slight sense of pride in his words. The little fox demon was shaved bald by Lingluan for fraud, so naturally his appearance was gone, and he could not attract the attention of the Queen Mother of the West. However, Gu Lun was annoyed when he saw Su Yan, and personally introduced the little fox demon to the Queen Mother of the West. Gu Lun was determined to let Su Yan have a taste of what it was like to be manipulated by the enemy day by day. Are you here? Come to the Queen's arms quickly. Let the Queen experience the luck of the fortune fox. In the white jade Cheongtai, the Queen Mother of the West noticed the arrival of the Bash and Su Yan, and waved with a smile, signaling Su Yan to come to her arms quickly. Your mother and others just came. How can you, a little guy, hide something from the Queen Mother? Gu Lun's smile froze, and he looked at Su Yan in disbelief. Su Yan showed the body of a young man and walked into the white jade Cheongtai. A black question mark slowly emerged in Gu Lun's mind. What am I hiding from the queen? Su Yin asked with a strange look on his face. Your mother said that you are a lucky kid. You have been lucky in gambling since you were an embryo. You have never lost a game so far. You have beaten all the proud sons of heaven and ancient demons in the world of cultivation. The Queen Mother of the West waved to Su Yin, signaling him to come to her arms quickly. She wanted to test the truth. Su Yin naturally had no objection to this. He showed the form of a little fox and jumped into the arms of the Queen Mother, and sent a message to Senior Ruan on the card table. Senior Ruan, are you free later? I want to try to get the inheritance again. With my current human immortal cultivation, I should be able to get the Baizé inheritance. I should be free before. If the rumors are true, it may take some time. Ruan looked helpless, looked at Su Yin and said, this card is not easy to play. The Queen Mother just lost to Zhu Yin, and now she is very popular. Ah? Su Yin looked at Ruan with a look of surprise. For a moment, he didn't know whether he heard it wrong or he was deaf. Why didn't he understand what Senior Ruan said? Playing cards naturally requires bets, so that it is exciting when playing. But wealth is meaningless to everyone present, so the bet becomes a harmless little thing to promise the winner. Ruinu slowly said, the queen lost the most in the last hand, and Zhu Yin won the most points. So Zhu Yin said that he wanted the belly band on the queen. If you don't believe it, you may lean back and try to rub it. Senior didn't lie to you. I won't play anymore. Seeing Su Yan's arrival, Zhu Yin directly overturned the dominoes in front of him and started to cheat. What a joke to play cards with Su Yin. This guy has the luck of Yinglong. Yinglong carries the merit of opening the sky like himself, and is a person with great luck. If there is another Queen Mother of the West here, how can he win? If he continues to play, I am afraid that I will lose my underwear. Playing tricks, right? If you cheat, you will lose 3 people. Queen Mother of the West was amused when she saw Zhu Yin pushing cards and cheating. Chapter 706. Suddenly, a madman sharpens his knife at night. TSK. What a shameless brat. The Queen Mother of the West looked at the red gauze in her hand, the matching black underwear, and a set of gold jewelry, and a look of disdain suddenly appeared on her cheeks. She complained about Zhu Yin, who was sitting opposite her. Too shameless. Zhu Yin lost 3 games because of cheating, and lost all the clothes on his body. But Zhu Yin didn't care about it at all. The graceful body under the clothes was slightly bright, and it turned into a red dragon with a human face and a dragon body. It got out of the clothes directly, and gave away the jewelry on the body. You can't say I'm cheating. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame me for not adding any restrictions when describing it. Zhu Yin's huge body quickly shrank back and turned into a red dragon about 1 meter long. His human face was full of charm and cunning. He looked at the Queen Mother of the West with a smile and said, next time, you should say that you should keep your human form and take off the clothes one by one and hand them to you. Although Zhu Yin lost the card game, she was very happy at the moment. During the card game, Zhu Yin saw the Queen Mother of the West's anger and disgust, just like a girl's pretense. He also saw the eyes and eyebrows of the King of the East twitching, and he and Ruinu beside him stared at the Queen Mother of the West taking off her bellyband in amazement. Zhu Yin lost the card game, but she was very happy to lose. Shameless man. The Queen complained. Let's not talk about those things for now. Lend me your little fox. I have something to ask him. Zhu Yin, who had manifested a miniature body, did not bother the Queen Mother of the West too much. He swam in front of the Queen Mother of the West, and the dragon wrapped around the pillar and entangled Su Yin. Zhu Yin dragged Su Yin straight through the air. Strange. The Queen Mother of the West looked at the 2 people who left, and did not continue to say anything, because she could roughly guess why Zhu Yin was so eager to find Su Yin. It must be about her old friend Yinglong. Right? Zhu Yin has existed for too long. All the creatures who have made friends with him, without exception, have no life form that can survive Zhu Yin. There are no more than 10 creatures who can talk to him heart to heart. She is very lonely and lonely. Otherwise she would not have fabricated Gu Luan and cultivated it step by step to pass her endless life. No matter how stable the heart of Tao is, it cannot resist the wear and tear of 560 trillion years of reincarnation. The things she knew, the Taoist friends she was familiar with, and even her relatives disappeared in the reincarnation. Over and over again. She could not even carry the items from the previous reincarnation to miss her old friends. Everything was annihilated in the reincarnation. Only Zhu Yin, the spirit of creation, could resist the rules of reincarnation with the power of the great Tao and walk out of the reincarnation with other spirits of creation. Among the many spirits of creation, Zhu Yin and Ying Long had a very good relationship and had experienced reincarnation many times. In Zhu Yin's heart, Ying Long's status was extremely high. Although they were not related by blood, they were better than blood relatives and close friends. Whenever she encountered something interesting, she would first want to share it with Ying Long, and then share it with old acquaintances such as the Queen Mother of the West, who ranked second. How was the trip to Ying Long's treasure house? Zhu Yin took Su Yin back home and came to her own Zhu Long treasure house. She threw Su Yin on the table and chair wrapped in the leather of the exotic beast, and ran to the hanger behind Su Yin, showing her naked body, and began to choose new clothes. As for the clothes lost to the Queen Mother of the West, Zhu Yin didn't care about those things at all. Immortals are naturally pure, and even if the Queen Mother of the West casually discards them, the lewd embryos will never get a taste of the sweetness on them. During the trip to the ancestral treasury, we saw the incarnation of Ying Long ancestor. She said that her original body had fallen. Su Yin subconsciously wanted to turn back and answer the elder's questions politely facing Zhu Yin. However, after seeing the exquisite back from the corner of his eyes, Su Yin immediately turned his back to Zhu Yin and answered honestly. Although the original body of the ancestor has fallen, the incarnations in the long river of time are still there. But the future has been forever fixed on going to the sky. She didn't care about the chaos between heaven and earth, but only gave us some ways to save our lives, so that our dragon race would not be cut off from the bloodline because of the death of the ancestor. Zhu Yin slowly turned around and looked at the back of the red animal skin-wrapped chair where Su Yin sat. Looking at Su Yin, who was talking about the trip to Ying Long treasure house. Because you are worried about showing up in the outside world, causing suspicion from the will of heaven, and suppressing your bloodline? Zhu Yin summarized Ying Long's meaning, and a look of interest suddenly appeared on her cheek, saying, I said at the beginning not to pay attention to the will of heaven and Yi Chao. Your ancestor is stupid. Saying that this is also good for this place. Promoting the diversity of creatures, making it more prosperous and lively, and having little guys to pass the time, and perfecting the power of the law. Now you know how to get ahead. Right? Yi Chao pinched your genitals, and you started to be timid about doing things. Zhu Yin showed a teasing look on her face, talking freely, and complained about Ying Long's superficial choice. Zhu Yin knew Ying Long's character. If the will of heaven didn't come out to explain it to her in person and count out to her, Ying Long, who was serious about it, would never tolerate someone cutting off his body and threatening himself. The spirits of creation are not born. They are all beaten out by fists. They can become the spirits of creation by killing the way of heaven and swallowing up all the natural rules of the way of heaven. In every reincarnation, the existence that exists to the end and tramples billions of people in the world under its feet can kill the heavenly Tao and become the creator spirit, without experiencing the suffering of reincarnation. To put it bluntly, every creator spirit is an absolute lunatic in a certain reincarnation. Otherwise it would never do such a crazy thing as killing the heavenly Tao. You must know that when the reincarnation starts again, the heavenly Tao will resist the reincarnation, and the heavenly Tao will do everything possible to prolong its lifespan. In the reincarnation of Zhu Yin's birth, the reason why the heavenly Tao was killed by Zhu Yin was very simple. That is, the heavenly Tao could no longer resist the erosion of reincarnation, and the imbalance of yin and yang could only save energy and reduce emissions and reduce the number of lives, which fell on Zhu Yin's head. Zhu Yin saw that his house had been stolen, and he was so angry that he tore the mouth of the heavenly Tao directly. My house is gone. What's the use of you? Anyway, everyone is going to die together. Before death, it is simply unreasonable not to have a good time. Then, Zhu Yin became the creator spirit. Zhu Yin was born before Ying Long, and she had seen Ying Long tear Tian Dao apart with his bare hands. Why did Ying Long want to kill Tian Dao? There was no reason. But he had always thought that Tian Dao was the strongest in the world. And now that the world was collapsing, Tian Dao seemed to have no meaning to exist. So he was killed. Such a guy would be completely silent after being threatened, shrinking in a corner like a resentful woman, muttering about the bad intentions of the heaven, but not daring to attack? Zhu Yin didn't believe it, and even felt that Ying Long might be secretly planning something, ready to wait until the reincarnation of the great Tao and the heavenly Tao was at its weakest, and then take a copper sun to slap the mouth of the great Tao and the heavenly Tao. In fact, Zhu Yin was not wrong. Ying Long was currently full of resentment. She had been deceived by the great Tao for tens of thousands of years, and even began to deny her own existence and the memories in her mind. She had experienced extremely deep resentment in the past, but it was difficult to attack for some reasons. So she never showed up. Yinglong didn't want to see the Great Tao. The Great Tao, who was impartial, ruthless and selfless, actually spoke nonsense all the time? If not, Yinglong would never easily believe the will of the heaven, because of a few words and some evidence. It was because the Great Tao had a very good reputation, and had never done anything unfair, that it easily pitted Yinglong to the point where he couldn't tell the directions and doubted his life. Chapter 707 Senior Zhu Yin's Care. Whatever. Even though we are old friends. Since Yinglong has made her choice, I have no position or motivation to criticize her choice. Zhu Yin relied on her familiarity with Yinglong, and although she guessed something, she pretended not to know, and slowly sighed, as if she felt sorry for her close friend, who was threatened by Yu Chao, and did not dare to come forward. While talking, Zhu Yin had already selected her underwear from thousands of pieces of clothing. Zhu Yin's clothes were all very uniform in color, no matter what style and material. There must be real gold thread or gold foil patterns, or clothing accessories made by gilding technology. Zhu Yin seemed to love gold very much, but no creature dared to ask Zhu Yin why she loved gold. Zhu Yin changed into red underwear, with golden embroidery threads interweaving patterns on it as embellishment. The style was similar to Su Yan's sports underwear in his previous life. Things like belly bands are not a big problem for monks to wear as pajamas at home or when they are relaxing. But when female monks encounter fierce battles, belly bands can't hold them at all. Therefore, belly bands also follow the trend and gradually evolve into slightly uncomfortable but holdable styles. These are little-known facts about girls, and they are in a category that Su Yan should not touch at all. But Jia Namu often complains in front of Su Yan, and tells Su Yan very seriously, when she ran to Su Yan in a belly band, she must have come for conception. So Su Yan must not be polite to her when he sees her. Therefore, when Su Yan saw Zhu Yin put on spider silk sports bra and squeezed onto the seat, he didn't show any surprise, but just felt that the senior seemed to be ready to start teasing him again. Today, I'm not in the mood to tease you. Zhu Yin lay on the chair, revealing a very tired feeling all over his body. He subconsciously stretched his hands to the top of his head. One foot stepped on the chair, and the other foot stretched straight, with his waist and abdomen straightened, stretching his waist in an extremely seductive way. I didn't expect Yinglong to love his blood so much that he was willing to compromise. It really makes me feel very sorry. I'll take a break for a while. Don't run around. There are power territories in my treasure house. Once you fall into the encirclement, they will definitely peel off your fox skin with their cruel and cold-blooded treatment of outsiders, Zhu Yin said, then lifted Su Yan, pinched him, and put him on his belly. The snow-white ball fell on the wheat-colored belly, making Zhu Yan's skin look a little brown. But the luster and moisture were not reduced. When Su Yan's meat pad fell on it, it slipped directly. Paw! Su Yan landed on Zhu Yan's willow waist with all 4 feet. His front foot slipped down because he stepped on the side of his waist. The little fox's chin slapped heavily on Zhu Yan's chest. But Zhu Yin seemed not to notice it, and rashly went into a state of rest. The little fox looked at Zhu Yin's profile, and saw the golden thread embroidered milk cap on the mountain peak from the corner of his eyes. The nose was full of the fragrance emitted by Zhu Yin, which was like the fragrance of wood and the clear burning fragrance. Su Yan couldn't describe it, but he just felt that it smelled very good, different from the strong fragrance of flowers on the queen's body, and had a cool feeling. The first ray of fire spirit in the world is actually cold, and has a cold fragrance. It's really strange, Su Yan complained in his heart, and then followed the sliding fox claws to the side of Zhu Yin, waiting for his hind legs with his belly facing up, and his head resting on Zhu Yin's arm very naturally. Muttering, Su Yan slowly closed his eyes, gradually sank into the dream world, and began to count the Holy Mother of Xiantong. Su Yan actually didn't need to sleep. The strength of the immortal body had penetrated into every aspect of life. But since going to Yinglong Treasure House, Su Yan had not had a formal rest for a day. Yinglong Treasure House is isolated from the outside world, and there is no concept of time at all, which can even affect the judgment of time. Su Yan naturally didn't know how long he had been in there. It was not until he came out that he knew that more than a month had passed. Although he has become an immortal, his sleeping habits still exist. Compared with the time he has become an immortal, Su Yan still maintains his habits for more than 20 years. If you want to sleep, you can calm down as soon as you close your eyes. Are you really so docile? After Su Yan fell into a deep sleep, Zhu Yin, who seemed to be in a resting state to relieve his mental fatigue, quickly opened his eyes and looked at the sleeping Su Yan. 3 black lines appeared on his cheeks. And he spat, "I gave you a chance but you didn't know how to use it. Useless little thing." In the seemingly quiet and peaceful house, there is actually a crystal for recording images arranged by Zhu Yin. Zhu Yin wanted to defeat Su Yan in order to avenge Su Yan's disrespect for his appearance and figure. As a result, Su Yan really didn't like it at all. Just like his expressionless face when he recited the essay before. Take some time to test your blood to see if you are the child of Yinglong. You don't want money, sex, or even the sense of conquering by climbing on her chest. Zhu Yin showed a look of disdain on his face and complained about Su Yan. Not wanting money or sex is easy to understand. After all, most of the world's cultivators are pursuing eternal life. But the little fox didn't take the opportunity to step on his chest with both feet and fantasize about conquering. Zhu Yin couldn't understand it. I am the first ray of light in the world. The wind of the 4 seasons. Now you are only 1 step away from the highest point on my body. How can you ignore it? Where is your male blood? Such temptation can't be ambush? No. It seems to be a cub? It can't be called a male beast at present? No wonder. Although it has tasted some flavors. Its thoughts have not caught up. Zhu Yin was disappointed with Su Yan's behavior, and regretted that he couldn't see the Queen Mother of the West in Yinglong, and the chaos in Lu Ying's house. But now that things have come to this, Zhu Yin can't force Su Yan's mouth and pull out his tongue to apply it on himself. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Su Yan, whose mind and body have returned to the peak state, returned from the dream world and saw a mountain. He lay on his side against Zhu Yin, his right leg resting on Zhu Yin's belly, and the foxtail covered between Zhu Yin's legs. Su Yan was slightly stunned when he saw this, and he immediately took a breath of cold air in his heart. He moved the tail away quietly, and moved his legs that were resting on Zhu Yin's belly like a thief with a guilty conscience. Don't be surprised if there is something strange. Don't be surprised if there is something strange. Su Yan resumed his supine position, muttering to himself, and looking around, fearing that a dog with bloodshot eyes would fly out and grab his dog head, intending to pull out his little bell directly. It doesn't matter if something happened, but I really regard Zhu Yin as my senior, and I didn't try to fantasize about anything, so I shouldn't suffer this disaster. Complaining in his heart, Su Yan used the method of controlling objects to float himself up, slowly landed under the chair, and lay on the carpet with his feet on the wooden step. Zhu Yin sensed the energy fluctuations and woke up from his resting state. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su Yan running on the carpet and hugging the steps to continue sleeping. Zhu Yin smiled slightly, slowly sat up, raised his foot, and stepped on the step. Su Yan, whose tail was stepped on, jumped up from the carpet, making a series of whimpering sounds, and stretched his 2 fox claws back, as if he wanted to touch the place where he was stepped on. Chapter 708 The Complete Inheritance of Bai Zhe. Su Yan, whose fox tail was stepped on, took a breath of cold air and ran to the side to rub the place where Zhu Yin stepped on. He never expected that sleeping on the floor would encounter such a disaster. Puff. Seeing Su Yan ejected, Zhu Yin couldn't help but smile and stood up from the seat. Picked up the black jade-colored segmented gauze dress on the back of the seat. Bent down. Put on the opaque gauze skirt with slits on the side. Put on a gauze dress of the same color on his shoulders, and tied the collar around his waist. But the clothes could not cover Zhu Yan's roundness and fullness, but instead made the peak wrapped in red color more upright. Where did the senior step on it hurt? Zhu Yin smiled, picked up Su Yan who was squatting on the ground, put him in his arms and gently stroked him, and opened a door leading to Kunlun Lingshan. It didn't hurt, but I was shocked and reacted subconsciously, Su Yan explained. Senior Zhu Yan's unintentional kick didn't hurt Su Yan much, but it hurt his heart. Anyone who was about to go to bed would be shocked if they felt a foot bigger than their belly stepping on the most sensitive part of their body. Their tail. Fortunately, it wasn't the tip of the tail. Otherwise, Su Yan felt like he was hit on the nose, and tears couldn't stop falling. Zhu Yin opened the space door and returned to the Baiyu Qiongtai of Kunlun Lingshan. There was no news about the Queen Mother of the West and the King of the East. Only Senior Roy Nu was there, with her feet on the card table, her back against the chair, and her face ruddy and drunken. Play here by yourself. Zhu Yin glanced around and noticed where the Queen Mother of the West and the King of the East were. They were both in the hot spring pool, laughing and talking about the wind and drinking. Zhu Yin put Su Yan on the table, and then left the white jade Qiongtai alone, smiling, and went to the bathing pool to prepare to give the two a depth charge. Watching Senior Zhu Yin leave, Su Yin jumped onto Senior Ron's legs on the card table, and his two little fox paws were on his dress. And he began to push the senior, trying to wake up Ron, who was infusing himself. Ron slowly opened her eyes, and saw the fox squatting on her legs. Her eyes were a little blurry, and she muttered, "I was scared to death. Senior, I thought something was humiliating you and wanted to scare you. But it's okay now. You continue. Senior, squeeze your legs tighter, and squeeze out your little lipstick. Senior, what are you talking about?" Su Yin immediately stepped forward and covered his mouth when he heard it, and looked towards the Cheongtai with a panicked face, fearing that the Queen Mother of the West and Senior Zhu Yin would both stick their heads out and look at him. "I came here to discuss serious matters, not to have any dirty thoughts in my mind," Su Yin said, seeing Su Yin's serious face. Senior Ron slowly stretched, rubbed her eyes that were dreamy because of drunkenness, and drove away the alcohol in her body, and said, "What serious things do you want to talk about? Are you going to disclose the little secret between us?" As Senior Ron said this, she brought Su Yin to her front, let his hind legs step on his lower abdomen, and his front feet step on his chest facing her, licked his lips with the sweetness of the fruit, and kissed Su Yin's cheek. There was no love in Senior Ron's eyes, but only a strong sense of pampering, and she liked the little fox very much. "Can those things be said?" Su Yin muttered in a voice as soft as a mosquito. For a moment, Su Yin was a little unsure whether Senior Ron was joking or something. After all, Senior Ron, who seemed dignified and generous on the surface, was so open when she was with him in private that Su Yin was dumbfounded. She had no experience in bed, but Senior Ron knew how to control males very well. In Senior Ron's words, "We have already started now. What do we care about? There is no point in being shy. It is better to make a jubilant and festive scene." Ron dared to practice the posture that Su Yin dared to speak of. She even said to the little fox, "It seems a little monotonous. It's white and lacks a sense of hierarchy. Why don't you give me a pen? You can circle the places you like. And Senior Ron also circle the places you like. And the little fox can aim and bombard it?" Su Yin was really dumbfounded when he heard this. He could not imagine that Senior Ron could say such words. "Senior, you are one of the ancestors of mankind. Is it reasonable for you to say such words?" Therefore, when they were together in private, Su Yin could not completely distinguish whether Senior Ron was joking with him or speaking seriously. If you don't like Senior, just don't say it. How can an old and beautiful senior compare to a young and beautiful one? Senior Ron smiled and pretended to be sad, looking forward to seeing Su Yin's tangled and shy expression. If the relationship between the two was leaked, Su Yin and Ron didn't care before. But since meeting the head of the family, Su Yin began to be scared. Although Su Yin didn't say it, Ron also knew that Su Yin was concerned about his own identity. It was really a dog day for the ancestor of mankind to walk with a fox whose cultivation had just broken through the realm of heaven and man. The little fox is a little prudent. He cares about his face when he doesn't care about things. He sticks to her with guilt, acts cute and funny to please her, so that she won't be affected by the gossip from her mother's family. In this regard, Roinu just wants to say that her elder sister doesn't know how to enjoy. What's wrong with the little fox? When he was a young man, he was chubby. I pinched his belly, whispered some flirtatious words in his ear, and enjoyed his shy attachment. The young man has a clear figure and exudes masculine charm. He looks at her affectionately and kisses her skin with his thin lips. Every stroke and rub is full of childish innocence and male beast's aggressiveness, which makes Roinu have a subtle feeling. The little fox seems unable to leave her, and he really needs her. This is a very subtle emotion, and Roinu can't describe it. She just wants to tolerate Su Yin. Maybe the little fox has some magic? The change from being reluctant at the beginning to enjoying it now actually stems from a mistake, which directly brought out her maternal brilliance and pampering. Should I say that you are really a vixen? But aren't you of the dragon bloodline? When did the dragon clan have this ability? Senior, you should go home. It's really easy for others to find you here. I really want Baize's inheritance, but it's really not a few steps away. Su Yin, who was brought to a corner at Cheongtai by Roinu, looked at Roinu Senior, who was donging him against the wall with an embarrassed face. Roinu Senior's eyes showed a charming look, slowly pulled Su Yin's hands, let them put them on her graceful figure, and opened her mouth and gasped. Su Yin was shocked when he saw this. His hands were already controlled by Roinu Senior, and he couldn't stop Roinu Senior's mouth, which was obviously deliberately making noise. He just stood on tiptoe and kissed Roinu Senior's lips. Chapter 709 Senior Ruan's Request. Senior, you really can't do this. Don't squat down. If the queen and the others find out later, I won't be able to explain it clearly. What do you want to explain? There's nothing you need to say deliberately. I'm not afraid of being exposed. You should worry less about things you shouldn't worry about. And worry more about the girl you like. Senior Ruan stood up slowly, with a smile on her cheeks. She pulled Su Yan's arm into the space gate, returned to the hot spring pool in Su Yan's mansion, looked at the blushing young man Su Yan, and said, I've said not to waste time. Do you feel your heart beating fast? Your mind is in a mess. And you don't care about the passage of time. Senior, Su Yan just opened his mouth to say something. But Senior Ruan has come up to him, her fingertips touching Su Yan's lips, her face showing a gentle and doting look. And she said tenderly, I was also very upset at that time. And my heart has been beating wildly until now. Ruan pulled Su Yan's arm, put it on her beating chest, and rested her cheek on Su Yan's head. Alas! Su Yan sighed helplessly, and the complaints that were about to come out of his mouth all turned into turbid air and spit out from his mouth. His cheek showed a look of dissatisfaction. And he started to complain, since you are afraid, why do you have nothing to do to torment yourself? There is no special fetish between the senior and me. So let's be serious. On the white jade platform. Because the Queen Mother of the West, the King of the East, and Zhu Yin were bathing. There were only a few confidants of the Queen Mother of the West, and no outsiders. But the three great powers have very high cultivation. If they want to act secretly under their noses, Ruinu is very careful and cautious. Once discovered by the Queen Mother, Ruinu feels that if she has a child in the future, her child may have no food to eat and need to hire a wet nurse. What the h.l.? Doing something in the Queen Mother's palace? The Queen Mother will flatten you with one palm. You also pulled the lover's bell into an irregular shape. 3 days passed slowly. Ruan was lying on the bed, with a white sheet covering her chest to her thighs. Her fair calves slightly turned inward. One arm pressed on her rosy cheeks, and she was breathing heavily. Ruan slowly lowered her arm that was covering her face, and looked sideways at the little fox sitting beside the bed, as if she was thinking about something, and bit her lips subconsciously. Su Yan did not notice the scene, and his body and mind were all in a state of concentration. The realm of heaven and man is the realm of human immortals, which can be said to be a natural thing. There is no need to do anything deliberately. Su Yan, who has cultivated in the realm of human immortals, can really practice the method of dual cultivation with Senior Ruan, and has obtained the inheritance of Senior by Zhe and the power of dual cultivation feedback. Su Yan's cultivation is skyrocketing. From a rookie who has just entered the realm of human immortals, he has become a famous and mysterious upper immortal realm cultivator, and his cultivation is still skyrocketing, after surging all the way to the peak of Xianxian. The Bai Zhe inheritance and Ruinu's yin and yang power slowly subsided. Su Yan opened his eyes, and spit out the yin and yang qi that he could not absorb. Senior, Su Yan, who had manifested himself as a little fox, saw Senior Ruinu come back to his senses from his trance, and immediately smiled and pounced on Senior Ruinu's neck, scratching Senior Ruinu's chin with his fluffy back hair, and then tilted his head back to rub Senior Ruinu's cheek. Ruan felt a little sleepy, and her voice was vague and charming when she spoke. She used the method of yin and yang to infuse Su Yan with some cultivation. Now the mana in his body is a little empty, but it's okay. He just needs to rest for a while. The realm of Xuanmu has been broken through. You should prepare for the tribulation quickly. Don't suffer any loss. There is a heavenly tribulation from human immortal to Xuanmu realm, and from then on, you need to go through the heavenly tribulation to advance to a higher realm. However, Su Yan's current situation is more complicated, so he can be promoted to the peak of Xianxian without going through the heavenly tribulation. Bai Zhe's power and Ruan's power took advantage of the fact that the laws of heaven and earth had not yet reacted, and inflated the little fox to the peak of Xianxian cultivation. I have received the notice of the tribulation. The master of the law of heaven and earth gave me 3 hours. Now there is still some time. Su Yan did not leave after hearing this. Instead, he showed the body of a young man, embraced Senior Ruan's neck, raised his legs and pressed them directly on Senior Ruan's belly, hugged Senior Ruan tightly with a loving expression, and kissed her, just as Ruan thought in her heart. Although Su Yan could not fully see through her mind, Su Yan felt that Senior Ruan liked his youthful body the most when it came to bed, and liked his young man's body to hug and cuddle during the sage time. As for his sudden increase in cultivation, Su Yin naturally knew that Ron had instilled a lot of cultivation and perception into him through the yin-yang method. The inheritance of Senior by Zhe alone did not have such great power. There were 5 copies of Senior by Zhe's inheritance, and Su Yin could only absorb 2/5 of the power of each copy. In the past, Su Yin thought that he was not strong enough. But after Senior Ruinu's enlightenment, Su Yin knew that it was not his own factor, but that in every inheritance, there was actually a part of the power that was not for him. Senior by Zhe arranged a backup plan on this, and it would take an opportunity to fully explode. Little Fox. Senior Ron buried her cheek in Su Yin's shoulder, sniffing Su Yin's charming fragrance. After calming down the restlessness in her lower abdomen and heart, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at Su Yin, who was hugging her, as if comforting and accompanying her, and slowly said, "Although I feel that it is not appropriate to say such words at this time, I need to go into seclusion for a period of time to recover the previously lost cultivation and adjust my body. You will go to cross the tribulation again later, and I don't know how long it will take, so I can only speak out now." Senior Ron looked at Su Yin and pondered slightly, and asked Su Yin's opinion. She has been sinking for tens of thousands of years. Although her cultivation and realm are still there, she has not really used her power for too long. In addition, she has the habit of drinking on weekdays. It takes some time to adjust to burst out all her strength. Is there anything we can't say? Su Yin looked at Senior Ron with a strange expression on his face. It's about Bai Zhe. Ron sighed and said, I want to ask you to ensure your own safety and send him off in a dignified manner. As a fellow enthusiast of the Wilderness Palace, I don't want to see my former friend die. Bai Zhe is one of the few friends left by the senior, since he has decided his own fate. I can't say anything. And what? Su Yin felt strange when he saw that Ron was hesitant to speak and showed a hint of hesitation and embarrassment on her cheeks. There is a reward for you. That is, I can let the Lord of the Night sleep on the same bed with me. Ron's face rose with embarrassment. How is it? Senior, are you good to the little fox? Send Bai Zhe away decently, and the senior will give you a great fortune to continue your bloodline for 2 generations. Ah? Su Yin was a little surprised and doubtful when he heard the latter part. What is Senior Ron talking about? Continue 2 of my own bloodlines? Hiss. Chapter 710 The Use of the Fortune Pot. Senior, what are you talking about? Help me, and the Lord of the Night, to continue our bloodline. When Su Yin heard what Senior Ruinu said, his face was full of astonishment. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether Senior Ruinu was talking about funny things in bed, or was discussing with him very seriously. Su Yin has always known that the Lord of the Night is obsessed with offspring, and for this reason, he even doesn't care about the seniority and age issues, and has a relationship with him. And finally just wants to meet the fairy sister who knows the method of reproduction. Later, after his recommendation, the Lord of the Night became a disciple of Senior Ruinu. And until now, the Lord of the Night has been working hard to practice the method of reproduction. Although there is a relationship as a foundation, can we harm the Lord of the Night like this? It's not that the Lord of the Night gave birth to 2. Senior Ruinu rolled her eyes and said, She gave me 1. And I gave you 1. So we have 2 of your bloodline. Ah? Su Yin stared at Ruinu with a stunned look on his face, and was speechless for a moment. As I just said, Senior has very few friends left here, so it's not a big problem to borrow some things from the little fox and have an emotional sustenance. Right? Ruinu smiled helplessly, suppressed her complicated thoughts, and said jokingly, And it's not just 1 at a time. As a small reward, Senior can indeed convince the Lord of the Night to spend a few days lying in bed with me. Well, Senior, don't lie. Of course, there is a big premise here. That is, the little fox has to help Senior and send Bai Zhe away decently. Ruinu didn't speak nonsense, because the Lord of the Night could barely be considered her disciple. And Senior Ruinu knew very well that the Lord of the Night's first target was Su Yin. As long as Ruinu is willing to use the method of yin and yang harmony, the Lord of the Night will definitely not mind having an extra bystander. After all, the Lord of the Night is originally going for reproduction, and she doesn't care about some red tape. There are 4-legged male beasts everywhere, but high-quality males are hard to come by. If you are reserved and stopped because of those red tape, you will suffer. Therefore, as long as Ruinu agrees to help, it is guaranteed that the Lord of the Night will definitely get pregnant, and the Lord of the Night will definitely come. As for why Senior Ruinu wants to get involved and give Su Yin a bloodline, the reasons are more complicated. One of the reasons is as Ruinu herself said. Her former friends are now dead. And those who have sunk and disappeared have disappeared. In addition, the world after the chaos of heaven and earth must also be a deserted and sparsely populated new world. The above are superficial reasons. Thinking deeper, Ruinu actually feels a little guilty. The senior has committed a sin. And now he needs a junior to clean up his ass. This journey is bound to be full of difficulties. Even though Baizé has great confidence in Su Yin, Ruinu still feels that if there is a chance, it is better to give Su Yin some chance to keep offspring, so as to avoid any accidents that will lead to the extinction of the little foxes. As a mother, it is appropriate, because Ruinu is also very clear that she is under the protection of Jiao Tian Xiannu. Even if she loses in the battle between heaven and earth, her life will not be in danger. She should be able to live to the new world that Jiao Tian Xiannu said. In this way, I will not feel lonely and isolated in the new world. And I can also make up for the guilt in my heart towards Su Yin. The Wilderness Palace really has nothing to do. It would be fine if some things were muddled through. But they had to find out the truth of the secrets here. Now, knowing the secrets here, but unable to change them, they can only keep patching them up to gain a glimmer of life for all living beings. Sometimes, Ruinu really wants to slap herself twice. And there is nothing wrong with pretending to be confused. If she pretends that nothing happened, events such as the Jedi Tiantan will still happen. But the members of the Wilderness Palace can definitely be active until now. Give you 2 bloodlines. I will give birth to 1. And the Lord of the Night will give birth to 1. In this way, even if you really encounter any danger, you will not have no successors. Senior Ruinu said slowly. But can't the first level existence of the Holy Spirit directly rub out living beings with his hands? Su Yin thought about it for a while, and asked a question. The Holy Spirit can indeed create living beings. But the Holy Spirit's means of creating living beings are not sophisticated, and even violate the natural laws of the birth of living beings. Ruinu smiled and said, without the experience of combination, embryo, and development, the living beings that are born are incomplete. Unless there is a Holy Spirit who can perform great magical powers, like Xu Yin, and truly achieve asexual reproduction, and create a new living being out of thin air. Little fox, you said this. Are you not happy with the reward from the senior? Is it a question of like or not? I am now scared by you, the senior, and suddenly asked some questions that stunned me. Su Yin started to complain about Ruinu's audacity. Don't have a psychological burden. Just think of it as an opportunity for the senior to form a double row for you. And it's all right if you are comfortable, as long as the little fox does things steadily. Let alone double row. You can call Ling Luan as a maid in the room. Su Yin, I understand this sentence. It is the dirty talk between the young couple on the bed. Just casual talk. It is impossible to replicate it in reality. If Sister Ling Luan is asked to be a maid, Sister Ling Luan will probably swing her zither and slap her dog head. After Su Yin discussed giving birth with Senior Ruinu, he suddenly remembered something he hadn't done yet. He quickly took out the fortune pot from the storage ring and asked Senior Ruinu about the purpose of the fortune pot left by Nua. When Ruinu saw the fortune pot, a strange expression appeared on her cheek, and she said, if I remember correctly, the thing in your hand should have been suppressed by my mother in the void world, and it should never appear forever. The fortune pot is very important to the human race. So important that the Queen Nua didn't want any creature to find it. So the Queen Nua personally took action and exiled the fortune pot to the void world where the avenue above the sky is located. The good fortune pot suppresses the destiny of the human race. All the evil deeds committed by the human race here will be gathered in the good fortune pot to ensure that the great destiny of the human race will not be damaged. It is also a gift from the Queen of Wa, the mother of the human race, to her children. Su Yan's previous guess was correct. He really touched the nest of all human creatures directly. If I remember correctly, after my mother used the good fortune pot to enlighten the human race, the great merits and infinite mysterious good fortune power inside have been exhausted. Ruinu said with a solemn face, now this jade pot should suppress all the evil deeds of the human race to ensure that the great destiny bestowed by the heaven will not be damaged. If there is nothing, I suggest you keep the good fortune pot well and never open it. The evil deeds of the human race suppressed inside are very terrifying. Once released, if there is any trace of good fortune power left in it, the combination of the two will inevitably give birth to a terrifying evil spirit. No creature can refine the good fortune pot, and I dare not bet whether it contains the power of good fortune. Chapter 711 Beast. Come on. Beat me to death. The good fortune pot hidden in Yinglong's treasury is not as simple as there is no historical witness. It is a thing that Queen Hua spent a lot of effort to hide. It is used to suppress the great fortune of the human race, and absorb the evil of the human race to refine and suppress the sealed treasure of the human race. The fact that the good fortune pot can appear in Yinglong's treasury can only indicate one thing positively. Between Yinglong or Queen Hua, there must be a guy who lacks great virtue and has a big heart. Who is this guy who lacks great virtue? Su Yan has some guesses in his heart, but he dare not say it, for fear that his name will jump back and forth in the family tree again. Hide that thing. Never open it. And release the evil of the human race inside. Senior Ruinu slowly sat up, letting the bed sheet slide off her body, looking at Su Yan with a serious face and warning him, but secretly whispered to Su Yan, well, unless you encounter a mixed group, you can try to pour the filth inside on them, so that they can also experience the saying that evil people will be punished. Ruinu's face was full of seriousness, after watching Su Yan put the fortune pot into the brocade box, sealed it with Taoism, and then put it in the deepest layer of the storage ring. The expression on her cheeks relaxed slightly, as if she was relieved. The number of human race is so huge, and the evil committed by billions of human beings. Who knows what can be produced? Su Yan can drive the fortune pot to defend against the enemy, but he cannot release the unrefined evil of the human race inside. That's right. After Senior Ron heaved a sigh of relief, she suddenly shouted and her face became serious again. She stared at Su Yan, held her hands on the southern hemisphere, and waited. Senior, I almost forgot about this. Is the ration you have enough for the child? I don't know if the little guy likes this kind of food. Why don't we taste it together and see if we can change it? Su Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly, obviously frightened by Senior Ruan's surprise. He immediately refused with a black line on his head. Senior, let's not talk about what the child likes. Do you have any food? Why not? I can hold it, and then we can exchange saliva through it. Senior, I still have to pass the tribulation later. Give me some rest time. Su Yan rushed forward fiercely, grabbed the sheet, and wrapped Senior Ron into a long strip, raised his palm, and slapped her on the buttocks. Senior Ron bit her lips lightly, rolled her eyes at Su Yan, and said coquettishly, you are naughty. An hour passed slowly, and Su Yan, who had transformed into a young man and hugged Ron, opened his eyes, raised his hand to tear open a space door, and his figure instantly arrived in the void thousands of miles away. As soon as Su Yan walked out of the space door, he saw that there was already a lightless layer in the sky. Ah! The cultivator, who was undergoing the tribulation, was stunned when he saw Su Yan suddenly breaking into his own tribulation, and exclaimed, "Ah! Ah!" Su Yan was also confused when he saw the cultivator undergoing the tribulation. He felt that his tribulation would be over in half an hour, so he left Kunlun Lishan, and did not pay much attention to the surrounding environment, and ran to the outside of the earth at will. However, because of the banquet of 10,000 immortals, a large number of children brought by the immortals had different degrees of breakthroughs in their cultivation after eating and drinking, and a group of people were in the area outside Kunlun Lingshan. Wow! There are minefields everywhere! Su Yan looked around. His face was strange, and he complained about the grand scene of queuing to pass the tribulation. Su Yan's mind spread out and found an open space, and opened the space door again to leave the area where others were passing the tribulation. The heavenly tribulation is unique, and each tribulation thunder contains the power of destruction and creation. The cultivator needs to endure the thunder tribulation through the flesh to draw strength. The master of the law of heaven and earth is not generous. The heavenly tribulation has its own lock from the factory, which fundamentally prevents the crazy people from targeting the heavenly tribulation of other cultivators. There is only one heavenly tribulation for each realm. If you miss any heavenly tribulation, no matter how talented the cultivator is, you can't reach the realm of perfection, which belongs to the heaven and earth. Boom boom. A thunderous explosion sounded in the dry land, and the gray-black wind gradually rose from the ground, blowing around with Su Yan as the center, containing a force of elimination, so strong that it even affected the next door, blowing the calamity clouds in the sky next door to run farther away. The monk who was undergoing the calamity was stunned and terrified, and hurriedly ran to chase his own calamity. Boom boom. The mighty power of the sky accompanied by the calamity and thunder, shaking the sky and the earth, showing the extraordinariness of the calamity transcending monk. A black curtain emerged from the void, covering the area of 30,000 miles above Su Yan, and black and white pupils emerged from the black curtain, all locking on and attracting the rebels, who were undergoing the calamity in the lightless layer. A fellow who has not yet passed the Xianxian thunder tribulation has actually reached the peak of Xianxian. Such behavior is against the natural laws here. Therefore, Su Yin attracted the attention of a large number of angry eyes of law. The power of the heavenly tribulation has been super doubled before the detection I was released. The magnificent power of heaven. After the giant law eyes saw the cultivator, who attracted the heavenly tribulation. The giant law eyes blinked at the same time. And the law eyes on the lightless layer looked at each other, and fell into strange silence. Obviously, the law eyes remembered Su Yin, and knew how crazy the madman in front of them was. The hungry look on his face could not be concealed at all. And he had defiled the phantom of the law more than once. The law eyes looked at each other, and fell into a strange silence. No law eye released the detection eye on his body. Because the law eye knew very well that after releasing the detection eye, those small eyes would definitely be beaten. But knowing is knowing. After they reported the situation to Yu Chao, they got the reply, everything is according to the procedure. A total of 27 small eyes of law floated out from the eyelids of the giant eye of law, floating to Su Yan's side, without checking Su Yan's cultivation and age and other meaningless things. Just closed his eyes and waited for the beating, and went through the procedure directly, calling the strongest mysterious immortal heavenly tribulation. You really don't resist? Su Yan saw the small eyes of law. One by one came to him in line and closed their eyes, looking like a mess. And Su Yan suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. The last time he was in the realm of heaven and man, these little things directly shook people. Ran to the Queen Mother of the West to borrow the punishment of Tion, and the King of the East to escape the love of heaven, wearing armor and driving a chariot to kill himself. But now they are all very honest, closing their eyelids and waiting for his iron fist. In this situation, even Su Yan felt incredible. However, what Su Yan didn't know was that the most fundamental reason why the small eye of law did not shake people was because Su Yan kidnapped the phantom of the kind mother. And these little things could not withstand the destruction of the phantom of the kind mother's reincarnation. Chapter 712 The Whispers between the Queen Mother of the West and her best friends. What is that? Just when Su Yan was beating up the eye of law, the immortals on the Kunlun mountain noticed the abnormal heavenly tribulation in the sky even though they were some distance away. When a normal cultivator is going through a tribulation, only one giant eye of law appears, and at most 9 small eyes of law are carried at a time. However, in the lightless layer on Su Yan's head, there are already 3 giant eyes of law, and some eyes of law whose sources are unknown also open their eyes on the lightless layer. Staring down, the abnormal lightless layer appeared, emitting an extremely terrifying and magnificent might, and its ferocity even dispelled the heavenly tribulation that other cultivators were going through, and drew the power of other heavenly tribulations to deal with the tribulation goers. Such a strange heavenly tribulation, not to mention the immortals, even some holy spirits born later, have never seen it. Only some holy spirits in the early chaos know why there are so many big eyeballs gathered on the lightless layer. Isn't that our little fox? Whose old woman killed him and raised his cultivation to the peak level of Xian in one breath. The Queen Mother of the West, who was lying on a bench in a nightgown on the second-floor terrace of Baiyu Cheongtai and enjoying the little girl's leg massage, noticed something unusual in the sky. When she saw the one who caused the law's wrath, she was stunned. Situations like Su Yan were still very common in the late Chaos era. For various reasons, the Chaos demon god favored weak creatures, and was willing to give his own cultivation and perception to the little things through dual cultivation, so that the little guys could quickly gain the power of self-preservation. When Su Yan went out, he was in the realm of heaven and man. The creatures in the fairy world are commonly known as half-immortals. After returning from Yinglong's treasure house, his cultivation had reached the standard of human immortals. But because the conversion rate of the immortal body was a little poor, his realm was not too stable. However, while I and my sisters were taking a bath in the bathtub, the little fox actually stabilized its realm and broke through to the peak of Xian. I'm afraid it will reach the realm of true immortal after surviving the heavenly tribulation later. In this world, only the method of dual cultivation and initiation, and only when it is unilateral, can Su Yan's cultivation level be directly raised from the human immortal realm to the peak of Xian without constraints under the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, the cultivation level of this contributor is not low, and he must be proficient in the way of yin and yang harmony. He must be the guy who performs the dual cultivation method for the first time, so he can be so fierce. Where did this old pickled vegetable, who has been in the boudoir for thousands of years, come from, and took advantage of the queen's carelessness to bite my fox? Queen Mother of the West frowned, complained in her heart, and quickly began to scan the female holy spirits on the field. Finally, A name slowly emerged in the minds of Queen Mother of the West, King Father of the East, and Zhu, making the faces of the three people extremely strange. Of those who meet the above conditions, unless the little fox is a masculine lover looking for a male holy spirit, only Ruanu meets all the conditions. First of all, her cultivation is high enough, and she is extremely proficient in the method of balancing yin and yang. And there has never been any romantic scandal between the two sexes. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Ruanu, right? Zhu glanced at the Queen Mother of the West and said lazily, the miracle that erupted from the fox. Even the magic medicine cannot produce such an effect. It can only be a double cultivation initiation. The stamina of a god is not that strong. May I ask how the queen feels now? Zhu looked at the Queen Mother of the West with a teasing look on her face. The Queen Mother of the West has very high standards. She seems to be lustful and dissolute on weekdays. But that is only limited to her playing with things that she thinks are beautiful. It is extremely rare for a male to really catch the Queen Mother of the West's eye. There are really very few males who meet the requirements of the Queen Mother of the West's mate selection. The simple fact that he must be the most beautiful in the world has already eliminated 99.9% of the creatures. The second condition is relatively simple. Either his cultivation is overwhelming and below the 5 emperors, or he can knock the Queen Mother of the West to the ground and still be completely filled. The white fox that was once the closest also fell on the eve of the final blow. Zhu knew how high the Queen Mother of the West's expectations were for the little fox, because it was her own fox. The conditions were slightly lowered. Su Yan's cultivation was not required to suppress an era. He only needed to be stronger than most of the holy spirits, and be willing to practice hard in bed. That little fox is the candidate chosen by Queen Mother of the West, and she is ready to carefully cultivate her husband. Now at home, her candidate husband was bitten hard by other women. Zhu really wanted to see how dirty Queen Mother of the West would scold her later, and whether she would be anxious. Queen Mother of the West's face did not change. She glanced at Zhu and snorted. What do I think? Queen? Of course. I look with my eyes wide open. Otherwise how can I look? Husband does not mean that you have to stay together forever. And there is no concealment in the ears and temples. Queen Mother of the West, who likes to flirt, just wants a person who can satisfy her desires. Let her willingly give up her body and experience the pleasure of the living beings in bed. Regarding Ruanu's cheating, Queen Mother of the West did not have any big emotional fluctuations, but she was a little unhappy about being stolen by a thief in her heart, and was very curious about the emotional process between the two. How did the little fox convince Ruanu to let her willingly practice dual cultivation and pass her cultivation to Su Yan? Dual cultivation is not just about the skin. It involves the multidimensional integration of the soul and the fairy baby. It is basically a self-destructive behavior. Some superficial couples' lives are only limited to the skin. It is absolutely impossible to open the soul and the fairy baby and expose most of their secrets to the other half. That's it? Zhu showed disappointment and said, I thought I could see you jumping up and down like a shrew. That's because the little fox is capable. Queen Mother of the West chuckled and said, if he has the ability to cheat me now, the queen might be even happier? After all, he can really cheat me around with his ability, so that the queen even forgets the standard of choosing a spouse. TSK. Zhu showed disgust. Don't tisk. Be careful that after I get married, I will be bored and catch you as a maid. Don't blame the queen for pushing you behind. Queen Mother of the West showed a lewd smile on her cheek and licked her lips. Zhu heard this and looked horrified. I treat you as a friend. And you, a slut, are actually touching me? Ah. Dong Wangong turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside the window. He slowly took the hot tea handed over by the maid, drank a sip of the hot tea, and comfortably exhaled the fragrance of the tea. He did not get involved in the topic of the two people's endless quarrel. She didn't want the Queen Mother of the West, who had become a married woman, to come to her one day, quietly run to her side, tell her about her husband's ability, and invite her to the bed to appreciate it. Don't doubt it. She can definitely do it. After all, she is so flirtatious now that she is innocent. After getting married and losing some constraints, who can expect what absurd things the Queen Mother of the West can do? After all, if the Queen Mother of the West really came to ask, Dong Wagong himself didn't know if he could be cruel enough to refuse the Queen Mother of the West, who was not a blood relative but better than a close relative. So Dong Wangong didn't participate in the discussion at all and reduced his existence, until he saw the Queen Mother of the West looking at him. Dong Wangong slowly said, Don't look at me. Look at the little fox. What came back this time is incredible. Extremely incredible. Chapter 713 The Elegance of the Lord of Heaven and Earth. In the little fox's heavenly tribulation, a very extraordinary thing came out. Seeing that the Queen Mother of the West was looking at him, and wanted to win him over to suppress Zhu Yin with words, the King of the East quickly opened his mouth to tell the two of them the topic, and diverted the topic. An extraordinary thing? The Queen Mother of the West was stunned, and smiled and said, "Whose phantom is it? If it summons our shadow of the law, you have to give our little fox a break. He is still young. It's not us." The King of the East glanced at Zhu Yin, and said calmly, "It's the phantom of Yinglong." Yinglong? After learning the topic, the smile on the Queen Mother of the West's cheek gradually converged and became serious. "It's really an extraordinary thing." Zhu Yin's face flashed a trace of surprise after learning it, as if he didn't expect that the law of heaven and earth would actually send out the shadow of Yinglong. Yinglong. It should be the highest level. Right? Almost. Queen Mother of the West nodded gently, frowning and feeling a little tricky. From ancient times to now. No. It should be said that Yinglong's shadow is more terrifying than the punishment of heaven in a sense. And it is not even weaker than my phantom. Queen Mother of the West is in charge of the punishment of heaven. If her phantom appears in the heavenly tribulation, no matter who comes, the Queen's phantom can definitely kill the person. But the heavenly tribulation is not a must-kill heavenly punishment program. And it is impossible to release the shadow of Queen Mother of the West's law to deal with the person who crosses the tribulation. Yinglong's shadow is almost the strongest test that can be released by the heavenly tribulation. If Zhu Yin can bite it off, the Queen feels that the next time the little fox crosses the tribulation, it will probably be earth-shattering. Boom boom. Golden thunder flashed and brewed in the sky. After about 3 days of brewing, the golden thunder turned into a beam of light and hit Zhu Yin directly in front of him. A golden door through the void world opened, and a golden phantom with an unusually plump figure walked out of the door. This is. When Zhu Yin was about to look at the newcomer, a black and red countdown appeared in front of Zhu Yin. The time displayed on it was half an hour, and it was slowly decreasing. Surviving for half an hour is considered passing. After the law of heaven and earth gave Zhu Yin a warning, the 27 small eyes of law raised their eyebrows, and all merged into the body of the golden female phantom, causing the phantom that originally presented a human form to gradually change. A dragon horn grew on its forehead, and a long tail grew from behind. As it swayed slightly, dark golden thunder power emerged from it, and dragon scales grew between its limbs and chest and abdomen. The dragon scales between its arms stood up piece by piece, making Zhu Yin feel that the dragon girl phantom seemed to be wearing a pair of armor when he looked over. "Master, the first ancestor?" After seeing the dragon horns and tail, Zhu Yin knew the origin of the phantom in front of him, and immediately took a breath of cold air. The master of the laws of heaven and earth actually sent his ancestor's phantom to beat him up without any martial ethics. This is easy. After the fusion of the 27 eyes of law, the shadow of Yinglong opened 27 eyes. But Yinglong did not pounce on Zhu Yin, holding him down and beating him like a child. The shadow of Yinglong slowly raised his foot and took a step back. His figure instantly moved half a meter away from the original place. A golden lightning phantom still remained on the original place. The lightning phantom had no intention of dissipating, but looked at Zhu Yin instead. Yinglong's shadow moved away from Zhu Yin step by step. Although her movements were extremely slow and awkward, she left a lightning shadow on the places where she walked. Each lightning shadow could move independently, and all looked at Zhu Yin. "Don't look at me like that." Zhu Yin swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and looked at the 8 existences that split from Yinglong's shadow in a short moment. He immediately understood why the master of the law of heaven and earth deliberately reminded him to run away and left a timer. "I am the good grandson of the ancestors. You shouldn't kill me. Right?" Zhu Yin spoke with embarrassment and subconsciously looked at the phantom of his loving mother standing on the left side of him. The phantom of loving mother fell into silence and instinctively looked up at the 6-eyed lightning and Zhu Yin who called her. The phantom of loving mother turned around suddenly, like an arrow from a bow, ready to hit the drum of reincarnation with her body. Open the law of the door of the heavenly god Tao, and transcend Yinglong's shadow. But in a flash, golden phantoms broke through in front of Zhu Yin, and in a moment, they had come to the side of the loving mother phantom. 3 golden phantoms blocked any possibility of the loving mother phantom's advancement. More than 20 golden phantoms stationed around the drum of reincarnation to ensure that no creature could knock on any of the drums on it. The loving mother phantom was only 1.5 meters away from the drum of reincarnation. She could knock on the door of the reincarnation of the gods by raising the drumstick in her hand. but it had no chance to swing the drumstick. Once it made any abnormal movement, it would attract phantoms to beat it up. Therefore, the loving mother phantom was ready to use its body to hit the drum, using the smallest movement to try not to attract the attention of the golden phantoms. But it was a pity that the golden phantom was highly alert just by the abnormality of the body surface. Bang! The fist wrapped in dragon scales hit the loving mother phantom's cheek fiercely. The golden thunder and explosion sounded between heaven and earth. More than 30 golden phantoms rushed up and held down the loving mother phantom and beat him violently. There was a flash of thunder between each punch and kick. Although it was not earth-shattering, the combined power of the punches and kicks was not something that creatures below the immortals could resist. Su Yan even saw that a golden shadow seemed to be not satisfied with kicking. So he picked up the samsara drumhammer that was knocked off the mother's phantom and hit the mother's head. Seeing this, Su Yan's forehead was sweating coldly. The six-eyed lightning looked at the remaining 60 golden shadows. He looked at Su Yan instinctively. He was obviously a Taoist creation without thoughts and emotions. But now, he showed heavy and complicated emotions, and even sighed. The six-eyed lightning seemed to say, "Master, I will take the blame for you, and you can handle the rest yourself." When the six-eyed lightning raised his hand, and was about to hold the ring of divine light, 6 golden shadows came to the side of the ring of divine light at a speed that was difficult for divine thoughts to capture, stretched out their hands, and held the six-eyed lightning's weapon. Six-eyed lightning and the golden shadows stared at each other, and the other 60 shadows had already surrounded them. One of the golden shadows had an indifferent expression, and slapped six-eyed lightning on the face with his backhand. Another golden shadow stepped forward and grabbed its chest, and the third golden shadow stepped forward and kicked it to the ground. 10 shadows surrounded six-eyed lightning and attacked him. The other golden shadows did not leave, but surrounded him, taking a defensive posture to wait for rescue, and also attacked six-eyed lightning. When attacking six-eyed lightning, the golden shadows seemed to fight particularly hard. Pa, a golden shadow guarding the outer layer of the circle, only one step away from Su Yan, raised his hand expressionlessly and slapped Su Yan's buttocks, pinching it hard. But the golden shadows seemed to be unaware of it, and slapped Su Yan to take 2 steps forward. Hiss! Su Yan covered his buttocks that were struck by lightning, and looked at the Yinglong shadow that had retreated more than 300 meters, and was slowly dancing. With every movement and pause, there was a residual image left. Just during the process of Su Yan being molested by the golden shadow, there were already 3 more golden shadows on the scene, counting the other existing golden phantoms. Su Yan is now surrounded by more than 200 golden shadows, but their desire to attack does not seem to be very high. Chapter 7:14 Godmother and Biological Mother hack and kill each other. Mother game. The phantom of the ancestor doesn't seem to have much desire to attack? Is it because of the heavenly tribulation trial? Or because the ancestor exerts influence behind the scenes? In a sense, this can be regarded as a mother-son game. Since the appearance of Yinglong Shadow, Su Yan has never stopped observing the ancestor, and has been thinking about how to defeat Yinglong Shadow and safely survive the Xianxian heavenly tribulation. Su Yan used to vaguely know that Yinglong's strength was extraordinary, and he had the name of the god of war, and other creation spirits had a very high evaluation of Yinglong's power. In the past, it was all verbal talk, and Su Yan didn't know much about his mother in secret. However, until he saw Yinglong's shadow in the heavenly tribulation, Su Yan finally understood where Yinglong's mother was powerful. The heavenly tribulation has been coming for about 5 minutes, but now there are nearly 1,000 Yinglong shadows on the heavenly tribulation trial field. More than 200 of them are staring at the phantom of the loving mother and beating her, and more than 300 of them are staring at the six-eyed lightning. 300 of them protected the shadow of Yinglong, and the remaining shadow of Yinglong beings were watching Su Yan's every move. It feels a bit difficult. Do I have to reveal my trump card now? Facing the extremely weakened version of Yinglong, Su Yan had no other solution that he could think of. He could only take out some of his best tricks, such as the complete inner alchemy method taught by Yinglong's mother. This thing requires the cultivation of heaven and man to obtain the universe before it can be practiced. Or he could summon the fairy sister and let her use the woodwalking method to delay time for himself, so that he could have time to move, so as not to be beaten by the shadow of Yinglong beings if he moved his body. Pa. Although Su Yan's body was motionless, he couldn't stand the increasing number of beings. The shadow of Yinglong was not far away from Su Yan, but now there were more than 1,000 beings gathered on the 300-meter distance, and they had already pushed and shoved to Su Yan's front. The one closest to Su Yan raised his hand and touched the inside of Su Yan's thigh. The golden thunder almost shocked Su Yan to twitch. Even so, Su Yan did not dare to move now, for fear that his movement would disturb hundreds of Yinglong beings. Do you need my help? The fairy sister who had been in the dream space, and the Xiantong Holy Mother also knew the situation outside, and guessed what Su Yan was thinking. He did not want to expose his trump card here. There were some things he was going to keep to deal with by Zay's body, who turned into an immortal witch. If Su Yan was exposed here, the netherworld might make corresponding preparations. Therefore, the Xiantong Holy Mother spoke at this time, and asked Su Yan if he needed her help. Her ability is somewhat similar to Yinglong. From the external appearance, they are both the method of splitting. But Yinglong's existence is the use of the law of time, while the existence of the Xiantong Holy Mother of all spirits is the power of assimilation. If the Holy Mother is willing to help, that would be the best. Su really doesn't want to reveal anything in advance. After all, we all know that the netherworld is watching. Su Yan did not forget that the promised battle between him and Bai Zai was the result of cause and effect. And the cause was the destruction of the original fairyland by the netherworld. The netherworld would definitely interfere with the promised battle between him and Bai Zai. In that case, let me help you. Xiantong Holy Mother spoke slowly, and a layer of white slime gradually seeped out from Su Yan's skin, and silently accumulated in groups hidden in Su Yan's clothes. Hiss. A snake-like hissing sound was heard, and the white slime turned into a spear and stabbed out from Su Yan's clothes, directly stabbing the dishonest Yinglong being, making the 6 Yinglong beings who were stroking Su Yan's abdominal muscles, buttocks, and inner thighs completely stunned, looking at the white spear that pierced their chests. Xiantong Wanshi. The white spear pierced, and because of the suppression of cultivation, Xiantong Holy Mother instantly invaded the beings, showing her own body in white plain clothes and long hair draped over her shoulders, and her red pupils lightly scanned the situation on the field. Blessings and blessings. The 6 Xiantong Holy Mothers made a hug gesture. But before the white turbid river gushed out, the Yinglong beings were disturbed by the Xiantong Holy Mother, and burst out with the physical strength of the peak of Xianxian, and instantly came to the side of the Xiantong Holy Mother, raised her hand to hold her wrist, and the golden thunder began to wreak havoc. The Xiantong Holy Mother groaned, and the golden thunder had a special power that could forcibly disrupt the control of the body. Although the white turbid river was not summoned to assimilate the Yinglong beings in one round, the Yinglong beings that touched the Xiantong Holy Mother all had a touch of white, and were eroded by the assimilation path, and gradually transformed into the Xiantong Holy Mother. The Yinglong Shadow noticed that the situation was abnormal, and stopped his behavior of rapidly increasing the number of beings. The 27 small eyes of law on his body looked up, looking at the 3 big eyes in the lightless layer that were responsible for this tribulation and judgment. Now it seems that the rules have been broken. When Su Yan was tribulation, other creatures came to make trouble, and the strength of the comers was stronger than himself. The eyes of law in the lightless layer looked at each other, and issued a not guilty verdict to Yinglong Shadow. It is true that the Holy Mother of Xiantong is an independent individual, but her official identity now belongs to Su Yan's weapon, the sacrificial knife. Weapons, elixirs, secret methods, special bloodlines, talismans, and spells can be used in the tribulation. Su Yan's move is reasonable and legal, and it does not violate the rules. It's just that the eyes of law are a little bit dissatisfied. Yinglong Shadow received instructions, and looked at the more than 20 Holy Mothers of Xiantong, who were resisting the beating of his existence body. Instead of continuing to dance slowly and stiffly, he turned around and began to run wildly around the 30,000-mile field, adding 24 Thunder existence bodies in 1 second, and summoning 1,440 existence bodies in 1 minute to kill the Holy Mother of Xiantong. Su Yan. Seeing this, the face of the Holy Mother Xiantong was grim. She raised her hand and pressed it on Su Yan's belly. With a pull, she pulled out a column of white turbid river water and splashed it on the ground, increasing her own number and speeding up the assimilation speed. Otherwise, the death rate of the assimilated incarnations was surprisingly faster than the increase in number. It was obviously Su Yan's heavenly tribulation trial, and now the field was full of existences and assimilated incarnations fighting each other, because of the interference of the Golden Thunder. Although the Holy Mother Xiantong could not use large-scale Taoism, both sides were frantically exploding soldiers and drawing swords to fight each other, from killing hundreds of people to fighting tens of thousands of people in an instant. Su Yan was protected by the Holy Mother Xiantong, and a breakout team was formed to kill Yinglong Shadow. Yinglong Shadow. Su Yan belongs to our Fusheng Wuliangji, and the laws of heaven and earth cannot succeed. Holding the sacrificial knife, The Holy Mother Xiantong shouted slogans to herself before breaking through, and swung out with a knife, killing the 3 Yinglong existences in front of her, and began to break through. But at this moment, Yinglong's shadow stopped running, and the faces of the Xiantong Holy Mothers changed slightly, as if they had noticed something, and they all looked up at the lightless layer in the sky. Something was coming. It was extremely huge. Chapter 7:15 Those who are like my son will die. Something is coming. Inside the heavenly tribulation trial field, as Yinglong's shadow stopped running and the thunder subsided, the Holy Mother Xiantong gradually stopped her movements and looked at the lightless layer like Yinglong's shadow. She frowned and looked at Su Yan and said, "Although we know that something is coming, we don't know what it is that is coming here because of the obstruction of the lightless layer. The only thing we can be sure of is that its size is definitely larger than the heavenly tribulation trial. This feeling is very familiar. As if there is a lost world hitting us?" Another Holy Mother Xiantong spoke up and expressed her guess about what was coming. As a Holy Mother Xiantong who has assimilated 3 lost worlds and a large number of planets, she can feel that the huge object that is getting closer and closer to her seems to be a lost world that is returning. And it is wrapped in a thick layer of nothingness crystal realm, and is hitting her quickly. A lost world wrapped in nothingness? If it falls directly, can Su Yan survive? When the main body wakes up, it will tear us apart. A Xiantong Holy Mother spoke out her worries. The essence of the lost world is actually a corner of the original fairyland that was torn apart when the sky was broken. Each lost world contains a large number of creatures and ecosystems, and the starry sky created by Yuchao, including the nothingness crystal wall outside the world, is not much different from the fairyland. It is a cage for raising goo, and there are varying numbers of holy spirits sleeping inside. The world of cultivation is one of the lost worlds, and it is also sleeping with the Western World Emperor Shiwangmu, as well as some tribes that Yuchao is very optimistic about. Now she is going through the tribulation, but she finds that a lost world is coming towards her. The face of the Xiantong Holy Mother is unusually solemn and serious. Under the realm of true immortals, once hit by a lost world, there is only one ending, death. However, Su Yan is now going through the tribulation. There is a limited area in the heavenly tribulation trial field. Su Yan cannot leave the limited area, otherwise he will fail to go through the tribulation. If it was in her heyday, Xiantong Wanling Qingmu would have the confidence to assimilate Su Yan and then block the returning lost world with one hand. But now that her main body has fallen into eternal freeze, the strength of her incarnations has dropped to the early stage of the true immortal realm, and she cannot stop the lost world. When a true immortal is hit by the void crystal wall, the body of an immortal will be severely injured. The soul will be damaged, and death is also a high probability event. The more Xiantong Qingmu thought about it, the heavier her face became. The main body valued Su Yan's Taoism very much. And if Su Yan, the guy she once had feelings for, died here, the main body would be crazy when it woke up. The Yinglong shadow stopped moving completely, looked at the 3 eyes of law in the lightless layer, and asked them for instructions. The giant eyes of law were also silent, with no preset plan at all, so they could only ask Yuchao to make a judgment. When the information was transmitted to Yuchao, Yuchao also tilted his head slightly, feeling a little confused. Su Yan? How could there be such an unlucky guy in the world? The return of the lost worlds was silent and integrated. Only when a few holy spirits awakened in the world, the void crystal wall would be abnormally thick to block the holy spirits from escaping. Isn't the luck of that thing so bad that even the Queen Mother of the 9 Heavens is scratching her head? Yuchao thought for a moment and said to the Eye of Law, "It is fate. Everything is going on normally. The bad luck of the person who is going through the tribulation cannot be blamed on us. We will go through the tribulation normally according to the process, and life and death will be determined by ourselves." On Kunlun Mountain, some debates were also triggered by the fact that Su Yan was going through the tribulation. No need to worry. Zhu Yin calmly stopped the Queen Mother of the West and the creatures in the banquet hall, who knew that the lost world had fallen and wanted to rescue them, and slowly spoke in a voice transmission. That was a great fortune. After calming down the creatures in the banquet hall and stopping their intention to interfere with the heavenly tribulation trial, Zhu Yin looked at the Queen Mother of the West and said, "I smell something up there. I think the real purpose of the lost world that is returning should be to help the little fox break the deadlock. The power of Yinglong's shadow is obvious to all. It has not yet exploded with all its strength. If it really shows that it can transform into 48 or 60 statues in the blink of an eye, or even 244 statues, it will be difficult to withstand such a large-scale siege even with the help of the Holy Mother of Xiantong." Zhu Yin spoke to stop the Queen Mother of the West from interfering with Su Yin. Smell? Queen Mother of the West frowned and looked at Zhu Yin. She didn't notice anything at all. She only knew that there was a lost world aiming at Su Yin. Such a crisis was obviously not something Su Yin could withstand. Although the loss of a heavenly tribulation might cause defects, it was not impossible to make up for it with the financial and material resources of Queen Mother of the West. Zhu Yin didn't say anything else. Just shook her head gently and stopped talking. She smelled the breath of Yinglong above, which was very secretive, and no one could detect it. But it was Zhu Yin who could smell that breath of Yinglong. It might be that Yinglong deliberately revealed it to remind herself. Right. After all, the existence summoned by the heavenly tribulation trial was the ancestor of the dragon clan, Yinglong the Yingshi. And Yinglong should be able to detect what happened here, and secretly do things to favor his own precious offspring. Zhu Yin was very unhappy with such behavior. He used to hide his whereabouts and pretend to be dead. But now, he showed up without saying hello and continued to pretend to be dead. What? Was he pregnant by a living being and didn't dare to appear in front of his old friends with a big belly? Otherwise, why would he hide and not even dare to show up and say hello to his old friends? Zhu Yin looked at Su Yin with resentment, secretly thinking something in his heart. Good death. Opened a jar of 10,000 years of old wine to celebrate. Although Gu Luan looked ugly on the surface, the Kunlun Lingshan Baiwa wine in his teacup was quietly replaced with the long-treasured old fairy wine in the north. Seeing Su Yin in trouble, Gu Luan couldn't stop the joy and happiness in his heart. If his parents were not still sitting on the white jade platform, Gu Luan would have laughed out loud. If his parents wanted to find a partner, a male or a female, Gu Luan could actually accept it reluctantly. But he could never accept finding Su Yin. He was still a child, and his parents brought a young child as a partner. Wouldn't that mean they were trying to steal his already not so much pampering and love? You die? Die away. Don't die in front of my house. And don't die in front of my parents and make her uncomfortable. Boom boom. An extremely strong sense of oppression spread from the outer sky to the western world. Layers of white waves and clouds burst from the sky. The lightless layer that should have been in the sky was also directly shattered by the collision of the void crystal wall. Yinglong's shadow and its incarnations, who were at the center of the return, slowly fell to the ground under the pressure of space. The golden thunder began to leak out from the body of thunder, and the breath became weak. It should not hit the universe. Right? Su Yin saw the sky's lightless layer burst, and the alarm bells in his heart rang loudly. He subconsciously retreated a few hundred meters, and pulled the Xiantong Holy Mothers into the universe space together. The pressure of space cannot affect the universe. But if the void crystal wall touches your universe, it will be broken. That thing is beyond the reach of ordinary people, said the Xiantong Holy Mother. Although the universe space is an independent small world, the universe will still remain in reality, not completely disappearing in the real world. When the lost world merges with the fairy world, Su Yan's universe space is equivalent to being sandwiched between two collapsed mountains. Xiantong Holy Mother was worried that the theory of space was too profound. So she came to Su Yin, slowly raised her hand, lifted her chest and squeezed it inward, explaining the physical results. Seeing the collision of the east and west hemispheres, Su Yin immediately understood the space theory that the Holy Mother Xiantong had just mentioned. Some black lines appeared on his forehead, and he said, in this case, aren't we now doomed? Is there really no way out? Chapter 716 Oxygen. So, we are doomed? There is absolutely no way to get out of the fusion alive? Su Yin, who was in the universe space, looked at the changes when the outside world merged, and the Yinglong shadow, who was completely frozen in place and unable to move without the universe space being squeezed by the space, and asked slowly, it's not that there is no way. First, you can give up the tribulation now, and use the power of space to get out of here directly. It's not too late to run away now. Second, you have to fight. The collision between the void crystal wall and the world is only a short moment. Once the void crystal wall hits here, the crystal wall of the lost world will be broken. You just need to look for the moment of collision and dodge out of the universe. Withstand the power of the collision. Enter the fusion world, and run to the universe space to heal your wounds. Xiantong Holy Mother said. The world collision caused by the return of the lost world lasts for a very short time. But the power is extremely large, which can completely destroy all the surrounding space. Therefore, hiding in the universe space is absolutely impossible. This space cannot withstand the energy of the collision of two void crystal walls. The universe is the origin of the inner alchemy method. Once the universe space is broken, The external incarnation will also be severely damaged. It is impossible to hide in the universe space. If Su Yin does not give up the tribulation, he can only withstand the first round of impact when the void crystal wall collides. Although this may be a life or death situation, as long as he does not die suddenly in an instant, he can open the universe space again to survive. The shock caused by the collision of the crystal wall is only a moment, and then the space will return to normal. This is also a helpless way. If Su Yin has the peak cultivation of the true immortal, he can rely on the flawless immortal body to withstand the space shock. But there is no if. If Su Yin does not give up the tribulation, he can only try to take risks. If he does not die this time, he will definitely die for thousands of years. I can rely on you. Temporarily increase your physique and give guidance. You should be able to do it with some methods, Xiantong Holy Mother said. Xiantong Holy Mother quickly analyzed it for Su Yin and urged Su Yin to make a decision. The return of the lost world is imminent, and there is not much time to think now. But Su Yin seems to have some signs of distraction at the moment. So Xiantong Holy Mother can't help but urge him to make a decision quickly. If he delays any longer, he will definitely die. Pose the coolest posture. Stand there arrogantly, and let the void crystal wall hit. That is the lucky star that the mother picked for the little cub to break the situation. Don't worry. Yu Chao is unreasonable, and we don't need to give it face now. We have arranged it, and guarantee that you can walk out of the collision handsomely and steadily. Dear Yinglong Mother left a message. Su Yin, who was in a slightly dazed state, suddenly had a feeling in his heart. A familiar female voice told him something in his heart, and said her name at the end. So, is that so? Su Yin murmured with a slightly dazed look. The voice in his heart was definitely not an auditory hallucination. The voice in Su Yin's heart had a real feeling. It was not an auditory hallucination caused by excessive pressure. The return of the lost world at this moment is Yinglong's way of introducing variables to Su Yin to break the deadlock. And it is also a very covert way for Su Yin to cheat secretly. No matter how hard Yu Chao tried, he could not have imagined that Yinglong and Su Yin, who were 3 generations apart, were an extremely orthodox mother-son relationship. Although summoning Yinglong's shadow could completely suppress Su Yin and even retrieve the 6-eyed lightning and the phantom of a loving mother, Yinglong also sensed this. Although Yinglong pretended to be dead, he was not really dead. Seeing that Yu Chao was so bullying and holding down his own child to bully, how could he not help? Su Yin would definitely win if he played all his cards. But Yinglong knew about Su Yin and the will of heaven, the battle between Su Yin and the immortal witch Bai Zhe. In a sense, it was the revenge launched by the Queen Mother of the West against Yu Chao. And it was also the Horn of War that symbolized the official start of the battle between heaven and earth. In this battle, the 9 heavens' mysterious woman's side must send a large number of holy spirits around them to fight. And they must kill Su Yin to obtain the power of Bai Zhe in him, so that Bai Zhe can directly recover to his heyday. Queen Mother of the West will also start sniping to assist Su Yin in killing Bai Zhe, who has turned into an immortal witch, so as to obtain a unique treasure from Bai Zhe. Although Yinglong has no ability to calculate, he can see some things through the long river of time. Bai Zhe is not a good senior, but he has the courage to devote and sacrifice his love, and gave Su Yin a very precious reward. Yinglong knows it very well, but she doesn't say anything at all, just watching secretly from the side. Now, immortal armor. Please invite Xiantong Wanling Xingmu to possess the body. After Su Yin received Yinglong's instructions, his heavy mood was slightly relieved. With a shake of his arms, his long hair fluttered, and green vines grew out from his spine, wrapping his whole body. The Holy Mother Xiantong looked at Su Yin, chuckled, shook her head and turned into white mucus, attached to Su Yin's body through the gap of the immortal armor, and said, "You are really full of confidence in me. Aren't you afraid that I will secretly do something when I attach to your body? After all, the main body really likes you, and also likes your water-based Taoism very much. We are of the same origin. Didn't the senior say that the infinite realm of happiness cannot be opened when the main body is dormant? There is no benefit in killing me now. Right? And our fairy sister has been watching you all the time." Facing the gentle words of the Holy Mother Xiantong, the threatening and teasing full of pampering, it fell into Su Yin's ears as if it was a coquettish reminder to himself. Su Yin thought about it and didn't care too much. He raised his hand to call a pool of healing holy medicine Qingchuan transformed from the way of virtuality and reality, and integrated it into his body. In this way, before the Qingchuan is completely consumed, Su Yin can obtain temporary immortality in the turbid stream of nothingness that can cut the foundation, corrode the flesh and blood, and erode the soul. There is a miraculous medicine that can instantly heal the foundation. Flesh and blood. And soul. As long as the spring is not exhausted. The enemy cannot instantly kill Su Yan to the point where even his existence is eliminated. And Su Yan can shout loudly that he is immortal. Let's go! Su Yan, who has made all the preparations, directly transferred from the universe space, took the universe back into his body, and reappeared in the changing outside world. Ka ka ka. As soon as Su Yan's figure appeared, the immortal armor on his body was affected by the pressure from the outside world, and instantly withered into the strongest defensive state of death and rebirth, which helped Su Yan resist part of the shock wave before the space collision. But even so, with the added damage reduction of the defensive lining of the Holy Mother of Xiantong, Su Yan still groaned, as if he was in the deep sea. The space on all sides was extremely solid and pressed towards him. Extremely heavy. Cough. On the cheek of the undead armor, a mouthful of blue blood coughed out from the corner of Su Yan's mouth, causing Su Yan's body to bend down involuntarily. Su Yan turned his eyes with difficulty to look in the direction of Yinglong's shadow. At a glance, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Yinglong's shadow lay directly on the ground, and the 27 eyes of Law rolled their eyes. A large number of thin tubes emitting golden thunder spread out from the need. At this moment, Yinglong's shadow seemed to be lying in the ICU to breathe oxygen, and there were a lot of monitoring instruments beside him to ensure vital signs. Outrageous. I am suffering here, but you are enjoying it over there, Su Yan complained with difficulty. Chapter 717. Su Yan feels wronged. It's obviously Su Yan's fault. Don't be too ridiculous. You're actually breathing oxygen. In the extremely solid space. Even in the collapsed Lost World Return Land. Su Yan opened his mouth with difficulty to complain about Yinglong Shadow's lack of martial ethics. It's already so difficult for him to resist the collapse of the space of the Return Land with all his strength. And Yinglong Shadow is now like a patient in the ICU, receiving a full and complete treatment plan. Su Yan is not a novice in the tribulation. He knows very well that there is no such thing as hitting a stick and giving a sweet date for the highest level of the tribulation. If you want to successfully kill the highest level of the tribulation, you must either be invincible and push down monsters that are one level higher than you, or use various means to hurt the shadow of the law that is materialized by the tribulation. As long as the shadow of the law is hurt, their strength can be weakened, and some mysterious power will flow out of the body to improve the cultivation of the tribulation. Therefore, when Su Yan saw Yinglong's shadow breathing oxygen to heal his injuries, and not revealing any mysterious power to him, he was really full of complaints, and didn't know how to complain. What the H? I can it be treated with oxygen? If you want to kill me, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. No wonder Yinglong's mother couldn't help but personally introduce variables to help me break the situation. Have the laws of heaven and earth lost their face? I have never seen such a shameless person. Su Yan choked out a mouthful of blood again. But the clear spring inside began to work, healing the cracked bones and the organs that had shrunk due to excessive pressure. Boom boom. The ripples above the space became more and more dense. But like boiling hot water, a black-gray crystal moved out from the void. At a glance, it was impossible to see the whole picture of the black-gray crystal. The void crystal wall fell straight down, wrapped in a terrifying and irresistible sense of oppression. Su Yan's head sank, as if he was hit by an iron rod. He felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and his body couldn't help shaking. Out of instinct to avoid danger, his body subconsciously moved backwards. Su Yan, little fox. Xiatong Holy Mother and Empress Dowager Yusu noticed something unusual about Su Yan and shouted loudly, calling back his gradually disappearing perception. The clear spring of the way of virtuality and reality began to repair the injuries to the soul caused by the space shock. It's okay. I can withstand it. I can withstand the collision of the heaven and earth of the Bahan Beauty. There is no reason not to withstand it. Su Yan, who was in a daze, spoke subconsciously. But he seemed to realize something, and quickly closed his mouth and stopped talking. In short, I will not die until the clear spring is exhausted. Even if the Bahan Beauty falls 3 meters in the air, I can withstand it. 3. The Holy Mother Xiantong shouted loudly, reminding Su Yan to pay attention to the time. In the moment when the lost world returned and collided with the immortal realm, Su Yan must open the universe space in the fusion world and immediately drill into it, using his own universe space rules to suppress his injuries. Zzz. A large number of green plants broke out of the ground and inserted into Su Yan's immortal armor. Part of the space shock damage was transferred to the land through energy. Yu Er's hen. who was nervously watching the show on Kunlun Mountain, groaned, as if someone had punched him in the waist. 2. Su Yin pulled himself together. He believed in Yinglong's mother's reminder, but it would not hurt to be prepared for everything. Now! Xiatong Holy Mother shouted. Boom! Su Yin forced all the spring water into his body, and immediately opened the universe above his head, trying to enter the universe before the immortal armor was broken. Run! The void crystal wall collided with the corner of his eyes, and waves of black and gray torrents swept over. Su Yin screamed at his heart, and drilled into the universe with all his strength. What's going on? Seeing this, the Holy Mother Xiatong was shocked. The scene in front of her was completely different from what she had imagined. Why did the void torrent completely avoid the area where Su Yin was when the void crystal wall collided with the fairyland? Who is it? How dare you molest this king openly? Just when Xiatong Holy Mother was shocked, a burst of angry curses came from the upper layer of Su Yin's universe. Su Yin, who had originally rushed into the universe with all his strength, now showed his true form with his eyes spinning in circles. He collapsed on the ground, kicked his feet, and fell into a coma and convulsions. And a holy spirit in a black imperial robe was covering his crooked chest, shouting with a face full of shock and anger. When Su Yin rushed into the universe, the female holy spirit in the void crystal wall also broke through to the world outside the void crystal wall, trying to break through the crystal wall and return to the fairy world to absorb the fairy spirit to maintain order. The female holy spirit had just broken through the void crystal wall and opened her arms to absorb the fairy spirit to fill the gap. But at the same time a black shadow hit her chest directly, knocking over her breasts hidden under her robe. One side was big, and the other side was small. The holy spirit in the black imperial robe was furious. If it was really the chest, it would not matter to the holy spirit in the black imperial robe to be hit. After all, Su Yan's impact was not strong. But the bad thing was that the holy spirit in front of her was padded. Su Yan bumped into the mat, and the big and small ones were scattered into the holy spirit's robe, making her originally flat abdomen and robe bulge slightly. Heal you! Although the holy spirit was weak at the moment, the Taoism and realm she mastered were there. She saw at a glance that the sinner who humiliated her in public was not thinking about it. She kicked him directly, wanting to explode Su Yan's bell and make him unable to regenerate through the power of the law. After kicking out, the holy spirit in the black imperial robe seemed to have noticed something. His eyes widened. He took a breath and immediately stopped his might. The momentum that had just burst out of his body suddenly withered. His little foot gently tapped on Su Yan's belly, and he shouted in a low and aggrieved voice, "Why are you so domineering? This fox humiliated me in public. I didn't want his life. I just wanted to kick Xiao Lizzie and teach her a lesson. Damn it. We are brothers. You actually treat me like this. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the ancestor for such an unethical treatment?" The holy spirit in the black imperial robe muttered. His face flushed, and the emotions of shock, anger, and heartache all appeared on his cheeks. The Xiantong Holy Mother and the Empress Dowager Yusu, who were about to take action, were stunned and looked at her with a puzzled look. But the holy spirit in the black imperial robe ignored them, but walked to the outer area of the heavenly tribulation alone, talking to himself with an indignant expression on his face. She is the king of the 5 elements Qilin and possesses the supreme ability to know destiny. In the future foreseen by the king of 5 elements Qilin, he kicked Su Yan's lychee to pieces, and the Queen Mother of the West came out of nowhere and flattened his chest, pinching his double-breasted buttons with a furious face and lifting him up. The King of the East came up to heal, and Zhu Yin was full of interest and cheered on the side, saying something. The substitute must not be as good as the original. Maybe he can't get up. The Queen Mother of the West was furious when she heard it, and forced herself to test the strength of the little lychee in person. After he finished the test with Grievance, his good brother, the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, and a cold-blooded young man came forward and persuaded him that since it was like this, he might as well have another one. This Nwoji Jizi is very rare. We are still worried about how to breed a female beast. Please help us, and we will give you a share when we divide the ancestors' property. The King of 5 Elements Qilin just gave up his innocence in a confused way, and Ruinu had a weird face, driving the Taoism to help him get pregnant with twins. When the 5 Elements Qilin King saw this future, the whole Qilin was upset. How could this be possible? It was obviously that Jiazi who molested me. So how could I have given birth to twins for him without knowing it? The 5 Elements Qilin King was so scared that he immediately stopped. She didn't want such a future to happen. It was obviously she who was humiliated. Why did she have to apologize and make amends? And then give twins? Chapter 718 Strategy of the Five Elements Qilin King. How can this be? How can they do this? The Five Elements Qilin King walked to the edge of the fusion world in silence, with a face full of horror. His mind filled with the horrible future he had encountered. The Five Elements Qilin King's ability to know destiny is somewhat similar to that of the Nine Heavens Mysterious Woman. But there is an essential difference between the two. The Nine Heavens Mysterious Woman is the pinnacle of arithmetic deduction to deduce fate and the future, while the Five Elements Qilin King's ability belongs to the branch of the Way of Time. As long as the Qilin King decides to do something, it is equivalent to planting a cause, and her ability to know destiny can see the result of this cause. After the Five Elements Qilin King kicked the Lychee of Nwojijuzi, her ending is only the one she just saw. Queen Mother of the West broke through the void and slapped her chest until it was sunken. She was completely furious. Then Dong Wangdong healed Su Yan's injuries. Then Zhu Yin looked at Queen Mother of the West with a playful face and said, "TSK, TSK, TSK. The little fox is really miserable." The bells were broken for no reason. Even if we all believe in Dong Wangdong's Taoism, and even use the escape from the sky to make the fox's little bells more powerful. But bed affairs are not only about physical strength, but also involve spiritual satisfaction. This kick will leave the little fox with an incurable mental trauma even if the body is intact. Ah! The queen's little darling is gone. It should have given the queen infinite happiness. Pa! It broke. Zhu Yin teased Queen Mother of the West with a playful face. Queen Mother of the West had said not long ago that Su Yin was the flower but husband she had set her eyes on. Queen Mother of the West wanted to wait until Su Yin grew up to bloom, and then pick him to enjoy, and taste the pleasure of bed in every sense. Queen Mother of the West was very indulgent to Su Yin, even though she knew that Su Yin had something going on with other fairies. It didn't matter. Queen Mother of the West even felt a little happy because Su Yin was sharpening his edge and honing his skills. As a result, the King of the Five Elements Qilin was broken with one kick, and Zhu Yin was fanning the flames. Queen Mother of the West was furious and showed the form of a fierce god. She pressed the head of the King of the Five Elements Qilin to Su Yin and issued a death order. Within 3 minutes, either Su Yin can show his masculinity intact, or the Queen will take off your double-breasted buttons one by one. Under the gaze of Queen Mother of the West, King of the East, Zhu Yin, the Four Seas Dragon King, Su Yan's parents and other relatives, as well as Ruin Nu, Bash Beauty, and the leaders of the cultivation world. The King of the Five Elements Qilin was full of horror. Untied the thin belt of the Emperor's robe, showing a look of shame and grievance, stretched out his hand, and lowered his head to check Su Yan's injuries. After confirming that Su Yan was really fine physically and mentally, she turned back aggrievedly. Queen Mother of the West just breathed a sigh of relief. But she saw Zhu Yin's face full of yin and yang and said, "Things that are congenitally deficient may not be as good as they were originally if they are compensated later." Queen Mother of the West was startled, raised her hand and pointed at the Qilin King and then at Su Yin, who had just woken up and was a little dazed. The King of the Five Elements Qilin showed disbelief and looked at Zhu Yin with a bright smile. Zhu Yin did not speak, but made a gesture of invitation. Zhu Yin was no less angry than Queen Mother of the West. In a sense, Su Yan's existence was a bridge of communication between her and Ning Long, and she almost died at the hands of this woman, if she did not kill the King of the Five Elements Qilin. Zhu Yin felt that she was not worthy of Ning Long's entrustment. Under the crowd's gaze, the Five Elements Qilin King climbed onto Su Yan's body with grievance and gave Su Yan his first kiss. The Five Elements Qilin King had mysophobia, and she was fine with things on the body, but she absolutely could not kiss. Therefore, she had kept her first kiss until now. Scenes of grievances, accompanied by her peach-like face and panting, slowly unfolded in the Five Elements Qilin King's mind like a scroll, and constantly stimulated the Five Elements Qilin King's nerves. What made the Five Elements Qilin King most angry was that his brother, the Dragon Clan, actually asked him for help, saying that the Holy Spirit had a very good physique and the cubs were also very good. Anyway, since he had given his body to Su Yin, he might as well pass on a bloodline for the rare Nwoji Yazi. The King of the Five Elements Qilin felt that the other side was powerful, so he pretended to agree to the good brothers of the Dragon Clan, and waited until the anger of the emperors in their hearts dissipated before going to the door to apologize. As a result, the Dragon King of the West Sea asked Ruin Nu to come with a slutty face. The King of the Five Elements Qilin didn't think it was a big deal, just as a double row. Anyway, he had explained everything he should explain to Su Yin, and it didn't matter if there was a memory that made him ashamed. But the king of the five elements Qilin never expected that he would get pregnant with twins this time. The king of the five elements Qilin was dumbfounded. How could he get pregnant with the blood of a divine beast plus a life form at the level of a holy spirit without using drugs and secret methods? In the chaotic war outside, the dragons on Kunlun Mountain held a banquet and gave gifts to the Qilin king. Ruinu patted her shoulder helplessly and said, "Although it seems wrong to trick you like this, my elder sister is very upset with Su Yin and has always wanted to trick him to death. All I can do is make up for it. The bloodline of the little fox cannot be cut off because of me. Me and her can be considered sisters in the future. Damn it. It's a good thing that I didn't kick. Otherwise the whole Qilin's life would be complete." The five elements Qilin king moved away from the unconscious Su Yin and found a broken wood to sit down at random. His face was rosy, and his straight legs subconsciously rubbed each other inwards, as if there was some secret that could not be told. The scenes of things happening in the future kept stimulating the heart of the five elements Qilin king, giving her a feeling in her heart, as if she had experienced it personally. The picture in her mind was a future branch, and the things happening inside were in line with the character setting. That is to say, the king of the five elements Qilin, without having tasted the little fox, already knew the little fox's strengths and weaknesses, and also knew how he measured his depth. The king of the five elements Qilin covered his cheeks with both hands, and subconsciously looked through his fingers at Su Yin who had fainted. Although the fox was small, he seemed to say that he had learned from the Holy Spirit, who was proficient in the great way of yin and yang harmony. Although he could not say that he was invincible, he could stand on his own, and was not afraid of the hardships of the beauty here. Except for the first time when he was forced. He was treated obediently at other times. How could he be so cunning and change? Hey, the glass house and so on were so embarrassing. Flying around. How could he have such a memory in his mind? Sitting on the edge of the fusion world. The king of Qilin calmed his mind and told himself again and again that he did not kick that foot, and the future scene could not happen. The anger and grievance on his face gradually faded, and was replaced by a look at Su Yin that became more and more weird and obscene. Across the long river of time, Su Yin defamed someone's innocence out of thin air, and made the five elements Qilin king experience happiness? Wake up! The Holy Mother Xiantong and the Empress Dowager Yusu were not very clear about the origins of the five elements Qilin king. Seeing that she had no intention of continuing to hurt Su Yin, they quickly began to wake Su Yin up and asked him to kill the seriously injured Yinglong Shadow, and not let Yinglong Shadow breathe in oxygen to recover blood. Otherwise it would be difficult to deal with him later. Chapter 719 Actions Like Instinct. Wake up! Su Yin, little fox, wake up quickly. Yinglong Shadow has begun to heal. Kill it quickly. Su Yin, who was unconscious, hit his head on the chest of the five elements Qilin king and hit the metal gasket. He felt someone calling him, and his drowsy consciousness was gradually returning to remember what was happening. Yinglong Shadow. Su Yin woke up suddenly, turned over, and looked at Yinglong Shadow, which was broken by the impact of the void crystal wall and fell to the ground, with a large amount of mysterious power leaking out. Yinglong Shadow lay on the ground, glanced at Su Yin sideways without any movement. Because of its serious injuries, it can only maintain its own body now. No matter how anxious the 27 eyes of law are, they cannot drive the body. Su Yin showed the form of a young man, looking at the scene with surprise. Red jade hairpin sword. With Su Yin shout, the red jade hairpin sword instantly emerged from the subconscious dream space, and was held in Su Yin's hand and began to exert force. A female nine-tailed fox shadow condensed behind Su Yin, covering the sky and the sun with open arms to release a dark abyss covering the earth. 27 eyes of law died, madly absorbing the power of thunder tribulation to restore themselves. But their speed was always slower than the spread of the dark abyss. A dark crack appeared beside Yinglong Shadow, and a blood-red tongue stretched out from it, rolled up Yinglong Shadow and merged into the crushed abyss to chew it. Black arms stretched out from the mouth, attached to Yinglong Shadow, tore it up bit by bit, and rearranged it to form a black box. Yinglong Shadow embryo curled up and slept in the liquid. 27 eyes of law climbed out of the black crack with difficulty, and looked at Su Yin at the same time, as if they said something, but it seemed that they didn't say anything. They all turned back and floated quickly to the sky. Now the lost world is returning. This place belongs to an independent fusion space. Although the 27 eyes of law have completed the heavenly tribulation trial mission, they cannot leave the fusion world yet. They need to wait for the lost world to return before they can escape from here. When the lost world returns from the void and crashes into the Taichu immortal realm, The void crystal wall will first fade away. And then the space will be integrated into the immortal realm. The starry sky inside belongs to the starry sky of the immortal realm. And the land inside belongs to the land of the immortal realm. The space of the lost world is integrated into the Taichu immortal realm. The entire Taichu immortal realm is gradually expanding and growing with the return of the lost world. The eyes of law belong to the laws of heaven. Although they have all kinds of wonders, they cannot act against the laws of heaven and nature, even if they are anxious. They need to wait until the lost world returns before they can return to the lightless layer to sue Su Yan to the giant eye of law. Su Yan's luck is very good. When the void crystal wall hits the Taichu immortal realm, the space shock force that erupted is difficult for non-true immortals to resist. However, there is no void crystal wall in Su Yan's position because the king of the five elements, Jilin, forcibly breaks through the void crystal wall. Without the void crystal wall, there is naturally no collision, even if other areas are in turmoil. The area where Su Yan is must be calm. I almost thought I would die here. Su Yan slowly let out a breath, looked at the black box that sealed the Yinglong shadow embryo in his hand, and then looked at the world that was merging around him, and shook his head. This time, if it weren't for the ancestor of Yinglong's righteousness, Su Yan believed that his Xianxian heavenly tribulation would have caused unexpected ripples, forcing him to expose the turbid flow and the complete inner alchemy method. If he didn't reveal all his cards, the Yinglong shadow summoned by the heavenly tribulation trial would have killed him. Yinglong shadows are very terrifying. If their desire to attack was stronger, Su Yan would have been beaten by Yinglong shadows until his head was covered with lumps and his skin was gone. Fortunately, I have completed the tribulation safely. I will go home and have a good meal later. Su Yan manifested the form of a little fox and looked at the female Holy Spirit sitting on the edge of the fusion world. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his cheek. The whole fox stood up and bowed, saying, I hope you will forgive me for the offense when I was undergoing the tribulation. Why don't you come with me to Kunlun Lishan to attend the 10,000 Immortals banquet? I will punish myself by drinking 3 cups to apologize to you. Although the incident just happened in a hurry, Su Yan still remembered in his mind that the female Holy Spirit in front of him broke through from the lost world to the outside world, and he was originally going to run to the universe space for refuge. As a result, he hit her chest with his forehead, and he fainted directly. In this way, Su Yan naturally did not forget the rude and immoral things in his mind. As soon as he dealt with the tribulation on his side, Su Yan immediately stepped forward to apologize. Oh, no. I have something else to do. When the king of the five elements Jilin saw Su Yan coming towards him, his heart suddenly tightened, and he forgot about the majesty of the Holy Spirit. He quickly refused Su Yan's hospitality, and didn't want to go up the mountain even if he was beaten to death. Is that Kunlun Mountain? It's obviously a dragon's den and a tiger's den where you want to get pregnant and give birth to 2 babies. It's easy to go up the mountain, but on the way down the mountain, if you don't leave 1 or 2 cubs in the mountain, you may not be able to get out. The king of the five elements, Jilin, didn't dare to accept Su Yan's invitation. Is that so? Seeing the female Holy Spirit's refusal, Su Yan didn't make too many associations. After all, the creatures who had just returned from the lost world must want to go back to their own territory first to see who occupied their homes, and who slept on their treasure houses. Therefore, Su Yan did not say much, but bowed politely and said politely, Junior Su Yan of Kunlun Lingshan Fox Clan, if you are done with your work, please come to the banquet of 10,000 immortals to have a chat. I apologize to you. By the way, I don't know your Taoist name. I don't have any honorific title. My familiar Taoist friends call me Fairy Jilin. The king of five elements Jilin couldn't help but glance at the fox's crotch and told Su Yan his name truthfully. She had completed the transformation from a god to a holy spirit not long before the Jedi Tiantong, and she had not yet made her own name. Naturally, it was impossible for her to have more and longer honorific titles, like Ruan Nu and the others. If he had to give an honorific title, it would probably be because the clan's combat power was empty, and he, as a holy spirit, inherited the position of the clan leader and obtained the title of King of Five Elements Jilin. The King of Five Elements Jilin recalled the past, and subconsciously pinched Su Yan's neck with his arm, lifted him up, and prepared to put him in his arms. Su Yan was not surprised by this. After all, most of his female predecessors liked to pinch the back of his neck to warm their hands when they saw him. Besides, this was the outer area of Kunlun Mountain, and he had already introduced himself, so the Jilin fairy in front of him should not hurt him. Therefore, Su Yan did not resist much and obeyed the actions of the Qilin fairy as a matter of course. However, what happened next made Su Yan's whole fox completely stunned. As soon as he fell into the arms of the Qilin fairy, Su Yan thought about moving his body slightly and finding a comfortable position to sit up and chat with the Qilin fairy senior. But the Qilin fairy's movements were very smooth. Her fingers gently lifted the collar and belly band, stuffed Su Yan's head into her arms, and gently stroked Su Yan's back. When the king of the 5 elements, Qilin, felt itchy and realized that the fox's whiskers were scratching his skin. The king of the 5 elements, Qilin, was stunned, and his cheeks showed a look of shame and anger. He was used to feeding the twins, and subconsciously stuffed Su Yan into his arms, in the cause and effect of kicking the little fox. The king of the 5 elements, Qilin, habitually stuffed the cub and the little fox together based on the principle of feeding one is feeding, and 2 or 3 are also feeding. Although she was still innocent, she had personally experienced that timeline, and had some actions that the 5 elements Qilin king had already developed into a habit. Therefore, when picking up the little fox, the 5 elements Qilin king was very comfortable and stuffed Su Yan in. Chapter 720. I want to go home. Not to your house, because your family is prone to twins. Ah? Looking at the red spot on the white stove in front of him, Su Yan's face showed a dull look, and he had no idea what the current situation was. Can I see such a scene when I first meet the Qilin fairy? The reminiscence on the Qilin fairy's face was startled, and she slowly lowered her head to look at the little fox with her cheek pressed against her chest, her butt sticking out and her body stiff, and fell silent. If there is a ranking of innate magical powers, the ability of the 5 elements Qilin clan to know destiny is definitely a magical power that can be ranked among the top. Not only can it foresee the enemy's next move, but it can also understand the enemy's personality and move through the long river of time. Such a powerful innate magical power is naturally not possessed by all 5 elements Qilin, and the ability to know destiny can easily cause short-term memory confusion. Just like now, the king of the 5 elements Qilin was just slightly absent-minded. The memory that did not happen in his mind has turned into muscle memory. He subconsciously regarded himself as the mother of the twins and prepared to feed the little fox, who always came to steal food. It's just a misunderstanding. Let's all pretend that nothing happened. The Qilin fairy was silent for a while, pulled Su Yan's head out of her belly band, looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar fox face in front of her, and said kindly, "When the space fusion is completed, you go back to your Kunlun Lingshan to eat, drink and have fun, and I go back to my Wanchua Ziyuan for peace and harmony. Let's just pretend that nothing happened. Okay?" The sticky juicy in front of him was definitely one of the creatures that he couldn't afford to offend. The Qilin fairy didn't want to start with twins for no reason, so she was ready to run away. Su Yan looked at the Qilin fairy in a daze the whole time, not knowing whether this holy spirit was a natural fool, or the reincarnation of a flesh and blood bodhisattva with great merit. The return of the lost world and the fusion with the fairy world lasted about an hour. Until the return of the lost world, the 27 eyes of law experienced the dangers of the world, and they didn't care about the joint law enforcement or not, and ran to the lightless layer, trying to drill into the giant eye of law. The Qilin fairy looked a little embarrassed, and she didn't pay attention to the lost world where she was sleeping, and ran to her hometown, the source of 10,000 waters, covering her face. Qilin fairy lives in the source of 10,000 waters? Su Yan looked at the fleeing Qilin fairy, and vaguely guessed her identity. She should be one of the brother tribes of the Dragon Clan, and was regarded as an extinct 5-element Qilin. The source of 10,000 waters was the former base camp of the Dragon Clan. The creatures living in the source of 10,000 waters were either born by Yinglong or by the descendants of Yinglong blood, from living in the source of 10,000 waters, and everyone calling her the Qilin fairy. Su Yan could easily guess that the female bodhisattva just now should be the 5-element Qilin. Qilin fairy. Looking at the Qilin fairy running into the space gate, Su Yan jumped and shouted to her, wanting to tell her that the source of all waters had dried up. But the Qilin fairy seemed not to hear her and ran faster and faster. The space gate completely disappeared in front of him. 3 black lines appeared on Su Yan's forehead. He complained, "I don't think I did anything. Why do I always feel that the Qilin fairy is afraid of me? A holy spirit would be afraid of a Xianxian? One of my intuitions, and this is crazy." After Su Yan finished complaining, he did not stay outside Kunlun Mountain for long. He tore a space gap and returned directly to the banquet hall of Kunlun Mountain, ready to show off his joy of being promoted to Xianxian. By the way, he told the Four Seas Dragon King that he had just met a strong man from the 5 elements Qilin clan. The ancestor should be very happy. Right? He can come back alive like this? Hiss. He passed the half-immortal tribulation a month ago. And he reached the peak of the Xian in 1 month. No wonder. No wonder the queen attaches so much importance to him. And other female fairies praise him as the second generation of the nine-tailed fox ancestor. Outrageous. He can't even break the void crystal wall. Could he have taken the immortality elixir? According to rumors, the Queen Mother of the West still holds an immortality elixir in her hand. Facing Su Yin, who passed the tribulation and returned, the immortals did not celebrate as enthusiastically as before, congratulating brother Su Yin for his righteousness and slapping Lei Ji's face with both hands, which increased the prestige of our cultivators. Instead, they were whispering, because Su Yin was too outrageous. So outrageous that the immortals could not think of a reason to explain the current situation. They could only ask the cultivators around them, and gather the wisdom of the immortals to think. No matter what cultivator passed the tribulation, he passed one giant law at a time. And he had 3. Moreover, Yinglong's shadow was powerful, and could be seen by all. It could suppress the six-eyed lightning and the mother phantom, and could transform into thousands of existences in an instant. At the beginning, Su Yin was forced to flee with his head in his hands, and had no ability to fight back. But he could fight back, and even summoned a female fairy, who could also transform into thousands of existences, and started to march with Yinglong's shadow. And the sound of chopping and killing was deafening. However, the 3 eyes of law were like blind, completely ignoring Su Yin's cheating behavior, practically taking sides, and not increasing the power of the heavenly tribulation to punish cheating. What made the immortals even more confused was that such a huge lost world fell, and the power of death for those below the true immortals hit Su Yin's body. Why could Su Yin be alive, and well here in neat clothes? They couldn't understand it. The immortals really couldn't understand it, and couldn't even guess how Su Yin's cultivation level was raised. Bastard fox. The pale Yuer's hen, trembling with his double snake crutches, stared at Su Yin, who was jumping in his parents' arms with a resentful look, and cursed him. When the void crystal wall fell, this conscienceless bastard fox transferred a lot of damage inflicted on him to the Kunlun Lingshan land through the immortal armor. Yuer's hen is the mountain god and river god of Kunlun Mountain. Originally, he sat in the banquet hall drinking and lighting. But Su Yin transferred the damage to the mountains and rivers, which was tantamount to kicking the mountain god and river god in the crotch. Because of Su Yin, he was beaten twice for no reason. One for the mountain god and one for the river god. Yuer's hen almost died of anger at the banquet. Why do you beat me twice for the same thing? Congratulations. Congratulations to the young senior for making further progress in his cultivation. If he can refine all the mysterious powers, he will definitely be able to step into the realm of the perfect immortal. The beautiful Bahen came over leisurely, took Su Yin out of the arms of his parents and other seniors, and said with a smile on her face, "Please follow me, and tell the queen such wonderful news. I believe that the queen will be very happy with your progress." As the beautiful Bash said this, she bowed to Dragon Dad and Fox Mom and walked slowly, taking Su Yin up the mountain as if she was holding some rare treasure in her arms. When she turned a corner, the kind and peaceful look on Bash's cheeks suddenly disappeared, and she went straight into the space door and came to Su Yin's house. "Young senior, don't talk. Do you still remember what you said before you crossed the calamity? Huh? Before you were kidnapped by the Su new emperor. This time, it should be my turn. Right? Young senior, there is no need to be too polite to Xiaba. I will tie my long hair into 2 ponytails for you to ride on. Not only can Xiaba ride on a horse, but Xiaba can also help you consolidate your cultivation and make further progress." Chapter 721 Lord of the Night and Ruin Nu. Seeing Su Yin's heaven-defying act when he was overcoming the tribulation, the beautiful Bash suddenly turned into a grass snake and entangled Su Yin's body. On the other side, Ruin Nu, who should have rested in Su Yin's bedroom and slowly adjusted her body, came to another mansion next to the white jade platform. A word Xiao was hung on the door of the mansion. Ruin Nu took a look at the door and pushed it open without any hesitation. When she entered, she saw the Lord of the Day lying on the lawn, revealing a small red but that looked like a monkey's butt. When the Lord of the Day saw the visitor, he was silent for a while, buried his head deeply in the lawn, and did not speak. Shiha, the goddess of the sun and the moon, squatted down and bent over to fiddle with the spring water in the pond, as if washing her hands. When she saw Ruin Nu approaching, Shiha smiled and greeted Ruin Nu, saying, "I'm sorry to make you laugh. These rebellious children at home will make a big fuss if they are not punished for a day. Ruinu is acquainted with most of the holy spirits because of her status as a member of the Wilderness Palace. In addition, she is also an old acquaintance of Shiha. However, Ruinu has not shown up in recent years, and she is a little unfamiliar with most of her old acquaintances. Ruinu saw Shiha greet her, glanced at the Lord of Daylight, and showed a strange expression on her cheek. She turned to look at the goddess of the sun and the moon and said, although it may seem a bit suspicious to say this, I feel that it is not right to teach the little golden crow at home in this way. Shiha was stunned when he heard this, and the Lord of Daylight suddenly pulled out his head buried in the ground and looked at Ruinu. What do you mean? Shiha asked curiously. I don't really want to talk about it. Ron looked at Shiha's beautiful young woman with a serious face, and complained with a delicate and plump face. Shiha rolled her eyes at Ron. The Sun Golden Crow is a very famous tribe among the mythical beasts in the fairy world. The reason why it is famous here is not only because of their naughty characteristics, nor because of their strength and Emperor June, but because if the brothels in the fairy world are cracked down on pornography, then it is certain that male Sun Golden Crows can be caught in brothels with many big sisters and young women, and female Golden Crows can also be caught in brothels with many young men. Every time the Hui people crack down on pornography, it is different. But it is certain that every Hui people can catch Sun Golden Crows from the brothels. Male Sun Golden Crows always like big sisters, and female Sun Golden Crows always like little brothers. Ron actually always suspected that these male Sun Golden Crows with young men's faces might deliberately provoke their mother Shiha to get angry, wanting her mother to beat them up, and then enjoy her comfort. Of course, such suspicions are very accurate, but Ruinu has never obtained evidence. Therefore, Ruinu only complained about Shiha and did not continue to talk about children. After all, Ruinu herself had never given birth. If we really talk about birth experience, she is really not as good as Shiha, who gave birth to 9 babies. When the Lord of Day saw Ruinu leave, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, buried his face back on the lawn, pretended to be aggrieved, and occasionally made some noises, trying to lure out the maternal brilliance of his mother to comfort his injured heart. Shiha and the Lord of Daylight were just an episode for Ruinu on her way to do business, and they vaguely confirmed her previous suspicions. The purpose of Ruinu's trip was naturally to find her registered disciple, the Lord of Night, and to tell him about her promise to Su Yin, so as to encourage Su Yin to work hard and send off her old friend Bai Zai in a decent manner. With Su Yin's character, Ruinu felt that if Su Yin could really defeat Bai Zai and a host of troops, the possibility of the little fox killing Bai Zai was very low. It was more likely that Su Yin would imprison Bai Zai and find a way to wake him up. But before, when Su Yin left for the banquet to have fun, the little ball Bai Zai privately told himself and the emperors that he wanted everyone to persuade Su Yin to kill him when he had the chance. In this way, Bai Zai's layout could be considered complete. As for why he did this, Bai Zai did not say, but everyone present also roughly understood the reason. Disciple, when Ruinu saw the Lord of the Night who was practicing, she called out, sat down at the tea table in the pavilion, waved to the Lord of the Night and said, you don't need to practice the method of reproduction and rebirth. For some reasons, I am going to help you personally. The Lord of the Night showed a surprised expression on his unusually cold face, and he had no idea what Ruinu was making a fuss about. I made a bet with the little fox. As long as the little fox can beat me, well, actually, it doesn't matter whether I win or lose. The main thing is that when Su Yin loses, I can personally stop him and tell my elder sister that I want to leave a seed for the little fox. This way, I can buy time, and while I am asking for it, the little fox will recover from its own injuries. Ruinu did not hide anything, and openly told the story between her and the little fox. The reason why Ruinu wanted to reproduce and rebirth was naturally not entirely because of Bai Zai's request. The most important thing was that her old friends died or lost contact, and Ruinu occasionally felt a little lonely in her heart. Ruinu took advantage of Bai Zai's entrustment as an excuse to tell Su Yin about the bet. First, having her own child can help relieve loneliness. Second, she can also solve Bai Zai's request. Third, if Su Yin really encounters a situation where he must be killed, she has a reasonable reason to speak to her elder sister, and buy time for Su Yin to think about the possibility of breaking the situation. Huh? The Lord of the Night couldn't help but take a breath and looked at Ruinu and said, you personally perform the secret method? Do you mean that the 3 of us share a couch? Is there any problem? Seeing that the Lord of the Night's icy face was broken, Ruinu's heart skipped a beat. What she had boasted to Su Yin before Could it be that it couldn't be realized? It shouldn't be. The Lord of the Night naturally has feelings for Su Yin. But Ruinu can see that Su Yin should be the emotional sustenance of her lost child for the Lord of the Night. The Lord of the Night has always regarded Su Yin as his own child, and as his partner. Therefore, the Lord of the Night was very active in the first half of the night when he was with Su Yin. And in the second half of the night, he coaxed Su Yin as if he were his lost child. The Lord of the Night shook his head and said, "Of course, there is no problem on my side. I am from the demon clan and have no human ethics and moral constraints. If I can get the master to help me, Lianmu will naturally be grateful. But Su Yin may die. This is not okay. Although I have always told Su Yin that he is the creature I place my lost child thoughts on. However, who can be ruthless?" The Lord of the Night pursed his lips and said, "For Lianmu, he is the emotional sustenance of the child, and the medicine for healing the heart. He is also a partner who can bring me joy. A student, and also my junior. She has practiced the method of reproduction and rebirth taught by Ruinu. So she naturally knows the domineering nature of this method. Using it twice on the same creature, no matter how long the interval is, it will cause irreversible damage. After all, there is sacrifice and there is gain. The reproduction of the demon beasts is extremely difficult. In addition, she and Su Yin are now immortal level creatures. So reproduction is even more difficult. Are you talking about this?" Ruan smiled and shook her head and said, "It's not the method of reproduction, but the use of my yin-yang Dao method, which will not cause any harm to Su Yin. But there is a limit to the number of times this method can be used. I only have 3 chances now, and each lasts for 3 days. It can forcibly ignore the restrictions on reproduction, and can even make plants, trees, and mountains pregnant. I am not sure what I will think in the future, so I will not waste any time. So let's stay together for 3 days, and we will definitely be able to obtain the scriptures." Chapter 722 Go to the Southern World. In that case, let's do as Master wants. After listening to Senior Ruinu's explanation, the Lord of the Night pondered for a moment, and a bright smile appeared on his iceberg-like cheeks. He spoke to affirm the reproduction and rebirth situation organized by Senior Ruinu, and said, "When everything is ready, you can come and call me directly. There is no big psychological factor. Although I don't deny that love grows over time. I don't mind some details." The Lord of the Night thought about the double row that Senior Ruinu mentioned and agreed directly. As long as it is harmless to Su Yin's body, and can quickly satisfy his wishes, the Lord of the Night really has no taboos in doing things. "Okay." Ruinu smiled and said, "Since you have agreed, you should take care of your health during this period. I will find a suitable time to perform a limited 3-day method." "Yes." The Lord of the Night nodded slightly, and closed the book on her lap. With the help of Senior Ruinu, she naturally did not need to bother to study the method of reproduction of the demon race. Wait for good news. Ruinu stayed in the residence of Emperor Wuxing for a while, and asked the Lord of the Night some questions, and taboos on the bed. The Lord of the Night did not hide anything, and responded to all the questions. Ruinu looked a little strange, and looked at the Lord of the Night, who said goodbye. Lianmu, the Lord of the Night, who seemed extremely cold and ruthless, unexpectedly liked to lift his feet, and hook them on Su Yin's shoulders and neck when he was intimate with Su Yin on the bed, or lie on the bed with his feet inwards on Su Yin's chest, looking forward to Su Yin's footsteps. Well, she likes his feet very much, and she also likes to admire them for her partner when she is in bed. In this way, there is no big conflict between herself and the Lord of the Night, and there are even similarities. Ruinu likes the little fox to slap her buttocks. Ruinu believes that Lianmu, who likes slight pain, should also like these things. Buttocks? Looking at the figure of Senior Ruinu leaving, the Lord of the Night couldn't help but think of the conversation just now, and his eyes fell on Ruinu's waist and buttocks involuntarily. His strange eyes seemed to want to see through, staring at Master Ruinu. Want to see if there are any signs of biting, or if the walking posture is slightly abnormal due to being beaten. The human race is also fancy. It has been a while since I last met the little fox, and I suddenly miss her. The Lord of the Night slowly stood up from the pavilion, looked up, glanced at the sky, and walked out of the house, ready to go home to take a bath and reapply dark and bright nail polish. Thinking of this, the Lord of the Night couldn't help but smile. It can be said that I miss her very much after not seeing her for a while. Senior Ruinu left the residence of Emperor Wuxing and flew to Su Yan's residence, wanting to tell him everything she had discussed with the Lord of the Night, so that Su Yan could practice hard during this period of time, and she also needed to go into seclusion for a short while to adjust her body that had rested for a long time. Huh? Where is the little fox? Senior Roinu looked around Su Yan's house, but did not find Su Yan's whereabouts. Only the beautiful Bash was humming a tune in the hot spring pool, gently wiping the corners of her mouth and chest with a towel. And she was in a very beautiful mood. Seeing Senior Ron lying on the wall, looking at herself bathing and changing clothes and asking questions, the beautiful Bash showed a strange expression on her face and said, young Senior had just finished his work and had not been with Bear for long. But he received a notice from the Queen Mother of the West and went to the White Jade Cheungtai. It seems that there is something to discuss? Bear dare not ask about those things. I came to bathe after serving the young Senior. Go to the White Jade Cheungtai? The corners of Ron's eyes twitched slightly. She had no intention of going to the White Jade Cheungtai in the near future. With the knowledge of the immortals above, they must know the reason why Su Yan's cultivation level soared. It is obvious that she will be teased if she goes there now. Ron also admitted that her scale in private is indeed quite large. But that is a private matter. And Ron does not want to be questioned by the Queen Mother of the West. Roinu absolutely believed that the Queen Mother of the West would hold her arm and ask her curiously about the details of her and Su Yan's sex, and then ask her about her experience and summary of experience. Although these things are not something that needs to be kept absolutely secret. Roinu is obviously not thick-skinned enough to tell the Queen Mother of the West some details without any embarrassment. Therefore, Roinu has made up her mind not to go to the White Jade Cheungtai in the near future, for fear of being caught by the Queen Mother of the West and writing a 30,000-word experience report and summary. Don't doubt whether the Queen Mother of the West can do it. She may even apply to observe from the sidelines to see the ability of the person who is chosen as her future husband. Forget it. Senior Roinu had an idea, and fabricated a jade slip out of thin air and threw it to the beautiful Bahin, saying, since the little fox is not here, and I am in a hurry, please tell me about the little fox and help me pass the jade slip to the little fox. I need to be in seclusion for a while. Yes. Bahin smiled and accepted the jade slip. On the white jade platform, Su Yan jumped around in front of the Queen Mother of the West with a happy face. So excited? Is the cultivation world about to reach the fairyland? It's great. I can finally meet my friends. The reason why the Queen Mother of the West called Su Yan over was not to ask about his sudden increase in cultivation, but to tell Su Yan something he had been paying attention to before. That is, the time when the cultivation world would return. The Queen Mother of the West vaguely noticed that a large group of foxes, with a causal relationship with her, were quickly approaching the southern world of the fairyland. She probably knew that the cultivation world would return to the fairyland soon. So she called Su Yan to tell him the news. Ha ha ha. The Queen Mother of the West chuckled twice, raised her hand and patted the little fox on the back, gently stroked its fur and said, the Queen Mother is also happy for you. At the same time, the Queen Mother is also very curious about how talented people and beautiful places there are in the cultivation world, and how such a handsome little fox can be cultivated. Although the Queen Mother of the West was sleeping in the cultivation world, she had no contact with the cultivation world. She prepared to sleep when she fell into the cultivation world, and returned to the Taichu immortal realm when she woke up from a sleep, and had no intersection with the cultivation world at all. Although the Queen Mother of the West had never paid attention to the cultivation world, she also knew some interesting things about the cultivation world from Su Yan's mouth, such as the beautiful princess in Su Yan's mouth, the Kyugu shouting, and the sturdy style of the southern state. Of course, among these daily things, the Queen Mother of the West was most curious about Princess Wuxi. She wanted to see how stunning Princess Wuxi, the nine-tailed fox that could make the little fox unable to tell east, west, south, and north, looked, so that a little fox that was not yet an adult began to save money for marrying a wife. When you receive information about friends in the cultivation world, don't forget to come to me and introduce them to me. The Queen Mother likes to make friends with beauty the most, the Queen Mother of the West said with a smile while caressing Su Yan. Absolutely. Su Yan turned around and said with a serious face, Princess Wuxi is the granddaughter of Emperor Wushan. Her beauty is absolutely beyond words in the cultivation world. Well, there is also my aunt. It's hard to say whether my aunt is beautiful or cute in terms of appearance. Su Yan said good things with a smile on his face and introduced his friends to the Queen Mother of the West. The return of the cultivation world is of great significance, and there are many things hidden inside. Su Yan knows that he is powerless to change too many things, but he is also trying to find a way out for his relatives and friends. As long as all relatives and friends settle on Kunlun Mountain before the chaos between heaven and earth, and some related creatures settle in the outer area of Kunlun Mountain, so that everyone's safety can be protected to the greatest extent. Moreover, as the news of the return of the cultivation world spread, Su Yan's suppressed feelings of longing came out. Unknowingly, it has been almost 3 years since I left my aunt. 3 years is not long for a cultivator, and it may even be said to be a very short thing. But for Su Yan, who is inclined to the human race and in his early 20s, 3 years is very long. And when he was in the Taichu immortal realm, Su Yan did not have much leisure time. He was either busy searching for resources to use and share, or pursuing the inheritance of Bai Zai. Su Yan originally planned to eat delicious food, and then retreat for a short time after eating to head towards the real fairyland. But after learning the news of the return of the cultivation world, Su Yan now has no intention of retreating at all. His mind is full of his aunt and friends in the Xia Yu dynasty. Well, and the tiger-like son, who once fought with him in the brothel, and the mother and son Hu Lian. Su Yan's tail swayed and flew up. He had already thought that when he returned to the cultivation world, he would first go to the brothel to find his aunt, Jiao Nanwu, and the talented women to reminisce about the past, and then go to the imperial city to find Princess Wuxi, and then go to find Princess Luanming and Feng Shiqi to reminisce about the past and have a good time. Go! Let Bash accompany you. The fairyland is still relatively safe at present, and there is no need to worry about anything. Queen Mother of the West smiled and said, if you encounter something that cannot be solved, call the name of the queen. Although the queen is not omnipotent, she has no problem solving things that can be solved by force. Although Bai Zai has returned, Su Yan is still very safe recently. After returning from the lower world, all the undead witches will lie dormant for a short period of time, devouring all spirits to restore their strength and digest the inheritance of the netherworld. At present, Su Yan can't even think about meeting Bai Zai by chance. Even if he searches for him deliberately, he can't break through the netherworld's method of blocking the secrets of heaven to find Bai Zai and kill him in the world of cultivation in advance. This is impossible. Therefore, the fairy world is very quiet now, and it is also the best time for public security after the Jedi Tianong. A large number of undead witches are dormant and slaughtering living beings. The holy spirits in the sky area choose to remain silent and call back their evil subordinates to avoid being affected. The Half-Dead Corpse Immortal Alliance is also gathering its forces under the instructions of the Netherworld, and it is a sign that the Nightmare Town in the fairy world is gathering. Of course, the Corpse Immortal Alliance is not preparing to expand its own power. According to the intelligence obtained by the Queen Mother of the West at the banquet of 10,000 immortals, the Corpse Immortal Alliance is actually collecting blood food for the undead witches, including some of the holy spirits in the sky area. The main purpose is also to collect blood food, using the lives of their subordinates as bargaining chips in exchange for treasures in the netherworld, as well as one exemption in the battle between heaven and earth. The battle between heaven and earth was taken by the Hongming Guardian. Not all creatures can be like the Emperor of Heaven, completely unafraid of Yu Chao and the Hongming Guardian. Some holy spirits, who are not good at fighting, don't even have the courage to look directly at the Nine Heavens' mysterious woman. During tens of thousands of years, the netherworld has established its supreme power in the fairy world. Sometimes, the words of the netherworld are more intimidating than those of the former heavenly emperors. Although the heavenly emperors are extremely powerful, they do not meddle in other people's affairs. They only maintain order. Living beings have forgotten how the heavenly emperors were born. The heavenly emperors are the holders of the law of order and the 5 most powerful chaos demon gods in the world. Their power permeates every aspect of the world. My queen, I'm ready to go. After jumping in the arms of the Queen Mother of the West for a long time, Su Yan sat up again and said goodbye to the Queen Mother of the West, who was enjoying the service of the maid, and said hello to Zhuyin and the King of the East. Well, go. The Queen Mother of the West gently lifted the mask, smiled and said, your little lover is really as beautiful as you said. My queen, I will risk my old face to get the opportunity of Duntian Beiqing from the King of the East to give it to your little lover as a gift for our first meeting. How about it, little fox? Thank you, queen. I will never let you down, Su Yan said to the Queen Mother of the West with excitement. Su Yan didn't understand Duntian Beiqing before, but after experiencing the realm of heaven and man and constructing the Tao, Su Yan really understood the preciousness of Duntian Beiqing. As long as the foundation of the cultivator is strong enough, he can rely on the power of Duntian Beiqing to awaken the Tao that is enough to go against the sky. The Tao like the Wuxing Emperor, or the immortal like the Xiantong Wanling Xingmu. These are the Tao born under the influence of Duntian Beiqing. With the ability of Princess Wuxi. Maybe. She can awaken some very heaven-defying Tao? One thank you is not enough. Queen Mother of the West turned her face to the side and raised her hand to point at her cheek. She glanced at Su Yin and said with a smile, "Let's be practical. Don't make empty promises in front of the Queen Mother all day long. Give her a kiss and dance for her again when you come back. How about that?" Muah. Su Yin climbed up Queen Mother of the West's arms, put his hands on her shoulders, stretched out his little fox head, and kissed Queen Mother of the West on the cheek several times. Queen Mother of the West turned back and responded to Su Yin on the cheek, saying, "Go. Pay attention to your own safety. Although the fairy world is very safe now, Zuin will not deliberately target you before Baizé recovers. But some blind saints may give you eye drops to please the forces of the netherworld. Don't be afraid of anything. Tell the Queen's name. If you have something in your mind, the Queen will definitely respond. I want to see who is so brave that he dares to run to my territory and make trouble before the chaos between heaven and earth begins. This is the Queen's. And this is also the case. Even this is what the Queen likes." The Queen Mother smiled and touched Su Yan's head, pinched her belly, and then touched the fox's tail. Su Yan's cheeks showed a strange color and his body trembled. When someone touches his tail, Su Yin will subconsciously want to turn around and bite it to stop others from touching it. Compared with being touched by others, Su Yin would rather others touch the bell than be touched by others. The sensitivity there is much higher than the bell. Chapter 723 The Intimate Hospitality of the Beautiful Bash. My Queen. See you later. Seniors. Su Yin learned from the Queen Mother of the West that the world of cultivation was already on the edge of the fairyland, and it was only a few days away from returning to a quarter of the fairyland. The return of the world of cultivation so early was actually completely beyond Su Yan's expectations, because when he was in the world of cultivation, Senior Baizé had calculated that it would take more than 10 years for the world of cultivation to move from the void to the fairyland and return. But now, in less than 3 years, the world of cultivation has returned to the fairyland, which is a very abnormal thing. There are naturally changes inside. One is that the Nine Heavens mysterious woman has unlocked the Jedi Tian formation, and the outer area of the Taichu fairyland has emitted a gravitational force, intending to restore it to the original fairyland when it was at its peak. The second reason for the acceleration is that the immortal witches carry the lost worlds, and use the power of the immortals to accelerate the return of the lost worlds, so that a large number of lost worlds move at an extremely strange speed. The holy spirits sleeping in the world of cultivation are considered strong even in the primitive fairy world. The immortal witches exiled to the world of cultivation were once powerful creatures. If the immortal witches in the world of cultivation fully display their full strength, they can at least reach the level of gods. Among the 10 witches of the immortal kingdom in the world of cultivation, there are some unique beasts like Baizé, who are unique in the world. The world of cultivation is a place for breeding poisonous insects. When the 10 witches of the immortal kingdom lose their minds and wander the world, they will instinctively show some hostility to the living beings. If the living beings in the world of cultivation cannot resist the erosion of the 10 witches of the immortal kingdom, they will naturally cause extinction, and it is impossible to leave any offspring. Among the 10 witches of the immortal kingdom, Baizé is definitely an exception among the exceptions, and the only one who treats the living beings without hostility and erosion. Senior Bash, please get ready quickly. The Queen wants you to accompany me to the southern world. Su Yin left the White Jade stage and called out to the house when he returned to his home. The excitement on his face could not be suppressed no matter what. I am here. Bash returned to her previous black and green long dress. The hollowed out part on her back was covered by Bash's long black hair. Her clothing taste was very similar to that of the Lord of the Night, both of which were very cold. But Bash's makeup was more gorgeous, and with 2 strands of long hair in front of her forehead, she was also charming. Bash walked out of the house, bent down with a smile on her face, hugged Su Yin in her arms, and said, "Young senior, you are so eager to call Bear to go out and play. Do you want to go to a place where other creatures cannot see and give Bear a chance of life in the wilderness?" The name that the beautiful Bash called herself, from Shiba at the beginning, gradually changed to Bear now, gradually becoming intimate and passionate. Some changes in the name actually contain a lot of things. Bash is now more and more concerned about Su Yin. For this reason, he even cut off his love for her and killed all his former night companions without leaving a single one. He even whipped their corpses repeatedly in front of Su Yin to prove his determination. That's right. Bash did not give Su Yin time to react. As soon as he said something seductive, he immediately changed the subject and continued. Master Joyo came just now. He saw that the young senior was not at home. So he left a jade slip and asked Bear to personally deliver it to the young senior. Bash carried Su Yin out and handed over the jade slip that Rui Nu had placed here, so that Su Yin could inspect it. There was nothing inside the jade slip. Just a few words. The first paragraph was that Senior Rui Nu said that she had already negotiated with the Lord of the Night. The second paragraph said that she needed to retreat to adjust her body. And the third paragraph encouraged Su Yin to work hard. And the senior would not lie to the little fox. After reading it, Su Yin said nothing, but put the jade slip back into the storage ring with a rather strange expression. The vague jade slip only needed to be combined with Senior Rui Nu's speech in the sage mode. And Su Yin knew the meaning of the letter. Su Yin had to sigh in his heart. What virtue and ability did he have to eat 2 dishes a day? I'm afraid no one would believe these things if they were told to others. When he arrived at the gate of Kunlun Lingshan Mountain, Bash was about to tear the space to go to the southern world. But Su Yin in his arms noticed some objects from the corner of his eyes, and subconsciously let out a light exclamation, interrupting the action of the beautiful Bash. A body like an empty SHL floated above the magnificent Yaoqi. Su Yin recognized at a glance that the floating corpse with its face down was Wen Jutong, one of his good friends in the cultivation world. Wasn't he playing with the fairies in the Yaoqi swimming pool before? How come he went from a high-spirited teenager to a weak old man after going up the mountain by himself? He seems to be having a great time? Bash pondered for a moment, and described Wen Jutong's exploitation by the fairies in a more elegant way, and combined the actual situation to say a wonderful adjective. What do you think? Young senior? Bear spent a lot of money to please the young senior, and invited some fairies, who are very good at dealing with things, so that they can serve the young senior's friends silently. Of course, Bear didn't find some females, like Golden Scales, who are good at dealing with things, but he found some female sword masters to approach them, holding the banner of discussing the name of swordsmanship, and secretly whispering in their ears, letting them know the masculine charm of the young senior. I believe that they will have some strange emotions in the near future. I don't know what to say. Anyway, just be happy. Su Yin complained secretly in his heart, with a face full of complaints. It turned out that Bash was involved in this. Su Yin was originally wondering how Wen Jutong and Zhou Yu, who only dared to order vegetarian dishes when going to the brothel, could trick 4 or 5 fairies to play in the Yaoqi Lake, and trick 7 or 8 female demons to draw sketches in the mountains and forests. Su Yin thought they were very capable, but he didn't expect that it was Bash who paid the money. It's a pity, Bash said with regret. The amount of immortal crystals paid by Bear is enough for those female immortals to have babies. But Bear didn't expect that the physiques of the young seniors are so weak. It's not even time for dual cultivation. And you're already exhausted? Su Yin muttered silently with a frown on his face, not knowing whether he was defending Brother Wen or complaining that Bash overestimated his good friend in the cultivation world. Forget it. Let's go! Su Yin retracted his gaze, raised his little fox hand, and patted the space in front of him, opening a space door. Cultivators who have reached the heavenly realm have the ability to break through the air, and can freely travel through space without obstruction wherever their divine thoughts go. Or after knowing the spatial coordinates, they can move across endless space. Su Yin was born in the southern world, so he naturally knew the spatial coordinates of the southern world. The spaces that Su Yin opened were originally intended to go to Zhaoyao Mountain City. But when he was concentrating the power of space, his mind suddenly moved, and some spatial coordinates to the source of all waters popped up in his mind. It seemed like something was calling him. The source of all waters? Su Yin looked strange, looking at his little fox hand that subconsciously opened the spatial door of the source of all waters. In such a place with no life and no death, what could call me over? Could it be that Yinglong, who is hidden in Yinglong's treasure house, is calling me? Chapter 724 The Kirin Fairy Trapped in the Cycle of Cause and Effect. The beautiful Basher holding Su Yin walked out of the space door opened by Su Yin, seeing the endless withered and decayed land with gullies in front of her. Basher showed a strange look on her face and said, "If I remember correctly, this should belong to the origin of all waters, right? The origin of all waters is home to one of the most powerful tribes in the original fairy world, the former home of the dragon tribe, one of the most beautiful scenery in the original fairy world, and a holy place for water monks. But those are all past events. Now the origin of all waters is recognized as a dead place in the fairy world. The rivers and lakes are dry. The land is desertifying, and even the plant monsters cannot be squeezed dry. There is no nutrients in the soil, which is not suitable for any tribe to live here." Basher has no idea why the young senior came to such an area, Go over there. About 3,000 miles. Su Yin did not answer the question of the beautiful Basher. He closed his eyes and concentrated his mind. Pointed to the northwest. And let the Basher lead him to the area that called him. Bash took a step forward. And the scenery suddenly changed. And they came directly to a huge deep pit 3,000 miles away. As soon as they arrived at the destination, Bash and Su Yin showed strange expressions on their cheeks. Because the king of the 5 elements, Jilin, who said he wanted to go home, sat cross-legged on a dead tree, with an angry look on his face, and cursed at the white jade cylinder. How could you not know that I was in a deep sleep, and said I knew nothing about the current situation? You are not in a deep sleep like me. If you want to lie to me, you should find some better reasons. I asked 7 or 8 bastards. All of them were hesitant and speechless. And your reasons were exactly the same. What else can you holy spirits not find out? Be careful when you go out. If I catch you, I will definitely break your legs. Damn dog. At this moment, the king of the 5 elements, Jilin, had no kingly demeanor at all. And all kinds of vulgar words came out one after another. But the mood of the king of 5 elements, Jilin, is not completely incomprehensible. No matter who it is, they would wake up and find that their tribe has been completely wiped out and their homeland has become a wasteland. Even the graves of their tribe members cannot be found. Normal creatures would be anxious, let alone members of the tribe of divine beasts who are bound by blood. When the king of 5 elements, Jilin, returned home, he saw that his home, tribe members, and treasures were gone. Even his former Taoist friends became strangers. They either hung up the voice transmission after a few words, or hesitated for a long time and couldn't say a word, or sighed and invited the king of 5 elements, Jilin, to visit their home and not to continue to delve into the matter of the source of all waters. The king of 5 elements, Jilin, was almost angry to the point of his lungs bursting. Senior Jilin Fairy. Seeing the king of the 5 elements, Jilin, again, Su Yin could probably know where the call in his heart came from. Su Yin showed a complicated expression on his face and said, "The source of purification and pure water, at the core of the source of all waters. It should be the same as the situation before Kunlun Mountain. When the master left, the former vassals betrayed and stole everything here, and used the treasures inside to ascend to the Holy Spirit. Among the Taoist friends you asked, there may be guys who participated in the theft. They should have now joined the forces of the Netherworld. They are a group of very evil guys." Su Yin slowly began to explain and told the king of 5 elements, Jilin, about the current situation. The 5 elements Jilin clan in the immortal world and the cultivation world has been confirmed to be exterminated. But some scattered bloodlines may still remain in other lost worlds. My family is gone. The king of 5 elements, Jilin, turned sideways, looked at Su Yin with tears in his eyes, and said with a sad face, "Such important related information. Why didn't you say it?" Whether it was the timeline here or the Su Yin on the causal timeline, he never told him about the information about the source of all waters. At that time, the battle between heaven and earth had already started, and the king of 5 elements, Jilin, had been on Kunlun Mountain. He didn't need to do anything. Just be responsible for feeding the baby. No creature had ever told him any information related to the source of all waters. In that causal timeline, the king of 5 elements, Jilin, was besieged because he kicked Su Yin's bell. The whole Jilin life was perfect, and he gave birth to children directly, and stayed honestly on Kunlun Mountain to feed the baby. It is impossible for a living being to tell her about the extermination of the clan and the destruction of the homeland. If the king of the 5 elements, Jilin, knew what happened here, he would probably run out of the outside of Kunlun Mountain, which is a very dangerous behavior. The battle between heaven and earth has completely started. All the undead witches have returned to their positions and started to wreak havoc. In addition, the 3,000 holy spirits are fighting. The king of the 5 elements, Jilin, who has just given birth, is in a weak state. How could she leave the safe zone? I wanted to tell you. Remember, I kept calling you before, and then you ran straight into the space gate without looking back. And the more you shouted, the faster you ran. Su Yin showed a helpless look on his face and said, "We dragons now live in Kunlun Mountain, and we are accumulating strength to prepare to take back what should belong to us. It's not that the juniors intentionally concealed these, but the seniors ran too fast and refused to pay attention to the juniors." When the king of the 5 elements, Jilin, was with Su Yin, he was very nervous and flustered. The whole Jilin was confused, fearing that he would accidentally get pregnant with twins. Of course, Su Yin didn't know about the twins, but he knew that the Jilin fairy was in a state of anxiety, and her eyes were full of panic and fear when she looked at him, as if she saw some plague god, and she refused to pay attention to him. Even if Su Yin wanted to talk to her, He had no chance. That's because I'm afraid you'll despise me. The king of the five elements Jilin blurted out subconsciously to refute Su Yan's explanation. But as soon as the words came out, the king of the five elements Jilin immediately regretted it. Why did he say this? If the Juzi in front of him guessed that he didn't dare to do anything to him, or even dared not hurt him, then it would probably not be as simple as a twin. Ah! Su Yan and Bash were stunned when they heard this. And they didn't expect that the king of the five elements Jilin would suddenly say such a powerful word. I don't look treacherous or lewd. So how could I do such a thing? Fairy Jilin, please don't slander me. Su Yan was shocked. And his words were full of speechless complaints. How dare a Xianxian fantasize about the most powerful being here? I was thinking about it. And you probably sensed it. And then broke through the air and kicked my bell to pieces. Right? Su Yan had no choice but to speak out his truth. And to reason with the fairy who had delusions. Then the king of the five elements Jilin was horrified. And felt as if he was trapped in a certain causal cycle. One by one, the causal timeline images appeared in the mind of the king of the five elements Jilin. And she began to experience things on different causal timelines with first-hand vision. As long as Su Yan appeared, she could always hurt him in various ways. And then the big palm of the Queen Mother of the West broke through the air and blew up her Bailu. The King of the East came to rescue Su Yan. The candle Yin fanned the fire. And the Queen Mother of the West was directly furious, asking her to test Su Yan's bell. Ruinu walked up and explained the law, helping her to test whether Su Yan's bell function was broken. The Four Seas Dragon King came forward to persuade her to give birth. The king of the five elements Jilin jumped countless causal lines to avoid the result of having twins. Then it became triplets. And the dragon clan was shocked, and directly pulled a banner to invite guests to witness the miracle. At this moment, if the king of the five elements Jilin had not checked the cause and effect, and had been explaining and arguing with Su Yan on the Jedi of the source of 10,000 waters, the final outcome would be that the king of the five elements Jilin was extremely angry and accidentally injured Su Yan's organs and reproductive organs. The king of the five elements Jilin avoided this outcome and followed Su Yan to Xiaoyao Mountain City, but encountered a collision with the void crystal wall, causing Su Yan's lower abdomen to be hit by the void crystal wall and injured. The Queen Mother of the West broke through the air and blew up his white furnace. And the king of the East came to treat him. Zhu Yin was unhappy and said something weird. Am I trapped in a cycle of cause and effect? The king of the five elements Jilin was horrified and looked at Su Yan, who was still explaining something to him. Chapter 725 Give Birth. Can't I give birth? What is this? Why am I trapped in the cycle of cause and effect? The king of the five elements Jilin had a divine light in his eyes. And his eyes were full of different futures of cause and effect lines. His ability to know destiny was at its strongest at this moment. And his eyes were sharp as he looked directly at the long river of time and its branches. But no matter how the king of the five elements Jilin jumped, or how he avoided his pregnancy, he could never escape the clutches of Su Yan. From the twins at the beginning, it had developed into one giving birth to three at the end. The basic development was that he met Su Yan. And then because of various things, Su Yan was injured, causing the Queen Mother of the West to break through the air. And the king of the East followed. While Zhu Yin was unhappy and sarcastic, Ruinu took action. And then his dragon brothers betrayed him. She, the king of the five elements Jilin, was trapped in a reincarnation where she would get pregnant no matter what, and was abandoned by everyone. Moreover, the beginning of each reincarnation was because of her meeting with Su Yan. This is a very scary thing. The five elements Jilin, which has the ability to know destiny, can be called the top beast that can avoid danger and seek good fortune. As long as the magic power is activated, they can jump countless tributaries of the long river of time, select a tributary that meets their own interests, and integrate it into the long river of time to become their mainstream. The king of the five elements Jilin is naturally the same. When she saw Su Yan start to explain, she activated her innate magic power to look directly at the long river of time, wanting to dig out all the information from Su Yan before making plans. After all, the tribe members are gone. The home is gone. And even the brothers and tribes are nowhere to be seen. And the Taoist friends are also speechless. This is obviously the beginning of a desperate situation. The king of the five elements Jilin will naturally activate his magic power, avoid danger and seek good fortune, and seize the vitality that is beneficial to him to survive in a desperate situation. As the king of the five elements Jilin knows the destiny, the face of the king of the five elements Jilin becomes more and more ugly. The ability to avoid danger and seek good fortune is completely ineffective. She and Su Yan have fallen into a cycle. And the trigger condition is that Su Yin is seriously injured. Once Su Yin is seriously injured, the Queen Mother of the West will come out of nowhere. The King of the Five Elements Qilin cannot get rid of the cycle. She intercepts countless tributaries of the long river of time and deduces them. She can only escape a chapter for a short time. When she sees Su Yin next time, she will fall into the cycle again. This cycle repeats over and over again until she gets pregnant. Damn it. I am still innocent. But I was raped by a fox more than 3,000 times today. Hack. The light in the eyes of the King of the Five Elements Qilin disappeared. And he secretly spat in his heart, criticizing what he saw in the long river of time. What happened at each stage in the long river of time has completely touched the blind spot of the King of the Five Elements Qilin. The more she uses her magical powers to avoid danger, the more children she will give birth to in the end. She intercepted a period of time and began to deduce that she had passed by Su Yin more than 30 times. But in the end, she still couldn't escape the poisonous hand, and even became pregnant with quintuplets, shocking the entire fairy world's divine beast tribe. All the divine beasts were stunned, and they subconsciously muttered, I have never seen such a fertile divine beast. I can't escape. I can't escape at all. And I can't understand why there is such a cycle of cause and effect. It can be said that seeing Su Yin ruined my life. Huh? The King of the Five Elements Qilin slowly exhaled, looked at Su Yin and said, Okay. I don't blame you for hiding the matter of the source of my 10,000 waters. According to what you mean, the homeland on which we depend for survival has now been dug up by thieves to refine and promote to the Holy Spirit. The King of the Five Elements Qilin, who already knew his destiny, has given up struggling. The more he struggled, the more he suffered. After avoiding Su Yin for more than 30 times, the final outcome was that he was pregnant with quintuplets. It was simply that the more he sought good fortune and avoided evil, the more he lost. It would be better to stay by Su Yin's side and rely on his own strength to protect Su Yin's safety. The prerequisite for the triggering of the evil fate between the two was that Su Yin was seriously injured. As long as Su Yin was seriously injured, the next thing would go out of control, and completely out of control. And the extremely domineering Queen Mother of the West would not come to listen to his explanation. Give birth. It is better to give birth to twins honestly than to keep avoiding cause and effect, resulting in pregnancy with quintuplets. His lower abdomen is as big as a plowing ox, and he must maintain his body to successfully give birth to 5 dragon eggs. What is all this? The King of the Five Elements Qilin sighed in his heart, but maintained a calm appearance. Yes. Su Yin nodded with a serious face, and said, the netherworld was not powerful at the beginning, but they were good at getting something for nothing. Since the beginning of the Jedi Tiantong, they have encouraged the small people who survive by relying on the vassal big forces to become the king of the mountain without a tiger. If you backstab your former boss, you can report to the netherworld and get asylum. Su Yin explained the whole story and told the King of the Five Elements Qilin what happened after the Jedi Tiantong. Her fellow Taoists. Now I am afraid that they can't believe it. Among those fellow Taoists, there are probably ungrateful people who dig up the secret treasure of the source of all waters and surrender to the netherworld to retaliate against their former masters. So, Senior Kirin Fairy, why don't you follow us back to Kunlun Mountain? The power of the netherworld is different now. Master Yu Chao and the Nine Sky Mysterious Lady have publicly supported it. Of course, not all cultivators know this information. Only some immortals who witnessed the Nine Sky Mysterious Lady's appearance at the 10,000 Immortals banquet know it. Su Yin began to win over the Kirin Fairy with great interest. When Su Yin was in the world of cultivation, he had already seen the abilities of the Five Elements Kirin clan. A Five Elements Kirin that had long been dead and had lost all its magic power, with only a few remaining bloodlines, beat the old mountain god and the Red King to the point of not being able to raise their heads. If it weren't for Dragon Dad's help, they would have almost died in the wilderness of the Flower region. The dead Five Elements Kirin, with only physical strength and Five Elements magic, was so terrifying. If it could still exert the divine power of knowing destiny, Su Yin couldn't imagine what would happen. The Five Elements Kirin clan is very terrifying, and its abilities directly involve the avenue of time. If he could be won over, he would be a great helper. The Five Elements Qilin King, who was at the first level of the Holy Spirit, was very scary just by hearing his name. Okay. After a moment of silence, the Five Elements Qilin King said to Su Yin, as far as the current situation is concerned, there is no better choice. Just do as you say. Really? That's great. Su Yin broke free from the arms of the Bahin and ran towards the Qilin Fairy, ready to give her a big hug. The Five Elements Qilin King's words were a double entendre. which contained dissatisfaction with the netherworld, and also contained complaints about his fate of having a child with Su Yin. But obviously, Su Yin couldn't hear these, and only the 5 elements Qilin King knew what a terrible cause and effect he had provoked. And the triggering cause and effect condition was Su Yan's injury. Chapter 726. There is something wrong with this woman. Damn it. I almost stuck out my tongue subconsciously, watching Su Yan throw himself into his arms. The 5 elements Qilin King subconsciously opened his arms and slightly opened his mouth, wanting to lower his head and kiss Su Yan. But halfway through the action, the 5 elements Qilin King froze and cursed inwardly. Although her body is innocent at present, from the perspective of the divine power of knowing destiny, the abyss that the sun cannot reach has been rubbed by Su Yan to produce sparks. And several thousand of her and Su Yan's descendants have lived in the hut. What makes Qilin Fairy crazy the most is that every time she experiences it with first-hand vision, she watches herself and Su Yan flying up and down on the bed. But she can't change her movements in her vision. Qilin Fairy has no idea why she has provoked such a bad karma. In fact, if the 5 elements Qilin King really knows the inner cause and effect, he may be even more crazy. Because Yinglong is involved here. It can be said that Yinglong single-handedly guided the development of the situation, and sent the king of the 5 elements Qilin to Su Yan, so that the king of the 5 elements Qilin could serve as a major force to protect Su Yan's safety. Yinglong belongs to the common ancestor of the 4 Seas Dragon Clan, the 5 elements Qilin, and the 10-headed Phoenix Clan. In fact, Yinglong's figure exists in the future picture of the causal line that the king of the 5 elements Qilin has seen and heard. But she just can't see it. She just saw that after being forced several times, she completely let herself go and was very coquettish with Su Yan. But the actual situation is that after succumbing to the power of the Queen Mother of the West and being forced to have sex with Su Yan, she saw Yinglong's incarnation in her dream. And Yinglong's incarnation told the king of the 5 elements Qilin Su Yan's identity. Knowing that Su Yan is the son of Yinglong, the king of the 5 elements Qilin's attitude towards Su Yan naturally changed. She even personally invited Ruanu to come, preparing to use her belly to give birth to a body that can be used for reincarnation and resurrection for the dead ancestor of Yinglong. This is why Ruanu looked strange when she was performing Taoism on Su Yan and the king of the 5 elements Qilin. Because the king of the 5 elements Qilin spent all his wealth and borrowed money from the Queen Mother of the West to volunteer to be Su Yan's bodyguard for life. All the borrowed money was given to Ruanu, asking her to help him get pregnant. This is why the more times the king of the 5 elements Qilin avoided danger and sought good fortune, the more he gave birth. She was not seeking good fortune and avoiding danger when she learned about Su Yan's true identity. She was so diligent in avoiding danger before, and now she felt so guilty when she knew Su Yan's identity. She could have stood up to rescue the fallen ancestor and let the dragon brothers kill in the fairy world to restore their former glory. However, because of her own cleverness, she was unable to see the consciousness of the ancestor for a long time, which ruined the ancestor's plan. I am really the center of Yinglong bloodline. Of course, the king of 5 elements Qilin cannot see the truth that Yinglong deliberately concealed. She can only see that no matter how much she tries to escape, she cannot escape the cycle of cause and effect. She flirts with the little fox with a coquettish look on her face. Then more and more were born. So many that the fairy world was shocked, and the beasts looked at her with very strange eyes. Next, if I am not wrong, you should be preparing to go to Zhaoyao Mountain City. Right? The Qilin fairy took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress some of her subconscious actions, fearing that she would unconsciously tease the little fox, causing herself to fall into the terrible ending of being raped and having cubs by the fox. Senior, did you foresee it? Su Yan said in surprise. I foresaw some things. I saw you waiting for the return of a lost world. Fairy Qilin sighed slowly and said, but you seemed to be too excited and got too close. You were affected by the collision of the void crystal wall and were seriously injured. Hiss? Su Yan was stunned when he heard it, and immediately took a breath of cold air with fear on his face. Su Yan had seen the power of the void crystal wall collision with his own eyes. If he was affected by the aftermath of the space collision, wouldn't he be dead or disabled? Su Yan's face turned green and asked, I shouldn't have died on the spot, right? No. But I was seriously injured. Fairy Qilin responded, cursing in her heart, you, a vicious little fox, not only died suddenly. If it weren't for the Queen Mother of the West and the King of the East, who arrived in time to give you medicine, and then used my qi by double cultivation to dissolve the effect of the medicine, you, a rapist, would have died suddenly long ago. You don't need to worry. Since I foresaw the return of the Lost World, I naturally know the time and location of the Lost World's return. I can't let you repeat the same mistake and almost die in the Keishan Mountains. Fairy Qilin assured Su Yin. At the same time, she also complained in her heart, although I have been rubbed with sparks by you in the chaotic amnesia, I am still innocent at present. I don't care about your dog's life. I also have to consider my innocence. I must not let you get into trouble. There are still about 8 days before the return of the Lost World. If you don't mind, I can also take you to visit the scenery of the Keishan Mountains as a guide. Su Yin and Fairy Qilin communicated, and the face of the Bahin beauty on the side gradually became strange. Why do I always feel that something is wrong? Seeing Su Yin and Fairy Qilin communicating, the female beast instinct of the Bahin beauty told her that there was something strange here. But she didn't know where the strangeness was. She just felt that Su Yin and Fairy Qilin had a sense of disharmony, and the secrets involved would threaten her position. Although it was the second time that the Qilin fairy met Su Yin, the Bahin beauty could see that the Qilin fairy often wandered around the sensitive parts of Su Yin's body, and her body movements were also very intimate. Occasionally, her eyes would reveal some shyness of a human girl. It was as if she was imagining something embarrassing in her mind and felt embarrassed. Young Senior's charm is not that bad, right? Can you control a holy spirit after just 2 meetings? The Bahin beauty thought secretly. Senior Bahin, get ready to go. Su Yin talked about some things with the Qilin fairy and opened a space door to the Keishan Mountains, but saw that the Bahin beauty had been standing there, as if she was pondering about something. Su Yin smiled and called the Bahin beauty. Oh! Here I come. The Bahin beauty came back to her senses from her meditation, and hurriedly ran to Su Yin's side, and entered the space door with the Qilin fairy to the Keishan Mountains. In the gap, the beautiful Bash looked at Su Yin and said inconspicuously, Young Senior, you have to be careful. The Qilin fairy who is holding you is very strange. She looks at you as if she is looking at her lover. She may be greedy for your body. Huh? Su Yin subconsciously turned his head and looked at the beautiful Bash, who was communicating with him. He couldn't help but complain. How is it possible? The Qilin fairy and I have only met twice. How could she be greedy for a little friend like me? I am not a fairy crystal. How can I be loved by everyone? Chapter 727. People didn't go home, but home is running to them. Time passed slowly, and it had been about half a month since Su Yin returned to the Keishan Mountains. The Keishan Mountains are extremely large, but all the forests and land here are controlled by the leaders of the cultivation world, and even the appraisal pavilion has opened a branch here to do business. When Su Yin returned to the Keishan Mountains, it was actually not much different from going home. Keishan, which is controlled by the leaders of the cultivation world, is a relatively rare stable area in the large area. A large number of soldiers from the Xia Yu dynasty are stationed here, and there is also a Forbidden Law army commanded by Master Jin to hunt the Nightmare Town. In addition, the deterrent power of Choming is still there, and there are no blind Nightmare Town members and corpse reincarnating immortals making trouble here. Su Yin felt like going home. Of course, because he felt like going home. The tour that should have been a Qilin fairy taking Su Yin for a stroll on the street turned into Su Yin taking Qilin fairy and Bash beauty for a stroll. The personality of the Qilin fairy is really hard to figure out. Su Yin soaked in a hot spring in the forest, slowly exhaled, stretched his waist, leaned on the warm rock wall and looked at the starry sky, and said with a helpless expression, the personalities of the 4 sea dragons are very lively, or have some violent tendencies. There are only some social bullies or arrogant people with noses and noses. There are basically no autistic people. They are all very extroverted. Even the thick skin of the little dragon girl is extremely rare in what Su Yin has heard and seen. Her personality is not introverted at all. Even the daughter of the West Sea Dragon King, who was born with a more ignorant mind, is a ruthless dragon who is ready to whore a fox as soon as she comes out of the egg. Originally, Su Yin thought that this famous king of the 5 elements Qilin should have a personality similar to that of the dragons, and belong to a rough and vulgar girl with a bad temper. But after real contact, Su Yin found that the personality of this Qilin fairy is really very shy and easy to be shy. When she was served food during meals, her basic reaction was to look embarrassed and shocked. Then her cheeks turned red, and she ate the food with her mouth stammering. Even when she saw the man and woman next door hugging each other, Fairy Qilin would show a subtle expression, as if she was feeling embarrassed on behalf of others. She was completely without the irritability and overbearing style of the dragon race, and she did not have the majesty of the Holy Spirit. She was very careful and cautious all day long. and would conduct a reconnaissance for any disturbance in the outside world. Su Yin did not know what to say. He had never seen such a cautious guy. Like a rabbit turned into a spirit. Of course, Su Yin did not know the secrets of the inner world. And it was impossible for him to know that the reason why Fairy Qilin was so cautious and careful was actually to avoid the big pits that could easily cause her to accidentally get pregnant with triplets. It was also to protect Su Yin from getting hurt. To ensure that someone would not suddenly break through the air and slap her chest so that it would be sunken. As for the shyness during daily interactions, it was just because Fairy Qilin recalled some bad memories. And the whole Qilin seemed a little uncomfortable. Fairy Qilin is just as Su Yin intuitively knows. A rough and rude girl with a rather violent personality. She is now suffering from paranoia. And the whole 5 elements Qilin is suspicious and timid, fearing that she will be raped by a fox because of an accident. And then various accidents will cause her to give birth to triplets. Su Yin, who settled in the forest inn, practiced in the hot spring after a day of playing in the city. The beautiful snake put on rouge and powder, stood in front of the mirror and looked at her sexy underwear and spider silk pantyhose, which are the specialty of Kaishan Mountain. The snake stood on tiptoe and checked back and forth in front of the mirror. Finally, a smile appeared on her cheek, raised her hand and slapped her snow-white buttocks, put on a long robe, and hurried to the hot spring pool. The beautiful snake thought secretly, my clothes now come from the world of cultivation. The young senior should feel the warmth of going home. Right? Hey. The Fairy Qilin, who was curled up in the quilt in the next room, heard the movement in the next room, and suddenly showed melancholy on her face. She wanted to suppress her 5 senses forcibly, and pay attention to the 2 or 3 inch story between the fox and the big snake next door. But the Fairy Qilin couldn't do this. She had to keep an eye on Su Yin all the time to ensure that he didn't have any accidents. Tonight, the lost world will surely land. If I don't keep an eye on Su Yin, I will be pregnant with triplets. This must not happen. But I feel a little unhappy and jealous. Although it has nothing to do with me, I still feel unhappy. The Kirin Fairy, curled up in the quilt, subconsciously glanced at the windowsill, which was slightly bleak and quiet because of the private booking of the inn garden, and muttered, in the future of the causal line, Su Yin basically manifested a handsome and unusual young man's body, tossing himself into a daze. Of course, the Kirin Fairy did not deny that her experience was indeed good. She was indeed attracted by the young Su Yin's face, as well as the various strange double cultivation methods that Su Yin mastered. In the future of the causal line, Su Yin could be said to be a real dragon appearing in the world, tossing the Kirin king upside down. While in reality, Su Yin has always maintained a young man's body, and was basically bullied by the Bahen beauty throughout the whole process, and could only whimper. With such different treatment, even if Fairy Qilin could control her mood, she would still feel a little strange. If Su Yin in the future of the causal line could be so honest and only whimper, she would not end up with twins or triplets every time. Fairy Qilin was quite indignant in her heart. Here it comes! Fairy Qilin, who was biting her finger, seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly lifted the quilt on her body and teleported to the hot spring pool. She picked up Su Yin, who was lying on the Bahen beauty with his belly exposed, and moved directly to the north. The sexy dressed Bahen beauty, as soon as she noticed Su Yin's disappearance, subconsciously glanced sideways, revealing a subtle expression in the direction where the Qilin Fairy left. I seem to be regarded as a love rival? It's better to explain these things as soon as possible. I was just sent by the Queen to help the young senior hone his skills. And by the way, I want to be honored by my son. But I don't want to make enemies with a member of the Yinglong bloodline family. The Bahen beauty sighed. And half a day of dressing up was all wasted. Originally, I was thinking of getting intimate with the young senior, and then doing some fancy things. Such as, when getting intimate with the young senior, I would hand my newly purchased little lover to the young senior and let the young senior toss. Unfortunately, because of the intervention of the Qilin Fairy, the Bahen beauty's arrangements were in vain. What happened to Senior Kirin Fairy? Su Yin turned over again, looked at the Kirin Fairy who was dragging him and running wildly with a face full of doubt, and asked, Are the people from the netherworld coming to kill us? No. The lost world has returned. If you continue to stay in the bath, a broken void crystal wall will hit your belly, and then your bell will be severely damaged. It can only be cured by the immortal medicine. In an instant, the Kirin Fairy moved 3,000 miles away and stood in the void. She slowly said, The lost world you have been looking forward to is coming. Have we finally arrived at the world of cultivation? Su Yan's naturally smiling face His eyes were smiling into crescent shapes, and his tongue was vaguely visible, with an excited look on his face. Chapter 728 Return. That lost world is coming. Under the guidance of the Qilin Fairy, Su Yan came to an absolutely safe area and watched the scene of the lost world returning from a distance. He saw a majestic pressure gradually revealed above the void, descending on the earth. In the squeeze between space and space, the land where the lost world landed was cracked inch by inch, and everything inside was shattered in the squeeze of space. Finally, as the ripples became larger and larger, the fragmented earth was all still at this moment, as if time had stopped. The vast and boundless void crystal wall crashed into the Taichu immortal realm at a strange speed. When the lost world collided with the immortal world, the void crystal wall instantly shattered and broke open. And then, the lost world wrapped in the void crystal wall gradually spread out, like a drop of water falling on dry ground. The lost world and the Taichu immortal realm began to merge. Feeling I am different from before? Su Yan witnessed the return of the lost world, and after a brief pause, he slowly said, I always feel that the power of the cultivation world, when it returns, is even more majestic, and even completely shatters the earth, revealing the deepest veins of the earth. Su Yan has never had the experience of watching the return of the lost world. The only time he came into contact with the lost world was when he was crossing the tribulation before, and was hit by the lost world. Su Yan intuitively knows the power of the void crystal wall. It is the power that almost killed him when he activated the undead armor, the Holy Mother of Shantong, and the Qingquan's full healing. Although he almost died last time, Su Yan still clearly remembers the damage to the environment when the lost world fell last time. It seems that it was not that great. Feel different? When the fairy Qilin saw Su Yan asking, she stared at the aftermath of the return of the lost world and explained, in fact, there is no difference. The void crystal wall does not say that the larger the volume, the greater the damage. When we met before, the impact was not as colorful as it is now. The reason is very simple. First, I attacked from the inside out and broke the most direct collision point. Second, there are mountain gods in Kunlun Lingshan. Mountain gods not only protect the weather and the earth veins, but their existence can also strengthen the strength of the earth. If millions of land and mountain gods in the original fairy world are there, even if the true immortals and gods want to dig 100 miles in the ground, it is impossible. The responsibility of the land and mountain gods is to protect the existence of the earth veins when practicing with the help of the power of the earth veins. And the land and mountain gods are connected to the earth veins, forming a special protection measure on the earth. In the original fairy world, the land and mountain gods were at their peak. At the peak, there were as many as 1 million. The land that was blessed by them, and the earth veins, was extremely solid. Even the power of the stars, and the earth could not leave a gully hundreds of miles deep on the earth. The same is true for rivers and oceans. As long as there are enough river gods and sea gods, rivers and oceans can also form special protection, and it is difficult for ordinary creatures to destroy them. Before, the void crystal wall collided with Kunlun Lingshan, and it had no impact on the surrounding environment. The most fundamental reason was that you god and the earth veins absorbed the damage when the void crystal wall collided. Naturally, there would not be any outrageous changes around. The reason why the void crystal wall collided with the power of the earth and changed the geomancy map was that there was no mountain god here, and there was no special protection and reinforcement on the ground. So the power of the void crystal wall was completely released. Get ready to go. The collision of the void crystal wall here does not mean that the cultivation world will be located here. When the two merge, the land of the cultivation world will return to its original position. We have to follow the trail now. Otherwise, the land of the fairy world is so large that I dare not guarantee that I can find your hometown without several years. The eyes of the Qilin fairy flashed with divine light. After eliminating all the causal lines that would lead to pregnancy, she took Su Yan to the place where the void crystal wall fell and began to track the location of the cultivation world. At this moment, the beautiful Bash and Ian also changed back to her usual clothes and chased the Qilin fairy. After 3 days of pursuit, the group chased from the north of the southern world all the way to the southern region, to an unknown area near the sea. This place is far away from the core area of the fairy world, and the richness of resources has dropped drastically. The people in the nightmare town have also changed from complete pairs to only 2s and 3s. After walking for half a day, I couldn't see a corpse immortal, but occasionally I could see a few undead witches eating. Boom boom. The 5 continents and 4 seas in the world of cultivation slowly emerged from the void and connected with the surrounding soil. However, The connection levels seemed to be somewhat mismatched. And even the edge of the ocean in the world of cultivation directly destroyed more than half of the country on the original land. A riot broke out in the small country of the fairy world. And crying and screaming resounded through the sky. A large amount of blood of dead creatures gushed out from the land. Moreover, the area bordering this country in the world of cultivation is the extreme of the North Sea. It is the self-enclosed land of the ancestor of the nine-tailed fox god. There is an extremely cold and filthy pool inside, which contains the nightmare curse that can corrode and pollute the god. The scarlet blood mixed with the filthy water splashed from the ground to the sky due to the squeezing, and sprinkled all around. In just a moment, the Qilin fairy and Su Yan, who had just arrived, had taken action to control the situation. But they still could not stop the filthy water from turning into mist and spreading, polluting the air and the surrounding soil. The remaining cultivators of the small country went crazy in an instant, and the objects around them were distorted into nightmare monsters, and began to kill and devour each other. Su Yan saw this scene, and for a moment, he didn't know what he should say. Although this small country with millions of lives has a human fairy sitting in the seat, it can't resist the curse of the nine heavens' mysterious woman against the white fox at all. In fact, because of the existence of the fairy spirit, the curse has become more powerful. The creatures of this country may not be able to think of the reason for their own destruction, just because of some water sources polluted by the nightmare curse from the white fox. Your luck is a little bad. Su Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had seen the underworld scene of the Red Cloud ancestor slaughtering and sacrificing hundreds of millions of lives. The disaster of destroying the country in front of his eyes would not affect Su Yan's mood too much. But Su Yan didn't know what to say. After a sigh, Su Yan shook his head and looked at the cultivation world that had returned to the ground. Su Yan's sight was the North Sea of the cultivation world. The creatures in the North Sea noticed something unusual and emerged from the ocean one after another, looking at the new continent in front of them with surprise. Not all creatures knew about the return of the cultivation world to the fairy world. Some creatures living in remote areas had information lags, and might have to wait for more than 10 or 20 years before they knew about the connection between the cultivation world and the fairy world. In addition, the fusion process between the cultivation world and the fairy world did not affect the creatures in the cultivation world. It was very smooth. Some sea creatures were confused about the sudden appearance of the new continent and did not know what happened. Cultivation world. What happened? Su Yan, who had manifested the form of a young man, looked at the cultivation world that had just returned. He noticed at a glance that there were 4 water columns that intersected like tornadoes in the sky above the cultivation world. The water from the 4 seas intersected over the continent, emitting a breath that made Su Yan, who belonged to the dragon bloodline, feel terrified. Dragon god. The Qilin fairy hesitated and slowly spoke a word that Su Yan was unfamiliar with but familiar with. Chapter 729 Ant. Su Yan stood in the distance. Watching the return of the cultivation world, he had been looking forward to day and night, and saw the void crystal wall gradually merge into the Taichu immortal world to form the original immortal world. Su Yan was very happy at first, but until he saw the strange phenomenon above the cultivation world, and sensed the dangerous atmosphere and horror emanating from the cultivation world. Su Yan's cheek suddenly showed a touch of surprise. The 4 intersecting spiral water columns in the sky. Could it be the big killer that the Lord of the Night said that the 4 Seas Dragon Clan has been preparing from ancient times to the present? The water of the 4 seas returned to the sky above the central state, entered the deep sea city suspended in the sky and intersected. And then, the seawater that was absorbed by certain substances returned to the ocean. The pressure currently emitted by the deep sea city is far more terrifying than some of the holy spirits Su Yan has seen, even though they are thousands of miles apart. Su Yan has a creepy feeling, and the crazy malice makes Su Yan feel short of breath. The deep sea city is filled with evil water. The dragon brothers are really cruel. Although Fairy Qilin is not a dragon, she has Yinglong blood flowing in her body, and she is of the same origin as the dragons, so she can naturally sense the great terror covering the world of cultivation. Ordinary creatures cannot sense that breath. Only the descendants of Yinglong blood can feel it. Fairy Qilin, with a divine light in her eyes, said with an amazed expression, "No wonder it is said that since the day when the Jedi Tiantong was opened, the 4 Seas dragons have taken out a lot of money to lure the real dragons, and the 9 suns to reproduce vigorously, madly, and spread the blood of the dragons to rivers, lakes, and seas. So, the ultimate goal is actually like this. So it's not surprising." Su Yan looked at Fairy Qilin, full of question marks. How can this great fairy know everything? Is the power of Qilin Zishiming so fierce? He even knows everything in the world of cultivation. Although Su Yin complained about the unreasonableness of Qilin Fairy's innate magical powers in his heart, on the surface, he was still very curious and asked Qilin Fairy, "Senior, what have you realized? Can you explain the things in front of you to me? I have asked the ancestors before, but they all refuse to reveal any information because of my age. It makes sense for them not to say it. After all, it is a shameful thing. Naturally, there is no need to show off in front of the younger generations." Qilin Fairy slowly glanced at Su Yin and the Bash Beauty beside him, and said, "What is the Dragon King of the Four Seas brewing? That thing is very special. It uses the soul for food, and for it, the best food is the creatures of the same blood and origin. Of all the creatures that died in the water, only one soul and 3 spirits of the 3 souls and 7 spirits can escape, and the other souls and emotions will become the food of that thing. The souls of the real dragon, the souls of the 9 sons, the souls of the sub-dragon, and the souls of the dragon blood creatures are supplements, and the souls of other creatures are snacks. The things raised by the Four Seas Dragon King have already taken shape and do not need to be covered up. They are placed in the world of cultivation so openly. Although Fairy Qilin already knows what the situation is in her heart, she did not say the name of the thing, but just told the curious baby Su Yin some things. There is one thing Fairy Qilin has to admit. The Four Seas dragons are really playing big, fierce and courageous. They are simply a bunch of madmen. But it may also be because the dragons of the Four Seas are crazy enough. So they are the ones who live the most comfortably among the final Yinglong bloodline group. There are only a few 5-element unicorns left, and the 10-headed phoenix has not been seen in the chaos of heaven and earth. It should be that the whole clan is truly destroyed, and there is no bloodline at all. Feeding with the souls of the Four Seas? Su Yin learned about the function of the deep sea city from the mouth of the Qilin Fairy, and immediately took a breath of cold air, looking at the deep sea city with a shocked face. There are more than tens of trillions of creatures in the Four Seas. The sea beasts are famous superborn in the world of cultivation. In addition, due to the extremely harsh living environment in the Four Seas, every day, no one knows how many creatures are born, and no one knows how many creatures die. For tens of thousands of years, the deep sea city has been hiding in the ocean currents on the seabed, wandering around the Four Seas to devour souls. The power of countless souls and the negative emotions of all living beings are gathered into food to feed one thing. Su Yin can't imagine how terrifying that thing is. The Four Seas dragons are not as weak as Su Yin imagined. Behind them is a Yinglong who manipulates time in the long river of time. On the surface, they have inherited the Yinglong treasure house and the creatures that can devour souls and emotional power that have been passed down since ancient times. In addition, the dragon father who inherited Yinglong's great fortune. It is no wonder why when he first returned to the fairyland, the Dragon King of the West Sea clamored to blow up the creatures that occupied the dragon homeland, and whoever dared to come would be blown up. The Dragon Kings may not be making a wish, but they really have the ability to do such a thing. However, the Taichu fairyland is currently in chaos, and there are many variables. There is also the Netherworld, which is eyeing them covetously and intends to steal the sky and change the day. In the case of an unclear situation, the Dragon Kings will naturally not use some of the Dragon Clan's heritage, but silently cultivate and accumulate their own strength and observe the current situation. Once the situation is clear, they will directly lift the pole and frantically output the beasts that have encroached on their interests. By the way, they will expand the Dragon Clan's territory in the fairyland, enclose the land to raise dogs, and use secret methods to control some strong people to be dogs for the Dragon Clan. In terms of cruelty and domineering, the ancestors are still the most cruel. After Su Yin figured out the cause and effect, a helpless expression suddenly appeared on his cheek. I was so worried about the future of the Dragon Clan, and I have been trying to strengthen the foundation and strength of the Dragon Clan, fearing that one day the Dragon Clan would be defeated in the chaos of heaven and earth. As a result, the Dragon Clan, which is the weakest in the open, has a rich family background that is shocking. Since there is no danger, let's go home. Su Yin sighed in his heart, raised his hand, tore a gap in the space in front of him, and walked in. Compared with some trivial things, Su Yin is currently most concerned about his aunt and others. Those who can rule the world of cultivation for eternity obviously don't need to worry too much. Everyone's ancestors have been rich, and more or less have left their bloodlines with inheritance and bloodline relationships. Aunt, I'm back. Su Yin jumped out of the space gap, manifested his little fox form, and directly knocked open the door of Richuan Garden Brothel after 3 years of absence. Like a Shiba Inu, He ran into the brothel hall and called out, "Little Fox?" Standing on the 4th floor windowsill, frowning, looking at the aunt who had returned. As soon as she noticed someone breaking the ban in front of the brothel door, she turned her head and showed a hint of vigilance and fierceness on her face. But after seeing the white little fox and hearing the dog barking from the fox, the vigilance and fierceness on her cheeks all faded, and she called out with a face full of surprise, "Aunt!" Su-Yin suddenly looked back and saw the girl standing by the railing on the 4th floor, and suddenly showed ecstasy on her face. Chapter 730. Even though he was reluctant. Didn't the male beast like this tune? "Aunt! Aunt! Aunt!" Su-Yan's figure flashed to the 4th floor and threw himself into his aunt's arms. He couldn't stop his excitement and immediately started parkouring on his aunt's body, as if he was standing on her like a bean bun. Sometimes he ran to her shoulders. Sometimes he wrapped around her waist. Sometimes he ran from her armpits to her back and then climbed onto her shoulders and opened her arms and looked at her nephew running wildly on her body with a helpless look on her face. "Aunt?" Su-Yin lay on his aunt's shoulder, rubbing his fox head against her cheek, with a silly smile on his face, unconsciously rubbing his fragrance on her aunt. Su-Yin and his aunt had a very good relationship, especially when he fled to the Xiaoyu dynasty. His aunt knew that taking over Su-Yin might cause a series of troubles, but she still took over without saying anything, even though she was so poor that she couldn't even afford to eat. She took me to the Shi mountain range and used her strength to rob me of cultivation resources. She even paid for me to see the world when I was curious about the brothel across the street. Although Su-Yin later relied on his ability and his good fortune to take my aunt to the gambling table, Su-Yin still felt that it was not enough to exchange for the kindness of taking her in. If it weren't for my aunt's taking me in, I'm afraid I would still be wandering in the world of cultivation, and I would miss all kinds of opportunities and not be able to achieve my current achievements comfortably. "Aunt, have you lost all your spiritual stones?" "I still have a lot of spiritual stones and fairy crystals here. You can spin them. Your nephew is successful now. Although not very successful, he has achieved financial freedom. Even if you are so unlucky that you lose every day, your nephew can provide for your retirement." Su-Yan's heartfelt words, when they fell into my aunt's ears, made the surprise on her young face disappear instantly, and her face turned black. "What nonsense are you talking about? How can a gambler lose every day?" "I did lose, but I lost all my own private money. The little fox borrowed the spiritual stones from me, but I used them all for cultivation." Annie grabbed Su-Yan's neck and was ready to scold the little fox. How could she curse her aunt for losing every day at the gambling table as soon as she met her? But the more she spoke, the less confident she became. In the end, her originally loud and clear scolding turned into a whisper, because Su-Yin was really right. Since Su-Yin went to the fairyland and lost his fortune as a fox, she basically lost more than she won at the gambling table. Therefore, when she refuted Su-Yin, she became less and less confident. How can a gambler lose every day? And how can a child cry every day? Annie muttered in her heart. And then she changed the subject very naturally. She didn't want to dwell too much on her gambling luck. Anyway, she accepted her fate. "After not seeing you for a while, your cultivation has reached a level that even your aunt can't see through. You've grown a lot." The aunt hugged Su-Yin back to her arms again, and with a look of emotion, she stretched out her hands to rub Su-Yin's belly. No matter how much his cultivation has changed, his chubby touch and clingy personality have not changed much. The improvement in cultivation is not worth mentioning. It's all due to the kindness of many seniors and the doting of the queen. Su-Yin rubbed his aunt's cheek and said indifferently, "His Xianxian peak cultivation is enough to occupy a larger area than the cultivation world in the current turbulent Taichu immortal realm and establish his own power. He can also directly join other forces. In the big forces, he can get the true teaching of the sect master, worship, or the status of elders and supremes in some small and medium-sized forces. Xianxian peak cultivators are well known, just slightly inferior to Xinxian. When the Holy Spirit and God-Man do not appear, they are already the backbone of the immortal realm." Su-Yin actually has no feelings about this. He will not deny his talent and hard work, but he knows very well that his cultivation is all the love of the predecessors and has been improved through various precious means. Each of the predecessors is his benefactor, giving a lot of help on his cultivation path. If it weren't for their help, I am afraid that I will not be able to reach my current height even if I work hard for hundreds of years. You really woke that person up? And the one in his prime? When my aunt heard Su-Yin say the word Nyang Nyang, her face became strange, and she asked Su-Yin, "Are all the news true?" My aunt has been practicing in the Xiaoyu dynasty recently, and occasionally gambles in her spare time. But she hasn't been running around much. Although the Jiaochong clan notified my aunt to sell the assets in the Xiaoyu dynasty. When the time is right, the whole clan will evacuate the cultivation world and go to Kunlun Lingshan. My aunt vaguely guessed that Jiaochong, Jiawei Fox, Jinwu, and Tiango made a fortune in the fairy world and reclaimed the former land Kunlun Lingshan. But my aunt had always thought that this was because of Chongming. I never thought that in just a few years, the elders who went to the fairy world really woke up the Queen Mother of the West. 3 years is too short. So short that it is only the time for me to retreat for a while. And it is really not certain that I can do anything big. Yes, we not only awaken the Queen, but also recall the former Western world. Kunlun Lingshan is currently one of the largest forces in the fairy world, Su Yin said with a smile. Therefore, when I learned that the cultivation world returned to the fairy world, I came directly and prepared to invite my aunt to Kunlun Lingshan to enjoy happiness. We in Kunlun Lingshan don't look at background, strength or character. As long as the appearance is online, you can get the queen's reward and attention. With my aunt's appearance, I'm afraid she can get fairy crystals and spirit stones at will. Blind? Say it. Aunt rolled her eyes, thinking that Su Yin was complimenting her appearance in a roundabout way. So she rolled her eyes at him, raised her hand, and slapped Su Yin on the butt, saying, I haven't seen you for a while. Not only have you improved your cultivation, but you've also become bolder now. Teasing me. Why do you want to raise your seniority through me? And then let us and other relatives discuss our seniority separately. Ah? Su Yin looked at his aunt with a face full of question marks. He was talking to his aunt about serious things. Why did his aunt say some wolfish words again? Is the little fox back? Just when Su Yin was dumbfounded and wanted to explain the admission standards of Kunlun Lingshan to his aunt, the door of a dormitory on the second floor of the brothel opened, and Jian Nanwu, who had a special priority on the thermal armor on his chest, leaned out and looked towards the fourth floor to ask his aunt. Then, Jian Nanwu saw Su Yin in his aunt's arms at a glance, and immediately shouted with surprise. The little fox is really back? It's not hallucination. Sister Nanwu. When Su Yin saw Jian Nanwu, a smile suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. He broke free from his aunt's arms and threw himself in front of Jian Nanwu. Jian Nanwu was overjoyed and hugged Su Yin directly into her arms and stuffed him into the insulation layer. It's great that the little fox is back. I just stored fat for the winter. Now I feel particularly moisturized. By the way, the sea has been turbulent recently. The clan mother and others are all living in Xiaoyu. Do you need me to call them to come and sleep together? Jian Nanwu spoke seriously and asked Su Yin if he needed to call someone over. The girls of the mermaid tribe all have a sharing spirit. Although Jian Nanwu was very happy to see the little fox again after 3 years, and wanted to enjoy it alone to relieve the pain of missing it for 3 years, it still asked Su Yin, with a little reluctance, if he wanted to gather together? Because males like this, if Su Yin wants this, no matter how reluctant he is, Jian Nanwu can still help Su Yin out. Stop! Stop! Su Yin jumped up in fear and quickly stopped Jian Nanwu's misleading lies. He is still young and can't stand seeing these things. Chapter 731 Princess. Come quickly. We have pinned down the fox. Stop. Stop. Su Yin rolled his eyes, interrupting Jian Nanwu's thoughts of sharing, and said, I am still young and cannot bear to see such a big scene. Besides, I just rushed from Kunlun Mountain in the western world to the extreme southern region of the southern world to find the return of the cultivation world. I am very tired. The traditional customs of the mermaids can attract all males to cheer and encourage them. After all, for males, the traditional customs of the mermaids are a good thing for them to get spiritual stones after a winter of free sex. However, Su Yin has seen all kinds of tonics made by the mermaids. Although those things may not be of much use to him at present, they should be a shock to Su Yin. He has personally witnessed the unlucky guy who drank the mermaid's earthenware soup, and his energy burst out. But because he could not find a partner, he dug 2 miles of land overnight, and carried stones back from hundreds of miles away to build a garden landscape. Just a little short of that, the bone marrow splashed out, and without more than a dozen kidneys, it couldn't withstand the abuse of the mermaids. Although there are some things that Su Yin doesn't want to admit his shortcomings, it seems that bowing his head in front of the mermaids is not an unacceptable choice. After all, even a pure-blooded real dragon can't say that it can take care of thousands of mermaids every day in a winter. And it's suppressed for a whole year. Thousands of mermaids, who are in a frenzy of reproduction, and have only the desire to reproduce in their minds. Whoever comes will die on the belly of the mermaid girl. Ahem. Su Yin coughed twice and said, By the way, where are the talented sisters in the brothel? Why do I feel that there is basically no one in the dormitory now? I wanted to have a meal together and reminisce about the past. Everyone went to work. Jianan was said, as if it was a matter of course. In the past few years since you left, we have expanded the business of Liangla. The brothel business, which originally did not make any spiritual stones, was naturally the first to be cut. Not only did it not make any spiritual stones, but it also occupied a large number of manpower. Now the sisters take orders from the tailor shop, the academy, and the construction company listed by the Ministry of Industry, specializing in old house renovation and plumbing installation. Plus you, and help in the dessert shop in the flower area. The brothel is now similar to a dormitory, and it only opens in the evening. The ladies come here to play cards. Jiannamu elaborated on the changes in the past 2 years. The business of the ants' brothel was not prosperous to begin with, and Su Yin had no shortage of spiritual stones after he became rich. After the ant redeemed the talented woman's indenture from the Ministry of Rights, it was transferred to Liangla. Now the brothel is like a private club, which does not need much traffic to support the business. It only needs to open a high-end casino for a while every day to expand the network of people. The real business of earning spiritual stones is outside, like the tailor shop that can make robes, the academy that can teach martial arts and basic cultivation methods, civil engineering, and the sugar processing that Su Yin had previously arranged in the flower area. All of them are relatively profitable businesses in the hands of my aunt. Well, to say that it is profitable. In fact, because of the support of Princess Wuxi, it doesn't matter if my aunt goes to rob openly. After all, Princess Wuxi has already thought about how to call my aunt. Some insignificant victims naturally cannot affect Princess Wuxi. It was originally early morning here, but I don't know how it turned dark in an instant. Now there is a curfew system in the Xiaoyu dynasty. The sisters may not be able to return to Richuan Garden before daytime. Jiannan will open her mouth to explain the reason why there are no talented women in the brothel. Originally, everyone went to see the shop work, but the day turned into night in an instant. Xiaoyu entered a curfew, and no pedestrians were allowed to stay on the street. Naturally, there was no talented woman in Richuan Garden. Is that so? Su Yin looked thoughtful, feeling a little regretful. If everyone was there, it would be better. In this way, they could go directly to Luoheja to reminisce. He hadn't seen Xiao Bai, Xiaohong, and Xiao Jin for a long time, and he missed everyone. Su Yin sat in the brothel for more than an hour, talked a lot with his aunt and Jiao Nanwu, and took Hua Yuzhenren to the brothel. By the way, he talked about his plans and some things in the netherworld. Jiao Nanwu was shocked when he heard this, and immediately wanted to drag Su Yin to the dormitory for breeding to prevent extinction. Su Yin refused with a black face, not to mention his peak cultivation of Xianxian. But talking about the blood of the divine beast, Jiao Nanwu wanted to extend a bloodline for himself, which would probably take more than 10 years of terrazzo work, and it would not be done in a short time. Su Yin had just returned, and he hadn't visited the princess and the county lord yet, so it was impossible for him to stay in bed with Jiao Nanwu for more than an hour. Naturally, facing Sister Nanwu's invitation, Su Yin had no reason to refuse, but he needed to postpone it a little, until he had visited his friends and reminisced with everyone. And, I'm going out for a while, and will be back soon. Su Yin jumped out of Sister Nanwu's arms, ran to the windowsill and jumped out, entered the gap in the space, and went straight to Princess Wuxi's mansion, ready to roll on the carpet with Princess Wuxi, who was also a little fox. It's really amazing. Hua Yuzhenren looked at the way Su Yin left with a face full of emotion, and said, as if it happened again yesterday, I still remember very clearly that my first meeting with the little fox was also in your brothel. That day, I kissed the little fox almost all over his body, in order to avenge you, a heartless arrogant insect. I almost got him done. In just a few years, the little fox in the chi refining stage can now control the power of space, and we are still struggling in the earthly immortal realm. Hua Yuzhenren looked at Su Yin leaving, and then looked at the ant and said with a sigh, at that time, Su Yin had no ability to resist in front of him. If Jiuyo hadn't come forward to beat his external incarnation away, Hua Yuzhenren would have hated the ant because of love, and really wanted to squeeze Su Yin to weakness, and weakness for half a month. The ant rolled her eyes, and didn't say anything, because the ant knew that Hua Yu still didn't give up, and still wanted to sign a contract with her to try to raise an arrogant insect. After being a licker for my aunt's aunt for half a year, Hua Yuzhenren still didn't wake up, but was ecstatic. The arrogant insects finally came to care for me. If I couldn't trick my aunt and my younger aunt into being my life goo, I could use this relationship to fool other arrogant insects. Right? Hua Yu generally lamented the speed of time, and the profoundness of Su Yan's cultivation. He took out a strange beetle, and said to the beetle in front of him, "Is Elder Hu Lian here? Your old lover, the fox, is back. We are going to hold a welcoming banquet tomorrow. Do you want to come? If you come late, you may not be able to eat meat. After all, you also know that female beasts who want to violate the little fox need to take a number and queue up. If you miss it, you don't know when you have to queue up." Su Yan, who left the brothel, didn't know that Hua Yuzhenren was talking nonsense there. He went straight to the hall of Princess Wux's house, squatted on the ground, looked at the maids around with curiosity and said, "Princess, haven't you retired yet?" The maids were stunned when they saw Su Yan, and then said with surprise, "Quickly notify the princess and the female officials, and tell them that the prince consort is back. He is now in the princess's house. We are entertaining him. The prince consort can't run away." Su Yan? Prince consort? What are you talking about? Why don't I have any memory of marrying the princess? Don't talk nonsense. And isn't he a princess? How did he become the prince consort? Chapter 732 Princess Wuxi. He. Princess, come back soon. The fox is coming. Seeing Su Yan suddenly appear, the princess's mansion fell into a brief silence. Then, the maids who were stunned on the spot suddenly showed ecstasy, took out the sound transmission jade, and called the princess, who was presiding over the morning court. Some maids took out the scoop net and sack from the storage ring or storage bracelet, and opened a large formation outside the princess's mansion to isolate the use of escape and space magic to catch the little fox. "You? What are you doing?" Su Yan looked at the change in front of him with a confused face. But he was not prepared to resist or anything, because Su Yan knew that the princess would not hurt him for no reason. Moreover, the large formation in front of him had the power of forbidden spirits, which was indeed extraordinary. But now the Xiaoyu dynasty was in the Taichu immortal realm, and the target that the maids in front of them wanted to capture was a real immortal, an existence with an immortal body and controlling the immortal spirit. "I'm sorry, Prince Consort," the maid holding the scoop net said apologetically. "We don't want to hurt Prince Consort. After all, you are our superior. But we have no choice now, because what happens next may scare Prince Consort. We are worried that you will run away." The maid's current actions were not actually ordered by Princess Wuxi. However, as the princess's maids, they more or less know some of the princess's affairs, such as the princess secretly built a palace. And the reason why the Fox clan secretly built a palace can only be to hide a beautiful woman in a golden house. The princess usually does not get close to men or women, and the one she gets along with the most happily is Su Yan. Therefore, the maids also know the princess's intentions, and Su Yan must be their other future master. Foxes need to be stroked by the fur. If such explosive news is directly told to Su Yan, the maids are really worried that Su Yan will be too frightened and run away secretly. For the happiness of the princess, the maids and the female officials have been planning something. Now, finally, the victim came to the door, so they naturally had to pack Su Yan up, send him to the female official's bedroom for training, and then send him to the princess' bed. Su Yan looked at the chaotic scene with a black face, lying on the carpet, watching the maids tie his front and hind legs separately with ropes, and shouting, "Are you sure the hemp rope can tie me up?" The maid hesitated and said, "Sir, although the thing that tied you up looks like hemp rope, it actually belongs to the Demon Suppression Division and has the power of forbidden spirits. If a celestial being is tied up, he can't break free in a short time. It will take at least a cup of tea." "I see." Su Yan nodded after pondering, feeling that the hemp rope on his body should be quite expensive. So he didn't break it. Time passed slowly. And about a cup of tea, the long-lost Princess Wuxi came down from the van outside the door, and saw Su Yan tied up in her mansion at a glance. "You tied yourself up and delivered yourself to my door?" A trace of surprise flashed across Princess Wuxi's face. But when she caught a glimpse of the figures hiding in the rockery and flower beds, she immediately knew what had happened not long ago, and smiled and shook her head. "Why do I need you to intervene in my affairs? You want to lock Su Yan with a mere soul-binding rope. How much do you look down on the little fox who dares to go to the fairyland alone?" Little fox. The princess, who was in her prime, walked into the house with a lewd smile on her face. She looked at Su Yan, who was tied up, and said, I haven't seen you for a while. I didn't expect that when we meet again. You actually wrap yourself up as a gift and sent yourself to my house. Are you ready to obey me? While Princess Wuxi spoke, she squatted down to untie the rope for Su Yin. Su Yin looked helpless and said, the hospitality at the princess's mansion was too enthusiastic. If I hadn't visited the princess's mansion frequently, I would have thought I had entered a bandit's den. As soon as I noticed the trajectory of the cultivation world, I came directly from Kunlun Lingshan to avoid complications. A lost world that has just returned has incomparably huge resources. Although the Taichu Fairyland is called the Fairyland, not all creatures in it are immortals. Creatures below the Heavenly Man realm occupy the largest part of the population of the Taichu Fairyland. In their daily life, they also need to use gold and silver to draw elementary formations, fortune and refining tools, and spirit stones for cultivation, or give them to the younger generations of the family. To put it bluntly, when Su Yin learned from the Queen Mother of the West that the cultivation world had returned, he immediately thought of the possibility of immortals taking advantage of the situation. So he was ready to ask the Queen Mother of the West to borrow Senior Chongming for help. However, before Su Yin could speak, the Queen Mother had already assigned the Beauty Bash to appear and support Su Yin. A god and a mysterious immortal are enough to kill all the guys who try to get involved in the resources of the cultivation world. The cultivation world is not as weak as you think. If there are immortals trying to rob, they will regret coming here to wander around. The corners of the princess' mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile that looked particularly sinister. It's better to say that we are extremely looking forward to the immortals below the Xianxian trying to occupy our cultivation world resources. In this way, I can save some time and don't need to preside over the morning court all day. By the way, I haven't seen you for 3 years. I can't see through your cultivation. I can only see your cultivation disguised by the secret method of immortality. The opportunity is not shallow. Princess Wuxi showed the form of a little fox, and looked at Su Yin with green eyes. The tail that was almost the same length as her body stretched out and teased Su Yin. The cultivation is barely passable. Enough for the time being. Su Yin said bluntly without any concealment, Xianxian. As Su Yin spoke, he stretched out his tail to touch the princess's tail, and began to greet the Fox clan. Have you reached Xianxian? Princess Wuxi showed a strange look on her cheek. From Su Yin's tone, it can be clearly felt that Su Yin still feels that his strength is not enough. Although the princess has never been to the fairyland, she has been communicating with Emperor Wusheng and Master Jin through letters. In 3 years, she has captured at least hundreds of thousands of creatures from the fairyland. So she is naturally very clear about the division of cultivation in the fairyland. The heavenly realm is the watershed for cultivators in the fairyland. The heavenly realm can be regarded as a small farmer, enough to have enough food and clothing. The human immortal can barely be regarded as a small landlord. The Xuanqian level cultivator is a real local tyrant class, and the true immortals above are the rich, and the gods have reached the top. As for the Holy Spirit and the 5 heavenly emperors, they are detached from the world and belong to the makers of the rules of the world. Su Yin Xianxian cultivation is really strong. But Su Yin is not satisfied with the results of 3 years of training. The princess felt very strange. Could the little fox offend some big shots in the fairy world? Otherwise, how could the Xianxian cultivation be just barely enough? Although Princess Wuxi was muttering in her heart, she still kept a smile on the surface and was polite to Su Yin. By the way, Princess Wuxi, who is also a little fox, has already pressed on Su Yin. The 2 tails are almost entangled together, and they are pulling each other and seem to be close. At this time, Princess Wuxi pretended to be deep and slowly said, there are some things about Bai Zhe that I need to talk to you alone. Do you have time now? Let's go to the northern part of Xiaoyu. There are some insecurity in the Xiaoyu dynasty. Not long ago, we just defeated the nightmare town led by the undead witch. I am afraid that our conversation here may be leaked. The palace that Princess Wuxi secretly built happened to be in the most sparsely populated northern part of the Xiaoyu dynasty. As long as Su Yin is deceived, it is not that the princess brags about her execution ability. As long as Su Yin goes over, it's a 30 to 80 split. In 3 cups of tea, Su Yin was ridden and cried 8 times. Chapter 733 Princess Wuxi's Secret Palace. Su Yin, I have something to discuss with you. Let's go after a little preparation. There are currently a large number of spies from the Nightmare sect in the Xiaoyu dynasty. There are some secrets about Bai Zhe that cannot be discussed here casually. Princess Wuxi showed a heavy expression on her face, looked at Su Yin, and said slowly, I have a place in my palace that can completely isolate the spies of the Nightmare sect. It is in the northern area. The princess's face was serious when she spoke, and her words also contained a heavy meaning. But I don't know if it's an illusion. When Su Yin heard the princess talking, he always had a feeling that the princess's lewd smile appeared in his mind. And she pinched his chin and said coquettishly in a frivolous tone, "Some time ago, His Majesty got me a few clams that can do backflips. It's getting late. Why don't you come to my bedroom to have a meal, and take a look at the treasures His Majesty has bestowed on me?" Su Yan's face was a little hesitant. "Is it urgent? If not, can we talk about it tomorrow? I haven't seen my former classmates for a while, and now I miss everyone when I return to the Xiaoyu dynasty." Although the princess was full of righteousness, Su Yan obviously felt that she had bad intentions. Combined with the abnormality of the maid in the princess's mansion before, Su Yan roughly knew what the princess was doing to him now. Of course, although Su Yan knew it, he did not doubt that the princess had information about Senior Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe had stayed in the cultivation world for nearly 3 years. Although he had become an immortal evil witch, the princess must have mastered a lot of information about Senior Bai Zhe during the 3 years. It would take 3 to 5 days to come back. If the princess is not in a hurry, Su Yan wants to wait until tomorrow after dinner with his aunt and classmates. It's very urgent. It's a matter of great importance and can't be delayed. Princess Wuxi said with a sullen face. "Let's go now." Princess Wuxi knew about Su Yan's cultivation, so she didn't lead Su Yan out, but directly told Su Yan the location of the secret palace she built, and asked Su Yan to tear a space gap to the Xianwang mansion with his bare hands. The space gap opened in the hall, and 2 little foxes overlapped each other. The princess lying on Su Yan's back shook her tail, patted Su Yan's butt, and signaled Su Yan to carry her into the space gap. When the 2 little foxes entered, the female official on the side hurriedly followed with a strange look on her face. Although the title of the female official has the word official in it, her specific responsibility is actually to teach the princess some common sense. When the princess gets married or marries, she will test the ability of the prince consort as a maid. If the ability is not good, she will teach him. If she really can't teach him, she can even return the prince consort. The female official has always been mentally prepared, but she didn't expect this day to come so early. At this moment, she is actually a little nervous. As the princess's personal female official, she teaches common sense to the daughter, teaches the couple the art of sex, and is the whetstone of the prince consort. She is also the exploiter who prevents the prince consort from having affairs when the princess is not or is in a bad mood. Because of the special nature of the official position, the female official herself has no experience, and all her knowledge is on paper. Now it's really time to practice. It's a lie to say that she is not nervous. It is said that the male beasts of the demon race are all violent, and the little fox's cultivation is so profound and unfathomable. I don't know how much firepower I can attract on behalf of the princess. It's okay if I can't stop it. At most, I'll be seriously injured and take some pills. But if I stop too much, it may cause the princess to suspect that I'm greedy. Sigh. The female official followed the princess with a complicated heart and went to the territory of King Xian, which is also a famous scenic spot in Xiaoyu. The northern part of the Xiaoyu dynasty is a mining area, and the ore produced here accounts for half of the total amount of Xiaoyu. All you can see are reclaimed mines. But even in such an environment, there is a scenic spot in the northern part of the Xiaoyu dynasty, which is a wonder created by King Xian of the Xiaoyu dynasty, who spent a lot of money to take an abandoned mine, millions of kilometers of barren land, erected a series of artificially carved and glued strange stones, a large number of towering trees and artificial vegetation laid here, and a city built on towering trees and connected by suspension bridges appeared in front of Su Yan. One after another, pairs of cute and carefully selected spirit beasts appeared in the territory. In addition to these man-made landscapes and man-made ecosystems, couples are strolling in the city built on the trees. This is the territory of King Xian. When the princess was still alive, King Xian spent decades building the city to please his wife. Princess Wuxi looked at the city in front of her and slowly explained to Su Yan, "It's just that after King Xian's princess passed away, King Xian has never come back. The current manager of this city is Princess Lunming. By the way, because of the turmoil in the cultivation world, King Xian is worried about the safety of Princess Lunming. 2 years ago, she accepted the treatment of Fairy Yi, the imperial physician of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Now her cultivation has reached the realm of heaven and man, and her life is not in danger for the time being. King Xian is the only half-demon among the kings of different surnames. He has the blood of the phoenix flowing in his body. The specific effect of his innate magical power is to bind his talentless partner and improve his blood until the blood in his body turns into an immortal phoenix. This is a slow and long process, and it is easy to have some accidents. The Xian Wang was plotted against by the Yinjin sect. The death of the Xian Wang's wife caused the Xian Wang's vitality to be greatly damaged, and he will not live long. Once the Luan bird's innate magical power is used, it is basically a matter of one prospering and one suffering. If the other half dies, the Luan bird will inevitably die with it. There is no cure. Therefore, the customs of the Luan bird clan are very strange. They basically only get together when they reproduce. On weekdays, they maintain that same sex is true love, and the opposite sex of the same clan is only for reproduction. Su Yan and Luoming County Lord are classmates. He has also met the Xian Wang himself many times. He probably understands the inside story, and even wants to introduce Luoming County Lord to Senior Ling Luan. If it were me, I probably wouldn't come back here again. Right? Su Yan said with a strange look on his face. The creatures in the Xian Wang mansion are in pairs. The plants are in pairs, and the stone statues are even kissing. Even the lakes are twin lakes. If they can't form a pair, they will dig another one next to them. There is no odd number here. Xian Wang, a bachelor who lost his wife, lived in his own territory. If he was not accompanied by Luoming County lady, he would probably be driven to death within 3 days. Let's not talk about Xian Wang's affairs. Wuxi County lady manifested a girl's body and took Su Yan to the northwest of Xian Wang mansion. When they walked out of the artificial forest, they saw a barren rocky land. Not far from Xian Wang mansion, a lake with obvious traces of artificiality appeared in front of them. The sparkling lake is surrounded by desolate land. The blue water reflects the sky. A bridge made of rocks leads to the bottom of the lake and the island in the lake. The island is made of rocks, which is completely different from the style of the Xia Yu dynasty. A semicircular glazed arch is directly built in the center of the palace, and one after another connected building complexes extend outward. Little fox. You should grow up to be a male fox. Princess Wuxi teased slightly, then pinched Su Yan's fox nose and said, "Tell me honestly how many wild foxes there are outside. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless later. I will make you cry 8 times with 3 cups of tea. My intelligence network is not bad. Be honest." Chapter 730 for the Princess and I in the Palace. Princess, your question is not about discussing important matters as you said before. Su Yan saw Princess Wuxi's palace in the lake, and he immediately felt something was wrong. Before confessing to the person they like, the fox tribe will secretly build a new nest. The nest has no other purpose. The only purpose is to love and care for the creatures they like in it until they give birth to a new life. Su Yan was also thinking about building a nest, but because his pocket was too tight, and there was no major progress for the time being due to the chaos between heaven and earth. Therefore, Su Yan could see at a glance that the stone palace in front of him was actually Princess Wuxi's love nest. As for who the male protagonist is, it is already very obvious. Are you interrupting? You haven't answered the question I asked yet. Princess Wuxi said with a smile. There's nothing I can't say. Su Yan said with a strange look on his face. But this involves some extraordinary seniors. I can only say that there are 4 seniors who have taken actual actions, 3 or 5 who have some ambiguous relationships. And I can't count the number of seniors who are greedy for me. Although Su Yan felt that he was very talented, he couldn't do without the help of seniors on the road of cultivation. 3 points of his cultivation were hard work. 7 points were talent. And the remaining 90 points were fed by the seniors. Senior Ruinu fed the most and spoiled him to death. At present, the beautiful Bash was also preparing to feed him. And the Lord of the Night seemed to be preparing to reproduce for him, so that his fox life would usher in a short perfection. The princess asked about his experience value, and Su Yan actually had no problem saying it. But the identities of the seniors were not simple, so Su Yan didn't dare to say anything. Your experience points are a bit low. Princess Wuxi pondered for a moment, then looked at Su Yan in her arms and said, I originally thought that there were no elders to supervise the little fox in the fairy world. And I thought that the vigorous energy of such a little fox should reach double digits. Unfortunately, it's not even as much as a palm. Princess Wuxi sighed with a little regret. Isn't the princess angry? Although Su Yan answered the princess's question honestly, he had expected that Princess Wuxi would pull his bell when she got angry, and he would accept it. But the princess didn't seem to be angry, but seemed a little dissatisfied with herself. No matter how beautiful a flower is when it blooms, it needs green leaves to set it off to show its beauty. If there is no set off, How can others tell the good from the bad? Princess Wuxi looked at Su Yan with a lewd smile and said, after all, male beasts are blind 90% of the time. Once they are in the house, they will take over the big head. One hole is enough. If you don't see more, how can you understand how beautiful this palace is? This palace is not afraid of your departure. But I am afraid that you don't know the value of the moment and mistake the momentary passion for permanence. Princess Wuxi's words are absolutely confident. She is not worried about Su Yan's fleeting beauties outside. They may have an advantage in cultivation, or they may be rich in the Taichu immortal realm. But those are only temporary advantages. The princess knows that she has the Queen Mother of the West behind her, and her cultivation will be improved sooner or later, and she will not lack wealth. Her beautiful face that is unparalleled in the world is irreplaceable, and no creature can overwhelm the nine-tailed fox in terms of physique. Males are bad guys who like new things and dislike old things. They will get aesthetic fatigue after a long time. Only when there is a contrast can there be a gap. And when there is a gap, people can distinguish between good and bad. Where can Su Yan run? Let him fly outside, and he will eventually come back after going around in circles. Seeing that Princess Wuxi was full of wolfish words, but she swore her sovereignty word by word, Su Yan's face showed a stunned look, and he was speechless for a while, because what the princess said made sense. Su Yan didn't know what to say. It was too domineering. You go prepare hot water and food. I will make the fox cry twice first. Entering the front hall of the palace, stone tablets rose from the bottom of the lake to form a defensive formation. Princess Wuxi looked at the female official and gave a few instructions, then hugged Su Yan and walked straight to the courtyard of the palace. There is no landscape around the palace. All the landscapes are actually in the courtyard covered by the glazed dome. A green sunny garden is located in the courtyard and is decorated very elegantly. Princess. Watching Princess Wuxi leave, the female official's face showed a look of hesitation. She wanted to say that the princess's behavior was not in accordance with the rules, and she wanted to take the lead to test the princess's experience and whether the fox was dirty. But the princess has never played by the rules. She disturbed the princess's interest now, and it is possible that the princess will chase her with Tongyong next. In the courtyard of the palace. Are you going to do this? Shouldn't you show a human form? After entering the botanical garden, Princess Wuxi put Su Yan on the jade site, surrounded by circular water, making some light sounds of flowing water to calm the mood. Princess Wuxi slightly untied the collar around her waist and showed her true appearance directly. The beauty who was beautiful enough to bring disaster to a country appeared in front of Su Yan. After Su Yan was slightly absent-minded for a moment, he showed the form of a young man and prepared to approach the princess. The princess made a nasal sound, gently raised her hand, and touched Su Yan's body, showing a little dissatisfaction, and said, "Are you here to fool me like this? Show me the fierce appearance of a male beast, and then offer words of praise that will make me look at you sideways. Otherwise, you will kneel aside and watch my fingertips touch the beautiful skin that can make male beasts lose their composure." Su Yan was slightly stunned, and a smile suddenly appeared on his cheek. His figure slowly grew into a young man, and his tender appearance gradually became handsome. The princess's fingers, which were originally pointing between her chest and abdomen, also fell on the abdominal muscles that stretched open her clothes. "Princess, are you satisfied with this? This time, it should be the first time I show my true self in front of you. Right?" Su Yan took the princess's soft hand, sat directly on the ground with his back against the recliner, moved the princess's palm to his lips, and kissed it gently, put it on his cheek and rubbed it, feeling the inside of the princess's body, and his deep blue eyes kept staring at the princess's eyes. "You are worthy of being the left guardian that I like." Princess Wuxi leaned over to the recliner, lifted the cheek of Su Yan, who had manifested the form of a young man, and said with a smile, "Then please offer your words of praise now. I want to know what you feel now. I, Su Yan, have not read many books, and I don't have the ability to speak eloquently like other talented people. But if I want to express my feelings, I will see the princess reveal her true form. I only have one thought in my heart. That is, I want to lick the princess' skin and leave my own scent on you." Su Yan raised his hand and pressed it on the princess' waist and abdomen, moving upward little by little, his palm covering the white stove that could not be covered by clothes. Looking directly at the princess, and speaking the first thought in his heart, "I am barely satisfied." After Su Yan said the words of praise, the princess showed a satisfied expression, and some pheromone smell gradually appeared on her body surface, gradually entering the state. The praise like poetry and songs is indeed elegant. But the princess does not want to listen to those nonsense. How beautiful am I? Compare it to the moonlight? Compare it to the warm sun in winter, or the light in the dark night. Meaningless nonsense. Without even a trace of lust and the intention of occupying and invading. So how can it prove that my beauty conquered you? Come on! Use your behavior to prove to me how beautiful I am. The princess slid down from the recliner and came to Su Yan's arms. She raised her fingertips, and a drop of transparent liquid slowly seeped out from her skin. The princess touched her neck and collarbone, revealing a charming smile. After smelling the fragrance of the princess and seeing the sweat beads on her fingertips, Su Yan's originally calm and slightly teasing expression disappeared. His breathing began to become a little rapid, and his body temperature was also rising. Su Yan's response made the princess feel satisfied. In response, the princess entered the state and emitted pheromones to guide Su Yan into the state. Chapter 735. Both sides will suffer losses and die together. The liquid containing pheromones was applied to the princess' neck. The reproduction of the fox tribe has officially begun. Princess Wuxi leaned back on the recliner, showing a helpless smile on her face, looking at the fox in her arms. I didn't expect that in just a few years it would directly overturn my previous understanding and common sense. The princess raised her hand and gently stroked Su Yan's head. The long legs that were originally sitting sideways and more restrained also slowly stood up and rested on Su Yan's waist, responding to the little fox's passion. If it were 5 years ago, someone would say in front of the princess that she would become a wife in 5 years. Even if the guy who said this was the only Taoist in the cultivation world, the princess would not believe it, and might think that the other party was humiliating her. The princess is a firm believer in the theory of eternal life of the strong. Things like love between men and women were once considered a waste of time by the princess. Not to mention reproduction, calculated based on the cultivation level of an earthly immortal. The princess's pregnancy will take about 200 years. During the 200-year pregnancy period, the princess's cultivation level is basically impossible to increase. If she does not swallow a large number of elixirs and treasures, it may even regress. Having such a time to give birth is enough to cultivate to the realm of heaven and man, and step into the peak of the cultivation world. Unless you meet true love or are deceived. It is simply a dream to think that the female beasts of the demon race will take the initiative to give birth. In the eyes of female beasts, giving birth to newborns cannot be classified as a cost-effective category at all. It is a loss-making business. At present, except for the arrogant insect race, which can give birth to newborns at all costs due to special circumstances. All major divine beasts and exotic beasts are troubled by the lack of newborns. The dragon race even offers a sky-high subsidy to benefit the side branches in order to promote the breeding atmosphere within the tribe. It is impossible to give birth to newborns. Princess Wuxi herself could not have thought that she would actually think about giving birth 5 years later. You know, because Empress Dowager Su died in the week period after giving birth. The Xiaoyu dynasty has always been more taboo about such topics. Only some old ministers, who once followed Emperor Xia, dared to risk their lives to advise Emperor Wuxing that a country cannot be without a harem for a day, and it is impossible for a king to leave no descendants forever. However, with the advent of the chaos between heaven and earth, although the princess is not very clear about the internal situation, there has always been a layer of haze shrouding her heart. And the Xiaoyu dynasty is currently returning to the Taichu immortal realm and is in a precarious situation. The princess is not sure whether she is under too much pressure and wants a male beast to relieve her pressure, or feels that she has no way out and wants to leave her bloodline. The princess herself is not sure, but she knows that now she just wants to make Su Yan straight. You are really lucky. The Princess Wuxi, who had transformed into an adult, pushed away Su Yan, who was leaning over to kiss her shoulder. She smiled charmingly at the confused little fox, raised her hand, and gently brushed across Su Yan's neck, chest and abdominal muscles. With her other free arm, she took out her hairpin and put her hair behind her ear. The princess kissed the corner of Su Yan's lips, then lowered her head and leaned into the little fox's arms, saying vaguely, although I usually read military books and some cultivation secrets, I can occasionally get in touch with some dual cultivation methods in the treasure house. Moreover, the female beasts of our nine-tailed fox clan are also well known in the world of cultivation for their low tolerance. But the duration is particularly long. Huh? Su Yan was a little confused and didn't quite understand what the princess meant by the last sentence. But he soon understood what it meant. After a while, the princess slightly noticed that something was wrong, and looked at Su Yan with surprise. Shouldn't you just lie down on the ground? How can you still jump around here? Su Yan looked embarrassed and whispered, I'm very sorry, Princess. In fact, I haven't learned much about the powerful Taoism in the fairy world for 3 years. I have only learned the zither, and followed the human race's great predecessors to learn the yin and yang Dao. Princess, is your yin and yang Dao serious? Why do I feel that it is wrong anyway? Linger, bring clothes and food. The princess slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, wiped the saliva on the corner of her lips, and regardless of her filth and untidy appearance, she lay directly in Su Yan's arms, and weakly called the female official to come over. Now I will take a break and refine the power that Su Yan has transferred to my body. After my cultivation is strengthened, I will show the little fox some color. Let the little fox understand what the princess's power is. Here comes the princess. The female official who had been sitting outside the hall heard the princess's call and hurriedly got up from the steps, put aside the random thoughts in her mind, and took out the hot water and towels that she had prepared before from the storage ring. The female official hurried back to the botanical garden and saw the princess lying on her side and Su Yan, who showed his youthful figure. Both of them had basically no clothes hanging on their bodies. The female official could see Su Yan's figure at a glance, and his eyes were slightly closed due to excessive fatigue. This scene surprised the female official, who had never expected that it would be a lose-lose situation. After all, although the princess's cultivation was low, she could not resist the Xia family's secret method of nurturing new life, not to mention the round of taking the life of a male beast. At least it is a situation of radiant and refreshed spirit. Su Yan should also degenerate back to the form of a little fox, lying on the ground and whimpering. Princess, what happened? The female official knelt beside the princess, wiped the sweat and dirt on the princess' body with a wrung-out hot towel, changed the princess into a set of gauze nightgown, and began to wipe the body of the prince consort, and asked with a blushing face, "Is this the one to serve in the future? I never thought that the prince consort would be so handsome when he grew up. Moreover, he can fight with the princess and both sides will suffer. What else could happen?" Princess Wuxi rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "The two dual cultivation secrets conflicted, and I suffered for half a day. The prince consort is so comfortable that he hasn't come back to his senses yet." Ah, this. The female official was stunned. After looking around, she looked embarrassed. She quickly replaced the dirty water in the basin, changed another basin, and began to wipe the stains on the ground, as well as some blood stains. "Now, do you have any thoughts to say?" The princess sat on the recliner, picked up the teacup beside her, took a sip of hot tea, looked at Su Yan with a teasing expression, and asked him if he had anything to say. "Why? You want me to write a 20,000-word self-review and report it to the princess, reflecting on my shortcomings?" Su Yan smiled and hugged the princess's slender waist, sniffing the strange fragrance from the princess' body, with a face full of attachment, and slowly started to tease the princess. "If you are willing to write, it's fine. Anyway, I have already asked for 5 days of leave and have a lot of free time. If the little fox is willing to write, I am willing to read it aloud." The princess looked at the handsome face beside her shoulder, kissed it with a slightly unfamiliar movement, 1 or 2 bites, and then hugged each other gently, leaning against each other and lying down. Of course, compared to the description of the text, I still hope to check it myself, so that I can correct some bad habits of the prince consort. How can a male beast like to bite the feet of a female beast? You didn't even see Linger's eyes just now. You dog thing. Be normal for me. Don't learn some indecent things. Even if you chew, at least give me a bath and change into clean pantyhose. Sloppy Ghost. Chapter 736 The Side Effects of the Secret Method of Immortality. Princess, do you need ointment? After cleaning up the mess, the female official looked at the princess, who was only wearing a gauze skirt, and the prince consort, who was wearing a pair of trousers that looked like a horse-face skirt, and asked hesitantly. This was the first time for the female official to experience this, and she was not sure why there were so many tooth marks on the princess' body. Some of the tooth marks were larger, and some were smaller, as if the princess had bitten them herself. The female official could not tell for a moment whether it was the interest of the newlyweds, or whether the prince consort had some special fetish. But the female official took into account the traditions of the fox tribe, and knew very well that the two were just resting now. Once they recovered their physical strength, they might continue until they were exhausted. Therefore, the female official hesitated to ask the princess if she needed ointment. Su Yan's expression seemed strange, and he looked at the princess lying in his arms. The princess is both naive and playful. She is so dignified that she doesn't say a word. The reason she doesn't say anything is because she has blocked her mouth. Su Yin dared to swear to Master Yu Chao that the scars on the princess' body, except for the instep and ankle, actually have little to do with him. They are all caused by the princess herself. Hey! After hearing this, the princess glared at the female official and scolded, "If you keep talking nonsense, be careful that I and the prince consort will deal with you one after another." The female official was talking about things that were not related to the topic. The princess and Su Yin deliberately ignored some details. The female official was also making sarcastic remarks, which immediately made the princess a little angry and wanted to pick up Tong Yang to deal with her. Yes, I've said something wrong. Seeing the wild princess getting angry, the female official immediately understood what had happened. She apologized repeatedly with a strange look on her face and retreated out of the botanical garden, saying with a smile, "I'll take my leave. Princess, if you have anything, you can call me at any time. I should be able to hold out for an instant's stick of time. Get out." The princess picked up the snacks on the table and threw them over, asking her personal female official to get up quickly and stop talking nonsense. "You bastard." Princess Wuxi bit Su Yan's shoulder and vented her anger. "A mere 3 or 2 inches can't shake my heart. It's all my fault. If I were a human, I could add 3 more inches." The princess was completely unwilling to mention her previous incompetence. After all, she had always shown her disdain for the male beast. With just a few words, she began to attack the male beast from 3 directions. As a result, it was the small thing that he usually disdained that made him extremely out of control. Before, if he didn't mention the princess, he would have treated it as nothing. But now that the female official mentioned it, the princess naturally wanted to pass the blame, saying that the previous out of control had nothing to do with her, and it was all because of the poor physique of the Ninetail Fox clan. If he were a human, the little fox would never sit next to the recliner. He should have crawled out of the botanical garden to rescue. And then he would be dragged back to the botanical garden with a lewd smile on his face, and severely taught a lesson. "Princess." Su Yin looked at the Princess Wuxi, who was biting him and glaring at him angrily, raised his hand to touch her white and smooth back, and said with a smile on his face, "You are very hard-mouthed." Princess Wuxi was stunned when she heard this, sneered, and held Su Yan's steering wheel with one hand, shouting, "If you want to keep your little bell, now, immediately activate the secret method of immortality and show the body of a young man." As the princess spoke, she turned the steering wheel violently. Su Yan's face changed drastically, and he no longer dared to tease the princess. Although the Yin-Yang Down method and the Xia family secret method offset each other and did not enter the dual cultivation just now, the two of them still fell into a state of infatuation and turned the world upside down. Su Yin is still a little tired now, and he also deeply understands the horror of the endless power of the nine-tailed fox. It is really a completely tireless fighting machine. Pop. After Su Yin activated the secret of immortality, his figure began to shrink from a handsome young man to a child's figure. All the lines in front of him disappeared. There was no more teasing in his azure eyes. He looked at Princess Wuxi, who was pinching her belly with a confused look, and said, "Princess, you are cheating. The secret of immortality has been maintained, which can completely suppress the pheromones of biological strength. If it is always activated but suddenly released, the pheromones that have been suppressed will completely burst out, making the creatures who cast the secret more aggressive and fierce. This state may last for more than 10 days, passing an adaptation period, or the secret of immortality can be activated again to suppress the extra aggressiveness in the character." Su Yin activated the secret of immortality again, showing the body of a young man, facing the princess in the form of a big sister. He was simply killed by the explosion. A sharp-tongued little fellow. Princess Wuxi smiled and pinched Su Yan's belly, kissed him on the cheek, and said, "What do you want to say?" "What?" Su Yan looked at the princess with embarrassment and said, "I don't remember what I said just now. You tell me." "Oh, now you feel ashamed? You don't want to talk about the princess's magical power of water?" The princess raised her legs and pressed Su Yan's legs directly, smiling and teasing the sharp-tongued little fox. "When you spanked me just now, you didn't say it like this. Do you believe it now? I can make you cry 8 times in 3 cups of tea. Add 2 more times to make an integer." Su Yan looked at Princess Wuxi and said, "You're smart." The princess, who had a bad manner but had the upper hand in words, showed a satisfied expression on her face, kissed Su Yan, and lay back on Su Yan's shoulder again, asking in a strange way, "By the way, how do you feel?" Don't worry. Just say it. I won't mess with you again. The princess was not angry all the time. The bell that drove away the female official and the little fox just now could actually be regarded as some small fun and play between the two. As for why she drove away the female official, it was naturally that the princess was ready to taste the honest young fox. And why did she ask about the feeling? Of course, the princess knew that Su Yin was very obsessed with it, and even savored it. So she deliberately asked. Su Yin, who wanted to see the young man's body, was reluctant, and said some dirty words with shame to express his love. That's the feeling she wanted. Seeing the honest and serious fox, she opened her mouth with dirty words, shyly expressed her love, and commented on the beauty and happiness of herself one by one. It's the kind of immoral feeling of persuading prostitutes to become good and deceiving good families to go to the sea. Although the princess has little experience, she is now in the side effect period of the secret method of immortality. Extremely wild, her animal nature completely overwhelms her human nature, and she plays very boldly. Even ordinary monsters are not as bold as the princess. Chapter 737 Princess. Will you come to my house? There are foxes that can control water. 3 days passed slowly. Su Yin and the princess had been living in the palace. Su Yin had no time to attend the banquet that was originally scheduled for the next day, because the princess wrote a letter to the female official to send it out urgently, so that Su Yin could live in the new palace without any worries. The content of the letter was very simple and rough, saying directly, the princess was going to detain Su Yin and was currently in the bridal chamber. He might not be able to return in 3 or 5 days, but there was no need to worry too much about Su Yin's safety. He would not suffer any loss. After Princess Wuxi wrote these contents, she ordered the female official to send it back to Xiaoyu as soon as possible and give it to her aunt. After reading the contents of the letter, the expression on her cheeks was as strange as it could be, as if she had never expected that the princess was so cruel. As soon as she saw Su Yin coming back, she detained him to relieve her lovesickness. Jiananwu looked at the letter in surprise, then looked at her aunt and asked in shock, the princess actually had an affair with the little fox? I didn't see it at all. The aunt's face was full of black lines, and she was speechless for a moment. And she didn't know how to answer Jiananwu's question. It was just that you were lucky, meeting your nephew and me when you just came ashore as an adult. Otherwise, with your confused personality, at the very least, you would have 2 children in 3 years. Or at the worst, you would be deceived into being the top girl in a brothel. Su Yin, who had transformed into a little fox, let out a helpless whimper and said, Princess, what are you thinking about every day? You are so weird and tricky. You can think of it. What's wrong with this? The adult Princess Wuxi chuckled and looked at the little fox lying on her hand, supported by her chest and belly, and said with a smile, in this way, you have me, and I have your breath. Don't you feel like a newlywed? The princess asked Su Yin with a smile on her face. The two were now in the bathhouse of the palace. They were originally just going to take a simple bath and find some fun in the bathhouse, giving each other some strength to relieve the remaining pain of missing each other after not seeing each other for 3 years. But when the princess saw Su Yin's fox form, paddling in the bathtub with a carefree look on his face, he suddenly had the idea to pick Su Yin up. Su Yin had no intention of resisting this. After all, he and the princess should be considered a couple who had not held a wedding banquet. They had touched everything they should and shouldn't touch. So naturally, there was nothing to worry about. But the following development was completely beyond Su Yin's expectations. He originally thought that the princess picked him up and was going to kiss or hug him. But Su Yin never expected that the princess would lift him up with one hand, then pull his tail, wrap around his white arms, and then pour soap liquid on him. The soap liquid was poured on the back of the little fox. Princess Wuxi stretched out her hand with a smile on her face, rubbed Su Yin's back hair hard, and after rubbing out a thick and smooth layer of bubbles, the princess used Su Yin as a bath ball. The princess gave it a beautiful name, exchanging strange fragrances. You are in me and I am in you, so that others can see at a glance the close relationship between us. The princess used a fox bubbler to scrub her body while fiddling with the small bell of the fox bubbler. After the incident, the two little foxes with different eye colors lay on the edge of the bathtub, their tails entangled and rubbing against each other, looking extremely intimate. The princess slowly exhaled, looked sideways, stretched out her fox tongue and licked the fox, and lamented, calculating the time. It should be about the same. But it's a pity that you are more ruthless than capable, and you didn't succeed in letting me experience the feeling of pregnancy. Next, We should go home. The vacation has been squandered. For 3 days, Su Yan and the princess talked to each other in the palace to relieve their 3 years of lovesickness. During this time, the princess practiced the knowledge taught by the female official, and also practiced the knowledge of the taboo books that the female official secretly hid as a flood and beast. Su Yan looked suspicious and scratched his head with his fox claws, wondering what the princess was doing. All the experiences that should be experienced have been completed, and the only thing that makes the princess regretful is that she really didn't get pregnant. But this was also within the princess's expectations. After all, it was difficult for divine beasts to reproduce. And with the cultivation of the two, it would be strange if they could get pregnant in 3 days. If they could really get pregnant, the princess and Su Yan would be sitting in front of the door with their scalps numb at this moment. Princess, are you serious? Hearing the resentment in the princess' words, Su Yan's expression was slightly startled, and he looked at the princess with an incredible expression and asked. Although in entering the palace, the princess had already told him that the palace in front of him was the love nest of the two newlyweds, and he wanted to get pregnant in the palace. But Su Yan just thought that the princess said these words to flirt with him, which were playful love words between the two, and not serious. However, now that he heard what the princess said, Su Yan felt that what the princess said before was not false. Of course I'm serious, but I don't have much confidence myself, the princess said nonchalantly. You know the situation in the fairy world better than me. The cultivation world is also in chaos because of knowing the return. It's only a matter of time before chaos and war break out. Although I feel that I can protect myself. No one can tell when the accident will happen tomorrow. And I naturally don't want to leave any regrets. Well, it's a bargain for the left protector. After all, you have been with me for so long. But you haven't achieved any lofty status. Nor have you made a fortune. I can't rest in peace if I don't give you some compensation. The princess rested her fox head on her arm, looking at Su Yan with a sidelong glance, talking and laughing as if it were real or fantasy. Su Yan looked at the princess's fox eyes. His blue eyes flickered slightly, and he raised his paw and placed it on the princess's fox hand, speaking with a little difficulty. In the 3 years in the fairy world, in addition to running around for the inheritance of Senior by Zay, I actually borrowed some spirit stones and fairy crystals from the ancestor to build a nest. I don't know if the princess will have time to visit in the future. A brand new nest. Very luxurious. And there is a water-controlling fox inside. Su Yan looked at the princess closely and said, Really? Can there really be a water-controlling fox? If I have free time in the Japanese palace, I will definitely let you lead the way to your new home and live for a while. Princess Wuxi looked at Su Yan's nervous and guilty expression, and suddenly let out a whimpering laugh and spoke loudly. Princess. Su Yan showed a look of surprise on his face, and immediately rode on Princess Wuxi's back, whimpering nonstop, and rubbing his head against the princess's face. TSK. Go away. Don't rub it off on me. The princess pushed Su Yan with a look of disdain on her face. I won't. You're not going away. Right? Then stay here. I want to see if you are stubborn or just talkative. You dare to disobey my orders. Hey! You are such a traitor. I will smother you to death, to prevent you from stealing food from the children in the future. Chapter 738 The Princess's Great Achievements. After cleaning the floor, the female official Linger piled up all the pieces of the girl's clothes of particularly poor quality produced by the Xiaoyu dynasty in a room, ready to burn them together when the princess and the prince consort were ready to leave. After all, there was a large formation around the lakeside palace that was not suitable for the use of fire, and the princess and the prince consort had changed at least 7 or 8 sets of clothes a day since they were newly married, and it was not appropriate to open and close the formation frequently, so they could only pile them all together and burn them together when they left. While thinking about things, Lingua hurried to prepare hot tea and snacks to replenish the energy of the princess and the prince consort when they rested later, so that they could work day and night to create offspring for the Xiaoyu royal family. Emperor Wusheng was basically infertile because he did not marry, and the prince was not interested in government affairs and devoted himself to Taoism, because the little prince's bloodline was biased towards the human race. It was difficult for him to take over the position in the Xiaoyu dynasty where the fox fairy style prevailed. The princess is now the regent. If the Emperor Wusheng is tired one day, the princess will most likely take over. After Princess Wuxi ascends the throne, her bloodline will be legitimate. Therefore, during these 3 days, the female officials are frantically assisting the princess and her husband. The 2 adults can do whatever they want. Linger will help you with the logistics. It is best to get pregnant with a prince and grandson before going out. If the princess is pregnant, and it is inconvenient to have sex, I can also help the princess to look after her husband. Well, I should be able to do it. Right? I should be able to do it. The female official, holding hot tea and snacks in her hands, thinking about something with a bright smile, walked towards the bathing pool with things in her hands to replenish the two adults' physical strength. Princess. Prince consort. Ah! The female official came to the front door of the bathhouse, and did not hear the princess's panting as usual. She felt a little strange and subconsciously took a look inside. A sly smile appeared on her cheek because of peeping. However, when the female official saw the scenery in the bathhouse clearly, she screamed. The bathhouse was silent. Two little foxes were lying face down in the bathhouse, motionless, swaying and floating, as if they were completely unconscious. The female official screamed when she saw this, and did not care about the snacks in her hand. She ran to the bathhouse to fish out the foxes. Princess. Prince consort. Seeing the female official running towards him, Su Yan, who was a little tired, raised his head and waved his foxy little hand. Nothing. Don't delay the princess's enlightenment and cultivation. The confession to the princess was a great success. And then the two naturally expressed their feelings to each other. Su Yan used the method of yin and yang harmony learned from Senior Ruan Nu, and together with the princess, they both realized the great way of heaven and earth, and led the weak by the strong. In return for Su Yan's reward, the princess also used the Xia family's ancestral method of nurturing new life and dual cultivation. Although the improvement in cultivation was not obvious, the power of the Xia family's ancestral skills was very powerful. Almost sucked out the little fox's two kidneys. Princess Wuxi was lying on the water to practice, and Su Yan was lying on the water because his whole body was weak. He was resting and preparing to recover some strength before hugging the princess back to the bathing pool. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. I was so scared. The female official wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, I almost thought that the princess and the prince consort had both had an accident and drowned in the pool. Drowned? Su Yan, who was so tired that he couldn't open his eyes, raised his eyelids slightly and looked at the female official. The corners of his mouth twitched subconsciously, and he didn't know what expression to put on. Let's not talk about the fact that the Yuanian cultivators can cross the starry sky, and the spiritualized bodies of the earthly immortal cultivators, and the immortal body that I have cultivated now. Let's talk about my own bloodline, which has the ability to control water. A member of the dragon clan drowned in the bath? I'm afraid that he will be kicked out of the family tree after death? After all, the dragon clan has to save face. Who dares to write the cause of death in the family tree when their own people died so shamefully? Su Yan complained about the female official in his heart and gradually fell into a deep sleep. He was originally at the peak of the Xianxian cultivation, but because of the dual cultivation and short relaxation, he quietly reached the true immortal that countless cultivators could not reach. After the infusion of Senior Ruan Nu and the heavenly tribulation of Xianxian, Su Yan has always been just one step away from entering the realm of true immortals. Now, after the double cultivation, the door is open. After a while, the heavenly tribulation will also come. Hey, what happened to the little fox? What do you mean? He fainted from pleasure. Outrageous. Outrageous. How can a newlywed couple ride the groom to unconsciousness? Look at my nephew. He is so tired that he can't wake up. It's outrageous. If I remember correctly, the princess should have never been married before. Right? And this should be the first time with a little fox? Are you really so fierce? Su Yan, who was trapped in the dream world, felt a series of familiar voices coming from all around. So he temporarily withdrew from the lap of Empress Dowager Su, counted the number of people of Xiantong Saint Mother, returned to reality, opened his eyes, and looked around. The surroundings were familiar scenery. I don't know when. Su Yan has returned to his aunt's brothel, and the whole fox is curled up and sleeping on the tea table on the 4th floor. Jiao Nanba was full of amazement, looking at Su Yan, and then looking at the lowly shaped princess with a proud face, with a look of admiration in her eyes, as if she was going to bow down and ask Princess Wuxi for the dragon slaying technique. To be able to manipulate a dragon to faint, you need to squeeze it at least 300 to 500 times a day. Right? 300 to 500 times a day. There is no need to worry about the mermaids not being popular. If you learn this method, the clan mother should be very happy. Right? The little ant covered her cheeks and said it was outrageous. She knew too well what kind of physique the nine-tailed fox girls had. Emperor Qi would whimper for a long time after being pinched, and then get angry and retaliate crazily. Princess Wuxi should be similar. She was able to make Su Yin, who had become an immortal, faint. You can imagine how crazy she must have been in just 4 days. Although Hua Yuzhenren didn't understand those. She was a brothel owner in the fusion stage of Wanhua Pavilion, and she understood the young ones. She was amazed at the greed of the princess. She was so terrifying just after becoming a woman. If 300 to 500 years passed, I'm afraid she would suck out even Su Yan's bone marrow. Princess Wuxi had no intention of explaining at all. She accepted the complaints from Su Yan's relatives and friends with pride, and showed her great achievements with a very proud and strange smile. It was not until Su Yan opened his eyes and looked around that Princess Wuxi's eyes flickered slightly, and she felt a little guilty. After all, in the princess's oral account, she was invincible, and she rode Su Yan to tears 8 times in 3 cups of tea, and directly made Su Yan unable to get out of bed for 3 days, and wanted her and the female official to help him eat and drink. In a cup of tea, she took Su Xuanqian's life and made him unable to rise again. But the real situation was the opposite. The adult Princess Wuxi kept moaning. The female official chased after her with a rag. What happened? Although Su Yan heard something, he pretended that nothing happened, and asked in confusion, "Am I not in the palace in the center of the lake? Why are you back in Xiaoyu City? Are you going to have a welcoming banquet?" Chapter 739 The Gathering of the Fox Mother Sisters. We are worried about your health. But you asked about the feast as soon as you woke up. The aunt looked at Su Yan with a confused expression, rolled her eyes, and complained about her nephew's heartlessness. You boy. You almost had 2 kidney beans sucked out by the princess. And you are still thinking about the feast. I'm afraid we will have to wear mourning clothes to eat your feast. After all, you are also the blood of the big lustful insect. How can you not subdue the body of the 9-tailed fox of Princess Wuxi? The aunt rolled her eyes in her heart. I felt both distressed and funny, and a little helpless. Aren't you going to have a feast? Su Yan, who was in the form of a little fox, squatted on the tea table and used his fox tail to protect his important parts. He stretched his body and said, "Then I may have to trouble my aunt to notify fellow Taoists and ask them to notify their relatives and friends that it's time to pack up and evacuate from the cultivation world." Hua Yuzhen let out a light exclamation, feeling a little uncomfortable with Su Yan's quick change of subject. I have already notified the clan and the 9-tailed fox. Aunt Qi will notify the Wanyao city. Now, they should be packing up. Right? Aunt said to Su Yan. By the way, your godson became very angry after he found out that you showed up. Su Yan. Just when Su Yan was about to speak, the storage bracelet of the princess beside him shook. The princess took out a jade slip with a slightly strange expression. After taking a look at the person who sent her the message, her eyebrows twitched slightly. You guys chat first. I have some things to do, and need to go back to the Wanshur Palace. Princess Wuxi put the jade slip back into the storage bracelet and complained, the Grand Tutor and the Guardian have fought. Now, the civil and military groups are fighting in the main hall. According to the voice transmission, the Grand Tutor's gel breasts were hit by the Guardian's halberd and flew out and hit the pillar. I don't know what's going on all day. Both sides are not doing things in a regular way. The princess shook her head and stood up, leaving from the windowsill with the female official. But before leaving, Princess Wuxi deliberately looked back at Su Yan and said, I'll go back with you after I finish dealing with things here. Okay. Su Yan nodded to the princess, watched the princess disappear in front of him, and then retracted his gaze. Is the situation really that serious? The battle between immortals will actually affect us mortals. Hua Yuzhenren looked at Su Yan and asked. Obviously, Hua Yuzhenren also had some understanding of the situation in the fairy world. Knowing what Su Yan meant by what he said just now, he sighed softly and asked Su Yan. Huh? Su Yan saw Aunt Hua Yu asking, and immediately shook his head and said, No. I said that I was packing up my belongings just now because I thought that the Western world was safer than the Southern world, and we could go there together to take care of each other. Then I thought, since we have to move there anyway, why not go earlier? The Western world is holding the 10,000 Immortals banquet, and the Taoist friends with good looks can still have some luck. The chaos between heaven and earth is indeed an imminent matter, but this imminence is also relative. The Netherworld has lifted the Jedi Tiantong and called all the lost worlds back to their original state, and the undead witches have also gathered in the fairy world. But the immortal, which needs to restore the power before his death, So he needs to devour a lot of blood and spirituality of living beings to assist in the recovery and growth of power. The immortals in the sky area are collecting blood food. The location of the cultivation world is too remote. And except for those sleeping holy spirits, the strength is relatively weak. There is no passive reserve of immortal spirit in the body of the living beings. They are not the best candidates for blood food. And those guys don't look down on them. The reason why Su Yan urged his friends so urgently is mainly because of the 10,000 Immortals Banquet. The 10,000 Immortals Banquet is held irregularly and ended irregularly. It all depends on the mood of the queen. Su Yan naturally doesn't want his friends to miss a great opportunity that fell from the sky. A trip to the 10,000 Immortals Banquet is a good thing for any cultivator to avoid taking hundreds of years of detours. Before Su Yan went to find the princess, he had already told his aunt to move quickly, so as not to waste a great opportunity when the 10,000 Immortals Banquet was over. As Su Yan explained, Hua Yuzhiren gradually realized the preciousness of the 10,000 Immortals Banquet, and suddenly widened his eyes. Is there such a good thing for free? All the ingredients in the banquet are natural treasures. And even the wine and drinks are rare treasures in the world. Hua Yuzhiren took a breath and said, The Queen Mother of the West is very generous. Well, it's not all free. Su Yan said with a little embarrassment, only creatures with beauty can eat and drink at the Wanxian banquet. The Queen Mother is obsessed with beauty. Can I go too? My aunt and Hua Yuzhiren didn't say anything. The voice came from the stairs. Fox Mom's best friend, Auntie Wang Tianho, the commander of the Demon Suppression Division, came into the room from the back door of the brothel and walked slowly towards the 4th floor. Auntie Wang Tianho smiled and asked Su Yan. Auntie is so beautiful that she can go. Su Yan saw Auntie Wang Tianho, who he hadn't seen for a long time, and immediately smiled and greeted her. Auntie Wang Tianho was wearing casual clothes, not the black robe and red cape uniform of the Demon Suppression Division. Her red eyes were still sharp and unusual, and those who were looked at by them would feel pain and discomfort like burning fire. How is the Demon Suppression Division? Auntie asked when she saw the old cat coming. The work within the scope of responsibility has been completed. Everyone will remain silent for a while and wait for the order of His Majesty. Wang Tianho sat next to Jian Nanwu, glanced around and said, Where is Di Qi? Didn't he say that everyone is here and ready to visit the big fox? Hey, who knows? She said she will be here soon. Annie spread her hands to indicate that she didn't know either. Little fox. After asking the question, Annie Wang Tianhao turned her gaze to Su Yan again. On her serious face, she showed kindness and smile. She stretched out her hand, held Su Yan's hand squatting on the tea table, and pinched his meat pad. It's still as round as ever. A little bit lovable. Su Yan didn't have much contact with Auntie Wang Tianhao, but Auntie Wang Tianhao had taken care of Su Yan for a long time. When he was still an egg, she had taken care of him for decades. Although she was not her biological child, she had a natural intimacy with Su Yan. Both of the fox's paws were pinched, and Su Yan's mouth made a series of moans. And he seemed very happy, feeling Auntie Wang Tianhao's concern for him. I'm coming! A cry came from the sky above Xia Yu. It was very harsh in the ears of the human race, but it was directly translated into words in the ears of the demon race. As an orange gold flame rose, a beautiful figure flashed into the room. Big cat. Little bug. The sun golden crow Di Qi of Fox Mom's girlfriends used the escape technique to flash directly into the house, and enthusiastically pounced on the little ant and Aunt Wang Tianho. Su Yan, who was squatting on the table, was shocked and his pupil shook, looking at a pair of mountains that were about to burst out of his clothes and rush straight towards him. Su Yan subconsciously wanted to crawl away, and then he felt a resistance from Aunt Di Qi's mind. In such a moment of distraction, Su Yan had already lost the opportunity to escape and crashed directly into the mountain path. Aunt Di Qi pounced, holding the little ant's shoulders with her left hand and Wang Tianho's neck with her right hand, and holding a nephew in front of her. And the whole scene was caught in one net, expressing her excitement and excitement without distinction. Hey! Don't smash my tea set, big-breasted monster. This set of tea set cost me several thousand spirit stones. The ant hurriedly protected her tea set, fearing that this careless birdman would destroy her fine tea set. However, Aunt Di Qi didn't care at all. After greeting Aunt Di Qi and Wang Tianho, she looked at the little fox sandwiched in front of her, and said to Su Yan with a happy face, Little fox, the taste of mother. Aunt Qi. Su Yan said helplessly, I'm afraid mother will be unhappy if you say that. Su Yan didn't know before, But since he met all of his mother's best friends, he learned from Fox Mom that Aunt Dichi was not a good thing. Fox Mom repeatedly warned him not to learn bad things from her. Hearing Dichi say the taste of mother, Aunt Dichi and Wang Tianho showed subtle expressions on their cheeks, looking at Su Yin, who was held by Dichi with a strange look on their faces. If Dichi didn't say it, they almost forgot that for Su Yin now, it really is the taste of mother. Once, when Su Yin was just born, Dichi saw the nanny giving Su Yin extra food. She found it interesting. So she came to visit the fox mother during that period and often let the little fox taste herself. Although every time, Su Yin tried hard for a long time, but nothing came out. His little face turned red, and he wanted to open his eyes immediately to check the dangers in the world. Every time the fox mother saw this, she rolled her eyes. Huh? Su Yin saw the strange expressions on the cheeks of his aunt and Aunt Wang Tianho, and noticed that there seemed to be something wrong in the atmosphere around him. He subconsciously looked at Aunt Chi, who was holding him up and touching his cheek. The fox seemed to notice something, but he instinctively felt that it was not a good thing. So he did not investigate it. After all, if he really investigated it, Aunt Chi, who was now happy, might really let Su Yin relive the dangers and tortures of the world in his childhood. He worked hard for a long time, but nothing came out, and he wasted half a day's energy. The fox cub was so anxious that he wanted to open his eyes. Aunt Chi, why are you here alone? Didn't the other seniors come? Su Yan's cheeks were pouting, but he still asked Aunt Chi. I have notified everyone I can, Aunt Chi said with disdain, but now, we, the Sun Golden Crow clan, should be catching turkeys in the brothels of the entire cultivation world. Right? You know that the naughty kids in our tribe are still lying on the bellies of those big sisters. I will come first after notifying the Tain Tingo tribe, and they will come later. The sexual preferences of the Sun Jinwu tribe are indeed difficult to describe. In various ways, the female Jinwu beasts are all sexy and beautiful big sisters, especially handsome little brothers. And the male Jinwu beasts are all young men with handsome looks, and love all beautiful big sisters. Well, except for the direct relatives of the same tribe. Both sides dislike each other's perversion, and feel that the other party is very long-winded. Well, in this case, why don't I send the ants to my mother first? Let my mother take the ants to visit Kunlun Lishan, and then visit the queen by the way. And then you can directly participate in the 10,000 Immortals banquet. I will stay here and wait for the seniors and the princesses who are arranging their work. Su Yin asked the ants about his arrangements. Fox Mom and Dragon Dad happened to be in Kunlun Lishan, and the ancestors of the ants were also there, so they would not be alone. Even Auntie Wang Tianhao, who is a clan of one person, can find Emperor Wusheng and Grandmaster Jin in Kunlun Mountain. It depends on your arrangement. Auntie Chi held Su Yin in her arms, and Su Yin's head was deeply buried in the mountain path. The fox ears swept around Auntie Chi's chin, causing Auntie Chi to laugh. Then go find mother first. Su Yin raised his hand and swiped in front of him, opening a space door located in front of the mountain gate of Kunlun Mountain. However, as Su Yin waved his arm, the space door that should have appeared in front of him did not appear. Su Yin was stunned when he saw this. Frowning, raised his fox claws that had been inserted into the void before, and pinched the space in front of him to twist it and force the door to open. But the space in front of him was unmoved and could not open the door at all. Stop twisting. The voice of the Qilin fairy echoed in Su Yin's mind, saying, several small countries next to the cultivation world are now in riots. I will use the power of the 5 elements to temporarily seal the space and existence of the cultivation world. If you continue to twist, the sealing method will be broken. It doesn't matter whether Su Yin breaks the formation or not, but the Qilin fairy feels something strange. For some reason, the force that was clearly twisting on the formation seemed to be twisting in front of and behind her. A chill rose directly from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, making her almost jump out of the void. Go in. Go straight to the gate of Kunlun Lingshan. The Qilin fairy opened the space door for everyone, and urged them to go in quickly with a gloomy face, and don't toss themselves. It was not peaceful for 2 days, and various causal line predictions about Su Yin appeared in my mind again. Hey, this time it's even more perverted. Omnipresent, and the characters have also been updated. There is an extra female ghost who is deeply loved by the queen, pointing and talking in front of her. Senior Turtle, please help me. The space in my world is a little special, and it is difficult to locate the space. Please take my ants to the mountain to find my mother. Su Yin poked his head out of the space door and looked at the three-legged turtle senior, who was checking tickets in front of the mountain gate. Okay. You can follow my clone up. The three-legged turtle saw Su Yan speak, glanced at the ants in Su Yan's mouth, and opened the back door without saying anything. He was too lazy to check the tickets, and just said okay. A golden crow, and a descendant of an old colleague of Jiao Chong. A rare sky-watching howler, who has the potential to become his colleague. And a mermaid and human? It doesn't matter. They are all relatives and friends anyway. Just let them go as if nothing happened. The tens of thousands of creatures queuing up looked at the group of women going up the mountain with strange expressions. And they were all muttering in their hearts about how this old turtle with a poisonous mouth could be so easy to talk to, and send a clone to escort them up the mountain. Wow! Is this Kunlun Mountain? What happened at the foot of the mountain could not be hidden from the Empress, who was sitting on the top of the mountain and enjoying the delicate massage of the girl. The Queen Mother of the West raised her eyelids slightly, originally wanting to take a look at the fox's fox-like appearance, but accidentally saw Jiao Nanwu, who was going up the mountain, and immediately exclaimed, "Now the world of cultivation is before winter, which is the time when the mermaids are the fattest." It was a normal dress, but it looked awkward on Jiao Nanwu. She had a pair of full breasts in front of her. Although they were very thick, they were not ugly, nor did they look huge and intimidating. Instead, they were just the right size, maintaining a very delicate balance. The Merman tribe is really a group that never feels anxious about their body shape. Queen Mother, she closed her eyes again and sighed. Su Yan, who had shrunk back into the world of cultivation, thanked the Qilin fairy in the sky. Then he opened the space gate and prepared to go to the Dragon Clan. Chapter 740, The Dragon Clan's Treasure. If the fairy wants to go ahead. I can suppress the nightmare beasts around the cultivation world with a wave of my hand. Above the 5 seals of the cultivation world, the beautiful Bash saw the hazy eyes of the fairy Qilin, whose mind had always been projected into the cultivation world, and followed Su Yan's steps to the territorial waters of the 4 Seas Dragon Clan. Seeing this, the beautiful Bash roughly understood what the fairy Qilin was thinking. So she smiled and said that if she wanted to see her blood brothers and clans, she could go, and that there was some chaos around the cultivation world, and she could suppress it with a wave of her hand. The fairy Qilin looked at the beautiful Bash, with a strange look on her cheek. The Bash seemed to have misunderstood something, but the fairy Qilin did not open her mouth to explain. She couldn't say that she was standing above the cultivation world, but her mind was trapped in the branch of the long river of time, and was developed by the spirit. Right. Indeed. I may have to go there. Fairy Qilin sighed slowly and said, "Please wait here for a while. I will be back soon." "Please, fairy," the beautiful Bahin said with a smile. As fairy Qilin left, the beautiful Bahin turned her attention to the area outside the 5 Seals formation again. Fairy Qilin's 5 Seals formation separated the cultivation world from the fairy world. Outside the 5 Seals formation, rolling black fog enveloped the destroyed small country, and the fierce and malicious beasts were wantonly committing violence. The cultivation world landed on the fairy world, and the end of the North Sea just smashed half of the small country. The nightmare curse of the 9-tailed fox god ancestor spread on the land of the small country. In less than 3 hours, the small country with a population of over 100 million was completely destroyed, and all the creatures turned into twisted and alienated evil beasts, devouring each other and growing. If so, it is not worth it for fairy Qilin and the beautiful Bahin to guard here. For the two, they can suppress the disaster that has spread completely with a thought. The truly terrifying thing came from the void, and a pure-blooded immortal wizard landed here. Fairy Qilin had just returned to the Taichu immortal realm, and she only knew a rough idea of the current situation. She was not clear about some details, but the divine power of knowing destiny made Fairy Qilin understand that the immortal wizard in front of her could not be touched. Once you try to suppress the newly returned immortal wizard, you will attract the gate guards of the netherworld. The beautiful Bash explained to Fairy Qilin why the immortal wizard could not be moved. Because it was the eve of the war. The immortal wizards selected by the netherworld had terrifying potential, and some of them were even gods, or the strongest at the level of living beings when they were alive. The netherworld cares about these treasures very much, and will not allow them to be damaged before the war. In the boundless black fog, there was a beast man with a height of 1 kilometer. Black fur, a pair of long ears, and red eyes, wreaking havoc on the earth. He stomped his feet, and the area within 1,000 miles was like a dragon turning over, making a series of rumbling sounds, burying and killing a large number of nightmare beasts. Red blood and soul gradually rose from the black land, and with the breath of the beast, It turned into blood food and was refined. The breath of the undead witch slowly increased, and the destructive power increased rapidly and visibly. After slaughtering 73 million lives, it was surrounded by a black wind. It turned around and looked at the world of cultivation covered by the 5 seals formation, and the beautiful Bash standing on the edge of the rolling black fog. The eyes of the beautiful Bash revealed a coldness, and there were waves of distortions in the void. A large amount of white dust floated in the sky, forming a shadow that covered the sky and the sun. Bash was very familiar with the eyes of the immortal witch. The immortal witch appeared in her home before. She also offended the netherworld because of this, and had been living in hiding until she saw the Queen Mother of the West announce her return to the world. And then she went to seek refuge. After the two looked at each other for a moment, the giant beastman whose figure was hidden in the black fog flashed his red eyes. He did not dare to conflict with Bash, and turned away dragging a metal stick. Boom boom. The giant beast in the black fog raised the big stick in his hand, and smashed it into the forest next to him, stirring the wind and clouds, and breaking the mountains and rivers. A stream of blood and soul spirits floated out from the soil of the broken land, and were swallowed by it. The giant beast walked and smashed all the way, without any goals or plans, just walking aimlessly. The return point of the immortal witch is random. Before they completely recover their strength, their behavior is based on instinct. The netherworld has no deliberate control. It just scatters the immortal witch's seeds, waiting for the fruit to bear. The creatures that died in the process of the immortal witch's rampage are all creatures with bad luck. Those with great luck will not die in these disasters. If there are creatures that can survive the disaster, they can comprehend the supreme magical powers from the immortal witches. The creatures can directly take revenge on the immortal witches, and the netherworld will not care. The disgusting Fengshi evil beast Bash Beauty watched Fengshi leave with disgust on her face. The main body of the Fengshi tribe is a black-skinned wild boar, which is very greedy like Tao I and Bash. The term same-sex repulsion is very appropriate here. Originally, Bash and Fengshi were very incompatible. Now seeing an immortal witch Fengshi, it can be said that new hatred is added to old hatred. Being stared at by Fengshi with greedy eyes, the beautiful Bahen almost couldn't hold back and slapped him. You are so ugly. You deserve not to be able to attend the 10,000 Immortals banquet and have no buffet to eat. The beautiful Bahen cursed with disgust. The beautiful Bahen watched Fengshi leave, and did not rush to disperse the giant skeleton shadow behind him, but controlled the skeleton shadow to arrange some things around the cultivation world. After this arrangement, although it cannot be said that the cultivation world is completely worry-free, it is difficult for the undead witches, whose cultivation level has not recovered or increased to the level of true immortals, to directly cause any harm to the creatures in the cultivation world. The creatures in the cultivation world may not need it, but the beautiful Bahen took the trouble to arrange these. Not for charity. She just wanted to show it to Su Yan. After all, this is Su Yan's hometown. Well, this should add a lot of points to herself. A good wife and mother, but also a coquettish snake beauty. Hey! Why are you here, little Nwoji? When the beautiful Bash was confronting Fengshi, Su Yan also came to the Bihan villa. When the West Sea Dragon Mother saw the space gap open, she subconsciously blocked a little white dragon behind her, until Su Yan in the form of a little fox jumped out. And then a puzzled expression appeared on the West Sea Dragon Mother's cheek, and she stepped forward to greet him. Fox. When the little white dragon Aou, who was hiding behind his mother, saw Su Yan, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his eyes subconsciously glanced at the fox's lower 3 roads. Little Nwoji, come here quickly. Let the queen hug you. When the West Sea Dragon Mother saw Su Yan being picked up, she raised her hand and kneaded Su Yan's face with a smile on her face. Obviously, she was very happy to see the treasure of the Dragon Clan's Yazi clan. After all, since the existence of Yazi, there has never been such a lovely and polite tribe member. It is not an exaggeration to call it the treasure of the Dragon Clan. Dragon Mother. Su Yan called out to the senior obediently, staring at Aou intently, fearing that this little brat would sneak attack him from behind.